Hello, hello. How is everyone tonight? I have an extra special intro for everyone. A little bit different, but I think you guys are going to like it.
Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him just because you can. Your beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of auburn hair and ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring, your voice is soft like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. He talks about you in his sleep, and there's nothing I can do to keep from crying when he calls your name, Jolene. And I can easily understand how you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him just because you can. You could have your choice of men, but I can never love again. He's the only one for me, Jolene. I had to have this talk with you. My happiness depends on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him just because you can. Jolene, Jolene.
Just a little treat there. Holy cow, y'all. These streets are insane. Insane. Hang on 1 second. I'm grabbing a new pib. It's going to be a long one. I have a feeling. It's going to be a long night. Oh my goodness, you guys like the song, huh? Hey, Simply Rockstar. Okay, I'll check that out. Lisa Oldham's watching day one of. I have not watched the Daybell trial yet, so I don't know anything on that yet. I like to wait so I can watch and listen to it sped up and without all the interruptions and everything. Let me take this down. Hello. Beware the Illuminati, for they do not exist. Oh, you're too funny. Okay. Sorry, I got a message there. I was number 10 on likes. Cash is always in the house. Always warning people. I'm dangerous. Cash, I hope you're well. The Illuminati made you do it. Oh my goodness. What have y'all been up to? Hey, Earth. Hey, Yep. How's it going? Generally, Jenny. Eats with the meats. What meats do we have? A photo out of your head? Is it two lovers from the hill? Oh, yeah. What is, I heard the nickname Freggy. I think it's Freggy. Friggy? Friggy, maybe? Hey, Bosa. Y'all were chatting here. Hey, Shay. How's it going? Carrie, be careful driving. That Jolene song will get you. Don't take the men off the holler. But he's different than all the other men on the holler I hear. No, the Beyonce version probably would have got me blocked. Oh my goodness. Hey Reese, how's it going? I just want to know. Okay. No hate. You love who you love. Love is love. So no shade on them falling in love. But I do want to know everyone's opinions on it. Like, I was a little shocked. Actually, I wasn't shocked. I was a little shocked she actually came out and said it. Is this the last karaoke video? Oh man, could you imagine being in Laura's shoes though? Like, okay, so I was told about it. I went over, I listened for a little bit. I did not listen to the whole thing. And but one point when I clicked in there, she was saying that like how did she word it? Like almost like Laura was encouraging it or it wanted it to happen. And I was like, something tells me that's probably not accurate. We name our vehicles too, Fragile. That's funny. Ziggy and Fred's wedding song. Oh my goodness. Maybe. Uh, no, we are talking about Laura and how Laura lost her man. It's very unfortunate to a YouTuber. I know. So The Hill gave her a puppy and now a dude. Like I didn't call it a piv, I called it a pib. Pib. Shambles, glad you're in the house. Yeah. Why is it mean to play Jolene? So that's the question. Seriously. Do you think that it was do you think she's a homewrecker or do you think she just fell in love? Big question here. I think people are gonna have different opinions, and we can. Hey, just Steph. Sammy. Hey, Parody Patty. Getting to the bottom here. Oh my goodness. Oh, we live. We live. We gotta talk about as the holler turns. I tell you what. And it kind of leads into the Sebastian stuff because it's like a very similar playbook happening here. You named him Friggy. There you go, Friggy. I am having a great day. It's been a busy day. I've been running everywhere, lots of errands, and watching the little one. I had him for like a few hours this morning, so it's good. Hey, MK. Hey, Melissa. You hate the Beyonce version? I haven't heard the Beyonce. It's the mullet for Pixie. You could say I stole my best friend's girl, but she kissed me first. Oh, hey, Heatherlicious. Who is in love? Ziggy and Fred Hill. Now, she said we could discuss it. And I do ask that you don't hate on her for who she's fallen in love with. But I am curious, you guys, do you think she was a homewrecker or do you think that it happened after Laura and him split? She said Laura moved on a while ago and got her a new man. Well, they seem okay. So, Georgia, you say they haven't been together for a year, but when was she on panel? She was up on Ziggy's panel when Fred was in jail and they were together. I might have said that backwards. Fred was the one in jail. I see Be the Bean asked the other day, another creator said it was true. And oh, she came out and did a whole live on it tonight. I'm not sure why she did though. Does anyone know why she felt like she had to tell everyone that? Spiritual beings happy for Ziggy and Fred. Maybe now they will quit talking about no. I heard a few things on there. Let me see. Someone sent me what was the question or what was the statement she made? Let me um She said that summer brought love and that they should write a book someday. That was said. And here, but that's not the thing that I wanted to. She said if he's lying about the Summer Wells case, that's a deal breaker. I feel like she's setting herself up for failure then because we've already proven he's lied about some of the things that he's came out and stated about the Summer Wells case. Mm-mm-mm. Laura started dating someone else before Fred started dating. You should be. I'm happy that she's found love. Doesn't mean we're not gonna chit chat about it. Siggy was going to Ben Hill to claim her homestead. I think they fell in love, and that is okay. I agree. Dick Tim thinks it's a homewrecker. Need some context and backstory, please? Criminality, how long you got? How long you got? I wonder if I could sum up their love story. Picture it. I was trying to do it like Sophia off of Golden Girls, but I can't. Picture it. Ben Hill, 2022. She's cruising through the holler, just trying to get the scoop. And instead, she stumbles across the man of her dreams, the one that nobody has interviewed yet, nobody has spoken to. And she had to get the first scoop. And she swooped right in and got her man. Now she's okay. She knows that she's going to get some flack for being in love with a suspect, but that's okay because he's never lied to her. She's never caught him in a lie pertaining to the Summer Wells case. I don't think he's married. I don't think he was married. I don't think him and Laura were married. Yeah, that was weird. That was another text I got that Summer would be happy about it. Like, why can we not separate the two? And I agree here with Tits. Like, I'm glad she's married too. It's the comments and stuff about Summer, like that Summer would be happy that they're together, or Summer brought those things are just bizarre to me. Can't wreck a home that's not already broken, Kendra said. Ooh, Kendra. But Ziggy said out of her own mouth that Laura wasn't happy with it. She did, didn't she? Here, let me drop there's the other things I want to talk about today too. I just thought that was kind of like the hot topic right now, so I thought I'd bring it up. I think that's the right one. Do you think, another question I have is, do you think that it is involving yourself too so much in a case, or is this a completely separate issue? So if you are backing a person in a case, you are talking about him as a suspect, doing interviews, etc., and now you're joking about marriage? Like, now you're dating and joking about marriage, is that going too far? I'm just genuinely curious what you guys think of that. It kind of feels like it's, what are those things? Those books, oh, like a choose your own adventure book, and you get to, like, that's kinda how they're treating true crime. Hey, Peach, how's it going? Mac, talking smack. How's it going? I think we all knew that we did, because remember there was a time that he did, so Jenny and I had went through the, what was it? The jail calls and stuff, and at the end of one of them, he says, "I love you." I mean, I tell my friends I love you, yes, but I don't think he was doing that. Tits, I wonder why. I wonder why. Hang on one second, guys. So Granny thinks it's fair game. She's happy for all parties. Do your thing despite how odd. Agreed. Well, I've heard of some of these people, but don't know all of the deeds. Sorry. It's all surrounding Summer's case. Fred Hill is a neighbor to Don and Candace Wells. Some would consider him a suspect. Technically, it's one, only in the sense that, it is Sheriff Lawson says that everyone's a suspect. Nobody's been named a suspect. Is that you, Jenny?
It's me.
Okay.
What you doing?
I love it.
Mm.
So, is there feedback or is that me? Okay. So Jenny always says, "What you doing?" And I have the cutest picture of my grandson, and I made like a little GIF of because he looks like he's peeking at you, with an audio of her behind it saying, "What you doing?" Reminds me of that.
I love it so much. And MJ got in there saying it's back too. That was
Yeah,
cute.
she's there too. That's a cute. She wanted to cut off the rumors off. So, do you know why I guess she said she wanted to beat Cher, so is Cher gonna have, like, Laura on or something? Is that what that was about, or
I thought that when she said that, I was like, oh, is that what's happening? I don't know. I do know that
that's what she said?
Laura said that Fred left her high and dry. So there's always
Ooh.
two sides to a story and then what really happened. So we don't know.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
But
But, so this comment here that I highlighted from Yep, where she said, "Summer brought love, I should write a book, or it should be a movie." So there's that, and then the one about, it's a deal breaker if he's ever lied. What do you think about those 2 things? Hey, nonsense.
I think that it's awesome whenever anybody is truly in love, when they find their
Mhm.
person. I think it's wonderful. So I would never poo poo that at all. I think it's weird that it was part of a case that she was so deeply involved in.
That's the part I find
Um,
bizarre as well.
yeah, I mean, the, mm, okay, so you and I both feel that he has lied multiple times.
Well,
Uh,
not just feel, we can prove it on things, so
yeah, I would just, because we haven't
Mhm.
put a lot of stuff out, I just want to be fair at this point, I guess.
Yeah.
But that I'm very concerned with the fact that he's not concerned that he's sober. I'm very glad that he's sober. But
Yes, and I will say
there,
this, so compared to, like, his arrest, mugshot, and then the picture
mhm.
that she put up, he looks very healthy, he looks a lot better.
Yeah, he does. He really does. Almost like I wouldn't think it was the same person necessarily, but it's a lot of pressure on a relationship to be coming out of a really long relationship and addiction at the same time, and it actually puts a lot of pressure on Ziggy.
Yeah, it does. It does. But then
So
also,
I'm concerned about that, but
what about, them I don't know how that works, uh, just this isn't me spilling any tea, she's talked about her own addiction. How does that work, with, like, past addiction and him freshly out
it can
of
go either way.
I mean, how does that work?
It can go either way, but
Not our
since he's
business, I suppose, but
but it could go either way. But my concern is just that since he's been sober, he's had Ziggy
Mhm.
beside him. If something goes wrong, that's my concern, right? It's a concern for any addict. It's not specific to this.
Yeah.
You just have to be so careful um, coming out of addiction and what your dependencies are on.
Ooh, thank you. I did say January 2022. It was 2023. My apologies. As for the rest of that, I have no clue about that stuff.
Wait,
But
they started what?
they started her and Fred started dating January 2023. I said 2022. I did get it right. Well, that's when they
She said
met.
2024 was
They
when they just started.
met, right?
She's
In
yeah, she's
22.
it was January 11th, 2022, because she likes that it was 111, January 11th, right?
Okay.
That she feels like that's part of the meant to be. So,
Okay.
as far as them dating, she says they started dating January of this year.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, she said Valentine's Day. They were official.
By Valentine's. Okay.
Yeah. So,
When did we listen to the jail calls?
oh my goodness, that was hmm,
That was been
because
a while. Hey, Bex.
yeah, she went down there in January of 2022, and then June of 2022 was the second set of interviews that she did, and she did interviews with Fred and Laura and called them. They were both her friends.
Yeah. So that I did find bizarre saying that, that they were very friendly and saying that almost like she felt like Laura was encouraging them to get together.
That's what she said. Like if something happened to her because her health wasn't good, that she wanted Ziggy to take care of Fred.
Mhm.
So there's that, and then I mean, I saw the person that she had been taught that she talked to that said that he left her high and dry. So she sees it one way. She also said that Laura wasn't happy about it. So it's hard to know, right?
Yeah. Not Laura. So, yes, for those who aren't familiar
Oh,
with the Summer Wells case, Laura is not perplexed QT in this or TC
right.
or no, that is Fred's girlfriend. I don't. They weren't married. They maybe engaged. They weren't married, but
No, but they have 2 kids together, and they've been together over
for
20
quite some
years.
time. Hmm. Why is he shoot? Fred? He did shoot. He shot a guy in the neck, in self defense
Mhm.
for coming on his property. Yep. From buying a dog from the Wells and finding bones, Ziggy is way too involved, in my opinion, but everyone needs love. Everyone does need love, I agree. Like I said, it's no hate on the love situation. I'm just curious what you all think about the connection to Fred Hill and Summer's case and the claims being made about it. Because they did look extremely happy in their photo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's great. I just, I'm always, concerned about different you know what I mean? I look at things and I'm
Mhm.
like, that might just be careful of this, kinda thing is how I feel, but, I think it's wonderful if they both do, but he is a suspect.
You've seen people say that Fred is gonna be the one to get Summer justice? I mean, it'd
That
be
was Ziggy that for that said
oh my god.
I'm sure people that follow Ziggy also say that,
It
but
would
that
be
did come
great
from
if
her.
he did, but ugh.
He's gonna be Summer's hero, he's gonna get her justice, and I would love that. I would absolutely love that, and that's part of the reason that Deets and I dug in
Mhm.
to all of this because we wanted some of this stuff to be true because it would at least give just any of the things he said that we didn't already know or that someone hadn't already said on Facebook, because there is a
Mhm.
lot of that. It just anything that to add to the information that we have to go on. So, I mean,
Be
that was
nice,
rough.
wouldn't it? Get ready for Laura versus Siggy. I don't think it will. I do hope they don't go at
Nah,
it publicly. I really hope they don't. Um,
mm-mm.
and
I don't think Ziggy will.
I don't think it would be fair to, weaponize Laura to do that either. If some like a
Right.
creator were to do that, I think that would I don't
I
think that'd
I
be a good
don't think
idea.
that I don't think she would do that. Even if somebody had, Laura on their panel, I don't think Ziggy would fire back. Really don't.
Now, so hang on a second. Georgia, I know you have you disagree with me quite a bit, and that's fine. I have no problem with you disagreeing with me, but please don't tell other people in the chat to shut up and things like that. Um, yeah, you can disagree with what I'm saying all day long, but please, please, people don't go after each other. They said they made it official on Valentine's Day. Oof.
Yeah, and I pulled the, video. It was June 22nd, 2023. That was the video call that when she played it. So, I
Mhm.
think didn't he call during the oh, no, she was replaying it at this point.
Mhm.
So, around that time, it was right after he got arrested, like, within a few days, I think. And yeah, at the end of the call, he says, "I love you," and she looks
I
like,
remember
"Uh-oh."
that.
She
We
was like,
were
"Uh-oh."
like we were like, "Oh, love? What?"
Yeah.
Yes, heels. Ziggy and Fred they have been dating for almost a year now, but they are official tonight. They came out and or Ziggy had like their announcement of them
Now,
being in a
listen
relationship.
though, she says they weren't dating all that time,
She did.
that he had a crush on her, and she knew it, but over time, I guess, that she fell in love with him too.
I don't know what Nikki's saying. Well, I know what they're saying, but like I don't know the answer to it. What gets me is Ziggy mentioned him getting a new drone. Aren't her subs sending him hefty food parcels because he's broke? I have no clue what her subs are doing.
Yes,
Oh,
they
there you
are.
go.
He his, I Ziggy said that someone contacted, SSI and got his check stopped.
Mhm.
Um, so he doesn't have anything, and he's gonna have to start paying for the halfway house next month, I guess,
Oh,
or whatever it is. I don't know that it's a halfway whatever wherever he is that he's living, that he's ordered to live. But in for Social Security, I believe that even like a split sentence where part of your sentence is in rehab or a halfway house, I believe that still holds that you don't get a check during that period of time. I
really?
could be wrong. Yeah, it's part of your sentence.
I didn't.
I mean, I could be
Mhm.
wrong. Somebody tell me if I am, but what I read said that even the split sentence did apply. But I'm sure there's a lot of detail behind that that I don't know.
No, you're not, Bieber. I mean, I we suspected it, but I am a little dumbfounded that it happened. Again, not that there's anything wrong with them liking each other. It just seems very I don't wanna put a word to it, like, I don't wanna say bizarre, it just it's wild. It's
Well,
wild that
somebody,
considering the circumstance, you're a YouTuber who is going down to, a location for a missing child. Wanna see the area, you wanna get, interviews or an inside scoop or something, and you end up connecting with a local or suspect, whatever you wanna call him, and then start this wild campaign on YouTube. Like, she has defended him on things that are crazy, and that's fine, she can. It kinda makes me wonder, were you so adamant about those things just because you felt this connection with him? But then
mhm,
and then eventually after, and he's got a girl, and you help him and his girl out for a year and a half, 2 years, however long it was before she finally decide, "Oh, we do like each other." And I'm not saying it's wrong for them to fall in love. It's just bizarre set of circumstances in which it took place. So maybe that's why she thinks it would make a great movie. Maybe it would.
yeah. I think someone asked her today, and I did not hear the whole thing, but I heard I had a meeting, so I missed like the last part of it. But somebody asked
Hey,
her if it
baby.
was if she was going to stop covering Summer's case now
Oh,
because it was like a conflict of interest. And I would say that is a major issue that I've had a problem with, and I think a lot of other people have for over a year since she's known him almost. Um, I think it's distracted from her case. There's a lot of hearsay, and Fred said, Fred said, Fred said. I trust him completely. He's never
there's
lied
just
to
no
me when
way
we
he would
know he
ever
has.
lie. Yeah,
And
so much.
it's really hard to take. So I think it would be a good idea to not like lately. She hasn't been talking about things very much, and I think that's a good way to go, probably. Because
Trish.
it's not fair. I mean, there is a conflict of interest there, and I know
Mhm.
she's not a journalist. I get all that. Because she laughed at it like, oh, I'm not a judge or something, But it is an issue um, when the thing when you
It's
implicitly
hard to find words,
believe
isn't
some.
it? It's hard to
It
find
is.
words.
It is because there are a lot of things I really like about Ziggy. Um, and I would never want her to be hurt or to cause her any kind of pain. But this is a huge problem, as far as Summer's case, in my opinion.
In your
I
opinion, as far as the case goes, you see it as an issue because of the
I do.
case and the case alone. Separate everything else.
Yeah.
Can you
Oh, yeah.
why?
Because the information, you know how much misinformation has been put out that
Oh my
came from
gosh,
Fred,
so much.
like a ridiculous amount. And I've seen people that are very close to her say, but we don't know that for sure, Ziggy. We don't know that. Like they'll be in the chat going, but we don't know that for sure. She goes, well, I do because I trust Fred. And then she goes on and builds on that as if it were a fact. And then there's another story and
Yes.
another story and another story.
Mhm.
And it branches out. It has tendrils everywhere. So, I mean, there's tons of misinformation in this case. This is not certainly not all of it,
No, 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 it's not all
but
attributed to
this
them.
is glaringly obvious to some people that this is untrue. A lot of the stuff is
Mm.
untrue. So,
No, I don't think they're gonna live in the Holler. I think they're gonna live in she said she's moving him to Indiana. Didn't she say that?
mhm, yeah.
Yeah, so she's moving him up to
Well,
Indiana.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a home in the holler anymore either. So,
Oh,
I
dang.
mean, he was in jail. Who was making the payments, and who his parents were both deceased. It's not something I think he could really help.
Mm-mm-mm. Another thing I heard her say was that he was the smartest man on the hill, or like the smartest person on the hill. Most
Hmm.
respect how did she word it? Most respectable, best person. I'm like, there's other neighbors there, you guys. There are other neighbors there that aren't like the ones that we've seen on YouTube. So I
Yeah,
thought that was a little wild.
there really is.
Mhm.
Um, Also, I think it's interesting, just as a note, that neighbors who did have camera footage that day that have been spoken to, not by me directly, but by various people there, all have said that they turned in their camera footage on the 15th and have not seen it since.
Mhm.
Their trail cams and any camera footage, that they never
Yep.
returned it. I think
Yes.
one of them had somebody come back and ask about a time and date issue with their camera, but
Mhm.
they didn't go into detail about what that was or how that
Mhm.
went or anything. But it does appear that all of the cards and footage were picked up on the 15th.
Now she's not talking about the Fred's cards and footage or Jody Sue Brown's cards and
Right.
footage. R
We're talking
I
about
just wanna
neighbors.
clarify that. So, that has been such a huge topic here on YouTube, these cameras, like, I remember one time Jody Sue sitting there with, like, a trail cam, and it's, like, one of the oldest trail cams I've ever seen, and she's, like, clicking it and talking about, like, what she could turn into law enforcement. It is important, like Jenny said, to note that law enforcement collected, what they needed to collect on June 15th.
And according to Andy, they did get those on June 15th.
Hmm.
So,
If that part's true or not, we'll
yep,
see.
that's all,
Mhm,
So you hear one thing and then you hear another thing, you hear another thing. We don't
mhm.
know for sure. None of it. We
No.
can't if we don't have proof, we can't say anything. But it's been, a certain narratives have been drilled in for the past couple of years. And we do
Yeah.
have proof to disprove some of that. So,
Mhm. Yes, and Sweet Tea is right here. People are allowed to have their opinion on it, and so are those who don't agree with the ones in the chat, but honestly, I don't think that those who were disagreeing with their opinion on it were probably would go type in her chat, so I just
yeah,
kinda wondered what everybody thought about the homewrecker versus just true love.
yeah. And I don't I mean, I'm kind of the opinion too that I don't know. I wouldn't. I would maybe make different decisions. I think, which is fine. But if they were separated and she was with someone else, like Ziggy said, You can't really call somebody a homewrecker for that.
Mm-mm.
You can call whatever you want.
Can't call people whatever you want, but yeah, it's not
Right.
fair to. So Heel says Ziggy lost all credibility for me with the DCF report that she watched spawn hurtful lies about 4 innocent children. Do you want to comment on that?
That, like, I've been furious
Mm-hmm.
about that, and, we did a we did some digging, and so the DCF report was first, right? There
Mm-hmm.
was no actual report. Z will tell you she never had the paper, she never had a screenshot of them, none of that. This was coming from someone who claimed to know this information. And because they used the right lingo, a lot of people accepted it. And even if it wasn't accepted, it's been driven into our consciousness over time.
What they thought was the right lingo. Let's say
Oh,
that
yeah,
too.
yeah, that's
What
fair.
they
Yeah, what they
thought was
thought.
the right lingo.
So that was one thing. And then there was an interview with someone named Erica A. And the Jerks did a great live on this where they exposed all of this. That the person on the phone, and I'm not saying that Ziggy knew,
Mhm.
and I don't know that she knew at all. So I'm not saying that. But it was Lady CG, also Lolita, that was calling and pretending to be another foster or another parent of a child who was friends with the boys, and she was friends with the foster family, and came up and backed up the stuff that was on the DCS report.
But wait, there's more.
The account, which was just an account that talked to Ziggy about the DCS report, was a sock account. It's not that person does not exist in Hawkins County. It all goes back to where? What state did that everything from that account go back to?
Pennsylvania?
Oh, yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Where
Hey, Jenny, who's from Pennsylvania?
the Dutch. Uh
Yeah, the Amish
and Lady CG.
and Lady CG. Oh, there was a lot
So
of other things on there as well. But
there is it's a lot, but that was not a person that anybody would have been able to even verify.
mm-mm.
And that is my problem, is that there's no verification of this. And to say at the beginning of a live that this is for entertainment purposes,
Hang on, my dog's barking at something. I'll be right back.
it's okay. But to say that it's for entertainment purposes, like, I get that, but these are children, and that was extremely serious, the claims that were made. Some of the claims that were made have nothing to do with DCS and never would have been anywhere near a DCS report. And I think this person was posing as a teacher, actually, not as a DCS person, that had gathered this information from all of their inside sources. So it was very
Very interesting indeed.
and shocking. It's shocking when you like start getting. You're like, what? Somebody
So
really did this?
Hill said Ziggy admitted she lied.
Oh, I
About
did not
what?
hear that.
We did not hear her admit she lied. Lied about what? Which part of it? No, she shouldn't be bullied for it. If she didn't know then, she knew not long after. Ziggy and Lolita were too close for her not to figure that out. I agree, Tanga. I agree.
And that's okay.
Mm,
I mean, I feel like I can't prove it. So that's just how
mhm.
I feel. If I had to say, I would say that it would be difficult for me to believe that she did not figure that out afterward.
Right.
But
Um, Lana, I can link you the Jerks video where they go through the Erica A stuff. And hang on a second. What we found out about the DCFS worker was, I don't know. I don't know how we can prove that without showing information. But one thing that I know that Jenny's working on, she is working on a video because she broke down a lot, or is going to break down a lot of the DCFS talk, where
Yeah.
it was, kind of like I said, the verbiage was just right enough to convince people. But Jenny found some really interesting stuff with that. So it
Yeah.
is very frustrating that from jump you have this situation that is not on the up and up from the very start of it. And how many people today still cite a lot of stuff that was leaked out in that leaked source, which sources are
Which
another
wasn't even a
thing.
lady.
Yeah.
Well, then you also have the lady of the night,
Mhm,
who nobody knows who it is. We can't go check it out. We don't know if any of that is true at all.
mhm.
We have Michelle that came and spoke for Ronnie Lawson and said they wanted to know why Don and Candace waited 4 hours to call 911. That apparently Ronnie Lawson never said that. I think I can't remember who called him. Someone called and recorded the call to ask about that. Like, did you have this woman say this? Who is this woman? So on and so forth. There's a whole lot of that. I've got a
Mhm.
special guest, and they're this person, and they're not always this person, or who they're supposed to be. And I think she probably can say she doesn't know, she didn't know that they weren't. But then that's where, I have a thing myself where I'm like, did you verify any of this? Did you do the due diligence before you brought this information to the public? And it's already, there's already enough junk out here around
Mm,
her case, around Sebastian's case,
right.
around any case that hits YouTube, really.
And it's these unvetted sources, and it's, uh, disseminating information as fact when it is indeed not a fact. It's not a fact. You have this anonymous source that leaks you something, and then you go as a content creator and run with it like it is fact. And then later we find out, like, perfect example is the Dylan Rounds case. They just recovered him last night. That's because James Brenner took a plea deal, and part of that deal was for him to disclose where Dylan was located. How much misinformation was spread throughout that case from sources, from people that were never verified? None of it was verified information. It is wild, seeing this happen in cases over and over and over again. And it's almost as if they're getting like a playbook of what to do and
Mhm.
going in that same order. And that's what I've noticed here with Sebastian's case is it's like almost in the same order, but accelerated. It's on like 10 times
I
faster
I
than it was
I
in Summers.
told you just right before the photo editing stuff, I'll go, we're just about to start the photo editing phase in
Mhm,
Sebastian's case, and there it was, like, right after it, I was like, I knew it. I knew this was gonna
mhm,
start. Yesterday, I watched a creator go live about Sebastian with complete, some of it absolutely easily provable misinformation off the bat, and others as I heard from someone. And then I watched all the channels that were covering Sebastian, that cover him every night, that go on and talk about it every night. That is what they covered. They played that creator's video and agreed with it and went through every detail and added their own 2 cents in on top of her two
mhm.
cents and her mocking Sebastian and his and his mother and his stepfather. It was gross. It was the one of the grossest things I've ever seen, and I had never watched that creator other than one time before that.
Who was it?
So I didn't know. Sweetie Pilot.
That's one we're gonna talk about tonight. Oh
Mhm.
my gosh, I am just
And I just watched it travel.
blown
And
away.
the night before that, the big clickbait thing was, "Body found on search?" Question mark.
Mhm.
What?
And that's why I titled this "Breaking News, Bombshells, and a Whole Lot of BS," because it seems like every night there's breaking news, every night there's a bombshell, every night there's something new, and you know what it is? Nothing.
Yep.
A whole lot of BS. A whole lot of BS and accusations and slinging shit. That's what it is.
Yeah.
No, she's not moving to Ben Hill. She's not moving. She's moving him to, Indiana.
Indiana.
I couldn't think of it for a second. I'm like,
And
Indiana.
for me, as far as Ziggy and Fred, congratulations
Yeah,
and good luck. Sincere good luck to both of you. But we're not gonna not say
we're
the
still
things that we need to say
we're still gonna
about
debunk Fred.
Summer's case.
Yeah.
It's
Was
separate to me.
Mhm.
Their relationship is separate from her case.
Mm-mm-mm. Nonse I saw that Nonsense was live talking about it. I listened to her first live. I didn't have any plans for this live tonight, just that I knew that I have been trying to avoid listening to All Things Sebastian because it has just gotten so wild. But there were some
Mhm.
clips sent to me and some things, and like I popped into Nonsense's first stream, like when StreamYard was messing up for her, which I learned out from her. We have like a makeup touch up thing on here. Let me see.
And by the way, your hair does look perfect.
My
I
cheeks
love it.
are okay. So here is look. What's the difference?
You
I
look
just
like
look
you're embarrassed.
blurred. I look blurred.
You look embarrassed and
So
pink.
there it is on subtle. I didn't even know they had this back here. This is cool. So there it is on subtle. And there it is on very strong.
Mhm. So
We
now
need
you know
a whole
which
filter.
creators use which level of the filter now that you see what it does.
And there it is without all my wrinkles and bags.
I like you better without.
Yeah, it's weird. It
100%.
kinda it blurs you with all of it. I was like, "I didn't even know that was back there." Tracy had told me one time there's filters when you go through, YouTube, like, you can put, like, actual filters on there. That's
Oh,
not on.
I've never gone through YouTube.
Yeah, me
I
either.
know you can also make your camera like a filter app.
Mhm. Hey,
Like, so
0.
instead of your camera, it uses that filter app.
Cool. I saw BHB is the right, so Debbie Doodles, that's another one. I saw her live tonight. I saw, yeah, it's just the titles, y'all, and I don't even know what their content is about, but the titles feel like they've gotten out of control. Let me see. What was Justin's was another one that I was like, "What are you even talking about?" A storm is brewing. Chris and Katie not at the campground. Where are they at? Why does it matter?
It's none of your business.
I clicked on it and he was like, "I got confirmation from a source that they are no longer at the campground." And I'm like, "Oh, these fucking sources again. Again. Everybody
Yeah,
has a source."
it's always sources. A very reliable source that's very close to law enforcement. It's like, man, come on. They're not leaking anything like that. I mean,
Yeah, I looked flushed. That's what it was, Bendy. I looked like I had a well, this cheek looks red for some reason anyway. Probably because of the light. I turned the overhead light on, but ugh. They're only colors on YouTube. Oh, I thought they were actual filters. I think it looks weird either way that oh, for yourself. Yeah. Exactly. Embrace the wrinkles. Thanks, Shambles.
those wrinkles, you earned them.
Okay. 11:11 is way out of touch. So before we move on to some of the Sebastian things, and also I have no plan for tonight. If there's something else y'all want to talk about, let me know. We'll talk about it. I do want to play. I have our favorite talking cat just did a video, and I want to show that.
Oh, cool.
It looks hilarious.
Well, hello, darlings. It's Miss Tia. Boy, howdy. Looks like Ziggy done blew up the YouTube streets today. Now, was anybody really, really surprised? I mean, because I think we all know what been going on. I mean, like I knew that I knew. But then, like, you ever be like, you know something, you think you know something, and then, like, you find out, like, that it's for real, and then you're like, that's for real? Oh my goodness. Like you really shocked, even though you already knew? Because, like, I kept waiting for her to come and be like, it's all a big joke, because, like, everybody had been teasing about that. So I thought that's what she's going to do. She's going to, come back and say it's all a big joke. But, oh no, that girl, she be serious. I mean, she's serious. Ziggy in love. And, this is what I got to be thinking about. Like, because then I started thinking about, like, Fred, he was living with that Laura lady. Like, Ziggy had her on her channel a couple times. And, like, so, like, I guess they wasn't really married, but, like, they've been together for, like, 20 years, and they got children together and stuff, and, like, I don't know, but, like, so I started be worrying about her, like, like, I feel bad for Laura, and I was wondering, like, if Laura be like, Ziggy, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. That's what I be wondering, if Laura be singing that. But no,
Oh my God.
Laura done moved in with somebody, she living with some guy.
I haven't even listened to this yet.
That was pretty good to you.
That is pretty good, Tia. Holy cow.
I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. But that just, I don't know, like, you like, that's kind of weird, like, you friends with a couple, that and they together when you're friends with them, and then, like, all of a sudden, you with their man, or, like, what? That's weird. Y'all think that's weird? I don't know. Miss Tia thought that was kind of be weird, but it is what it is, I guess. And, if people in love, I guess, you should be happy for them. I mean, everybody deserves to have love and be happy, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of weird, like, how the whole story play out. Like this is what I be thinking about. Like, okay, so, like, no offense, Ziggy, because, but, honey, like, you a little gullible. And so, that, that's make people on these streets sometimes be worried about you. Because, like, sometimes, like, you might believe stuff that other people are like, no, ma'am, that's not true. And so, like, the stuff, like, like, because Fred done said a lot. He said a whole lot of stuff. Like, the meth monkeys, like, come on, Ziggy. Like, for real. And then, like, the whole deal with the bones, like.
So people still say, well, there are meth monkeys in Tennessee.
No,
They're not roaming around out there in the woods, because you found one article of a guy who made meth and also had monkeys, and his monkeys got out, was attacking people. Like, it's not the same thing. It's not at all.
I don't even think they got out. I mean, they got out.
Well,
They
one
attacked
attacked a neighbor.
policemen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One attacked a neighbor lady too, but it's completely different than what he was describing. But they find those articles, and that became the basis of, yep, there's meth monkeys.
I know. Y'all, there really are meth monkeys, you guys. Come on. Come on. I saw an article. No, there's not.
Oh my
There's
goodness.
also not hoop snakes.
Hoop snakes.
I think she knows there's not hoop snakes, though.
Oh my goodness.
For real. And then, like, like, one time he say one thing, and the next time, like, it's different. Like, I don't know. But this is one thing that really, really gets me. Is, okay, so, like, remember that time she went to Tennessee? I think it would be the first time. And so she go to meet Fred. So she go meet Fred the first day, and it was, like, late at night or something. But then she come back the second day, and she had her little girl with her daughter. She told her she had to sit in the car. Well, and then she was telling Fred, like, like, she wouldn't bring her daughter, like, around people, but, like, she could tell he was a good guy. And about the time she say, she could tell, he was a nice guy. He was like, he started talking about, remember that time that's when I shot that dude? And girl, like, that would have been my first clue. I would have been, okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Do you remember when I said that? I was telling you, I was like, Did you hear that? She just went, because you're so cool and like I'm not worried about you at all or anything. And he goes, just like that time I shot that man in the neck right down there.
It
I
happened
was
like
like,
at the
what?
oh wait, here, I got the cat
Oh
tossing in a
God. Yeah.
weird spot. That was weird. Um, I remember we were listening to that. It's like what, 2 minutes into the video. Oh, you're cool by the way. Like you know this
You're
person.
safe. Yeah.
We're safe here. You're no bad. You're all good. And as right as she says that, he says, "Yeah, like that time I shot that guy in the neck." And I was like, "Oh, I'd be out there."
I'm
And
like,
that's
oh
when
my
I'd be
God.
like backing up slow.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, if you guys don't know, that the guy he shot in the neck was apparently shooting at him first
Right.
and he shot back. And I think there was like a gun charge or something. There was some minor charge, but he didn't get like charged
Mhm.
for shooting the guy in the neck. And the guy didn't die. So
Yeah.
there's
Yes.
that.
And the meth monkey was in Church Hill, not Ben Hill. So
Hmm. That's true. There's just not. I mean, when you hear her talk to Haskell Rhymes, they're
Mhm.
laughing. Him and his nephew, I think, or
I
cousin,
know.
or something. They're laughing about the meth monkeys. They're like, "Yeah, I've seen them before," and they immediately start talking about snipe hunting.
Yeah, they're like, "You ever been snipe hunting?"
I know, and I'm like, obviously, this is not real. This is not real. There's also the Rose Bly thing. I think everybody knows about that. That
Yeah, that
the
wasn't
timing doesn't match
accurate.
up for Dawn and Candace. Even like
Mm-mm.
none of that makes sense.
So those are just a few little lies there. Few little
Mhm.
lies that are easy to suss out.
Oh yeah, God, I
But
could
no,
go
no,
on for
no. And
hours.
I know you could.
I'm sorry. I'm just
You're
sitting here thinking,
fine.
oh yeah, and then the Aaron Paul thing where he doesn't know the guy's last name. He only knows the
Mhm.
guy's name because there was a certificate out at he was going through their shed and he saw the certificate. Come on.
Mm-mm-mm. My goodness.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
he didn't get no charges. It was it was self-defense or whatever, but, like, I just don't know if that would be, like, the first thing I would expect to come up in one of the first conversations we'd be having. But I guess, it's good to be honest. And so he was honest about that part, I guess. So, yeah. So then I start thinking, like, okay, like, this just hypothetical. All right, Miss Tia, I'm just thinking, like, how you tell this what you gonna tell your parents? Like, what you say? And I know Ziggy grown. She grown. She in her 40s. She say so. She don't need no approval from nobody. Girl, do you? But I be thinking, like, how you tell your family? Like you tell your mama and your daddy. Okay, so, like, see, what had happened was I was following this true crime case, and I had made a YouTube channel, and instead of saying my real name, I called it Ziggy. So now my name is Ziggy. Everybody call me Ziggy. And see what had happened is I was following this case, and so I decided I was going to go to Tennessee, where the little girl was from. And then, so, like, I went there, and then that's where we got the dog. The dog Athena we got. Yeah, that's what we got the dog from there, and from her parents. That was like the dog from the little girl's house. And then, like, I had to meet the parents at the church, and then, like, we went to the Wendy's, and then, oh yeah, Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell y'all this part. So, see, what had happened was I went in to talk to her neighbor, and so I go talk to her neighbor, and his name be Fred, and so then I just keep on talking to them, and we talk on the phone, him and his woman Laura, and we be talking on the phone, and then, well, Fred got arrested. He got arrested for selling meth. Yeah. But he don't do that no more. He got clean when he was in jail. And so I keep on talking to him while he was in jail, and I was just like, I started falling in love with him. And then Delora, she left, and she went to go live with somebody else, and so he was all by himself. And so I just, Mom and Dad, I'm in love with a man named Fred Jr. Hill from Tennessee. That's what happened. I'm in love. And that's, I fell in love on the YouTube streets, and that's just the way it is. And, oh, yeah, he's going to
Oh
be
my
coming live
God.
here. But first, we might need to get some money. Might have to start a GoFundMe so he can move to Indiana to live with me. Oh, you know what, y'all? You know what she said? She said that she was talking about getting married or something. People be talking about that. She said she was going to start a GoFundMe for her wedding like Cher did. That's what she said. She's going to start a GoFundMe for her wedding. My word. Ziggy, slow down, honey. Slow it.
That's a little shade she's throwing there at Cher, huh? I didn't
Oh
even
yeah.
hear
Yeah,
that.
she yeah. Like I would love to meet Tia. I wish I knew who it was. Because I like what she
She's
has to say.
cracking me up.
It's pretty funny.
How do you
But
not
one thing,
understand the cat? The cat's so easy to understand.
yeah. She did leave out the one thing too out of the story to tell the parents was, and then I took your granddaughter and drove by an other neighbor's house to blow the horn at him and laugh and show everybody online.
Mm,
There was that too.
yeah. Oh, that happened too. Yeah. And you get blamed for that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Hmm. No, it's only on 1.25. That's, I guess, how fast Miss Tia talks. I can slow it down to normal, but it is only on 1.25. Um, love that's the part that's so weird about this cape is just the falling in love on YouTube, I guess. I mean, it does happen. It does happen, I suppose. It's just kind of baffling me. We're in a new stage, I guess, in the world, and I'm gonna sound really old saying this, but like, it makes me feel like an old fart, you know? Like,
Hmm.
you met on YouTube? You met because of a missing child? I don't know. Bizarre.
Yeah.
They bonded over bones. Oh,
Oh God, you forgot the bones, Tia.
I did.
Oh my God, I didn't even think
Oh,
about that.
the bones. I forgot about that
Now,
too.
people say that she says that they were human bones. She didn't say that. She
What'd
goes,
she
I don't
say?
know if it's like just animal bones or if there are, she said, or if there were human bones in there or if it's mixed up. I don't know. So just to be fair, she did not proclaim that she had found human bones. But yeah.
Okay, okay, Granny, to be fair, I guess that probably is the least weirdest part of the whole scenario. True, true. My bad. It's still just bizarre to me. Uh,
Yeah, it is the whole yeah, it feels weird.
oh my goodness, let's see here.
Went down a little bit. You know, I mean, sometimes I tell you, just gets a little worrisome. I don't know. But boy, I guess we all did know, huh? We did know. We knew Ziggy was in love with Fred. Like, we ain't kidding nobody. Like, every time he be talking to her, and we go to get off the phone, he say, I love you. And then she just be like, joke about it, like, oh, we just friends. Girl, bye. We know. We already knew. But I'm glad, you come out with it and tell everybody so you don't have to be worrying about it anymore because you say you was worried about everything. You had to be careful what you say. So, that's good. And if you're happy, that'd be good. Just be careful and don't be gullible. And I don't know what else to tell you. But I do know this. So it seemed like now Laura, she not be singing no more. Ziggy, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. No, she not singing that no more. But Fred and Ziggy be singing. We're going to the chapel and we're gonna get married.
Oh my God.
Going to the chapel and we're gonna get married. Yep, that's what they be singing. Oof. I hope they don't do that too soon, though. Well, they can't do it too soon because he's still in the rehab place, right? Yeah, they got time. They got time. Woo-wee. I tell you what, these streets be something else.
Yes.
They be something else. Whew. So, yep, Ziggy and Fred. Fred and Ziggy. Mr. Ziggy, Mrs. Fred, Mrs. Hill, Mrs. Friggy Hill. I don't know. What we call them now? What we gonna call them? Lord have mercy. Ziggy and her man. That's what I'm gonna say. Ziggy and her man. That's what I'm gonna be calling them. All right, darlings. Well, I'm gonna get on off of here because these streets, man, they just wear you out. I tell you what. But so that would be happening today. Ziggy in love, Fred in love, Ziggy and Fred in love. Lord help them. Whew. All right, darlings. Well, Miss Tia gonna go now, but as always, I'll see you soon. Bye now.
There we go. Oh.
Oh.
Love on the tubes. Love on the tubes. There is Miss Tia. She does. She kills me too, Cupcakes. She's a shady kitty on a set.
Oh, shady.
Well, good for them. What else is going on around the streets?
Are you serious?
I
Really?
know. Well, I know. So, all the stinking streams, all the breaking news, all the bombshells. What do we want to talk about first? You've been following it a lot better than I have.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to.
I know,
And
but
I didn't. There's still some of the middle interviews that we haven't watched that I haven't watched.
mhm.
I watched Seth in a few different places. I saw the discussion of what happened to Sebastian that like killed me.
Mm,
That it was that
yeah,
it
I saw
happened
that
and that it was stated
broadcasted.
and
Mhm.
I, that was extremely difficult. And then yesterday, Sweetie Pilo heard from a source, a reliable source, that the
What?
stepdad had done that to a couple of family members.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I did hear about that. Let's talk about Sweetie Pie Low, but first, uh,
Oh yeah.
what Crime Sleuth struck voices for what? What'd she strike her for? The protesting I don't sorry, I'm trying to read the chat. Like, why did she strike voices? Ziggy joked with her chat that the baby could be named Ben Hill. Oh. See, and if she's joking about it, there's nothing wrong with us joking about it.
What protest?
I don't know.
Oh, see, that's a whole thing too. And I was able to catch nonsense talking about that. She may not be talking about the same protest, but the man with the sign that was
Mhm.
walking around saying "repent" to the stepfather, and she did a really good job on that. If you guys go look at it, but none of that makes sense. Like why it was reported the way it was reported, none of it.
I think we're talking about 2 different things here.
I think so because I
The
was like, I
pro
don't know if
yeah,
it's the
I
same.
know, I'm reading the chat. I think the protest is something to do with Voices and Crime Sleuth and not the Sebastian case.
Oh, okay.
She fr
Yeah, heels. Sorry.
sh the Westboro the borough
That's
repent.
exactly what I thought of when I saw it. It's like, oh Lord.
Oh, hang on, I got a message here. Okay. Oh, that's why she struck her. Um, oh, so Voices is live now playing some protest that Crime Sleuth was in, and, uh the person who messaged me said, "YouTube's done lost its mind today." No crap. Um, oh, and
Yeah,
so
how many days someone has said that.
mhm.
YouTube has lost its mind today.
That's why it's like I haven't been listening to much of it because
Mm.
it's just getting wilder and wilder. Um, that's why she went live and played the protest because she struck her. Oh, I see. So she was involved in a protest. I see.
Anti-mask protests?
Oh, that got sent. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yep, I do know what you're talking about. That got sent to me. She was doing an anti-mask protest, um, where she lived, and another gentleman came up to protest for reparations, and her group confront him. She even puts her hand on, like, his arm because he had, like, a bullhorn, and, they splashed, like, water at him and stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Mhm. Oh, she struck her before that, and that's why she's playing the protest. Okay.
Mm.
Who is someone just asked me who Contessa is. That's nonsense.
Oh,
That's what she calls her.
that took me about like Contessa, like the lady with the food show. No,
Contessa. I guess
you
Brittany.
with a U.
Yeah, with the U. I guess Brittany J was talking about nonsense. And they're like, who's Contessa? Oh, hey, blame Katie. I've actually seen you around.
Oh, that man has a reparations now sign.
Yes, he did.
Uh,
He was I don't know who's right or who's wrong in that situation, but I have seen the video. That video is on YouTube, fair play. I just feel like I don't know. Why all the false striking? But I don't know what she said in the previous video that caused her to strike and then cause it to get into more.
we just know her history with striking people
Mhm.
and the reasons. They don't usually seem to be. They usually seem to just be out of anger
Yeah, they do.
and
They
pettiness.
do. So there was two rallies in one. Here, I actually don't know where it is. It was just emailed to me, but there was two rallies. Crime Sleuth and her group were going to protest in front of, I don't know, City Hall. It was some public building, courthouse, something like that. And they were protesting against the mask mandate that was happening. So it was back in 2020. A
Oh my God.
gentleman, what?
She's trying to like force him to stop, to take his bullhorn.
Are you what? I don't. So I have it in my email. Do you want to stream it?
Well, it's voices streaming. Well, she's not live anymore, but is that okay? I mean, I don't know if that's okay or not. I don't want to
I don't
get
think
you
she'll
in trouble.
mind. I don't think she'll mind.
Okay.
If she will, she can. If you do mind voices, just let me know and I'll cut it out. Is that you, Granny?
It is. Hi.
Mhm.
Granny, what you doing?
Granny! Not much. I
All
wanted
right.
to join in on this one because I guess I mentioned that I received this and crime, whatever. She then went on to somebody's panel, was crying hysterically that
Oh,
Eve gave me her docs and that I'm threatening to dox her. And I'm like, I don't even know your first name, quite frankly. I don't even pay attention to those things. I just have you acting like an asshole
yeah.
in person. So she went on, I guess, her apology video and her I guess she pledged to sue me as well and restraining orders and all that, which is funny because they make a mockery, but whatever.
Oh,
But so
nice.
she's really fearful of this video getting out, and I see why, because she's out of control. She throws water on the guy. It appears because she's the only one with a bottle of water in her hands. She feels like she has the right to touch on his arm and like grip him. She's really
I
aggressive.
saw
So
that. That's when I
be
was asleep. I was like,
warned.
oh my God.
Oh,
Be
here.
warned. This video has her losing her mind. So be
Really?
careful playing it. Oh yeah. I mean,
Well,
pause every 2 seconds and follow fair use to a T because she's losing her crap over this
so
video.
hang on one second. Let me answer Papa Jones real quick. Where'd it go? I just saw it. He asked what Brenner got. We don't know the entire details of the plea deal just yet, Papa Jones. We just know that he made a plea, and whatever that plea entailed, it also involved him telling them the location of where Dylan was buried, is how it's worded in the uh, statement from law enforcement. So I don't. That's all we know at this time, but we'll find out in the future, I'm sure. Eve said I didn't give Granny anything at
Nothing.
all.
Nothing.
That's
I've
what
never had. Couldn't
that's what she
believe it.
did to me and MJ. Like she made this allegation that I had gave MJ or someone else some information, and I'd never even spoken to him off platform. It's
See,
wild.
that's exactly what she did to me. And she was like hyperventilating, like, and Eve gave all my information to Granny and going on about how unsafe it will be for her if she's doxxed. Well, how do you think all these families feel that you're invaded? How do you think, JLR and Cajun Navy and all these things you insert yourself into, like, oh well. But I don't dox. And I was so angry that she was like crying and blaming Eve. I'm like, I never even spoke to Eve.
Well, it's interesting about this, and I've only seen just a little bit of it. But what I saw is exactly the person I thought she was in real life.
Yeah. Like because first off, it looks nothing like her photo, but I was like, yep,
Hmm.
I've dealt with women like you at the PTA meetings, at the local board meetings. I know your type. Yep.
Nope,
She
like,
did.
they're going to force you to do what they want you to do, and they
Right.
can't stand it if they can't do that.
Well,
Right.
and
This is
that's what she did to me on my panel because I was so polite to her, and because I dropped a link because I allowed, I did it for Tia to come up or whatever, and I even took control over the conversation. I don't let anything slanderous be stated or anything, but because she couldn't fully control me, she was going to seek revenge on me, and it was the grossest thing I've ever witnessed, like real time manipulation like that.
Oh yeah, that's kind of
Because
how it when she started talking on your panel about email or you started talking about the emails and stuff, I'm like, "Oh, just wait, they're gonna get even more interesting." Because the first live where I had like I said, me and Melissa, I was actually just talking about Idaho 4 and the trolls, and a little piece of it was gonna be about what Melissa Jada covered. So she came in and she popped up on chat to talk about it. Her and I had never spoken off platform, and I guess at one point in my live, as we're discussing the troll situation, she briefly mentioned crime sleuthing, so much so that I didn't even remember it. And then, like an hour later, she I don't know what this person's asking me. So an hour later, she came in and she wanted to confront her. It was fine. And it ended up derailing the whole thing. And it led to a bunch of other stuff. All these things that I had no clue about. I just facilitated the conversation. At the end of that live, I got a bunch of thank you emails from her, blah, blah, blah. But then when people in the public started talking about my live the next day and they did not put her in a favorable light, it quickly flipped. And like the whole weekend nothing but crazy emails. So
that's exactly
it
what
was
she did to
wild.
me.
It's just but Tracy's right, this is Voices video, so and I don't think Voices would strike us for playing it.
No.
Go ahead, Jenny, if you want to, if you're still there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I am. I didn't know if you were ready or not. Okay. Here we go.
Hundreds of people, huh? It's like he was being pretty quiet.
This is the day that the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am the voice
Fair use
of one
purposes.
crying.
Oh, I thought that was y'all. That was Voices. I was like,
It's
what?
Voices,
Oh,
yeah. It's not us.
Okay, so this is her, right? Over to the side? Is that what?
I don't know.
Okay.
Play a little more.
Right now
For educational
in
awareness.
the wilderness. I am the grateful pastor of a third dynamic church. And we are
Did you guys hear her? Hold on. Maybe
Are they seriously shouting USA?
Yeah, well, she started the
Okay.
shouting. She started the shouting, and she also was like, "It's very rude. You're very rude." And then she started the chanting of USA.
Wow. Okay.
I need to turn this off because this one she can't strike. Okay.
I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness.
Yeah, I think I
This
would have
is the day
asked him to
that the
leave
Lord.
too. So they have a protest happening. He comes over and starts that. I agree. If it was a completely separate protest.
Has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness. I am the grateful pastor of a thoroughbred every state. And we are as we
That's not my internet connection, by the way. So, just so
Oh,
you know,
okay.
it was like driving me crazy, like twitching.
anger, racist mob of white people descended upon Greenwood
Sweetie, let us have our voice.
and
We'll let you have
dropped bombs on American soil.
Ooh, that's not cool.
Racist
That's
mob
funny. I saw that picture.
of white people descended.
Did you see that? Did you see that? She gently placed her hand on his arm. That kind of looks like she grabbed his arm and pulled it down.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think it's one thing to like say, "Hey," or ask that is there something we can do to help? Or,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? We're trying to have a peaceful protest and just trying to be reasonable. It was immediately aggression from the get go. And when people do that, I think that kind of that's what they're wanting, right? To get to get attention on them. So that was really not smart.
Yes, looks very much like somebody else's fake assault.
Hang on a second. We have Eve
Yeah.
back
Did
here. Fake assault.
Hi.
Hey,
oh,
Eve.
hey,
I just
what you
wanted
doing?
to clear up one thing. One thing. I put it in the chat, but he was not anti-protesting the anti-mask protest. He was actually protesting the recent gravesite findings regarding the 1921 Tulsa race massacre, which has been known about. But I just wanted that to be clear because it is important. I have family in Tulsa, and
Very important.
that's why he was there. It had nothing to do with them.
But
And he was there
why
every
was he on?
Wednesday for like months
Oh, in the
Oh.
same spot.
in that spot.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, that changes the way I look at it. But they don't know that, right?
No, they had no idea.
Okay.
Jerry thinks they're he's just hijacking their thing. Interesting.
Well, the mayor actually said he has every right to protest just like they do.
Oh, did
Just
he?
because she had a permit doesn't mean
Yeah.
anything. Yep.
Well, yeah, everybody has the right to protest. Especially this is in front of a
City Hall.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean that makes a difference. Do you want me to continue
Hey,
or?
Eve.
Yeah. Hang on, Tracy's
Yeah,
back here.
Tracy.
Is that you, Tracy?
Yes, I was just going to drop the link to his without voices commentary on it.
Oh, cool.
Um,
Okay.
that way you guys have it or whatever. So it's going to be in the back, but just from what I'm seeing, I mean, I know Bangs is a whatever, but come on. No, you don't just walk up to somebody else's thing and start speaking through a bullhorn. She even says to him, hey, we'll let anybody speak. Do you want to say something? And he just keeps talking through his bullhorn. No, no. So rude. Let me see. Hold on.
Is this,
Um,
I guess my question is this like a
she was
popular
aggressive
a
immediately,
place
Tracy.
where everybody protests? Like, is this a thing that they do
City
there?
Hall.
I know, but like, I go to my city hall all the time. There's not protests there, so that's what I'm asking. Like, is this just a
Yeah, I gotcha.
a thing that they do in that area? I need
No,
more detail.
it was because the mayor was doing the mask mandate. So like a lot of people in the South
Mhm.
were very anti-mask about
Right.
being forced to, and they just so she had a Facebook group that she was managing and helping, and she helped organize this.
Mhm. And
That's
Yeah,
why.
so if they reserved a spot there and he already had a spot there, then that's City Hall's fault. But either
yeah.
way, he could have said to them, hey, this is where I come every day and this is what I'm doing. But he didn't do that either. And I know that she shouldn't have touched his arm at all. But to just walk up with a bullhorn and then you're calling them racists because they're all white people? No, that's rude as hell. I
No,
put
I
it in
agree
the
with
chat,
that.
dudes. I don't know why it won't. I'm
But
sorry, it won't go in the back.
here's
But
So,
the issue to me. Why can't both be wrong?
and they can. That's what I was getting ready to say.
Right.
I like what Callie Dime says.
sure,
That is rude, but she needs to keep her hands to herself. So I
Yeah.
agree. They
agreed.
could both be wrong in that
Right. I could care
situation.
less what they're protesting, honestly. It's the way it was handled. That's all I'm looking at.
Yeah, because she didn't just put her hand on him, and she didn't just nicely say, "Do you want to say something?" It was aggressive
She
from the
did at
beginning.
first.
She pulled
You
his
can hear
arm
it.
down.
You can hear it much better in his, and she's very nice to
Okay,
him.
okay,
She's like, "Hi, did you want to say something? We're letting anybody talk." And he just keeps talking in the bullhorn. Now, I know
yeah.
myself, I would have started cussing him. Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing right now? We're in the middle of doing this. Why are you yelling in a bullhorn? I mean, but that's why I don't do stuff outside and I stay in the house and I just ride the golf cart because
I mean,
no,
That's why
you're
here's
Tracy
a,
rude
doesn't
as hell.
protest.
I
This is
just
why I can't leave my house.
I have a big issue with people feeling like they can touch you.
Yes,
Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of what you've been talking about with the Apple River stabbings. I mean,
hmm
exactly.
You can't
those
just
kids
touch
putting their
somebody.
hand you can't just put your hands on people. You
No,
cannot put your
you
hands
can't.
on people.
And I agree
It's
with
what
that,
we
and
teach our
I know
kids
my own limits, so I just stay
when our
away.
kids are little. The very first thing we teach them is, where do we keep our hands? To
hmm
ourselves. Like, it's just
Hmm.
straight out
Yeah,
the gate. Straight out the gate, y'all.
yeah, yeah. We all got to have respect for each other, and just not do these things. There were many a times when we're in Tennessee and they're like, "Oh, Betty's over here or Dolly's there." I'm like, I can't go there. There's
Mhm.
no possible way.
It-
I already know what'll happen. I
I
know what would
agree with
happen
yeah, but see, and you would be in the wrong, like Trish says, it's not
for
illegal to be
sure.
rude, but you cannot put your hands on someone, and that's
right.
it, that's
100%.
it.
Yeah. You have to know your
Plus
limits. I know my
mhm.
own. That's why I can't go because I feel like it would.
Ski-
I don't think Betty would be quiet and I wouldn't be quiet. And before you know it, we would
Yeah.
be, touching each
You
other
would
in a
both
way
be
that
in
we shouldn't
jail.
touch each other.
That
Yeah,
sounds wrong.
exactly.
Well,
Touching
And
each
it's
other.
wrong. Well, I don't want to say hitting each other because I don't want
I
to sound that
know.
violent, but we would because
well,
she's got a big mouth too,
Kilo
and
just said we
Mhm.
only let Tracy out once a year, and that is true. And we all have to be there around her all the time.
well,
That's so
I
true.
can say, I mean, I just ran over to his page just to see really quick, and I got mad so fast. And I'm like, I would have been furious if this guy did this at something that I was doing. I would have been
Yeah.
Sure.
furious.
But you have to
Yeah.
know your limitations too, and that is that you can't
Right.
touch people. So
Yeah.
I would
No.
be furious at him too, maybe even yell back a little bit, but
Right.
Well,
touching
counter
him?
protesters have rights. So that's the thing.
Do
No
they?
matter
Mhm.
what he's counter protesting, they have a right to do that. So like if anybody has opposing opinions, as long as they're not impeding each other or getting into fights or touching somebody's
Mhm.
forearm or wrist, that's
Right.
fine. Like everybody has a right.
Don't forget the
Yeah.
water.
For sure.
So
And they
why did
do.
they make
That's
them get? Why did they make them get a permit if
Yeah,
he
that's
didn't
nice.
even need one?
Yeah, if you don't need a permit, why did they make you get a permit?
Honestly, it's only
good
to get
question.
like the roads blocked. So that's really what the permit's for. It doesn't say nobody can show up there. It's the government property. Like it's public property.
Oh, to get them to
Um,
bring out the gates.
to get out the gates.
Yeah.
That's
Listen
it.
to the cape.
You're
He
paying
kind
for
of
the gate.
pulled a Kanye West, but she is not Taylor and cannot touch her.
Hey. Yeah, and it's Kendra, I think, said in the chat, like, people aren't required to respond to you. No,
Right.
they're
No.
definitely not required. But if I'm trying to talk to you in a nice way and be civil, and you keep on being disrespectful to me, things are going to escalate. I'm not just going to, I mean, for me personally, I'm not just going to stay calm while you're disrespecting me. If I'm like, hey, we're doing this and would you like to talk? And your viewpoint is, I don't have to answer you. I'm just going to keep yelling through a bullhorn. I might let that go for 2 minutes or so, but you're not going to continuously disrespect me, then call me a racist on top of it. Oh no, all kinds of crazy things are going to happen. And then
And
you
then
see what
you're gonna end
happens,
up in jail. Yeah.
Well, then she says he's
and I
screaming in the
don't go
bullhorn.
outside.
She starts
I didn't hear
okay,
any
we need to
screaming.
watch. We need to watch it. We need to watch it.
Okay.
Yeah,
guys, do
watch
you
it.
have?
I put it in the chat. I put it down in the chat, Deets,
Oh,
because I can't put it in the back. It won't let me. I put it in the chat like 5 times now. Come on. It's up
Oh no.
in the damn
What?
chat. I'll put it in the chat again. I'm going to hop down, okay, with my
Well, I
violent
didn't
self and let
see
you guys
it.
be the peacemakers,
Yeah,
because
I'll
you're
drop down
all
too.
much
no, you
calmer than
don't
me.
have to. I'm just trying. I haven't seen the whole thing. Like, obviously.
Well,
Yeah,
Eve, and what was he
I'll grab.
protesting?
The Tulsa race massacre recent grave site findings. Basically they need reparations to family
Okay.
members.
I don't see you in the chat.
See, I
I
think
got it.
that's important because
Okay.
you can see why he's passionate, and to have, crime sleuth, and regardless of her reasoning, come up to him and say, well, can we talk? Because you're being rude. He doesn't have to talk to you.
Mm-mm.
No, he doesn't. But does she know what he's doing? If she
I don't
doesn't
know.
even
She,
know the cause or the reason, and they're already established and standing there, and he has no idea what she doesn't, they don't know what he's doing.
And they're
well,
So,
Eve
already
said
angry.
he was there every day prior as well. So it wasn't like he just showed
yeah,
up
I
on
don't
their
know.
day.
Yeah,
Yep.
but
And
that
all
still
these
doesn't
people were
mean
already
they knew.
super angry because they had to wear a mask in the store.
Right.
Right. Right. There you go.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. There's a big, for what he's feeling compared to, oh no, you have to wear a mask. I think there's a,
Yeah, I sided with you on that one.
thanks, Gavel. I thought so.
Yeah, I'm not a.
Oh, that was Eve.
That
But
was
yeah.
Eve, but I'm not a fan of the
Oh,
mask
well,
thing.
thank you. We're BFFs. That's in the DMs.
Yeah, I hated the mask situation.
Me too, girl. Me too.
I
But
think
I mean, I
everybody
get it.
really did.
Well, and that's fine. But I mean, was it really that? Was it something to raise such Cain about? Maybe
If
for some
you are
people,
for,
but
yeah, I mean, if you're that
maybe
type of person where you feel like, you're not going to force me to do this, you're not.
yeah. But to
Then
me,
for
it's
them, it
like
was worth it.
Tulsa
to me,
riots.
it's temporary, right? And it was like just one of those things where, for me personally, I was just like, it doesn't bother me. But I get
Oh,
other
I know
people
a
have a problem
lot
with
of
it.
people are bothered. Yeah.
Andy B says, "Looks like I'm gonna have a new cousin I don't need."
Oh,
I forgot you and Fred.
I don't
Oh,
need.
welcome to the family.
Oh my god!
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
God, just
Condolences
heard
or
that.
congratulations?
It just hit me. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
I know, Jenny. That's where I am. I'm kind of like, oh, please don't let this turn into a political debate. We don't need that.
Oh
We
no.
don't need that.
Just
Nope.
don't put your hands on folks.
No,
And
that's.
don't lie about what happened. That's
I'm
all.
with you,
Yeah,
Eve. Just don't put your hands on people.
I think it's
And
great
throw
for
water.
people. I think it's great for people to protest and be passionate about things, but when it's at a point where you immediately are this angry at someone and you can't like regulate yourself, you shouldn't be out there.
Mhm.
No, you shouldn't. And that I,
That's why we
That's
take
why
Tracy
you
out
have
once a
to
year.
know your limits. You have to know your limits. If you
Yeah.
don't, you know better. Like, she probably knows her own limits. She
Mhm.
shouldn't have been there. She should, as soon as she saw him and knew, oh, this isn't going to go well, you walk away. You let somebody
Mhm.
who's much calmer handle the situation
Well,
because you know your damn limits.
This
we
is what
saw.
worries me though. Like, so Polish, I'm so sorry for your loss. I lost 2 loved ones during COVID. Um,
Yeah.
and I wore
I
the
mean,
mask everywhere they required it until they didn't require it. So I was not the one arguing about, oh, I would definitely would not have been protesting like that. But I was just, I think we were all in agreement. Like, it was just a frustrating time in everyone's lives. And that was
Yeah.
of
just how
course.
everybody felt. But I am sorry about your loss. There's a lot of people affected by
And
COVID.
it's
It is.
also not a COVID discussion, right? I mean, my husband
Yeah.
almost died from COVID, but I
Yes,
fully
you're
support people's right to protest the masks at
Mhm.
the same time. Just like I
Just don't.
fully supported people who tried to force us to get the vaccine and make us seem like lepers when we didn't.
Yeah,
I
Tracy.
support them saying how they feel.
Shush.
Mhm.
What? Okay.
Let's not turn it into a political debate. And Tracy's like, hold my pib. Here we go.
I know. Terrible. Okay, I got to get down. I love you so much. Bye.
Just like, hold my iced mocha.
I heard there was fake vaccine cards to be purchased.
No.
Oh, I forgot about that. I
These
did forget
streets
about
Y'all
that.
have
are,
a good one. I'm gonna jump down in
oh
chat and be
God.
good.
Yeah. Thanks, Eve. All
Bye, y'all.
right.
So
We'll
y'all
see
Bye.
gonna
if
get us in all kind of
that happens.
trouble and jump down.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's this bomb. Have fun.
You did say bombshells
I
in the
did.
title.
I did.
Okay, you ready to see this?
Yes. Moral of the story, keep your hands to yourself. Agreed.
Yep. Let me get his link too. I put Voice's link in the chat
Mhm.
earlier.
Does he record every Wednesday when he goes and does this? Does anyone know that?
I don't know. I can look while we're watching.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's too funny.
This is the day that the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness.
The first thing I heard from her was, "Sir, you're not just going to disrespect."
Did you?
Yeah.
I couldn't do
I
that.
didn't hear her say, "You can talk if you want." I didn't hear that part.
She just did a second ago. She approached with that. Then the other gentleman said, sir, we can. And then she repeated what the gentleman said. No doubt the guy was, a jerk. But does that warrant the escalation that she took it? I mean,
Right.
Yeah, Voices, someone came in and said that she struck you and that you were playing this, and then we started talking about it, and we played your video for a little bit, and then Tracy had your the link to the guy's video. So we played yours
she
for a little while.
Yeah.
and
And I
she,
showed
I
the
think,
link.
Hmm.
I think she said the voice is the same thing, basically to me that doxing her puts her in danger, and she will serve us immediately with restraining orders. And that was just me
Really?
at the mention of her. I said, oh, I received an email with some interesting articles and videos included in, CS. And that was enough for her to lose it. So,
Really? So
mhm.
okay, so Tracy's saying that was someone else. She clearly says, "Okay, go back a little bit. I'll turn it up and shut
Okay.
my mouth."
Like
You
10
didn't hear it.
seconds back.
But like Tracy said about walking away, that dude appears to walk away. So he doesn't get he did. The other
Okay.
dude that was with him. Okay. You
Oh,
want me to go back to
Just a few seconds to where she's talking. She says it first.
Okay.
This is the day that the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am the voice of one crying out.
The first thing she says, "Sir, are you're just going to come and disrespect?" Did you hear
Yeah, that's what I heard.
That's what I heard
Did
first.
does she repeat what the guy says after this, Tracy? Is that
Right. Yeah, right now the guy says and then she says it. That's how it sounds to me, unless, I may be wrong.
This is Crime Sleuth in the video, apparently. Glare.
Oh, wait, you're saying that's not her standing beside him right there?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That is her, Tracy.
That's her.
She got me all confused. Here she is back up here. No COVID talk. Hello?
No COVID talk, none, 0. So there's another woman standing there, and she's the one who says that, and they almost overlap at the same time. Crime Sleuthin', her voice is squeaky. You can hear it if you rewind it just a little. You'll hear the first lady talk, and Crime Sleuthin' says,
turn your
"Would you
camera off,
like to
voice.
talk?" Blah, 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 whatever. She's not the one who says, "You're not going to walk up here and be disrespectful." That's somebody else.
Hold on. Tracy, back up. No, because you got to go all the way back.
That's why I said rewind.
Yeah, you got to go all the way back to the very beginning because she gets snarky. You can barely hear it.
That's
I had
where
to have
we
my
are, yeah.
earbuds in.
Okay, so we've
Yeah, I
got
got
a
mine in. I'm
full-on
going to turn it
debate
up.
here. We got a full-on
Let's
debate going
debate.
on. Okay,
All right, I'm turning mine
class,
up.
we will all mute. Everybody pay attention, and then the chat tell us who said what first. All right, go ahead, Jenny.
That the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am the voice of one crying out. And
That's
He
her.
said, "Sir, you're not going to come up here and just disrespect us like this."
And not
Her
only
mouth
that,
is moving, right? Her mouth is moving. Can we slow it
was.
down? I wanna watch her
Sure.
little mouth rudder. Slow it down.
Absolutely. Okay, hold
Yeah.
Welcome to
Hold
the
on.
What a lineup we have
Yeah.
here on
And
panel.
I just
rewind it
finished.
just
I
a
just
bit.
finished my own live, and I still have so much coffee because I was reading a motion. So I figured I might as well finish my coffee here because I'm already invested. What is going
All
on?
right, so let us
Holy
give you a
fuck,
quick
this-
summary.
Denise, your panel's
This-
going to explode. Your
I know.
panel's
Yeah, it
going to
is.
fucking explode.
I
Sorry.
know.
Make a
So this
poll.
is-
Make a poll, Dee.
Okay.
This is during COVID, during the mask, whatever. So
Right.
Crime Sleuthin' is there. You're about to see her with the reddish brown hair. You'll see a man. There's a man walking across the street holding a bullhorn. He gets over there and he has a reparations now sign and he just starts talking through the bullhorn. We're trying to now determine if she says you're not going to disrespect us or if that's the other woman, but things get physical. So we haven't even gotten there yet.
Eve,
Can you hear
Eve, is
me?
that you? Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure.
What?
Now we have a full lineup, y'all. Everybody's here. Gang's
Okay,
all
but
here.
let's not forget because she gave a story of what this was about, but
Mm-hmm.
then said if I showed it or anybody showed it, it was going to put her grandchildren in jeopardy.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Why would
Sorry.
she say that? Nobody even knew anything about her grandchildren. What?
Well, no, back up because there's a time when she got caught in some fuck shit when she was fueled by coffee and crime when she changed her name and she used that same excuse once before.
Oh, well.
So what
This
am I
video
doing?
isn't causing harm to anybody.
What am
Nobody
I doing on the
wants
poll?
to harm their
I'm already
grandbabies.
lost.
Well, we don't know yet.
If she's the one that
Did somebody
escalated
else
first.
say it or did she? Yeah, we've
Okay.
got to We have to slow it down and watch her mouth.
Okay.
Go.
I mean, I'm totally biased, so I just say we blame it all on her. That's where I'm at. I say she escalated it.
Well, it is her fault. That's actually
No.
correct because it is her fault because this was her protest that she organized and this is what happened.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted
And
to know if she was aggressive first, like, you ain't gonna disrespect us,
Well,
or
look at her
if
getting
she was
stuff
being
done.
nice.
Look at
You
her
know.
getting stuff done. I mean, she organized. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
all the
got to count
things.
for something, right? She organized this protest. It seems pretty organized so far. I mean,
Hundreds
I don't
of
know.
people.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I don't know what's going on.
It's about
Same.
the finish, though. It's about the end game. And this is how
Okay.
it went.
Okay,
All
it's
right.
on 0.75. So everybody mute. You ready?
Oh.
I'm not telling you to mute. It's on your own channel. I'm like, sorry. Okay.
That the Lord has made, I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am the voice of one crying out.
I can see it that time. I see it.
No,
She said,
in
if you
her.
want to speak. I see it. She said, if you want to speak.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. She was saying a different sentence. There's somebody else saying, if you're going to be disrespectful. She's saying, if you
Mhm.
want to speak, we're letting anybody speak. And
I
he
love
just
how you
keeps
guys
talking.
are going. I love how you guys are going over this like it's the Kennedy assassination. Like, watch.
It is,
Like,
damn it. It's definitely
This
not
is
her. She did
history.
not say
Wait a
it.
minute.
Yeah.
I got struck. He's all
Jennifer agrees with me.
Claire.
Do you see the second gunman?
Remy
Claire, he's
says,
all
Over
Remy
there.
and Jennifer.
The umbrella man
Boom.
is
We
right over
win.
here.
Tracy.
We win, motherfucker.
Tracy.
What? Jennifer and Remy both said there's another voice. God
Oh, well,
darn it.
you've got.
Oh my God. Stop. I
You've
said
got.
in the very beginning that,
Mhm.
yes, she is saying that. You're right. I agree with you, Tracy.
Dun, 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 dun. Now I really am the winner.
That's what I
But this
told you,
guy
and you
is,
kept going.
and he's so calm as can be. He's just he's reciting. He's like, I can't sing, but I'm gonna recite the words to a very spiritual song. He's very quiet and peaceful, saying, "This is the day that the
Oh.
Lord has made." You know, like,
Oh no, you see Crime Sleuth and fully lay her hands on him.
he's got my
And you're about
attention.
to hear him call them all racist white people for just standing there. So let's just listen and see what happens.
Okay, it's getting a
Can I put
little hostile
fuck
up
crime
here.
sleuthing.
No, it's not hostile. It's nice. It's nice. It's
Okay.
Listen, nothing
I-
of the Bible can piss people off at an anti-mask protest more than a preacher saying it. So
That's
Listen, I'm a
good point.
Christian and anti-mask, but we can move right along from there.
Okay. This
Okay,
is
are we-
not about COVID or masks. We are not
Yeah,
making it
bro.
about that. Shut it down.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
You know what
I
my
guess I'll.
position on that is? None of y'all's business. That's my position on all that.
And if I won't take a guy home with me tonight.
it's none of
Okay,
your
ready?
business.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
That the Lord has made, I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness. I am the grateful pastor of a third Vernon church. And we are
How quick was she to jump to USA?
All right, can we pause?
I
Yes.
mean,
Oh, that escalated quickly.
what is
Mhm.
going on? Like, why?
You know, USA. USA.
What
I
did
don't
that have
know.
to do
What
with?
the-
It's been
I
15
think
seconds. How did we get to USA from him being on the board?
I mean,
I
but
think
like
because
USA,
maybe
he
they
has
think
the
he's
right.
against masks. I don't know. Do
They
they
just
think he's
wanted to
like
shut him up.
for masks? Oh,
Yeah, they're drowning
Wait,
so
him
they were
out.
just
so
They're
yelling.
trying to
she
drown him
Listen,
out.
this was her, you guys, this was her planned protest. She had plans. That you have to go off of the story that she told, which was what I played before I played the video.
Oh,
Because
okay.
she explained it one way, and then you see this, and it's not the way that she explained it in her video. I'm not worried about the message. My thing wasn't about the message of the video. My thing is she explained it one way, saying, I gently touched him. In the end, she didn't have consent. He didn't give consent to be touched, and this was her protest. So
About
they
civil
had all
rights.
of this stuff
Exactly.
planned.
That
That's
is
what
a
this
little
is about.
ironic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't touch them. What the fuck? But we haven't got there yet. We don't know. We're only on
Right. So
USA
just
so far.
keep rolling.
US We're only on USA, guys. Okay.
Well, and there is a second voice.
Oh,
Sorry. There was definitely a second voice in the beginning, but you can hear Crime Sleuth and start the USA. Like, she escalated
Yeah.
it. And I'm
This,
biased.
re- this reminds me of one of the, because I still don't know what's going on really. So like this is all chaotic to me. Like this reminds me of one of those videos on Instagram where there's a caption of like, what is going on here? And then you see like some lady, like some bearded lady dancing, and then some guy on a unicycle going around, and it's like, you know, a quinceañera
You have too
somewhere.
much
Deets,
coffee, sir. Way too
Like,
much
Deets,
coffee.
you should
well,
play
because
the Crime Slither video.
I'm trying to understand here. Like, okay, so she organized a
well,
protest
you
that was
just fucking pay attention, Glera,
She
and you can
organized.
see right
for
now.
masks or against masks. She
She's
ordered the protest.
Okay.
they're anti-mask.
She's against.
So Crime Sleuth is
Anti-mask.
anti-mask.
Okay.
And this other guy, Eve knows the story to why he was there, and he was apparently there, prior, like days prior, doing the same thing, but not for
But he
masks.
walked up on their protest.
But against,
Yes.
like, so he's
I put the link in the
for
back
masks.
chat.
No, he's for a
He
whole
don't care
different
about
cause.
masks. He doesn't seem to care about masks
Right.
at all.
He wants reparations from what his sign looks like.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. They found a gravesite or something. Eve
He
was saying.
took an opportunity of a crowd of people to bring his message as well, but they
Right.
didn't want to receive it, and then it escalates to he gets run out of. Just play it.
So Crime Sleuthin basically, okay, real quick. I know.
Listen,
so,
you little espresso brained man, you.
so Crime
Just mute and
Sleuthin.
let us play it. It'll answer your question, I promise. Just
No,
mute and let us
because you
play
don't
it.
know my question. Hold on one second. So Crime Sleuth in here, I love this because Crime Sleuth in here organizes this protest, exercising her First Amendment right, and it's all about the First Amendment. And she is First Amendment driven, and then a guy comes up to exercise his First Amendment right, and she tries to shut him down. Am I correct?
But he crashed your protest, though. That's rude. You don't
And then
crash
everybody
somebody
cuts
else's
off by-
protest.
And then everybody else goes USA. I feel like everybody's in agreement. What's the problem? Why is everybody? I don't understand. Like,
Oh my god, you guys! I could just have to tell you that I love so much when the Glare does not know what's going on. It goes a bit. It's the best
But
thing.
he nailed it though. He was right.
was I right though? Am
That's
I right?
right.
Though? Okay.
Yeah,
You're
yes.
right.
All right. Now, okay. Thank you for indulging me. Appreciate it.
Okay, ready?
Drink your water, Claire.
Dee's just left. She's going to
Coffee
get a
right
six
now.
pack of Mr. Pibb. She's
No,
like,
I was
no.
dealing with some stuff, but I was listening to y'all losing your mind. Oh, the Pibs. Holy cow. Okay, so what did we end up deciding that we don't know what the hell's going on? But Eve gave us a video for context. Did you see that in the back?
I mean, we
Okay.
might as well since this
we're
video is not
here.
doing very well.
Now we're here.
Okay, so do
We
we
haven't
play
even
that first?
gotten through this one yet.
Go
Well,
back to this one
Play
after.
this one.
Yeah.
It's a 7-minute video, y'all.
No, it's 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Listen, if
one
you want the full
is-
context, Deets, play that video and then come back to this one. It'll all start connected.
Yes.
Okay. Is that good, Deets?
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. I just don't want to,
Oh, we're leaving the video?
We'll come back
What?
to it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we'll come back to it.
We're taking a road trip.
Why does this say come slither? What channel is this?
Come
It's
slither.
just it's a random channel that popped up and gave us this
Oh,
juicy goodness.
okay. Oh, I thought it was hers, and I was like, oh, weird.
No.
Oh, is it biased though? Or is it
No,
It
it's
looks
here?
I don't think so.
Tracy's up here as the
Human
morality
beings, right?
police today.
You know, you gotta be fucking fair, is what I'm saying.
Wait,
She
wait,
struck
wait,
me
wait.
before
she
all of you
doesn't
whores.
She
she
did.
doesn't
All right.
deserve
Well,
fairness.
the more
Hold
bigger
on.
point is that she's still abusing the copyright system because she
Yeah.
did it.
True.
I do more than fair use when I clown somebody. I know that we had 8
Dude.
minutes of pure laughter.
I showed 19 seconds of a video by accident and I got struck months ago.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
poop,
and she's
poop, poop.
publicly asking for my
But I'm
docs,
still
so fuck
fair.
her.
You know.
Oh
Oh,
my gosh.
wow.
So what
Wow,
happened to the
maybe you.
video? What happened to the
Lord,
video?
We
I don't
took a
know.
road trip, Clara. Keep
Okay.
up.
So here's
Grab our helmets.
Here's what's going on. First of all, calling Tracy the morality police when she's the one that said she would put hands on somebody and cuss them out. Okay. Now
Once alive.
No, she's
I
equal
never said that.
opportunity.
I
She's
didn't
fair
say
to both
that.
sides.
you said
I
you might.
said I allegedly know my limits is all. And Betty
Bitch,
with a
you said
bullhorn might
pull up.
cause a
You
I
said
mean,
I'll
but is
pull
it
up. Let's not pussyfoot around.
Oh
is it
yeah.
always
I definitely said I'll pull up for sure.
Is it-
Yeah,
Thank
but
is it always
That's not a lie.
immoral to put your hands on somebody and yell at
no,
them?
no.
Call
not
them names?
always.
Not always.
I'm actually
Not
going to cover
always.
something tomorrow that touches on that.
Sometimes
But I
just-
like the fact that the pastor had to get involved too. Like they really caused a ruckus.
If you
Yeah, I
want to
mean,
catch a
sometimes
charge
it's,
and you're cool with
you
that,
know.
then do what you got to do, I guess. But expect
The
it.
man on
I-
the
yeah.
street corner
You
was a
gotta-
pastor.
you know.
Well, and this is during COVID, so putting your hands on somebody's even worse because 10 feet, whatever it was, 4 feet.
That's a good
6.
point. But if you're anti-masks, then
You don't care about
probably
that.
right. Yeah.
No, we're not
but
talking about that.
he wasn't anti-mask. She was,
Well, it's
Right.
relevant.
which means she didn't
I
follow
mean,
precautions.
little details like that are relevant though, Deets, because to assess the crime, you have to take these things into consideration.
Yeah, she could
Okay.
have potentially contaminated him.
Poor Deets.
I
Lord
know.
have
I
mercy
know.
on this
I've got
panel. I pray for
there
all
are
of
little
you.
fires happening everywhere. So all
Little
right,
ones,
let's
I
focus
know.
on
Turn
this
it
one.
down.
Okay.
All right.
So
Tone
what
it
we're
down,
about to
people.
watch.
Tone it down.
Listen, Tracy told other people tone it down. Okay. I love you so much.
Boza
Okay.
has spoken.
Oh, he's a pastor. Okay.
Good.
Not a
Yeah,
no clues.
pasture. A pastor. Not a pasture.
Pasture.
Pasture,
man
like
of
cow
Jesus.
pasture?
Do you say
Oh my
visual too,
goodness.
Clara?
Video, please.
She assaulted
Alright.
the pastor.
The pastor, yeah.
She's
Yes,
going
the
That's
man
down for
with the
horrible.
sure.
bullhorn was a pastor.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what we're about to watch is the setup of all this. This is allegedly, I haven't watched it, but this is supposedly the story from Crime Sleuthin' of what happened to be compared with what we see in the video.
Okay.
This
Ready?
is the day that the Lord
Yes, please.
hath made.
Blarer.
What?
Let's discuss Crime
it.
Sleuthin' and
It's a
recent
catchy
ramblings
song.
in
Get off my
response to
case.
a creator finding Sleuthin's involvement in alleged assault during an anti-mask protest she helped facilitate in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
This is the exact spot that every single Wednesday, Reverend Turner comes in protest for reparations for the few survivors of the 1921 race massacre. But yesterday was obviously a bit different. It was occupied. There were a lot of people out here. He said he wasn't worried. He always runs into groups that are protesting outside City Hall, but he didn't know it was going to get as bad as it did yesterday. Within 10 seconds, a few people start to gather around him. They ask him to stop, and then they start chanting USA.
I heard them shout USA to drown me out. Like, that was supposed to insult me. Like, I'm not an American.
Right.
Things really start to escalate.
Great point, isn't it?
I mean, it is
Well, I
a
was
weird thing to be
thinking, like-
chanting USA, USA.
I was thinking the whole time, and Pastor Tulsa confirmed it for me. He was like, "Yeah, I mean,
Pastor
why was
Tulsa.
that even a thing? I don't even understand."
Yeah, he's
So-
like I'm not American.
Right?
It obviously didn't shut him down.
On Wednesdays,
He's been there for a long time talking about reparations, right?
Okay, I did catch that. So he comes every Wednesday. He said that he
Yep.
has encountered other groups before. I did
Yep,
catch on
never
that.
had a
So,
problem.
okay.
Probably other groups have been there. From what I've found after this was sent to me, because I dug into it just to make sure before I ever outed anything. And again, it wasn't I didn't have any confirmation till Crime Sleuthin did her, well, this is what it was all about live. And then that confirmed to me what was sent to me, because it's a version on the video of what she's claiming. So this man has been out there doing this for many years, right? This is the protest that she designs, she sets up, she recruits all these people. There was a Facebook group that was set up that went along with this, because there's a news article. I just won't bring the news article out because it has her full name in it.
Oh, and thank you. Please. This doesn't have anybody's full name in it, does it?
I have, again, I don't know, because this isn't mine.
Okay.
I showed you what I had on my, what you guys saw from me, what you guys got from me is the video that you're playing, that you were playing prior to this. And that's the only one that I know that doesn't have Bangs' full name in it, because that's why I used it.
Does this have, Eve? I think you dropped this one. Does it
At
have-
the end, I think it. I don't know for sure, but I think at the end.
Okay,
you might
I'll
wanna
play
pause it and
ahead.
check.
I'll play ahead and see. So go ahead, Jenny.
Groovy.
Jenny.
What's your version?
So let me tell y'all what really happened. So I organized a protest at City Hall. It was beautiful. We had hundreds of people there. I had all my permits in place for the date, time, and location. And what that means in the state of Oklahoma is you're guaranteed that space for you and your people to do whatever protest that you're doing. And other people can't come into that territory while you are protesting.
Well, hold up, Crime Sleuthin. Tulsa Mayor G.T. Bynum said this response to the situation, the plaza in front of City Hall belongs to every Tulsan, and every Tulsa should feel welcome to make their voice heard in that space. Reverend Turner and I have had our differences of opinion, but I will always support his right to express that opinion.
He walked right into our protest area and he started screaming into this bullhorn, all kinds of stuff. We couldn't even hear it. It was so loud, so loud. So I walked over to this man and I said, hey, we're here with a permit. Can I talk to you for a minute? And I had my hand gently on his forearm. I didn't try to move his arm or anything. Okay? He wouldn't listen to me. He was just completely screaming into this bullhorn.
Screaming, you say. Let's take a look at the raw footage.
As me, I will rejoice and be.
Screaming, you say.
I am the voice.
She wasn't screaming though. Come on.
Of one crying out
If you want somebody to listen to
in
you,
the
don't
wilderness.
interrupt.
They won't let anybody talk.
I am the grateful pastor of a third very empty state. And we
Bonkers, dude.
They are throwing money at this man.
Why are they?
Do you see this? Pause. They are putting this
Oh,
reparations.
hell no.
Because
Mm-mm,
it's
no,
reparations.
ma'am. No, ma'am. No,
Oh my
ma'am.
God.
So
You need your
Jenny,
ass whooped for that. You
Jenny-
need your
Oh
whole
my
ass
God.
whooped.
hey, Jenny, don't let it play past 450, okay?
Okay.
Girl, mm-mm.
This is my
No,
point,
ma'am.
guys. They were throwing money
Well, we
at him.
hadn't got there yet, so
Oh
I'm with
my
Chanel
God.
voices. She need her little ass
That's
smacked
not
up for
cool
this.
at
I told y'all
all.
this
In the
video would
end-
help.
In the end, this is her protest. She's responsible for all of these people's actions here. These
No, I
people
agree.
are
She
just
should have put that man's
respectful.
hand down and been like, "What the fuck are you doing, stupid?"
Oh,
You
but
don't.
wait, it gets better. Keep playing.
Oh
Oh,
nah.
she
Mm-mm.
did blame us for her health. I forgot about that. She did.
Yes, for not being able to get
Well,
her ketamine treatment.
Yeah, I forgot.
I was
about
on your side here, Sleuthin. You know,
She was.
I'm
She was your
trying,
number one
honey.
champion. She wanted us to do a poll for you.
Is it
And now you
Not
unfair?
me.
let this motherfucker put up money. You done lost your whole hookup. You
Is it
lost your damn fucking mind, lady.
is it unfair to assess that, or even speculate, I should say, is probably a better word, to speculate that based on everything that we know about her so far, that somewhere in her mind, she was likely hoping that this would escalate in some way, that she was hoping for some sort of, I mean, we're talking about somebody who
Well,
loves
this was a
drama.
few years
I
ago,
know.
though.
Yeah, this
But
was
still,
Doesn't matter. I mean,
4
we're
years
talking about
back.
we're speculating on her personality. So what I'm saying
True.
is it unfair to speculate that she organized this whole thing fantasizing that something would escalate, you know?
I don't think so.
I
I
would
think
hope
she
she would.
just
Yeah.
I think she just likes to be involved in things. That's
And
all.
I
Not
would hope she wouldn't
anything.
want this, because
Yeah.
But why?
this is why she didn't want it played. Come on now.
But she's
Yeah, and she wasn't
facilitating the
she wasn't the
conflict.
one recording. But she wasn't the one recording. I agree with Nicole B there. Like I don't think she wanted it to escalate into something. What I take away from what we've watched so far is just that she didn't want to let the other kid in the sandbox type of situation. You know, like this was her sandbox and her situation, and she wanted the focus to be on her and her protest and didn't like somebody else coming in and taking away
And
from
that is correct. That is correct. But then tells
Okay, so I am
different
unfair.
stories.
You are unfair, yes.
But this she strikes me as the person that will always stand for the bell.
Listen, what she's saying
Always.
is that I called her racist for all of this. I did not call her racist. That was the whole point and why I showed this. On top of the false copyright strike that she put on me.
So she said that you called her racist?
Yes.
And then I'm confused. Rewind. She said that you were racist for discussing this or playing this?
For even having a conversation about it.
Just having a conversation? Okay.
Sorry, my anxiety has been really bad for a couple of days, and I'm struggling really bad.
You're okay, Voices.
Don't worry about it. I'm just trying to understand.
We all go through it.
All right. Okay. Let's hear a little bit more. See what goes on.
Okay. What'd you say? 440?
450. 450.
450.
And
okay.
Yeah, I could play it after that. I just have to put an overlay up.
Okay.
How much do you need? That occurred right here in this city, where an angry, racist mob of white people descended upon
Let us have our voice.
and
We'll let you have
dropped
We'll
bombs
back that up because what you
on
guys
American
missed.
soil.
Okay, what you guys missed. Hold on. What you guys missed was somebody already threw water on him. You will see it in the first video. He had water thrown on him. And at that time, when you look at it from the original video that you were watching first.
It's on this one too. No, it's on there.
Is
okay. The only person that had a water bottle was the one whose arm that's not a gentle. That is a firm grasp on an arm. That's not hers.
It
That's
doesn't
not hers
matter.
to touch.
Right. It doesn't matter if it's a firm grasp or a gentle one. You just keep your
She
hands to
says
yourself.
in her
You do it,
lie,
you know?
he had a gentle grasp on his arm. That's
Right.
her lie.
You just
She doesn't even have a gentle grasp on reality. This woman's nuts. Sorry. She just aggravates me. Well, this is why they were called racist. They're flinging money in his face and stuff, like making a mockery out
Now
of
it
his
all makes
protest.
sense.
Yeah,
Now
I
that
mean,
makes
come
sense.
on.
Of course.
So they did the
See?
money. They put water on him. They're grabbing at him.
And now she's
yelling
touching
over
him.
him.
Screaming USA
Mm-hmm.
Not cool.
when he's
Not
there about
cool.
reparations and has been there for months, maybe even
You're
years
about
for all we know.
You're
Really
about to see the
frustrating.
guy screaming. That's the guy that poured the water on the guy, the pastor. You'll see him in just a second.
Type of person.
Okay, ready?
An angry, racist mob of white people descended upon Greenwood and dropped a bomb on Greenwood.
What's with the
and
umbrella?
killed black people, black lives, and not one of those thugs were ever charged with a crime. charge of the crime.
You are racist.
Just like the and God still sits high.
Reparations.
And God looks low.
Are you a believer?
Ew.
Gross.
Hey, you get money for this.
Since crime
Oh, did you
sleuthing
hear
has
her?
a
Oh,
tendency
pause.
to embellish.
Pause. Okay, you still got 20 seconds. Did you hear her what?
She just said, hey, you get money for this. Nobody else heard
Yes, she
that?
did. Yes,
There's
she
so
did.
much noise happening. It kind of reminds me of the Apple River video we
Yeah.
watched. There's just a lot happening at once.
There is a
Yeah.
lot happening. Yes, there is.
This guy looks familiar.
Hey, you get money.
That's the guy that threw the water.
Oh, I heard it. I heard it. I
Since
heard
crime
it.
sleuthing has a tendency
it.
to embellish or not mention the actual details, I hope this helps
And-
clear things up for everyone.
Embellish? Crime flu, then? No way.
Yeah, here, let me put an overlay up. I think it's just her talking, but it shows her name underneath, so I don't want that shown.
Okay. Let me know
But
when
you
you're
can-
ready.
Yeah, you can play whatever.
We are a very freedom-loving community, and we're smart. We know how to take care of ourselves. We don't need the government to do that for us.
I disagree with her
The
specifically.
irony. The
She keeps
irony.
running legal action. She doesn't need the government
Go
for
to Mexico. Go live in a different country then. Canada, the open borders. Bye.
Oh my goodness.
Is her name off the screen, Jenny?
It is. Yeah,
Okay.
we're done.
I just wanted to make sure. I don't want that.
I completely closed it just in case.
Okay, good deal. Wow, that was.
Does that help?
That was interesting. Well,
That helped a
Tracy,
lot,
you had
actually.
such a strong opinion coming up here. What's your opinion now?
Absolutely. Now we haven't seen the whole video still, and I'd really like to see it now. I'm shocked and kind of appalled that, I mean, was he right to even, go over there? Probably not, but he's been doing it for so long that I understand why he did now with the context. So that really did
That
help
does
quite
help,
a bit.
for sure.
For sure, yeah. And for her to stand there and let anybody at her event push money towards that man, that's fucking sickening. That's sick.
They
I don't know
poked
what
at him.
the fuck she's thinking.
They
Ugh.
poked at him. They grabbed his arm. She
Yeah.
grabbed
Threw
his
water
one
on
chick
him.
grabbed his megaphone, threw money up, put
That's
money in his
insane.
face as if it were reparations. How much do you need?
There we
And
go.
an umbrella in his face.
That
was
was so
in-
Yeah,
gross.
see,
The
I
chat
was
saying
going off of like
2020.
30
July-
seconds of like,
July 2020.
July of
why is
2020.
he doing this? But now that I'm watching it, I'm like, wait a damn minute here. Wait a minute.
But the overall thing is, she didn't want this out there because this is just further testimony that this is her. This is who she is.
Well,
She will
yeah,
always be
yeah.
somebody that inserts herself, embellishes things, withholds the truth, and then later cries victim, just like she did with this.
A dollar
I mean,
store tampon.
in her defense, though, she did
No, that's
organize
not
this protest, though. So, like, I kind of get where her frustration came from. I just think the way she handled it was totally crime sleuthing.
Agreed.
And
It
I
was
agree with
so
that.
crime
Agreed.
sleuthing.
Like,
Well, and
Yeah,
how she
I agree.
explained it. She explained it that I
Right.
just did these things. No, ma'am, you didn't. You escalated
Yeah.
it just like
Yeah.
you do with a lot of things.
Yeah, totally,
Right,
totally
yeah.
agree with that. Like, if
Her-
it's my
her
event, I'm going to be frustrated, but to let that all happen.
But it's
no.
but it's also your responsibility to de-escalate since it's your event. And
Right.
she led this whole USA, get them.
Yeah,
like
that was crazy.
Within
it was
10
really
What are
weird.
you
seconds.
doing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but that just really bothers me. 10 seconds? My God.
Yeah.
yeah, that happened really
Yeah.
quick. That happened really
Yeah.
quick.
It is like the Apple River thing that it
I was
happened so
just
quick. Thank
about to
God
say
this,
that.
nobody got hurt, but
Yep.
Thank you, babe.
That's how quickly it can escalate.
yeah.
Luke brought me Pib number 2, so let's do this.
Yay!
You are the
I
man, Luke.
I thought it was really interesting too that end part there that you guys didn't see that you could hear is exactly what she does when she gets called out here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're
But she
peace
just looks
loving,
completely
happy.
different.
Do
Sorry.
what?
I said she just doesn't look the same.
Ooh,
This is why we had Woodstock
I'm sorry.
69, okay? Maybe we need another one.
Woodstock.
Yeah,
well,
they
tried that.
It was a disaster.
It was an
Oh
absolute
God,
disaster.
you're right.
Right? Didn't
Can we play the
burn
first
everything
video now?
down? It's like
Yeah.
these YouTube
You
streets.
you
Didn't
could
people
thank Limp
die?
Bizkit for that one.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Very
I
muddy.
watched. I know
Very
I
muddy.
watched it. Yeah, I watched the documentary on it, and I was like, "Holy!" I mean, it was madness, pure
And assault against
just
women.
just bedlam, just pure bedlam. It
So
was crazy.
It's a whole different vibe.
So real
than the
quick, I
original.
got a message that someone screen recorded her rebuttal from the other night. Does anybody else have that loaded? If not, she said she could send it. So unless somebody
I can
already
give
has
you
it.
the link for it.
Oh, is it still up?
Oh yeah, it's on her After Dark channel.
Oh, okay.
It's on the
All right.
secondary channel.
All right, let's see the video. Play
Well,
that. Wait,
Can we
roll that
please
beautiful
play the
damn
original
footage.
video?
Yep. Yeah.
All
I'm
righty.
happy to.
But see, now knowing that he comes there every Wednesday, it does change the feeling of this.
It's more of a noble thing
Right,
he's
because
doing.
he approaches
I mean, I
peacefully.
can't help.
Watch what he's
considering-
doing. Watch what he's doing. He just goes up there and finds a little spot and just blends in, right? He's so used to this.
Yeah, he sees an opportunity to get his message out. That's all. I mean, I don't
Actually,
blame
it
him.
makes sense. A bunch of people around now. Look,
Right.
the audience read the room, but it makes sense. More people to hear the message.
Right. He sees an opportunity.
This is the day that the Lord has made.
Every time I hear that, it makes me.
I will rejoice
It's going to be a soundbite.
and be glad in it. I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness. I am the grateful pastor of a third Vernon church. And we are.
Can we pause? I'm sorry, real quick. He was trying to express who he was. He hadn't.
They didn't want to hear it.
yet.
No.
He was wearing a mask, wasn't he?
He was wearing
I
a
don't
mask and he was
know.
praying.
So
But-
they
He was
didn't
wearing
want to
a
hear what
mask.
he had to say.
And he's praying.
I did finally catch that she had said first, this is super rude. We're trying to do blah, blah, blah. But then it instantly goes into USA chant. Like everybody else just instantly starts chanting USA and it drowns everything else out. So like you were saying, it does remind me a lot of the Apple River situation, not to make a comparison, but I am, because it just escalates so quickly and nobody knows what the heck is going on.
And he said,
Because it
But
was
they're
I'm an
all on
American.
board for the. Everybody's on board for the escalation, though, which is really bananas.
because
Well,
it was a
Like-
They
planned
were in Apple
chant.
River too. Wow.
It was a you guys, it was a planned chant. You got to listen to what she said when she describes. It was in the part that's why I was addressing it all, because in what she explained to everybody was that like she knew how to do all of this. She compared it to what happened outside of Quentin Simons. She went into some of the points that you put a protest together. So then watching this, That is a planned chant. If you've ever been with somebody, as soon as somebody says a key word, everybody starts yelling. If you've ever been to a protest or a rally or any of that, that's how it
True.
starts.
Very true. Yeah.
She would have done this if it was
Yeah, but-
a pro-mask protester. Like this would have happened no matter what.
And I keep playing devil's advocate. So, but the whole thing is like, I mean,
You are?
it makes sense.
I did not get that.
Jenny, let him.
It makes sense that she would chant what she had planned on chanting if she's just trying to make sure that her message isn't drowned out by Pastor Turner with the bullhorn. So, you know what I
Correct.
mean?
Like,
Because she is assuming because she has no idea what he's about. She sees a sign, right? But he's also there at a anti-mask rally with a mask on. She's prepared for him to be the opposition. She's judging
Right.
before she finds out. She doesn't realize that he's been there every Wednesday for how long?
But she organized
Months.
this protest, and you can see it's clear. We all know how much of a control freak she clearly naturally is. She just is. So clearly, this just
Devil's
really got
advocate
on her
here.
nerves. That I'm telling you. I mean, but I can't not say this because here she is, and she sees that I mean, she has this organized protest. Everybody's there to protest mask mandates, and then this gentleman comes up with a bullhorn, drowning everyone else out with a totally irrelevant sign to the protest and wearing a mask. So she's going to look at this like, okay, he's messing up the message of this entire
Their
protest.
message, their plan.
That's what she's looking at. That's how she's looking at it here. I'm not, again, I don't blame her for being on the defense. I just blame her for how she clearly mishandled
She
it.
likes to have everything, organized. And,
Right.
I get what you're saying. All right, let's hear some more. We're only a minute in.
Yeah, this guy just comes out of nowhere and just inserts himself into it. So she's like, what is going on? How do I control this? I had no plans for this. And she couldn't compute. It was overload, and she like glitched and freaked out.
Well, what if he did? What if he just walked up and said, "Is it okay if I talk about this?" What do you think would happen? Honestly,
Don't know. But I mean, I would think, knowing her, she would probably try to make sure that he didn't. She would try to talk him out of it. I don't know if she'd be disrespectful. I don't know. But I feel like she would be like, well, this isn't a protest for that. This is another protest for anti-mask. If you have something you want to say, that would be the right thing to do. If you have something to say against masks or even for masks, you can be heard. Go ahead.
I think it's just another perfect example, like the Apple River situation, that we all need to learn to communicate better instead of instantly escalating it to touching and shouting and aggression overall. If
I
we could
agree,
just
Dee.
converse a little bit.
But if
yanking
you're at
bullhorns
a
out
rally,
of elderly women's hands.
wait, are you
at a
saying
rally-
communicate appropriately within reason and logic? What does that mean?
Okay, but if you're at a rally and you're prepared for the counter to come in, the opposition to come in, somebody with a mask, right? Then that's part of doing a rally or a protest, is that you're going to have the chant that starts so you drowned out the opposition. Point being, she was automatically judging before she knew what it was about.
True,
And
because the
then-
dude could have came up there with a mask and been like, listen, I'm against mask mandates, but I like to stay safe. I just don't want
Correct.
anybody telling me I have to wear a mask, but I'm wearing one by my own choice. And he could still
because I'm
be
around a bunch of
anti-mask.
fools that don't have a mask on. So,
Right.
you know, like,
he could still be an anti-mask mandates, but still wears one because, you know.
He wasn't even done praying before they start shouting and telling him
That's
he's
my
rooted.
point.
Right.
Damn.
Right.
We're going to pause and discuss it, but Jenny will drop the link in the chat for those that are telling us to play the video. So if you want to go listen to it, like without us talking over it, you can. But
Are
We're
you
gonna
saying you
pause
hate
and talk.
us? Are you saying that you don't like us?
Me,
Are you
no.
saying
There's
we're
a couple people who are
no
like,
them
"Great." Yeah.
those
So
people? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
I
what
ain't
you're
God
trying to
saying
tell
forbid.
that.
us? I'm kidding.
USA.
Say,
God forbid
you,
a panel of God forbid a panel
I'm
of
just
7 people
kidding.
discuss the video that's being played. Jesus.
But
I'm
I
sorry.
do know that there are some people who want to hear it like without people talking over it. So we will drop the link so you can go check it out. Go ahead, Jenny.
USA! 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 USA!
Okay, so pause. Sorry, don't kill me in the chat. But all those people chanting USA right now, like 98% of them have no idea why they're doing it, why they are all turning towards the guy with the sign and the bullhorn. They have
I
no
would have been chanting
clue.
USA too. If the USA chant starts, dude, I'm such a patriot that I'm just gonna be like, USA. What are we chanting about? USA, USA, USA. I'm just gonna join in because I love USA.
That's where it comes back in about this was planned, and they had a key chant or a key phrase that if one said it, everybody starts chiming in. Don't forget, this was organized with all of these people on Facebook prior to this.
Yeah, but did she say that though? Like, did she say I'm gonna
Dude,
say
have you ever
USA
been to
and
a
everybody
rally or a
join in?
protest?
I'm asking a question. Do you know that she said everybody join in and say USA?
No, it just happened.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I'm just gonna join in. I love USA. If people starts chanting USA, I'm gonna be like, yeah, USA.
Yeah.
Fuck
You
yeah.
might not know anybody's having a fight over here, but I'm going to say USA too. Why not?
Right.
They're
What's
only
wrong with
doing
USA?
it because he's using a bullhorn. Listen
Well,
to her. Also, there's a missing part of this also.
So I think that my point was of drawing attention to the fact that they don't even know why they're chanting was we watched a video the other night where, the crowd just starts do it like it was a bell video, when the bell ding, they all stood up, right? So a lot of people are just going along with it. Again, back to the Apple River situation. The women come over and the adult man thinks he's going to be helped, but she actually joins in with the teens that are
I'm aware.
being aggressive. So I was just like, we have to slow down as a society, take a breath and pay attention because how quickly did those people just join in? They don't even know what they're joining in on.
I think we just live in a constant state of inner turmoil. My God, everybody take a break or Zanny, whatever. Just chill.
Yeah, like I'm seeing stuff in the chat that I'm just like, I'm not even gonna touch that.
That
like
was
that
was what I was referring to earlier when I said she seems to me like the type of person that will always stand for the bell.
Stand for the bell. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I will agree with that because the minute she sees anything that's got anything that can put a spotlight on her, she's out there to lead the charge. It doesn't matter. From this caused me to dig, and I mean, like, you want to threaten me with a lawsuit? Fine, that means that game on. We're gonna check each other out, and knowledge is power in my world. Stop playing with me. Take the false strike back.
Tracy's in the chat chanting USA.
Yeah. I'm
Oh my God. That's not even me. That's a troll. That's not me.
She ain't no bullhorn Betty. She's not suing nobody. She's just all talk.
She doesn't need the Constitution for anything. The government. She doesn't need the government.
She ain't suing nobody.
All right.
How much do you need?
Oh, I like that.
Is she smiling?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't.
She is. I came and put it on my big screen, and she is smiling.
She is smiling. Yes.
Really want to not be nice to her right
Well,
now.
she even went around to make sure she's in his face. Like she was on the opposite side.
It's her protest.
It's her protest.
Give me the ball, buddy.
I don't give a fuck what it is when that man pulled out that money and she starts grinning. Like, if you think any part of that's funny, fuckhead, I don't know. This is ridiculous. What are you doing?
I think they were
Somebody-
ready for it. They were ready for it no matter who it was.
Somebody rewind to a half an hour ago when
I
Tracy
mean-
was like, "Give her a minute. She's doing the."
I
That's
find
what
her
I
stupidity
said,
funny.
but you know, I was trying to be nice. I'm always the aggressor. Now, you know, I'm trying to be fucking fair.
The
You are?
true sign of
Sometimes.
intelligence is that when you're faced with new information, that it reflects in your opinions and views. So, good job,
What's
Tracy.
that supposed to mean with all those big words?
Yeah, the waving of
crying,
money
Sleeven.
is really
It
ugly.
is ugly. Very ugly.
Well, that's why they were labeled racist. He just said, I'm being surrounded by a racist group.
Right.
It's awful.
So he wasn't just calling a bunch of
believe it.
white people racist.
No.
Right.
No.
But
And
that's
there was
all I
an
saw. And I'm like,
opportunity here.
you little fucker, what are you doing calling them that?
And
That's
that was
why
an
I was all up
opportunity
in
to
arms.
show that was an opportunity to show that we're not all racist, and like this was a bad example for all white people right here. Like, it really was like a really ugly display.
Bad. It's bad. I mean,
Oh.
ugh.
Okay.
She touched him.
He touches the sign.
They're just scratching her ass.
Scratches her ass.
She saw the shit.
It's hot in Tulsa, okay, in July.
I don't think that was her with the water. That was him. Can you pause, Jenny?
It was the guy.
Now.
Yeah.
It was somebody
Yeah.
else. I think it
Yeah.
got on her too because she looked surprised.
It was the guy,
Yep.
right? If you go back like 10 seconds, you can see that one guy that was
It's the
yelling.
umbrella guy.
Yep.
Yep, it's the umbrella guy.
There's our umbrella guy.
I mean, but did she assault him, like, technically by law? Probably, yeah. But I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know,
Doesn't matter. You lay hands on somebody that is not wanted. That
no, that's not okay. I'm not saying it's
No.
okay, but like when you hear
So-
the word assault, you know, you think, oh my God, like, you know, even, you know, some people argue whether or not what Dolly did was assault, you know.
So he wasn't actually charged with assault. He was charged with simple battery. And so I kind of wonder if it would be something more like that category, not
She was
necessarily
just
assault.
reaching
I
out to
don't know.
touch faith. That's it. Like the song. He's a man of God. She needed Jesus.
Yeah, laying
Amen.
hands during a global pandemic.
Right. That's what I was saying. It's the whole
That's a
thing's
good
gross.
point. It is during the pandemic. Like, don't ever, like, I mean, I was like, yo, keep back 6 feet, move.
At
But
that
most
time,
of that is because
that was
I'm a
attempted
misanthrope.
murder.
Right. And
I mean-
I was just like that because I'm a misanthrope. I don't want people near me. Fuck away from me. But like, I could see somebody, especially if they're wearing a mask, keep your distance. Respect their space, period. You know, I don't care what you believe in or you don't believe in. Respect what they believe in, period. You know, if he's wearing a mask, don't go near him. Leave him alone.
Yeah, I didn't say anything to people not wearing masks. Why
How do
should
you
they
think
care?
this man felt? He had a crowd of 100 people coming at him in this moment. As
Well,
per her description, not mine. Those are per her words. She had hundreds of people there. So this man now has hundreds of people, in her words, not mine. I would say, you know, at least 75, screaming USA. He's got other people standing in front of him, one throwing money, you know, trying to take things. He's been hit with water. What the hell? He's a human standing on a street corner who approached a crowd of people like he's done every Wednesday with other protesters around. And this is what he gets.
I think he had an idea that it would a little. I think that was an intentional thing to cause a little bit, but he wasn't expecting it to go full ham. And that's where we're at.
I think his problem is he forgot to tell them to stay out of his bubble.
I mean,
That one
yeah.
fell flat.
You shouldn't
I
have.
see what you did there. Go on, Deep.
I
Everybody
mean,
was like, crickets. No, it wasn't
I thought
no,
crickets.
that
That was great.
I mean,
I
because
thought that was the law.
this guy, I mean, I'm not justifying what these people did. What I'm saying is, though, he's not entirely without blame either. I mean, he walked up there. It's an anti-mask. He had to know that he was going to make waves. He had to
Right.
know.
Yeah, before you got here, that's what I say. They can both be wrong. Like both
Yeah,
parts of this
exactly.
can be
And I
wrong.
think they are.
Yeah,
I think they
yeah,
are.
I agree.
Based on what we're seeing anyway.
I don't discredit that either.
Actually, they are both wrong, but I think that he handled it appropriately at the end there when he just walked away. Simply just walked away. She handled it horribly.
He
You
never
mean
escalated.
a grown up?
He doesn't get louder. He talks in the same tone through the bullhorn.
Yeah, but he's yelling, right? She said
I
he was
can't help
yelling.
but
Come
laugh
on.
at that. It's just funny. This is the day.
Racist mob of white people descended upon Greenwood
Sweetie, let us have our voice.
and
We'll let you have
dropped
yours.
bombs
Sir,
on American soil.
Sweetie,
An
let us have our
angry,
voice.
racist mob.
Now, don't be
That doesn't
touching
work.
his bullhorn.
Right. Yeah. Like, it's really
Yeah,
funny
they're getting
because
really
that one lady,
touchy-feely.
Gonna end
she's
up like
touching
Dolly.
him. Yeah, she's touching him and she's being like, but she's trying to be sweet. It's coming from a nice place. She's just not understanding that the guy may not want to be touched at all, so don't touch him. But she's at least doing it in a kind gesture,
Does
like,
not
hey,
matter.
hey.
Does not matter. Does not matter. It's not
I'm
your
not
place to touch anybody.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. What I'm saying is her intention was clearly not malicious or mean or hurtful. It doesn't matter. I agree with you in the eyes of the law. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying, though, is you could clearly see that she was not in an aggressive state. And I thought it was, clearly she's not thinking things through because then she puts her hand on the bullhorn in the inside of it, like as if it's gonna
That
do
wasn't
something.
her. That wasn't her.
Yeah, what was she trying to do?
No, that was her. I think that was her.
I thought
and
that
then,
was her that touched the end of it.
No, I'm not
Was
talking
it?
about Crime Sleuthin'. I'm talking about the other lady.
No, it's the
and
other
then,
woman. Oh,
and then Crime Sleuthin' puts her hand on his hand, trying to pull his hand down. That's
yeah.
the difference.
That's what I was going to
You see
say.
I'm
What are you
saying?
talking about?
Right.
Because
So
she doesn't
this
seem
lady-
kind at all to me. She's trying to
no.
force someone
no.
to do what she wants them to do.
Right.
Here, those look like strikes.
Yeah, you
and
guys
going
thought
on
I
other
was talking
people's
about
pan
Crime
online.
Sleuthin'. No,
Oh, Jenny, that's so true.
no.
That's what I'm
She
saying.
was.
This is who this person is.
This lady
Yes,
was saying,
ma'am.
sir, we'll give you your voice. And she was patting him on the arm. But then Crime Sleuthin' comes in and grabs his forearm in a pulling manner, like trying to pull the bullhorn away from his mouth. No, dude, like, don't do that ever. Ever.
Like you're gonna actually stop him from that's the
Right.
action.
She's
Kind of
trying to
like what Jenny's
physically-
trying to convey. Like you're actually going to stop and change the conversation in that
She's
situation, and you're not
physically trying to shut
in
him
the
up.
manner in which you're doing it.
Right.
It's not gonna
Right.
work.
Yes.
So I know it's just a little different. It's a good bit different, but similar in many ways. Does anybody know what her take was on the Dolly Aileen situation?
No, I have no idea.
No clue.
Just curious how she felt about that.
I can
Who
ask.
cares?
Part of the
I see why the question seems relevant is because, if she talked crap about Dolly and then here she is doing the same thing, then
hold up.
I mean,
Because what she did was, like in the stuff from last night, she said, well, I was trying to tell them what they needed to do for a protest because what they did in Savannah was wrong. So at some point she had contact with them down there and was attempting to guide them in their bullshit that they pulled in Savannah that resulted in $250,000 having to be reallocated out of the school coffers budget.
Oh, wait. Wasn't she the one who was Bullhorn Betty's confidant while she was down there? Was it
Yes,
her?
that's the one
yeah.
that that's the one that
Oh,
record-
yeah. Okay.
Well, Betty
She
had
Wait,
recorded
what?
the audio. Yeah, she recorded the
confront
audio.
Dolly with his pants around his ankles because that's what she does to her husband when she has to deliver the bad news to him.
That was in the recorded audio. Yeah.
Oh my
Yep.
god. Ugh. Ugh.
Could have spared us
Okay.
that visual.
I know, for real.
I'm with you,
I haven't
Tennessee
listened
Southern
to
Girl.
it.
I still practice it.
This is social distance.
I still
Nope.
Yeah.
If I gotta know it, y'all gotta know
Yeah,
it.
since like
I bring it up
a
every
teenager.
time.
and I'm not afraid of COVID. I just practice it just because.
Of her being
Because people
confront-
suck.
Oh,
Right. Stay the fuck away from me. Stay 6 feet away.
Exactly.
where did you send that, Shay?
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna back it up just a little bit because we were just talking about this. So
Hey,
sweetie, let us have our voice. We'll let you have
drop
See what I mean?
on American soil. An angry, racist mob of white people
Smacks them twice with the back of her hand.
upon Greenwood and dropped the bomb on Greenwood and killed black people, black lives. And not one of those racist, angry thugs
Pause.
lay
I'm
on
sorry.
charge of the crime.
You are racist.
No.
Why
When
are you
he's
calling
talking
him
about-
racist?
He's not even calling them racist. He's
Right.
speaking on the Tulsa riots from a long time ago.
Correct. Correct.
So why is she calling him a racist?
Because
Like, you
she
didn't-
automatically thinks he's calling her them racist. She doesn't get that he's not even paying attention to what they're saying. He's staying on with his message.
She's so stupid.
So are we
That's
saying
crazy.
she doesn't listen before she speaks on the topic at hand?
So dumb.
I love the glare so much.
Jenny.
Okay.
Well, come on. I
Okay.
mean,
We're ready. Are we ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Not one of those racist, angry thugs lay on charge of the crime.
You are racist.
Oh.
And God still sits high.
I don't even know.
And God looks
No,
low.
they're just angry to be angry.
This is a mindless
He
mob.
does not believe
she's like a mean little
the
troll.
sins of their city.
Clear, dude.
It has been a travesty that you can care more about a face man than you can about justice. You care more about the people who choose to cover their own face than you do about justice. And even today, as I have come every week since September the 12th,
That lady with the 45 squared on her shirt. That's where the word Karen came from.
I mean,
Did you see that woman?
Shots fired.
Oh, no, I didn't see her.
There's
Look.
there's a lot of
she's
Karens.
there with
Oh, we
the-
finna get political now,
No,
Jenny.
no, she's talking about her holding up the sign.
No,
I thought
think she's a
Oh, I
Karen.
know what you're talking about. Hmm?
She just looks
Oh,
like a
I just got
Karen.
what her shirt means.
She
No,
just
her
looks-
shirt
okay.
says 45 squared.
Oh.
I didn't know what that meant.
There you
Oh,
go.
I was like, is
You didn't
Karen a
know what
political?
45 square meant?
it means
No.
Trump for a second term.
There's
but-
okay,
Trump.
but there's no
I don't
political affiliation with a Karen. Like I've seen
Mm-mm.
Karens from the left,
Right.
Karens on the right. I've seen them all over the place.
That's
There's
all I was
Karens
like, what the
everywhere.
hell are you talking about politics? I didn't say anything.
There's always a Karen.
But this is like, this irritate, like people who do stuff like this is
Yeah,
very
just go up
irritating.
there and put the sign in his face. Yeah.
Again, he's still delivering his own message. He's not even, and they're yelling back at him, thinking that that he's talking to her and her group of merry idiots.
Mary.
And he couldn't care less about them. He's like, yeah,
He
whatever.
From the mouth to
Hilarious.
babes. How
Keep
about
on
that?
keeping on.
And this is after he's had money thrown at him, his
Yeah.
bullhorn tried to take away. He's been poked. He's had water thrown on him.
Crazy.
No,
She's
this
like a
is
mean
wrong.
little leprechaun. She just gets in front of him. You're the racist. Like she's like a mean little leprechaun. Like it was so funny. I couldn't help it. Like I can't wait to see it again. Please play that again.
She's like, "You're racist. You're racist."
Yeah,
I'm like,
it's so funny.
What? Are you listening to him? Like they didn't even. They're not even trying to listen to him at any point ever.
No, not at all. They didn't care what he had to say at all. They didn't care. of
Karen's
his-
are like
they
air
had no acknowledgement of his humanity whatsoever.
LFT,
no.
especially on panel.
I
They're
love
like-
this. They're like air farts. They're everywhere and they sneak up on you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't generally call people that, but like every Karen video I've seen is that woman.
Yeah, doing something similar. Mhm.
Yeah, like she's not getting her way. She is going to make it be her way somehow.
Mhm.
It's like, ugh. Okay, ready?
And kill black people, black lives. And not one of those racist, angry thugs will ever charge with the crime.
You are racist.
Whoa.
And God,
Wait a second. Pause. Go. Did he yell the KKK at him? Not
Wait.
Crime Sleuth, the guy
No,
behind.
no.
What'd he say?
He was responding like the KKK
Like
to what he
okay.
was saying.
Oh my
Yeah, you said like
God.
that's in the past, like the KKK.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm
This
pretty
Yeah.
sure that's
escalated so quick.
right, and I'm pretty sure that's Mr. Sleuthen. I'm pretty sure that's Mr. Sleuthen.
No, I don't need to know that. Just
The one who was holding the money.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
somebody
let me
married
No,
her? Get out of here.
nope. We don't
Boy.
know. We have no idea. Nope. Unsupervised maniacs. We were just talking about standing in bells.
Yep. We got the bells on tonight. This whole crowd turned to the bells.
What does that even mean? Turn to the bells.
There was a experiment where this group of people were in a waiting room.
Yeah, I was watching. Okay.
Yep, that one. So you go along with the crowd. You go along to get along.
That happens on YouTube every day.
Yeah, like you don't even ask why.
Oh,
But
yeah.
last
A
night,
target
I
of the
came in
month
here.
and boom.
Yeah, I came in here last night. Everybody's icon was a freaking fish, and I was like, I refuse. I will not change my icon. I have no idea what you're doing. And then
Right,
asked
I'm a
what they were
rebel like
doing.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like I'm not saying I
mean-
wouldn't do it, but I'm just saying I don't know why you're doing it. Maybe it's a
Right.
test.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh,
it's a test.
I'm so glad you brought that up though, because I got a couple messages saying that we were making fun of heels. We absolutely were not.
Oh
We-
my
Ooh.
God.
No,
You know-
because there was 2 catfish situations, and those of us that changed, we
There's more
like
than
both
2.
the AMAC
I'm like,
and
heels
and
ain't a
heels.
fish.
We,
What?
we uncovered a third.
Heels is
Sorry.
not
Oh,
a catfish at all, and no one ever thought she
No.
And
was. So that was
we have
weird.
uncovered a third. This one's getting put on the list.
Well, you know what else?
Well, I hate people. They're so stupid.
Mhm.
There's a third catfish.
No, we definitely were not talking about heels or making fun of her.
Yeah,
So
and I mean, to me, like if
And
somebody's
he knows
like
that.
Now,
super
if you
edited
if,
their thing,
if
I
you're
don't
on a
think
date
that's-
with heels, or you're about to set
Where's
up
this
a
going?
blind date with heels, and then she tells you she's not a racist, then she catfishes.
All right, play
I
that.
knew he was going there.
and God, look slow. And God is not pleased with the sins of his spirit. And it has been a travesty that you can care more about a faith man than you can about justice. You care more about the people who choose to cover their own face than you do about justice.
She's gonna hurt herself.
As I come, as I have come every week,
This lady's
You know
killing
her
me.
arms are tired. Yeah.
She's
You know it.
She gave up quick.
a hernia.
He didn't have
hernia
arms
now.
today.
to pay reparations. This
Be totally
species
strict arm.
Oh my
you
God, y'all are killing me
promote
right now.
Call the cops.
then you do justice for people whose bodies are still in mass graves. Liberty! Liberty! Black people
Liberty!
never seen
Right,
justice
liberty, exactly.
in this country. You can yell,
Now freedom.
you can push, you can pour water, but I promise you one day, you will reap what you sow. Preach choice
when it works for you. Oh my
I
God.
mean,
Preach choice when it works for you.
When it
And
right.
you ought to repent. Our choice. As John the Baptist preached, as Jesus preached, repent. For the kingdom of God is at hand. And the Son of Man
Do you think
that
that
was Jesus. After America.
Mark of the beast, girl, bye.
And your face man
can you
cannot
pause it,
protect
Jenny?
you.
There's a child there.
Will not protect you. Your guns will not protect you from the wrath.
Mark of the beast. Oh my
The
God.
wrath of an angry God. So there be any love of God in you.
What?
If
Now
there
Can
there's
we
an
have a sanity
what
break?
kind of logic is that?
Okay, so
I couldn't.
do you think that maybe they don't understand what reparations mean? And
I
that's
think
why
they
like
only know very
they
few words, and it's USA, liberty,
USA.
like
and liberty, and freedom.
they
No
think
masks in
protest
heaven.
they think he's protesting him and he's or them and he's
Correct.
not at all. This is
There's no
bizarre.
Does that
COVID in
say,
heaven either.
wait a
There's
minute,
no COVID in
does
Mark
that
heaven.
of the
say
beast.
pedophiles behind his head? Pedophiles?
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
Does it?
Why?
I
Why?
Let's
don't
have
Yeah.
them
know.
keep masks.
I can just read the word pedophiles. I can't read the rest of it.
I can't
See,
read the
this
rest.
isn't this.
Oh, I
This is
see the
type of
wall,
people.
the wall, and pedophiles.
Oh,
I was going to
Lord
say that one guy looked
God.
like Ernie Shells. I'm not kidding. If you rewind a little bit back, it looked like Ernie.
It might have
Right.
Did
been.
anybody else see it? It looked like him.
Ernie's like
Ernie
Where's
Shell's like,
Waldo? He just pops up everywhere.
totally. Is there a camera here? Is there a camera?
Oh, I got shot. I got shot.
If you listen to him all the way through, and then like his message is all about the Tulsa massacre that happened. 100%. And so when you slow it down and you listen to it and take it in little increments, when he says a certain word, then they think that he's firing at them and
he's
they
not.
respond back at him.
That's
And
kind of what
then
I was thinking.
it's the key words. Again, you are right, Dietz.
They're
When you
lost.
said, yeah, they think that he's there for them to be anti them, and he's just doing what he does on Wednesdays at 2 p.m.
Right.
Yeah, they're completely lost. They have no idea
And
what's going on.
it's typical to her behavior here too, though, because she will take whatever you said, twist it to something that's non-existent, word salad the shit out of you, and then by the end of it, you're so exhausted, you're like, okay.
Yeah, and
She
then
does that
you
here
win.
too.
and then like a
You
day
win.
later, you're like, wait, what the F just happened? Yeah,
Right.
it's exhausting.
That
Can,
was
can
And
we
then
also
you wonder if
consider,
you're wrong. Like, oh, what?
well,
but
but
can
that
we
was
also
my point with
consider the people here? Like, these are people who follow her, right?
Right.
What does
These
that
are her
say
people.
about what does that say about
Yeah.
their intelligence? You know what I mean? Like, collectively, a bunch of crime sleuthing people who take crime sleuthing seriously, like somebody to listen
Well,
to.
keep in
You
mind
know
this
what I
was
mean?
before crime sleuthing. This was
Doesn't matter.
it was a Facebook group about
Doesn't matter.
Claire, this
not
would have been
wearing
at the
masks.
same time. Claire, this would have been at the same time as the Sophie Long case.
But it
Oh, I
doesn't
was
matter.
going to say that.
And she was
Oh
in
my
the
gosh.
Sophie Long case with you. She
No, she
talked
wasn't.
all
She
of-
was
yes,
over
she
here.
was. Yes, she was in the Sophie Long case with you.
Did you not hear her
When?
the other day that she
As
said
another
that
name.
she said I was a part of the Sophie Long case?
I remember her
Yes.
saying
I'm
that.
like,
What I'm
what?
saying is,
She's
when?
got Annie
Who?
Elise mixed up with Dietz.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Dietz was in Michael Vaughn's case.
Mhm.
Okay.
I
I
was
didn't know
there.
anything about the
All you're
Sophie
doing is
stuff.
reinforcing my point because she's obviously an idiot. And so now you have all of these people who look up to her and take whatever she
Right.
says as gospel. And so what you have here is a crowd full of online idiots in person. That's what you're
No,
looking
that's
at.
what he's
Terrifying.
saying. Is even if they're
Terrifying,
only
isn't it?
following her as a person, they're still following,
Right.
somebody who
An
believes the way
idiot.
she does. Is what he's saying. Yeah,
And
Yeah.
I don't
she's
want to
such
say
a
There's
that
no
word,
control
but
lie.
freak.
She's not
When she had
capable of
her
lying.
when she had her Facebook page, she was the only one allowed to make posts during the Michael Long case. Like she's that controlling.
What?
Like nobody else could post. Yep.
Who was she in the Michael Long case?
Wait, she had a group?
She had a Facebook group.
Oh.
What?
Mm-hmm. I'll forward stuff
Okay.
to you. Maybe I'll remember her.
86 is right. I don't think she thought I was Annie because Annie was on the dad's side, and she
No.
said that I was on the mom's side. I do remember her saying that. So
Well, and if you
that's
remember, she
weird.
was when she was live the one day, she said, Dees and the Glare doxed me. And when I said in the chat it was Dees and the Glare that doxed you, then she switched it a little bit and said
I've never
no, but
doxed
they were
anybody in my life.
friends. Yeah, and then she's like, they were friends with the people who doxed me. So she just goes along with, depending who she thinks is listening.
You're breaking up really bad, Granny. It wasn't so bad at
Of
first, but then
course.
it got really staticky. But I didn't dox her. I didn't know her name until this actually when I
I
skimmed
still don't
ahead
know
and
her
blocked
name. How
it.
can I dox somebody if I don't even know her name? I don't know who the fuck she is.
She doxed
I
herself. Honestly,
don't want to know. Honestly, I'm curious as to what she was. I mean, if she used her real name during the Sophie thing, I don't care to know that bad. I don't want to know. But I'm slightly
wasn't she
curious.
Coffee and Crime, or what was the name? Coffee and
Fueled by
Crime.
coffee and true crime, but that
There were
it
so
was
many stupid people.
I think that's what it is. So, Maniac said she blamed Cappy and QB. They didn't.
I'll be right
She
back.
just says that about everyone. She just, blames everyone for
that is
Oh,
those
correct.
things.
Yeah,
That is
because then
correct.
she
that
blames
makes sense.
Eve and me, and I didn't dox her either. When I was cutting out, I was saying as soon as I confronted her in the chat and said, wait, Dees and the Glare doxed you? Then she switched the story and said, no, but you guys were friends with people who doxed her. And I'm like, oh, okay.
What the hell?
What the
You
crap?
can't have it
Well, I
every
mean,
single way you want.
Girl.
It doesn't
you're
work like
keeping her
that.
from getting her life-saving medical procedures too. Apparently,
She
all of
did
us are.
accuse me and
Hmm.
MJ, well, everybody, yes, of doing that. That's
Mostly
true.
y'all. Yeah, she did call you guys by name, and then it was just
Mhm.
the I can't remember what she called everybody else
The
that was in
Mean
chat and
Girls.
Oh well,
everything. Yeah.
remember hell was gonna rain down if she didn't get her ketamine.
She
Well,
Yeah,
she
hell,
told
I remember that.
she makes it sound like everybody's in a giant
she
group. I'm
screams
telling you
doxing.
right now, everybody up here on this panel, a lot of them don't like each other. So it's
yeah,
not
and
like
you know what?
everybody's in some
Everybody.
big giant
I
group
like everybody here.
conspiring things.
I
Okay,
like
they don't
everybody on
get
the panel.
how about they don't get along with each other on topics? How about that? So
Differences of
there's
opinion.
yeah,
I get
there's a
along.
lot
I
of
get
that.
along with
But okay,
everybody.
shut up, you people, please.
I don't fucking like any of you. I just hate her.
We're all just disagree. We're all just disagreeing with Deets.
Yeah,
Listen,
I don't
I'm
get
so
along with
pretty
in
much.
anybody.
this fucking minefield. Can we just get back on topic?
But
That's
the
right.
point my point is
Voices.
though, people are not conspiring against her. It's just these topics get brought to the table, they get brought to panels. Like today, I had no clue this was going on. Someone pops in here and says, "Oh, she struck voices and this was why." And so we just started looking into it. Nobody's like plotting and scheming
It's
on
not
her
my
like
fault
she
this
said.
time.
Mm-mm.
No, it's not. It's not Eve's fault.
Oh.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, for fuck's sakes, I didn't accuse her of being racist. I said that it involved I at this point I don't even fucking know what I said. I
it's
know
okay.
that I got false copyright struck.
It happens.
Yeah.
No, that was wrong. Let's
It was
address
wrong.
that.
Fucked
No,
That's
I said I
bullshit.
meant it happens to forgetting about what you had said, but no, it is
Mhm.
wrong to be falsely struck. That's
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But
So
this is the
wrong.
third time she's done that. And the first time
What?
it with Tracy, it seems like it was just jealousy. Because she
Yeah.
said all this
She
stuff
got
about
me
bigger
quick.
channels. You're a bigger channel and all this kind of stuff. And
Mhm.
it wasn't even it was it was like accidentally shown her face on screen for like 2 seconds or something. It
Mhm.
was the weirdest freaking thing, and it was like
And I
crazy.
think she
And then
thinks now that
Dude,
Voices is in with all the mean girls or whatever.
I
It's
mean, but
just
it's like,
crazy. Like, stop
grow up.
striking everybody. It's crazy
Right.
town. Stop.
Dude, Cuck Church was just in my chat. Like just
Oh,
What?
trolling
Don't
my
say
chat. Yeah.
that. She'll be tagging his
was.
ass next.
He was
Oh.
totally trolling my chat, but and I kept getting super chats to troll him, and I kept playing the super chat song because he was like, I
Chat
heard
bot.
you were using my image or my a clip of me, and I was like, yeah, fair use. And then people kept doing it, and I kept playing it, and he was laughing. He was actually cool about it.
Yeah.
He was actually he was respectful
It's
in my
Can't
funny.
wait to go watch it.
I know we're
He
gonna
was
have to.
he was
Oh, it's the
trolling
best thing.
because he was trying to stay off. I was talking about Karen Reed. He kept trying to talk about Kylie Rodney. I was like, we're not here doing that.
Oh,
Oh
he
yeah, he's
really
back
wants to
on
talk
that.
about that.
But he wasn't
He's also
disrespectful.
now jumping on
He wa-
Sebastian's case too.
Are
He
you
wasn't
Please
disrespectful.
don't.
He was
No.
actually very cool about me using the Cuck Church super chat song. He was fine with it.
That's awesome.
So
Hell
I'm
no.
saying, like, if this
I
guy,
love it.
if this guy who is capable of the things that we know he's capable of, it can be cool about something that simple. I mean,
Hell
why in
yeah.
the hell can't this woman just let people
Yeah,
review
because
her?
he could
Like,
have your shit taken
you're
down
subject.
quick.
You're subject
Right.
to criticism. It's
Well,
how it is.
Nonsense is still here. She's like, oh
Yeah.
great, another tragedy pimp to add to my list.
Hey,
Oh,
I got something to say to you guys. Do you know
yes.
that behind him on a members only today? Do you know that the woman that made the horrendous, culturally inappropriate comments doubled down on it?
I heard there was a members only live that talked about a bunch of people and things like that, but I haven't heard it yet. She's
Yeah.
talking about Brittany J. I'll say her name. She's talking about Brittany J. doubled down on the.
No,
doubled-
no, Regina. But Brittany allowed it to happen on her panel
Right.
again.
I meant it was her. Yeah, live.
Is that the catfish that we're talking about?
No.
Oh, okay. I was curious. Just curious. I'm not saying
You're
that.
I'm out of the
getting
loop
it
too.
out.
I get.
I was just
I
curious.
beg
I
to
didn't think
differ.
there was 3. So,
Yeah.
I beg to differ. We got 4.
I suspect there are a lot of catfishes on YouTube,
Yeah.
honestly.
I mean,
Oh, I'm
technically,
sure.
it's not catfishing because they're not doing something, but
Just not representing, yeah, who they are.
yeah, and that's okay. I mean, people do use icons and stuff, but if you're using a picture that looks
Yeah.
absolutely nothing like you,
Like mine,
getting
that
people-
doesn't look like me at all.
Yeah, mine either.
Mine does. I even tried to make it as pale as I am.
That's pale.
That's as pale as it gets. And you can't make
All
like.
right, well, let's finish this thing.
Oh, okay.
You can't get translation, Jenny.
You can pour water, but I promise you one day, you will reap what you sow.
Preach choice when it works for you, bro. Preach choice when it works for you.
And you ought to repent.
Our choice.
As John the Baptist preached, as Jesus preached, repent.
It's just so great. They're yelling at him about their rights to not wear a mask. He doesn't care
Right. They're
at all.
they're having 2 completely different conversations, yet being aggressive towards each other. It's really weird.
Wow.
It's
Well, he's
totally
not being
weird.
aggressive.
Well, I mean, semi-aggressive. I mean, he's on the defense, and they're being aggressive. Is a better
No,
way to put it. But
he's talking about the same topic he talks about every time, probably the same words.
right, but he's
not
talking.
He's not
I
talking
mean,
back to them.
he's talking at them. He's pointing at them. What
He's
do you mean?
not
He's
talking any
facing
louder
them?
than he has been the whole time, Claire.
I'm
He's been
not
using
saying
the same
he
tone.
is. I'm not saying he is, but he has a bullhorn and the rest do not. I'm saying he's still talking at them. So
Yeah, that's true.
they're addressing him and he's addressing them back. That's all I'm saying.
No, he's not listening to
He's
the
not
message.
addressing them though.
He is
No,
not
he's not
addressing
addressing them at all.
His message never changes.
No, it doesn't matter what his message is. He's talking at them.
No,
He
he's
is.
not.
Yeah, he's facing them. What do you mean?
I get what you're saying. He's addressing the crowd.
Right.
The crowd.
Yeah. So
But he's not
they're-
responding to them. Yeah, I got you.
Is that you, Tia?
Yeah, it's really me.
Okay. Just making sure.
See ya.
Hi guys, I have a question, and I'm truly I'm really asking this. I'm not trying to steer anything, but as someone who is inexperienced in this copyright bullshit, what I asked in chat what the penalty was, and someone was kind enough to give me the kind of the what happens. But when you false strike someone repeatedly, because I didn't know about Tracy, I only know about Deeds. This
I
what
have
happened?
an
Like,
answer.
there's a lot of false striking going.
Can you get in trouble for it?
Yeah.
Yes. Go to Twitter. People have tagged YouTube help or whatever, and they said,
Oh yeah.
please report this to YouTube if they are mass striking falsely. They will handle it.
Yeah, I didn't even bother doing
I don't
anything when she struck me. I tried to reason with her. We had like 12 emails back and forth, which were completely useless. But she kept accusing me of something that never happened.
Get out of
And then
town.
that was it. No, she left that strike on me for over 30 days. It was ridiculous. I was furious. Yeah.
Huh.
Well,
For
she
nothing.
struck me on April
It showed
3rd.
a part of her
April 11th.
thumbnail.
April 10th.
So I'm guessing that we're on the list, which is fine because, you know, she can pay the attorney fees too. And I got no problem with that.
Well, listen, here's the thing. When she files a copyright claim, she's entering into litigation with me.
Yeah, as soon as you do that. Yeah, that's a fact. As soon as
So
you do that.
then is it perjury because it's false? If we're entering into a
If
legal
it
fight?
goes to court, sure. Yeah. If
If
you
I
try to-
respond and I dispute it, and
Mhm.
I plan on counterclaiming it,
Mhm.
because I was well within fair use for it, I've already gotten all of the instructions that need to happen. I have, as soon as I walk away from here, I have a live to go into that'll walk me through everything that I need to do by the right people to do it. And I'm going to fucking proceed forward.
So where does this court happen?
It's DCMA. It's DCMA court. It's a federal court. So she just perjured herself on a federal fucking document.
Yeah, you
I
don't
will see
counter.
this through.
Yeah, you don't counter a copyright claim or a strike. You don't counter a strike unless you're ready to go to court. Because the ball becomes in the person who struck you's court. Do they want to take
And
you to
that's
court?
what happened with her and I. She struck me, I countered, and she just let it sit. And then it takes you
That's
through
what
all that
99% of the time that's what happens. Like you counter it and then they're like, I'm not going to get a lawyer over this. This is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
she did it.
And then,
But that's
right.
infuriating, right? Because I'm like,
Because then
okay, fuck it. Take me to court. I
But
mean,
then you have to
let's
wait.
go.
You have to wait the 10 days for it to drop off, and by then,
And it's not
your
10.
video isn't relative. Or
Yeah,
no, yeah,
and you
yours
think
is
it's
in
10.
algorithm.
Yeah, and it took 30
you're not going to get any
days.
views after that.
It's
No.
not about the video. It's about abuse of the copyright system.
I get what you're
used
saying.
Sure, but it is about your channel too. That you
Right.
know, it fucks your channel because you're sitting with a strike. So what if somebody else strikes you
Yeah.
during that time? Now you've got two, and you got to wait
Nobody's
for it to fall
criticizing
off.
you.
And
Nobody's criticizing you for fighting this.
No,
like, at
no,
all.
we agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question pertaining to that because if it is false and it's following fair use, then how does the strike even go through? And at that point, you can argue back to YouTube that you followed fair use without it escalating to court.
Because YouTube
Well,
will
that's the
just
whole
strike
thing.
it. YouTube will just strike it. That's what
Yeah,
happens.
Right. So they
As soon as
strike under copyright. It goes
Yep,
through
it sits
almost
on there
every
for
time.
I got 83 more days of it sitting out there.
Right.
And listen,
83, dang.
Well,
it stays
that's
on
different
90
than-
days.
Yeah, it's 90 days now.
A copyright is
Since
90
when?
days. It changed
when?
in March.
Wow.
Do you have another
screenshot.
strike or something? For
No,
you?
Yep is
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
Yep
I'm
is
just
making a good
asking.
point. Yep is making a good point.
Oh.
YouTube will not rule on fair use. They can't legally
That's
rule
correct.
They
on fair
can't.
use.
That's why it's
They-
DCMA court.
They can determine whether or not they feel that it falls under fair use, but whether or not it does is between you and
Right.
the plaintiff being the person who struck you. So
Yeah.
that's,
Right.
So now if
for
it's
you to
90 days,
dispute
that's
court.
horrible.
But
If
you
they-
can
Because-
respond.
if they
Can't you
feel
respond to YouTube and say, like,
It
no, I
doesn't
followed fair
matter.
use? Because I've had
Yeah,
I
somebody
did
do that
that.
to me. I struck
I
them
I
and they
proved it.
countered.
sure.
I did
That's what the
it. I
counterclaim
proved the
is.
whole thing. They don't
That's
give a
what the
shit.
counterclaim is. That's what the counterclaim
Yeah.
is. The counterclaim is
Right.
saying, hey, if this was under fair use, because I've been struck, and then I say it's under fair use, and then they go, okay, and then they lift it, and then it's like this person, they'll send you an email saying this person, if this person decides to take you to court, it'll be a court of law that determines whether or not it was under fair use. But
Right.
we at YouTube have determined that it could fall under fair use.
Right.
Okay.
And that's
so
where the
you,
issue is, because people are like, well, that I think that's what Granny's saying. If I say and can prove it's not, doesn't it just go away? No. She
No.
strikes, you counter and explain everything. They
She can take it to
say,
court.
we'll look at it and then we'll send it to them. And if they want to take you to court, they
Right.
can.
Right.
So I filled out all my paperwork. It went back to her. And I'm like, let's go to court. So she doesn't have to do shit
So
but wait. And that's what she did.
isn't
So
this
she sat,
considered
she waited, and
harassment then? Or no? Am I
yeah.
stretching here? Like,
Yes,
It
it
depends
is.
though. It
It
depends
is,
though,
yeah.
because like I've had strikes where I know it was under fair use, and then I had to wait out the strike until it expired. And then I've had other ones where immediately, like I'm talking immediately, like one time I was streaming what's her
Claire,
face? Katie
immediately
Joy.
my video went down. As
Katie-
soon as I ended it, my video went down and I can't even
Okay.
get to it.
But see, that's the thing. Nobody can understand how YouTube's algorithm works, because I was streaming Katie Joy live one time during the Sophie thing. I was streaming Katie Joy live one time, and then she tried to strike me while I was live and while she was live. And then Google sent me a email during the live where I got to show it off and go, ha ha. She tried to strike me, but YouTube already determined that it was under fair use, and my live continued. You see what I'm saying? So there's not an actual person determining this. There's not an actual person determining this. It's an algorithm, and then it just makes its decision based on God knows what.
Exactly.
Well, can we
My
pause
advice is
for 1
reaching
second
out.
too? I'm so sorry. The copyright, it says, if your active live stream is removed for copyright, your access to live streaming is restricted for 7 days. If you get 3, your account will be terminated. You do get a courtesy period. Okay. And
what's your
then,
courtesy period?
so that's for the first one. If you're part of the YouTube Partner Program, meaning you're monetized, you are eligible for a 7-day courtesy period. But after 3 copyright strikes, you'll have 7 additional days to act before your channel is disabled. During this period, your copyright strikes do not expire. You cannot upload new videos. Your channel remains live, and you can access it to seek a resolution for the strikes. If you submit a counter notification, your channel won't be disabled while the counter notification is unresolved. If the counter notification is resolved in your favor and the claim is retracted, your channel is not impacted. So now I'm wondering, though, why is Voices 90 days when this says 7?
Because I've originally had a strike way back when I very first started my channel and I was streaming Brene Brown. I didn't understand how much of it or how to appeal for fair use, so I already burnt my first one.
Gotcha.
So that was
Okay,
back
because
in
it says you're warning.
2021.
Gotcha. So you already
when
got your courtesy. Yep. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
So
And it
then this
says,
one hit me and I couldn't live stream. I could upload my
Yeah.
shorts. I could upload, do community posts, but it would not allow me to live stream. I couldn't use
Yeah.
StreamYard. I couldn't do any of that until this afternoon when I had the ability to go live when I went live
Yep.
today.
Okay, so it explains it all now.
Yes, it
Yeah.
said on April 3rd. I did my live on April 2nd. I've just been hanging out because I didn't understand it until I opened YouTube Studio on my laptop. And let's not also forget, this woman said she was coming to sue me. And then as soon as she threatens to sue me, she strikes me and I have to give my information. Now listen,
Yeah.
if you ask me for my fucking information, I'll probably tell you right where I live because I am very open and I live stream from where I live. But if you're going to tell me you're going to sue me, I don't own a goddamn thing. And Decipher already has a fucking lien on my Cricket and Whistledown's got one on my laptop.
I just found this out today. I have a Cricket, you guys.
Nice.
So, like, this is still being done to bully and harass because I have been very
She isn't
strong.
gonna sue a grape. Voices.
She's not gonna.
sue a fucking ant
Voices.
ass.
That's kind of what I was
Nothing.
It
getting
doesn't
to.
matter.
was
I also
the
have
harassment.
anxiety, and putting that kind of a threat on somebody like me. Stop it.
Yeah.
I know,
It
and that's what I was
doesn't
getting at. I'm
what
trying
they're
to
doing to me.
understand. It's okay.
And this is the thing, though. Also, and I'm glad you brought this up, Voices. This is something that I can't let go. That we can't have this conversation without me bringing up. You guys, whenever the creators, if somebody strikes you, a lot of times they'll do it because you have to give your information when you counter it. So they will do it, and that information they have a right to. They have a right to be. It gets shared by Google to the person who struck you. So. Be very careful, be very wary of that. What I
know.
But isn't
suggest,
there
what
that
I
guy on
recommend,
YouTube?
Yeah,
what I
Robert
recommend,
Reed or something.
what I
Mhm.
recommend is getting a PO box, or getting a PO.
That's
It's
what I
still
did.
technically an address, right? Because
all
they
of
will
that
they
stuff.
will strike you just so they can dox you. So
There you
be
go.
very
Yeah.
careful of that.
I only put
I
my
had to
PO
tell you.
box down. You ain't getting shit else.
I know
Did not know
Heels.
about that. That's actually
So
somewhat brilliant. Thank you. We're
Mhm.
going to
So
get a
he-
PO box tomorrow.
So Heels has
There
a
you go.
video on it, and Burnt Toast has a video on. I think his name's Robert Reed, but I could be wrong. He's a lawyer
Yeah.
here on YouTube, and you cash app him like, I don't know, it's less than $5, I think, and
And
he
he'll handle
will.
it for you.
Yeah, he'll fight it for you, so you don't.
Seriously?
It's his
Can we give him
name.
20
Oh,
for
yeah.
ahead of time just in case?
Probably,
Can
but
we
I know
retain
that
this
they
guy?
have the
She
videos on it.
wants-
Yeah.
Tia wants to retain his services. Can
That's
I give
right.
him
He's
20 at
on
a time?
YouTube, and he'll use his information. You don't have to put any of your information in,
Yeah.
and it is valid. And he's done it for a lot of people.
Yeah, he has.
Mhm.
And that's on Burnt Toast, you said?
I was trying to find. I know Burnt Toast
Yeah.
has talked about it, so I think she has a video on him, and I know Heels has a video on him.
All right. I'll look.
I thought his name was Robert Reed, but I could be wrong.
I thought it was too.
Isn't that the Brady dad? Isn't that his
Yeah, I tried looking it up, just his name, and it took me to that. Yeah.
name? Nice.
All right, play a little more, Jenny.
Yay. Okay. We're at 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Okay.
For the kingdom of God is at hand. And before America, there was Jesus. After America, there will still be Jesus. And your face mask cannot protect you. The lack of your face mask will not protect you. Your guns will not protect you from the wrath. As Jonathan Edwards says, the wrath of an angry God. So if there be any love of God in you, if there be any humanity in you, then I plead with you, with the love of Christ, to do right by God's people. And they said the same thing to Jesus. They said the same thing to John the Baptist. Every prophet that has been brought to this world spoke up against.
Why they're just yelling random things at him.
Okay. When freaking Waylon here came up and got closer to him, did you notice all of the other people in the crowd stepped closer?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. This man
Yeah.
had a mob of people surrounding him, yelling after, shoving an umbrella, money, water, laying hands.
Yeah, they
Like,
yelled
as
Mark
you
of the
watch it-
Beast to a pastor. It's crazy.
Yeah. And asked him what his views are on abortion. Like, what?
See, this is just a shit show.
Look,
It's a shit show.
talk about people needing to touch grass.
Yeah.
This is nuts. Sorry.
Y'all need Jesus.
Oh my. What is happening?
Oh my God. I don't know what we're yelling about. Loud noises.
Right? How?
And I plead on the blood of Christ over your soul. I plead that I teach you.
Don't get up in his face. That's not right.
Acknowledgement of white supremacy. In Jesus' name.
Oh my God, dude.
This is wild.
That dude's
Right?
trying to hand him a credit card.
What the
Right.
Look at
hell is going on?
Oh my God. dude.
Again, Mom doesn't get that he's not talking to them.
I know, it's crazy though.
This is bananas for sure.
I'm sorry. Where's the organizer of this thing? Shouldn't they be around somewhere trying to?
That's crime
Yeah, where'd she
sleuthing.
go?
She ran
Yeah,
off to
where'd
call
she
the
go?
cops.
Yeah.
With her hands on her hips. Did you all see that? I could not help it. That is my favorite part of the whole video, y'all.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
no, it's so
we need to
early.
see
She
that.
slaps those hands up
need to
on
see
her hips when you dip.
I-
I love that.
Oh my God. I
We
need to
used
see
it.
that.
I did.
What?
I'm gonna hop down, you guys. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I gotta go
Oh,
look for Robert
I was
Reed.
just over here looking for the Robert Reed video and Rob Reed video. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Thank you guys for answering my question. I really do appreciate it.
I wish
Tia,
I knew more.
Tia, don't go. Because our conversation that ended up resulting in me getting struck happened on your panel. In any way, shape, or form, did I call her a racist on your panel?
Jesus, not that I'm aware of, but I'll pull the transcripts on that and we will go through that shit with a fine-tooth comb.
Because that's what resulted in all of this.
Really?
She says that I called her racist.
You got to be kidding me.
No, ma'am.
What?
She just makes all kind of claims. Seriously, I've seen her do
Yes.
it repeatedly. And Voices actually was defending, I think it was Deets.
I think I've heard
about
her tell more lies than truth.
Oh, for sure.
I will tell you one of my favorite glare clips is him coming up and saying, "Do you know how full of shit you are?" No.
Well, that's what I was consumed with that thought. Is like, does she know like that she is this full of shit, or is
Are
she
you aware?
Yeah, is she this oblivious to herself? I like
it's the best.
When someone lies like that to that level, I can't help but wonder. Like, I wish that I could like explore their brain for just a second, but as long as I can come back, because I don't want to be stuck there. You know,
I was going to
like,
say, what would happen if you got stuck? We need to find a lifeline.
No.
So Voices, Shay says, no, you didn't call her that. And I listened to it again. So if Shay went through it again, I'm going to say, yeah, and it didn't happen.
Well, that's fine. I'm going to pull the transcripts.
I never pointed fingers to that. Like, I may have said that it got turned into something racial, but for me, it's not about, like, it's about the fact that this was one single person. Remove color. This was one single person that has, for what they believed in, his civil rights, they thought theirs were more important. That one angry group of hundreds of people thought their civil rights were more important than somebody else that had been coming there and doing this for years. Mm-hmm. Furthermore, it's all done to silence somebody else.
I mean, like, the whole thing was definitely out of control, and clearly it wasn't about people's rights, because the thing is like you said, and just to piggyback off your point, voices for the voiceless, they could have absolutely coexisted. They could have said, hey, speak your mind. We're going to give you a minute. Go
Mhm.
ahead and tell us what you got to say. This is about us expressing our voices. We should all, whatever our interests are, we should be able to, if we expect to be taken seriously as a people, this is about unity. Expressing your First Amendment right and assembling is about unity, and showing that unity would have been a very, very beneficial thing for her protest. But instead, it turned into a conflict, and all the piss was taken out of everything she intended to do in the first place because she felt defensive.
Well, that's because it wasn't really about rights at all. It was about them being angry that
exactly.
they were being forced
Yeah.
to do something. Yeah.
Completely agree. That's exactly my point.
Oh, and somebody just sent me my own transcripts.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
me too. Got it too. No, you didn't. You did not call her racist.
Yeah, it's me. I can clear this up. It's Earth. I was up on that panel. I showed up right after Voices did, not that long after. And I can say she did not say anything racial. So I don't know where Crime Sleuthing's getting at. She needs to knock it off. Quit making a situation
What you doing,
that. Hi, honey. You little cutie pie. So, Crime Sleuthing, you need to knock it off.
And I didn't see her do
somewhere.
anything racist either, so why would anybody call her racist if she didn't display any, I mean, I didn't see her do anything racist. I saw her.
She was just pointing and calling him a racist, saying he was racist.
Right.
But I could
So
care less
here-
about this video. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
here's exactly what Voices said. She said, whatever, get over it. Everybody knows. So it seems that Slime Sleuthin', now this is the transcript, so it might be slightly off. Slime Sleuthin'.
No, that sounds about like what I talked like that night.
Apparently likes to there's a video, it's on Facebook. She reached out and she touched somebody during a anti-mask protest, and he was a person of color and he was a pastor. So she touched somebody, put her hands on his arm, trying to say, oh, hey, let us have our voice. Don't she probably said it's my turn to talk, it's in a group chat. So bang, sit down. That's it. There's nothing about her being a racist in there.
Just so that it's noted,
Oh
it
my
needs to be noted that is in quotes. What Deez
Yes,
just
I was
said,
not
she did
calling
not
her.
call her that name.
That is what she said. The whole transcript there. So no, you didn't call her racist.
Oh my goodness. Crime Sleuthing, did you hear that? Nobody called anybody a racist. My goodness.
It doesn't
Well,
matter.
it's vile. It's vile to call somebody that.
It is.
I think
when they weren't.
she's trying to get into the Guinness Book of World Records for the most having the most statements debunked by other people.
True.
She's getting there. She's getting there, girl.
In the true crime community, where we have nothing better than to debunk people.
Ride jailers' coattails, huh?
Oof.
I mean, that didn't make her a racist. Now, if you have a blog that is exclusively,
all right, play the
targeted
video.
at black
Play
people,
the video.
Hey,
then
play the
that
video.
would make
Play the video. Play the video.
Jenny, play the
USA.
video.
USA.
USA.
I knew I could count on you guys.
USA.
I'm going to give you my credit card for reparations. Will you take credit cards? Take credit card for reparations. You ain't going to step before him.
Murdered children.
You ain't going to
Do
step
you
before
pray
him.
for America's
Take a
murdered
credit card. How
children
about
through
$10?
abortion?
Will that shut you up?
Yeah, I would like to know that.
The word of God has been spoken.
How much money is
The word of God has been spoken. As is written in Isaiah 61. Yes, and we stand down Jesus out of the box. When the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me. For the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings to the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom for the captives, and release from darkness for the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, and provide for those who grieve in Zion.
Wow. People are so aggressive.
They are.
They'll be called the oath of righteousness. If you love God whom you have not seen.
The,
I don't know.
the little short Karen is
I need
killing me.
I need a moment for this haircut. So please pay attention.
You guys see
What I'm
what's
saying,
happened
like,
now. The pastor has a friend with him that's standing because, and he's finally moved from behind where the camera person was filming. And you notice that even the person filming isn't shoving the camera in anybody's face.
Yeah.
They've done this. Again, this goes back to what it said on the news article. They have done this for a long time, and they've encountered other groups of Karens, right? They're not engaging with them. Now they're trying to set a boundary. Hey, look, dude, you're really getting up in our space. Yeah. And you notice a lot of the crowd is dispersed. Probably why? Because what did we see in the news article? Everybody can be in that area. It's all owned by Tulsa citizens. You see it dispersing? Because now, and guess who ran away and now is back? We see said man with glasses and fanny pack, whatever, Merce, over him in gray shirt. So, like, don't think that that's not ironic that now suddenly everybody's starting to disperse in that. Dig into this a little bit more because there's other articles that go along with this. I just didn't want to show them because it has her identifying information in it.
Yeah.
I figured after she identified it, laid this scenario out, it was more than okay to show this because this comes from the opposing side.
Right.
Yeah. So the haircut in question is behind this woman's arm.
Oh, what did I
just wanted to. Everybody seemed to miss it, and it stuck out to me. So here we go.
I'm dead.
And a sound of praise until the spirit of heaviness. They'll be called the oath of righteousness.
Looks like an Amish Mennonite.
That yellow jacket.
Brother, you see every day. And what you have shown tonight is not the love of God, but it is the love of your Father, who is Satan. You have shown the love of your true Father, who is Satan.
He said
and you need to repent.
Did you hear her?
Everybody
She
come
said,
with me now.
Yeah,
right.
I heard that.
Because she realizes that now she's in the wrong. They all have the ability to be there. He's been there long
so she called
before.
the cops.
Right.
Yes.
Told her.
And the cops are probably like, lady, oh, this guy?
Yeah.
But quit crying. Here. Calm down. Quit crying.
I wish somebody would just like barrel through that crowd doing the robot and looking up like on the Chappelle show. That would be awesome. Great.
We do that all the time in our house, Claire. My husband's constantly. He'll look at me and just do that robot or whatever. Like,
that would just be so funny if some dude just randomly just.
I would love that so much.
Who knew Tulsa was such a happening place?
I'm sorry.
I was just saying, who knew Tulsa was such a happening place? Dang.
It isn't. Don't be fooled.
This is the highlight of 2020.
This is the highlight
of
the
last height of the pandemic. I mean, this was like the new backyard barbecue. Come on now. This is the most social gathering that anybody had seen in months.
There was a lot.
These country folk has been waiting for a pee.
They were fired up and their minds all warped by solitude and being,
5 months of solitude.
And, yeah, man, that's rough, man. I wasn't the same, for sure. Like, it was weird.
The farmland was not enough.
Here's the only thing I haven't found out. My question is, did her anti-protest keep a mask mandate from being placed on Tulsa? That's my bet. That's the bigger question to this. I got so pissed and I went live and I was done. It needed to be addressed. So I don't even know if this whole little protest and all of this resulted in keeping Tulsa from having to wear a mask or not. That's
it didn't. They lost.
Was it just?
Of course they did.
Are you thinking this was just like a social event?
Is there a way to find out?
Legal social event?
Wouldn't that be available to find out if
Eve
when
found
this
out?
Yes.
But
yeah, the mayor was like, sorry.
No. Then I got a message that said, hey, you might want to go over to Dietz. They're talking about your stuff. And so at that, I didn't even know what I was coming into. I heard you say, hey, we did this. I'm like, oh God, you guys found the video. Great. I was going to send it to people, but like, I've been a little bit beside myself because like, I don't really care if somebody has my address, but when you threaten me with a lawsuit, and listen, I get it's a threat, but I don't like being threatened. That's not a cool thing to
That's
do.
not cool.
And to abuse it, and knowing that I've taken this time off, I mean, I haven't, like, and I haven't been live on my own channel prior to that for like over a month. I've missed like 3 pay cycles.
She
It
just
doesn't
seems to be
matter to
locked
me.
in this mindset of always being on the defense and conflict with someone. You know, I know her type. You know what I mean? Like, she's
Yeah.
just got this automatic trigger in her mind where she is not trigger, but she's just locked in this place to where no matter what, it's a mode that no matter what, she's in conflict with people. And it's the only way she can function. She's got to have somebody she's in a conflict with at all times. And it's incredibly
That's kind of a
toxic.
control issue.
Incredibly toxic.
I'm the wrong one because I can be just as fucking toxic. So
Well-
Gracie warned her, don't play with people that don't got nothing to lose because all I got is time on my hands, dude. Like, and I got free internet, so fuck you.
Yeah, and I agree with what the Glare is saying because I've seen that in another person as well on YouTube. A person that threatens to sue us, me, Tracy,
I'm still waiting
Adrian.
for my
Like,
fucking sue papers. Oh, goodness.
yeah, it threatens to sue us every live, and we haven't done content about this person. We don't talk about this. It's crazy.
She's
But I
currently
see
talking
that
about
in
somebody
her
else, but
too.
I'm sure during this live we'll be sued, even though
Oh.
the topic is
I don't
somebody
know.
else. But
I absolutely stopped listening. It's not even like entertaining at this point. It's the same thing every day. But okay, so
Got
we
some
have
change in my car if she wants it. That's about it.
Yeah. Okay, so just a few more seconds.
And what does the Lord say about greed? Hey, you get money for this.
That was
I mean,
that was something. So, Eve, did you look into this? You said that they didn't even win the mask mandate thing.
Correct.
Okay.
The mayor did what he did, and they had to wear masks anyway. But the second round, they didn't have to.
is Oklahoma a blue state?
I think it's red.
It sounds. I would think. I'm assuming it's red, which is kind of ignorant, but
I don't know. I just don't understand this. We didn't have to.
It's a red state, Republican state.
It's red.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
It's Toby Keith's home state. It's red.
Most of the Midwest is, yeah, but it is a red one. I didn't know if it was.
Well,
a
I'm
state,
not.
but
I'm
no.
not making. I'm not discussing politics. All I'm saying is, I mean,
It's weird that they were.
It's not me that made COVID a political issue. That already happened.
It
I'm just
became
saying.
that, yes.
Right. I didn't do that.
Which is crazy because where I live in Wyoming, we didn't have to wear masks. There was nothing like that. It wasn't even a whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
most of
telling you,
Wyoming is barren, right? Or not barren, but you know, not a lot
here
of
in Tennessee, we did the lockdown when everyone was doing it. But as soon as it was over, it was like, you know, yeah, we're okay. We've had enough. We're done. You know, and like our mayor at the time, well, I don't live there anymore, but our Knox County mayor was and is Glenn Jacobs, who was Kane in the WWE, right? But yeah, for real. And he actually is fantastic. He's I think he's a libertarian. That's why I like him. But he basically wrote a letter to Joe Biden and posted it on Twitter saying that we respectfully decline any mandates that you plan on making. We're not going to do it. Like, we're just not doing it. And everyone in Tennessee basically did the same thing. Like, yeah, just know that if you try to federally mandate us, we're not complying. So we didn't really do COVID here in Tennessee. So it's, but
Georgia
a
was
lot of it
similar.
right. It's also a red state, but you go to Washington.
Actually, we were blue last time.
Yeah, you go to the state of Washington and you can't get a gym membership without getting vaccinated. So, you know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I know this for a fact because I was in Washington and I couldn't at the time go to the gym with my brother because at the time I was not vaccinated.
I was trying to catch up in chat. What's going on in chat?
And I may or
Claire,
may
I
not
wanted
be
to
vaccinated
mention.
now.
I wanted to mention I grew up with Terry Bradshaw right next door.
Oh, cool.
I grew up with Brett Kiesel.
It was until he became like a real dick in his old age. Like,
yeah, that's all those years commentating games.
yeah.
I grew up with a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Oh, real quick, here's a note. I keep hearing this too. The Proud Fits are not missing.
Oh no,
YouTube just doesn't know where they are. They just don't
Wait
know
a
where they
minute.
are.
I haven't heard this.
Yeah.
Explain. Can you explain that?
Because they're
Which
not
idiot's saying that?
they're not at the campgrounds where they
Well, you know
have
why?
people have been driving by videoing them constantly. Yeah, I know why.
Correct.
Because people have been driving by videoing them, putting it up and saying they don't have the decals on their car. It's decals.
The
They say
decals.
decals. The decals.
Yes.
But they went somewhere else and people didn't see them leave and don't know where they are. And, oh my God.
They're in an undisclosed location for their safety and privacy. Leave them alone.
So
Yeah.
I'm glad you kind
Very
of brought
cool.
that up, Jenny. That was the messages I was dealing with earlier. Apparently, when you said that Sweetie Pie Low brought up what she did and it broke your heart, that person thought that you were agreeing with her and her source. And I was letting them know, no, I know for a fact Jenny wasn't, but they
I can't
went back
stand that
and
woman.
re-listened and said it absolutely sounds like she is. And I said, well, we're talking about something else. We will address it later. I didn't think that you were agreeing with it at all. You were pointing out the fact that it's a bubkiss source and it shouldn't be repeated. We're not gonna, we weren't gonna play it. We're just talking about the fact that what she did. And
did they message me?
She does this with every
No.
case. She does this with
How
every
they not
case.
going to message Jenny? Who?
I don't think
are?
she knows
Ma'am?
how to, but I'll talk to you about it. I think it was just the wording. So I definitely want to make sure we clear it up that nobody was co-signing what Sweetie Pie Low was doing. In
I
fact,
think I
we're
was
speaking
no.
against
I'm sorry.
it.
I was
She's pure
extremely
trash.
clear about that and the fact about don't just I said it was she said it came from a very reliable source.
Yeah.
Right.
And see, and I
So,
think they
I'm
mistook
sorry they
your
got it mixed up.
I think they mistook your sarcasm by you saying a very reliable source, and they thought that you thought that was legit. And we're like, no, I know that she doesn't think that Sweetie Pie's reliable source was legit. We had just finished talking about how we feel like they are doing it's like they're using the Summerwells playbook in Sebastian's case, and Jenny had pointed out last week that they were on the editing photos portion, and now they're into the bring in outside sources and make SA allegation portion. That's exactly where we are.
I feel like it's arguably worse than Summerwells at this point. I mean,
Oh, baby, honey, you don't know what guys
people are horrible, and more people are talking about it right now. And it's like this. It's gotten to the point to where it's not going to stop. If these people get totally exonerated, they're still going to get harassed.
Well, they all were able to jump on this one really fast, like as fast as they could, all at the same time. So the chats are just filled, and they're not going to give up at this point because their chats are filled. And even people who are reputable, name begins with a P. I'm not going to say it on here, but a male creator that everybody's up in arms about because
Pascal, I'll say
all
it.
of a
It's
sudden,
Pascal.
Well, people think he's very reputable and that he
disappointing.
always is victim
I like Pascal.
facing, but
Mhm.
You know,
No, I'm going to say it.
there's a lot of
I know that my opinion
sensationalism there.
I agree.
Mhm.
And I know that my opinion does not necessarily reflect those of everybody here on this panel, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. Anybody who is pointing fingers at the Proudfoots, whether it be a sub or a creator, is an asshole.
Yep.
Stop it. You're an asshole. You have
Yeah.
no evidence, none. And you should not know about these people's personal lives and their imperfections in their lives. Nobody knows about yours. So why do you get fair? Why are they fair game? Why? Because their kid went missing? You're an asshole. Stop it.
They are.
No.
And
Like
this
if you want to impress people, listen to both sides, get both interviews, read both statements, and don't
Right.
read her statement in a sarcastic manner, leaving out half of it.
Right.
I mean, that's bullshit what he did. And
it is. And that's
sickening.
kind of what Jenny and I were getting at. And then this comment here, can you see it there, Jenny, where she says that Brittany J was hinting that Chris Proudfoot's mom went to jail for SA. Like there's so much misinformation out there.
I got
they're saying he SA'd his stepsister. It's even the same storyline from Summerwells.
Oh, I've
Same
got something.
storyline.
You guys, I've got something. So today, they tried to justify the allegations about SA and the pull-ups because of the information that Seth released. And stood on it, stood firm on it, and said, well, I did my research.
They
I'm
were quite
sorry.
proud of themselves too.
That is not justification for what you did. You're re-victimizing a victim. You're not being ethical. I read off a list. Like, listen, I went and I talked to 5 advocates, 5 actual victims advocates that work for 5 counties that surround where I live. And I asked them the same questions. And we went through and came up with how social media is exploiting and re-victimizing these families. And they're doing it for profit. And in the end, it's going to delay the healing and the outcome for the families.
But it doesn't matter, voices, because there'll be another one before this, before Sebastian's even found. I mean, everybody, Summerwells is so important to them. Oh my God.
Now,
and the same creators are all over Sebastian.
Same exact ones. Why? Because
what happened, Summer? I thought you were never giving up. What happened?
Your Summer's Army. Where's Summer's Army?
Yeah, well,
Or they're trying to
Where's that?
integrate the situations
Liars.
as the same. They're not the same.
Yeah.
No, they're not. I mean, they're the
It's
same
disgusting.
in the sense that the parents are being accused without evidence. That's the same. But
there's
you know,
so
and
many similarities, though.
there's a lost kid in the process of all this. Yeah, that's similar.
The similarities are in what's being done to those cases, not in the cases themselves, because we have watched creators try to drive a wedge between Seth and Katie and Chris. They love it. They keep doing it. They keep asking these leading questions. They keep pushing
Encouraging
things. They did this with Dawn and
They
Candace
even
as well.
said that they're going to do it. They said all we got to do is separate you two.
Tracy Ann.
That's all we got to do.
Tracy Ann.
That's not what
I got to ask you an honest question.
All right.
What do you, and this
Sorry,
goes for
Jenny.
everybody on the panel too. What do you, how much worse do you think it would be if Molly Golightly was still on this platform? And this case was going on?
50 times worse.
Think about
50
it.
times.
Those are fighting words, sir.
This is what she does. Like, and just imagine, she's not even in the community anymore. And look how bad it is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Because
saying?
the one she trained, are doing it all.
Right. Yeah, that's a good
So
point
bad.
too.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Jenny. I think we cut you off, honey.
That's okay. I'm upset that somebody actually thought that. I don't see any possible way. And not only that they thought it, but that they went to you.
Well, we weren't on the topic at the time, so I do appreciate him not coming in it because it was behind. But like I said, I know exactly what you were referencing because we had talked about it previously. So I knew you weren't co-signing her at all, not in one tiny tiny bit, but I wanted to make sure we addressed it
Yeah.
publicly in case others thought the same. But I knew you were
So
being sarcastic when you said that.
just so it's clear, there is context every bit around that. I mean, like completely around that.
Mhm.
I said I was very upset about Sweetie Pie's live and that all these other people went live directly after it. Directly after that live with
Yeah, Jenny's
those crazy
very
clickbait things. I don't take people's I've got a
No,
source. I don't take that ever.
no.
Ever.
mm-mm. No. Maybe the person just doesn't know you very well.
They obviously don't. And
No,
that's
Well,
okay.
that's
absolutely.
That's okay. I just yeah, I don't know. It gets old.
It does. It does get
it
old, but
does.
like I was saying, no, it wasn't co-signing at all because in fact we were calling it out. We were calling out that what she did by putting that out and not
Oh
only putting it out on Sebastian, but then bringing in these other people and their stories and we don't
Mhm.
it was just way too much and it was way too far and I think we are all in agreement on that.
Yep. Oh,
And
there's one other thing with that dates that I didn't get to, as far as the Terry, the step grandfather. I guess it's Chris's stepfather,
mhm.
Bowersox, Terry Bowersox. They brought up this whole thing about his drug past and all of this. One of them was from 1981. Even those aren't him.
Nope.
I know. Thank you for
The
bringing this up.
the 1981 one is him, but it's not meth. It's something that's used in fertilizers and all kinds of tons of things, but it's illegal to have a certain amount of it, right?
Is it
The
anhydrous?
chemical.
Right. And it was dismissed.
Is it what is that?
Dismissed.
Anhydrous ammonia, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
So
that was
back
put
But
out
they're
in
as
the
just
death
day, they put
charges.
that.
spreading it around and spreading it around as if it's a fact.
Well, but back, I think also back in the day, that was a key component in that state for bathtub crank.
Yeah, but it
Back,
doesn't matter. It was dismissed
But it's
regardless.
also used
Yeah.
for not nefarious shit too.
correct,
Yeah.
correct.
Right.
And so
And
either
airfields.
way, it was dismissed. So why is it even, again, why is everything from 8 years ago being brought up
It,
as if it were
it wasn't
yesterday?
8 years ago, Voices.
Right.
It was
As
1981.
yeah.
Well, and I realize that. I realize that's because, again, that's going into and crossing a line.
I was
There,
6.
Right? I was like, how old
Think
was
about
I
that.
then? But,
I had a
I
big
wasn't
wheel.
even thought
I
of
wasn't
yet.
even born yet.
I had a big wheel for fuck's sake. Like
I think we're close to the same age because I
as
love your
5,
intro so much.
Oh,
as
I
5.
identify with your intros, Claire.
oh goodness.
unreal.
And it's just getting wilder and wilder by the day. Wilder and wilder. And that's
It
why
is.
it's like I couldn't watch any of it for a while. And I'm glad that, there have been people who have been, addressing it, calling it out and whatnot, because the
Mhm.
my thumbnail or my title today is breaking news, bombshells, and other BS, because that seems to be like what it is every single day. It's a new breaking news thing. And is there ever any actual breaking news in it?
Nope.
Oh my God, I did that in the
Well,
Summer Wells case and I
I
got
mean,
crucified.
nonsense is asking everybody a question here. Okay, can I ask y'all a question? What will be the next play? And is there any point to addressing the misinformation? And I love that you asked that because, I mean, look at Dolly. Dolly's in full fuck it mode now. He's not even trying to hide being a tragedy pin. He's
loving
rocking
it.
it. He's rocking it. Like that's what he's doing. He's like, "Yep, I'm just spreading rumors, and I don't give a shit." He doesn't care, and
Wait,
his
dozing off
channel is
Dolly?
blowing up. Yeah, his channel is blowing up now.
Oh
not
So
yeah,
think about
his.
he's
that. So
there's
think
been a
about that.
lot.
That's a great question. Is there even any point anymore? I don't know.
Yes.
I
Yes,
don't
there
know.
absolutely is.
I'm not
Yes,
saying
there
there isn't.
absolutely is.
Yeah.
It's a great point
I mean,
for
that's my
discussion.
answer. Everybody has their own answer to that, but like for me, I get to a point like I thought I was going to explode last night after all this stuff. I
Was it
told
that bad?
it was bad, and because Sweetie Pie did that live, and then it was like just a cascade of
Yep.
breaking news, Pandora's box is open, blah
Oh my
blah blah.
God.
It was just like, are you freaking kidding me? And the night before that, they all had body found during search, question mark,
Yep.
question mark, and then Sebastian's name.
Oh yes, yes, yeah.
Why? Why? I don't get it. Like,
Because
Because
people
they're
click on
figuring
it.
out that it's clickbait and it like it works. And it's also on top of that, look at the hashtags. Look at the way the algorithm, they're figuring out how to harness the algorithm. So this is Summer Wells, this is Quentin Simon. Let's not forget, do you guys remember the phone call when Betty and Dolly were in the car and there was a phone call with JLR? And JLR was advising, and he's like, look, the forecasting says you probably got another 10 days. Betty was wanting to go home.
I don't think I've ever heard it.
mm-mm. Did she just like stop talking?
Yeah. I didn't know if, like, I was like, I didn't know if I had, like, I didn't know if anybody, like, nobody's heard this call. So there's a call. Like, I might
I'm
have
sorry,
to get the
I stepped away, but I remember the
No.
call.
Okay. So remember, okay, so then you got to back up again and remember when they were doing arts and crafts at the kitchen table in Tennessee and Molly
Yes.
was explaining
And
how
she
the back
tells
office works?
Yes.
Oh, heels, yes. Okay, Kathy P says she thinks she might have it. Okay, so in that thing, in that call, Dolly or JLR was coaching them about like the forecasting, trending, hashtags, all of that stuff. And that's all of, if you look forward. So what they're doing, Audigal remembers it. Wow. A lot of what they're doing is they've started it at one, like going and harassing, doing all of that, working on the recon, the stalking, all of that. So the important thing is nonsense is exactly what you're doing, because what you're doing is you're going to cause awareness so that people start, like, in the end, I know that people aren't going to like this answer, and Dietz is not responsible for this. I own it. You want to send the email, you want to send the hate mail, voice for the voiceless, wy@gmail.com. Other than that, it's not Dietz, but I encourage everybody to reach out and contact local advocates if you hear of these people coming, because you have seen what it's done. And all it takes is for you to get one person to get ahead, and you doing it on your own. You don't have to tell anybody. Do it on your own. Do it for the right reasons, gather the right information, do your own damn binder, reach out, see something, say something, stop it. That's the only way it's going to stop. And I don't care if you don't like it, but that's where I'm at with it, because we have seen this happen and it gets worse and worse and worse. And had these people had a heads up, it would have stopped it.
So I want to address nonsense here though, where she's saying that I get it, it's exhausting, and it truly is, and that's kind of why I have done other topics this week. But I'm so thankful that there are still a lot of other people like you and Granny and there Eve, other channels that are still out there debunking the BS, because it does need to happen. Debunking it, correcting the misinformation, the disinformation. Like, even if we don't feel
There
like
has
it's
to be a
making a
balance.
dent. Exactly. But I had a conversation on my channel last week about this very thing. Criminality, Nunya, I think Sleuthy came up. There was a Burden was up here. And some other people were up here as well. Sorry if I forgot your name. Eva, I think, was up here at one point. Like, the point of it is like, what can we do? And people did kind of discuss like, maybe laws or something. And then we went further into the conversation and realized that wasn't plausible. So many people were upset by that. And well, not so many, but there were a couple that were upset by that. People that I was shocked that were, and they were like, you want to regulate true crime? It's like, wait, nobody said that. Nobody said that at all. And they go back to the argument of free speech. And it's like, we were talking about protecting these victims, because we don't know what has happened to Sebastian at all. He could be out there listening to this. He could return home to this mess, and he deserves to be protected. So fuck your free speech. I'm sorry. They matter the most in that situation. And anything else to the contrary of that just
And
tells me
nobody's
what you're all about.
Right. And nobody's trying to shut them up either. We're just
No.
saying, listen, this,
Stop the
okay,
misinformation.
the misinformation, okay, this misinformation is out there. This is why this is what Dietz has been doing, at least. This is why it's misinformation. I tried to do that. I mean, the whole thing is you know, Chasey does it all the time. There's definitely has to be a balance for sure, but it's not about freedom of speech. All we're doing is exercising our freedom of speech by saying, hey, that's bullshit, so don't listen to that. You know what I mean? Nobody's trying to shut them down. Nobody's, I mean, not that I know of. I know I'm not, you know, but this is what I want to know, though, is if you're one of these people that support this, why don't facts matter to you in a true crime case? That's the biggest mystery.
Because these creators treat it like a pick a path. Tonight, we're gonna wait and see if Susie Joe and Bobby Lou and Timmy Steve all come up with some crazy ass theory, and we're gonna go and we're gonna run with it, and we're gonna go down that. We're gonna sit like we're sitting at the curl up and dye hair salon and out back of the Piggly Wiggly, making up, you know, dishing the latest tea and gossip. Dietz, did you read back chat? Furthermore, they turn right around, and then the next night they go down somebody else's fucking line of speculation. And you know why? It brings a crowd, because you got clickbait, you got titles, and it's all exploitation. None of these victims, listen, the only reason they're in the spotlight is because they're going through the darkest hour of their life. The darkest hour of their life. They're not a public citizen. And every ounce of what is being stated there and done to them, they're being put under surveillance. Their inside of their homes have been shown. Their divorce decrees have been shown. Darkest secrets have been outed. And you know what? It's all against their rights. The minute that kid went missing, they became victims. And those victims were granted a set of rights. And every last one of them that's exploiting this clicks and views for profit.
Well, the problem is those rights aren't. The problem is those rights aren't protected by law. You know, a lot of this information is public record that gets released. That's how it gets found in the first place.
You're breaking the law when you disseminate it publicly. You're allowed to look at it for your, like, you can look at it.
No,
but the minute
no,
you share
No, that's not true. Unfortunately, that's not.
I wish that were true, but it's not. You know, you can
on
you
some
can
sites.
disseminate
It
it.
depends on what site you're using.
No, it depends on
There's
the
a
information
disclaimer.
and how you obtained it and why
Yes,
you're
and what your
spreading
intention
it.
is with it.
Malice
Yeah.
intent is illegal to do, to use it against someone.
And if you're lying about it, if
right,
you know, that's different. That's defamation. That's
And that was the question we had is, you know, what is the rights of the victim?
That's
Like,
going to be
what-
per
what
the
do they
state.
have?
All you have to do is type in the state and the victim's rights. It's
Well,
per the state.
But the
I
problem
think-
is the victim is the one who has to do something about it. Like, we
Right.
can't do anything
And
about
that's
it.
where
The
you tell the
victim has
victim
to
to go
fight
back
back.
to law enforcement and ask for their advocate.
But
That's
it's
it,
the
that's all.
victim's
Agreed.
the thing is it's the victim's right. That's what makes it a right.
Mm-hmm.
It's their choice to do what they want. So
Right.
the problem
But
is
if they
it's not
don't know what that
it's
advocate can do, that's why we urge them to go back to him and have a conversation with it.
but it's
That's
not
where we
But
should
if
be
they
sending
don't,
everybody.
voices, if they don't, that's where it gets muddy. When they don't
Right.
listen because they're in panic and they want to advocate for their missing child, and they'll do anything, which is also being scrutinized
Yep, and
to
they
an
will.
extreme degree. It's a tough area.
And what if fighting
well
back
aware.
for them is just not prudent for the rest of their surrounding life? You know, what if, you know, these people have a right to the privacy? I mean, and it gets to a point where some people are going, hey, listen, I'm on your side and I love you and I support you 100%, but you should do this, you should do this, and you should do this, and you should do this. And then that to them just becomes part of all the same noise, you know, and then it's just such a touchy thing to deal with victims. That's why I never reach out to them. You know, I have in the past, where I'm like, hey, I support you and just wanted you to know and blah blah blah, and you have a voice here if you ever want to use it. It's not a request, it's an invite, and that's it. But I've stopped doing that in the last, I don't know, 2-3 years maybe. Because I don't feel comfortable reaching out to these victims at all. Not at all. I think it's just gotten to a point where it's not helping
I'm not
them do
comfortable with
anything.
it either. Yeah.
And if they reach out to you and say, I would like to go on your platform to do this and that, honor their wishes and decide if you
Always.
want to do it or not. But do it
Always.
respectfully and with integrity of the victim
Always.
and the victim's
Absolutely.
family. And
And
that's
they're and that's the extension of that, right? Their family. Where do they fall in that? You know, if in Sebastian's case, he's the victim here. Where does his family fall into that, and all the people that are now being attacked? And we've seen that in the Summer Wells case with all the people on the Hill and everyone being attacked. Like, where does it stop? Like, are they victims of circumstance? Do they have rights too? I'm asking because I
so
seriously don't know.
So the victim's rights umbrella protects the family all the way to the grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles from the victim. So anybody under that umbrella, and if you think about the Wells, they were double covered because Rose went missing before. So they were already considered victims and covered and had a set of rights that was completely trampled on when they got the second umbrella of a victim because their daughter went missing.
And then look at how they handled it though. They just went on every YouTube channel instead of, and I even, when they came onto my channel, I was like, are you guys planning on suing some of these people or anything? And Don Wells was just sitting there telling me, oh, well, you know, God wouldn't want that and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and I'm not trying to mock what he believes in. What I'm saying is sometimes these people they don't understand how this works. They don't know what the best choice is to make, and they're going to make
I
bad
kind of
decisions.
agree with Sleuthy here, though. Like, when does that come into play? That's probably not a priority to them right now. Right now, their
Exactly.
priority is
Right.
their missing loved one. And how
Yes.
long
Right.
does that remain a priority? For quite some time, I
Right.
assume.
And I hope the victim's advocate is telling them and warning them before they step foot anywhere near media that this is a risk. And they should, and that actually some states are mandated to tell them.
Yep.
And let me pick real quick, Jenny, and then you speak next. But let me piggyback off nonsense here. She says we're so bad and at high rates of pumping misinformation, and let me include disinformation in that out. There's so many in the case. It's crazy to see it all play out in real time and grow. I think she meant grow steam
Grow
like this.
steam like this, yeah.
It's got a core of the. It does have a core, but beyond that is what I'm asking about. Like, how do
And
I
I
word
don't blame nonsense for feeling so
this?
discouraged either.
No.
I
We all get that
relate.
way.
Yeah,
We
I
all get
relate.
that way. And okay, so this is what I'm going to say, and I'll probably take some heat for that too. Some of the people calling the shit out don't know what they're talking about any more than the shit that they're calling out. And I'm not speaking to nonsense here. She knows that. But, and that becomes another problem too. Like, if you don't even know what you're addressing, then it's just a continuation. It continues to trickle out, more misinformation, more disinformation. And
Right,
I
you're
get what she's
adding.
saying. It's like a snowball, and it's not stopping. It's gaining speed. It's growing bigger on all fronts. And you feel like, who the heck am I? I'm a tiny little person over here with, 400 people. There's nothing. It's nothing compared to those with getting
Right.
5 or
If you're a
6,000
400-person
because
channel
they're
and you
okay, right? And they're okay with, and they don't mind compromising their morals, and they're perfectly satisfied putting sexual assault on a minor for no reason. And that it just blows my mind. That
Right.
how do you stop it? How do you
Okay,
stop
so
it?
here's how you combat it. You use the same strategies that the pimps are using, or the grifters or vultures or whatever you want to call them, that they are using, right? You got to use your hashtags. You got to use the tags. You got to tag truth, fact, subscribe. Start looking at some of these good creators' descriptions
And click channels.
Yep. And push
Busted
your
are the
stuff
clip
out
channels.
into the algorithm the same way that they are pushing it out. Start looking what they're doing. Look at their hashtags and make sure that you're including misinformation, untruth. Use the weapons that they're using to fight the battle that they're fighting, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wish it were more effective. Like, I mean, if you're a
Yeah.
small channel, that's not going to do
It
shit.
is.
You know what I mean? Like,
Start making shorts. Honest to God, start making shorts. I got a channel I got a whole nother channel that nobody even knows about on this side. And dude, I did a bulk create in Canva for those nameless, faceless shorts. I pushed it out and I grew 3,000 subscribers on it.
I have a
yeah,
suggestion too to
what
call out
about clip
media.
channels? Yeah, blessed are the clip channels. And that includes Heels in the Air. Heels in the Air has made some great clips that are very, very informative. I remember those. I used to use them all the time.
Shady's making right now. Shady and Tragedy Pimps, they're pumping out stuff. If I'm sure there's a lot of other channels as well that I don't even know about. So I don't care. Drop their name in the chat. If there is a creator right now that is, debunking stuff, calling out the lies and the misinformation, just drop their name in the chat as well, because the more we know, the more we can support those people.
Yeah,
because that's who we need to be supporting.
And calling out major news media who puts these creators on their live for the whole world to see, which fuels it even more. Like when they put, who did they put on the other day? Was it Smiley that showed up somewhere? They were playing her interview, and I was like, oh my God. Why are they doing that? Why aren't they being notified? Hey, this is not where we need to be going here. Call them out too. Nancy Grace interview, whatever it is.
Nunya, it's not about making somebody care about what they don't care about. It's caring about what you care about and making sure that you're doing everything you can in your power. You can't change somebody else's opinion of you, and their opinion of you is none of your business. But when you see the wrong, you do your part to correct it, and you lead by example. That's it. That's all. Don't make somebody care about it. Flood it with the right information so it drowns out the misinformation.
See, the thing is, though, is we're blaming, we're thinking smaller than the problem actually really is. The problem is actually the fact that true crime has become an entertainment genre, and
you are right on that.
These YouTubers are going to feel justified in their actions when you have people like Nancy Grace, like News Nation, like Jennifer Coffindoffer going on these panels, like Court TV, Lord. Like all of these. I mean, these are your real tragedy pimps. They know, and all they're doing is being smart. There's a demand and they supply. It's simple. The demand, the issue is that everybody here wants something juicy. Everybody here wants the most juiciest thing. Like the Sebastian Rogers, he just went missing and he disappeared. That's boring.
What about they use their credentials?
Well, let's dig into the parents and find out what's going. As much as we can find out about these parents, and then sit and then go, this is shady. Oh my God, this happened 20 years ago. Oh my God, that's shady. They must be capable of murdering this poor child without any evidence or anything. This constantly happens, and this happens on Dateline. This happens on all day long on ID Channel. This happens on Nancy Grace. This happens everywhere, and all it does. All that's happening here is that YouTubers are following that example. The successful true crime YouTubers are following that example. And you're sitting here wondering, why are the shitty, tragedy peddling tragedy pimps becoming more successful? That's why. Why?
Well, because they turned it into interactive. It's an interactive Dateline. It's an interactive 48 hours.
Drama. That's what Molly Golightly did was genius in that right. I'm saying it was terrible and horrible. What I'm saying, though, it was genius in that right. What she did was she created true crime. She mixed true crime with a cheap YouTube version of a reality show. So she involved victims into and then baited them into drama. And then
I said that earlier today, it felt like some of these creators, it's like they're reality TV is a perfect word for it,
Right.
but almost like they're playing a video game.
Yes.
Because what I think they don't realize is they're playing with these people's lives.
Right.
Absolutely. If you watch that Alex Jones documentary, and I
Yep.
don't care how you feel about the dude, but listen to what the victims and their families went through by him calling all of those kids fake and all of that stuff, saying it didn't happen like we're here in Upchurch do. Look at what they went through. And this isn't a video game. This isn't reality TV. It is 100% real. And I just feel like we are hitting a wall with it. And I'm not talking about like sometimes I think we do nitpick like little things. Like you can have a different opinion. I guarantee all 5 of us up here have different opinions on certain topics, as well as those in the comments. We have different opinions. It's not just that, it's about the spread of the lies, the bullshit, the mis and disinformation. That's the problem because the person that's harming the most, whether you agree with Chris Proudfoot or Seth Rogers, the person that you don't realize you're hurting there is Sebastian. You're hurting him and his case. And how do we stop that
Well,
without others getting offended?
It's
Well, gag
legitimately
orders.
hurting
They
Sebastian's
need to gag order
investigation.
this case.
It's
They need to gag
logistically
order
hurting.
every child.
It's logistically hurting Sebastian's case because when you are spreading the information, when you are spreading this information about his parents and that they should be side-eyed and looked at, it implies that the person who's missing is no longer with us. So you're no longer keeping your eye out for a kid who's out there that needs help. You are simply dismissing this missing person as already gone. And that is dangerous when you have a missing person who is depending on everyone to keep their eye out for them. They're missing.
Right. Or the person, like say someone does have him, are they gonna get away farther? I don't know how to put it
What if
into
they're
words what
feeding
I'm thinking,
information?
but yeah, it's just
And over
so
amping law enforcement with the
exhausted.
bullshit where they could be looking this way, but they're having to deal with something some YouTuber did over here and miss the opportunity to help find that child.
They
Like
do. They
it's beyond just misinformation, disinformation. It is harming chances to find this boy or any missing person.
Yeah, everybody thinks that they're going to crack the case, like you're not. You're not. Like I'm telling you right now, Tracy Ann and Dietz would have done it already. It would have been done.
the fact is that
You're not going to do it.
once you gather the facts, like you were saying earlier, once you gather the facts, and that's why it is, a little frustrating to me that those that call it out who don't know the facts, it's like, wait, they're so easy to get. But once you gather those facts, like you said, it's kind of what else is there? You talk about those things, and that doesn't give you the capability to go live day after day after day after day on that topic. So you have to keep
Right.
adding to it. You have to keep dramatizing it, and then
Right.
tomorrow's drama has to be bigger and more intense than today's drama was for the case. And so they amp it up, and then that's when you get the Donna Serafinas and the Sweetie Pie Lows and the Pascals making it more and more and more, and it's so far.
With their racy and controversial titles with a question mark, so they can't say that it was misinformation. It's so there's a science to it now. There's just a science to it, and
see,
they're
that's
all
why
on board.
I released the audio for the dispatch. That is a reality that happened. That is case related in a sense of this is what was said when the 911 call came in. Those things you can't dispute.
Right.
And it cut out 50% of the bullshit. Those are the things that I think are important. If you're going to put something out case related, do something that's based in you can prove it is right there. Not all this other stuff or irrelevant stuff. Like 30 years ago, oh boy got arrested for this or that, whatever. Doesn't matter.
But in the end, we owe the victims like an extreme right to privacy.
Right.
Like if you walk down to your local courthouse and there might be a sexual assault case going on, they're not going to let you just stay in the courtroom to witness everything. a lot of times they'll say clear the courtroom. You can't just be a looky-loo looking in on somebody else, even in our judicial system.
I do think Nunya's right here, though. We do need a mindset shift here. She said maybe those who feel discouraged by the constant growth and how it gets worse can recognize they aren't stopping these people. And she's right. We're not stopping them. They're combating these people. So if we shift our mindset a little bit, it might help as well.
Right. If you stick to just countering misinformation with the right information, that would be productive.
That's what I try to do on my channel, but that is try to get the actual out there so that it negates some of the crap that's coming. Can't do it all, but
no, I mean, you right. You're not gonna push the rain back into the up into the sky. You know what I mean?
You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Nonsense. I heard that clip today from Smiley. They wanted his friends. She asked for his friends, their moms, or anyone that knows him in real life to reach out to them. We saw Jenny, what's her name? The creator that Seth's always with. That creator is specifically asking for tips in the case. Send the tips to her, to this creator, not to TBI. Send them to her.
Terry Lynn.
Oh, Smiley wanted his therapist. Smiley
It's-
wanted his therapist to contact her.
Okay. And then, Terry Lynn, like Jenny said,
What?
she was wanting the tips sent to her. And even Seth is up there on panel and co-signs it and says, yeah, send them to her. And it's like, wait, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
Well, when he was on, when Seth was on Pascal the other night, he got a phone call, right, while he was on panel. And he got the phone call and you hear him say, yes, Miss Terry. And then he mutes. And he comes back and goes, I just got some new information that the gas station has been cleared. That wasn't Sebastian.
I mean, that's some bullhorn Betty shit right there. You know, it just is. So
shout
weird.
out to Mr. E. That was nice.
I don't understand, like, and the mindset of, oh my God, this person has a criminal past, so they must be guilty. It's like, dude, jails everywhere are packed with people who didn't kill their kids. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Like
drug addicts that didn't kill their kids, and
Reverend
How
Donna
about the
has
fact that? Sorry.
No. I was just reading this, that she has a GoFundMe for $30K to start a center to prove the afterlife. So far, it has $4,700 in it. Okay.
Yeah. And I cannot with that woman. And her and the combination of her and Sweetie Pilo is intolerable.
I can't stand Sweetie Pilo, dude. Like, I can't. Like, it's like I this isn't the first case where I was just like, oh God, this woman is awful.
But I didn't even
go ahead.
Do what?
Sorry. I was just gonna say I didn't even know. I had only ever seen the Dudley interview that she did in Summer's case, right?
Me too.
That's all I'd ever seen. I watched her.
She links up with that psychic lady a lot. Like, so they can
Serafina.
collaborate and get they and she's an idiot too. Like, everybody's like, but she figured out where the Daybell kids were, dude. Any asshole with a brain could have guessed that. I mean,
that's why the
whole country was looking at Chad Daybell. I mean, of course, he has his property. Any asshole could have just guessed that.
That's why the card team used cell phone analysis to. Yeah. Okay.
Well, actually, it was found by satellite imagery. They had to go pay some money, I think, or no, they gave it up freely, and they found the burn holes, the areas where they were. So satellite imagery is what helped with that. But that was
it was Donna Serafina. Eve, come on.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Disinformation.
It was
Donna. Draw Latina's throwing her hat back in the ring.
It's so crazy.
What?
Did y'all see that Draw Latina's throwing her hat back in the ring?
No.
Yep. There's Draw Latina.
Yeah.
And then, oh yeah, you do.
They call her Dr. Latina. Latrina. Latrina. Sorry.
Dr. Latrina.
But it's like, yeah, it's DRA.
She goes back to a Molly supporter. She's like
Dr. Latrine.
And then, damn it, I just forgot.
Did you see what I
Doesn't
did
she just
there?
talk about medical and
Mhm.
psychological things? I mean,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is she the lady with the brown hair, kind of older?
Yeah.
That one.
And-
Oh, okay.
Okay, my other one is how about a pretty reputable creator saying that Mr. Three-lettered man who runs around the world like Waldo has changed and has done nothing nefarious for 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we disproved that last night. He's still doing
Hey,
it.
can I
He's
give a
still doing it
shout
now.
out real quick? I want to shout out Little Irish Girl real quick because Little Irish Girl's been going through like all of my old content and commenting. So thank you for that. That's really nice of you.
That's
I
nice
just
of
wanted to-
her.
Yeah.
How
yeah.
brutal. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. but
Shout out to
thank you for
him.
doing that.
And that is the thing, is there are new people coming in, and for the most part these YouTube creators are not for the victims. There are new people that come in and they don't know what they're getting into, but someone had said it earlier, and I can't scroll back to where it is, but they had said they put a lot of the blame on the subscribers, and I agree that is a part of
100.
the issue, you know, that like they're feeding
Shout
it.
you
We're
out. I'm
feeding
shouting
it by
you out
watching
too.
it to debunk it too, though. So
There's a
that's
demand for it for a reason, right? I mean, it is the watcher.
Oh, you muted yourself, Eve. Yeah, Nanya, I'm gonna shout you out. We're giving shout outs.
Yeah, you're getting a shout out too. Good, Nanya. Shouting
Uh,
everybody out.
The creator can't open the subscriber's wallet.
No, that's true. That's true.
And the more money you throw, the more memberships you buy, the more you show up in the chat. Like if you don't like it, ice it out. And what's rule number one? That YouTube relies on its viewers to police its streets. That's like the last I got.
I
But
think the
that's what they
subscriber is
want.
just as accountable, if not more, than the creator. Again, it's a supply and demand type thing. And, you know, I think that the subscribers should have a higher standard for their content creators, and what they should have a higher standard for the information that they receive from them. That's my opinion. Again, since when do facts not matter to you when following a true crime case? What's wrong with you?
Shouldn't that be what it's about? That should be what it's about. Jenny hates to interrupt people, but I'm trying to tell her you gotta just get in there on these crazy panels. So
I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna hop down. Thanks for having me.
Voices. Thank you for walking us through that stuff.
I hope your strike goes away. That
Me
was
too.
not
It's
okay.
You too, Voices. I'm sorry you're going through everything you're going through. Thanks for sharing everything.
Even if you handled it fair usely, like that's a word. But you did it through fair use. Even if we don't like the criticism, there's clips out on there, out on About Me Today. I don't care for. I'm not gonna strike people. Why? It's fair use. Don't be petty like that, Crime Sleuthing. Come on.
Okay, you guys have all heard me clown people. We all know that I can go.
Not me. I never do that.
I mean, we all know that I can go way too far. Well, I went up to the line and I put a toe over it. So after I had pulled her hair and kicked her in the shin, I might have poked her in the neck too. I might have gotten a little wild.
Well, that's
not much.
Good.
I mean,
I don't care. Like, I don't care.
You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about somebody who just completely and totally disregards anybody else as having any type of importance whatsoever other than herself. Like, her actions dictate this constantly. So, I mean,
busting out the financial that she did, the financial exploitation of Kara. Like, we all had to stand hard on her to get her to retract the pledge, right? All of that. So that all came, and then a couple of lies that she told on me. So that resulted in me clowning on her. I'll be honest, many people actually were giggling about it, and they wanted to be able to see it. But
I'm sure it was funny.
Couldn't get to it.
I'm sure it was funny.
It was gone, and I can't see it. I mean, I've got it in my StreamYard, but like, I don't even want to upload it because she'll probably just turn right around and strike me again. And then that'll, you know, give me 163 days.
Well, we know the real reason why. I mean, she's a component of it's fair use, it's legal, it's fine. But when somebody does it to her, it's not. And it's because she doesn't want people to know the truth about the situation
Well, and she
that
said
she did herself.
She said that the copyright match tool in back office, that even if it comes up on there, then you're allowed to strike off of that. And Burnt Toast had just explained that no, that's not really the way that works. But she went ahead and did it. Anyway.
But thank you for walking us through that, because you did fill in a lot of context that we weren't aware of. So I appreciate that.
We'll see
And
you guys later.
hopefully she'll drop it. Have a good one.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night, voices.
What was I saying? That's another, yeah, traffic tickets. There was a comment up here I wanted to. Well, see, Kim, I don't know if that's what it was. We have no idea. See, I don't like that either, because we don't know if Seth was on something when he was on a show. But we do know
no,
that it was.
He said he was.
Oh, well, crap.
Yeah,
Forgive me, Kim. Thank you,
did.
Jenny. You
What was
said
he
it?
on?
Oh,
He said his
my
meds are kicking in,
apologies.
right?
Oh, my.
Pascal's,
Oh.
and they asked him what it was. It was
Yeah, but
gabapentin.
But does it count as
and
being on something? Like when you say he's on something, that like implies that he was like,
yeah, no, that's fair.
Tweaked out of his mind or something, or nodding off. No,
right? Yeah,
that's not what it was.
Like he was using something recreationally when he wasn't. Okay.
No, it was for his shoulder, but he was
Gotcha.
clearly, under the influence of that, right?
Didn't he have surgery like recently?
No, he hurt his shoulder. He said he had to go to rehab, I think. And
Oh, okay.
I think today he was supposed to take his lie detector test with Nancy Grace. I haven't heard anything about it.
Oh, thank you, Jenny. That's what I was going back to. Is someone had mentioned like putting so much emphasis on these lie detectors. They do when it works in their favor, but then when it comes out and they find that they passed the lie detector, the person
Oh, those things are never accurate. That's why they don't use them in court.
And then it changes to that. So like, do they even matter? Because people are going to manipulate how they feel about them,
Yeah, no, these people are stuck on their narrative. Like I said, I'm telling you, when this is it, like if and when Sebastian is found, and if and when it turns out to be absolutely no foul play involved, it's not going to be good enough. There's going to be no.
Same.
This is why it's not. No, you have to look at this. You have to look at this.
Kylie.
And everybody's. You're right. Yeah, exactly. They're going to do the same thing with Kylie. They're going to do the same thing with Riley Strain. They're going to do. I mean, it's. Yeah, there's no escaping it. Like, these people want something more than what it is because they watch too much TV, and since they watch only true crime shows and only cases that get that have crazy stories to them are going to get the attention that they get, they think every case that becomes high profile as it's happening is going to be just as interesting as the case they saw on TV. So, and if it isn't, they make it that way.
There's more than enough missing kids in the United States for every one of those creators to do a different kid every day.
Right. Yeah.
Highlight a different missing child. And
you look at a channel like Burden of Proof, and she doesn't really get any views.
And
she covered
Fox.
Right. It's crazy.
Duchess didn't.
Why is that?
It took Duchess forever to grow until Chris and Katie were up there. And then her channel blew up. That wasn't her intent. But she's been small for ages, and she's done the same thing for ages.
Right. If this was not about the subscriber being the problem, Burden of Proof would be huge. Her channel would be huge.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
She sure would. So many would. I think that it is going back to people want a video game. They want a reality TV show, and they're drawn to it. Absolutely. They're drawn to it on both sides. But that's not fair, because this isn't an episode of Law and Order. It's not an episode of NCIS. It's an actual case with real victims real stories, real
But they're no
problems.
longer real once they get a hold of it. That's the problem. Like to you and I, they remain real, but to them, it's all of a sudden, and then they justify these things in their mind always with the justification of, oh, if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But
But
again,
they
as we said
don't.
They
many
say that
Do
all the
they?
time.
Do they ever? Do they ever
no,
apologize?
But I
they
don't
don't.
understand. Why wouldn't you just be like, if I'm wrong and they are guilty, well then, I mean, what? You don't have to apologize to anybody.
Yeah.
Right,
Well,
exactly.
hey,
I
go
always say
please,
this.
Crystal.
I always say that. I mean, I'd rather be wrong about someone's
Hey,
innocence
Crystal.
than wrong about their guilt. You know, I sleep fine at night, no matter what. If I'm constantly going, hey, this person, I don't have any evidence to think that they're guilty, and I stick to that, you know, I'm not going to lose any sleep. You know what I mean? But if I sit here going, oh my God, they're a child murderer, and then their kid turns out to be found and okay, and then they're, you know what I mean? Like, you can't undo the damage you've already done to their reputation. You can't undo
Right.
that.
And I think it's fine to be suspicious of people or see things as, possible red flags or things
But
like
be
that. I
responsible,
think that's
right?
totally fine. Yeah, be responsible about it. And they act like these parents owe them because their child's missing. Well, they don't really care about their child because they're not doing interviews constantly. Well, they don't really care about their child because I haven't seen them searching. That's
Yeah.
Well,
not
yeah, and right. And maybe law enforcement said, don't you dare go on that panel. Or the lawyer said, say nothing. And that
yeah.
is okay.
Yeah, if you don't mind finding that, Melissa, I would love to play that because I did watch it. I don't know. I know a lot of people in this room probably don't care for Chris McDonough at the interview room, and I get that. But I highly recommend going and listening when he had Steve and I was gonna say Katie, but that's not her name. But Steve and his wife Gonsalves, Kaylee's mom and dad were on there and did an interview with them. A lot of what they say, some things you might disagree with, but a lot that we can glean from it is the way that people treat them, the way that they talked about their daughter, the things that social media did to them, and they absolutely are victims. And I just felt it was really, really
Is this
good.
the one where Chris is like, oh, yeah, I got that from the
Christy.
Facebook, if that's okay?
Christy. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Yep, that was a good one. So Nanya said, I heard someone recently saying, I seen this on an episode of BAU. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's just not fair to these individuals. And my question is, heaven forbid, what if your loved one goes missing tomorrow? What if my loved one goes missing tomorrow? It doesn't matter. They're still going to become YouTube fodder.
Totally.
Yeah.
How
Like
would we feel?
it's so crazy. Like, imagine, God forbid, if Sweetie Pie Love's kid goes missing, and then all of a sudden everybody goes, oh, well, where were you and what were you doing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
no. Her son, she said, is perfect. He's 15. She doesn't have to worry about him ever not telling the truth. And
okay.
when he goes to bed, she doesn't really worry about whether he goes to sleep or not because he's such a good kid and he gets straight A's.
But it was wrong for
That
Katie
was
to
me
not
as
go check on her kid?
Mm.
that was me as a daughter, but in real life, I was doing some fuck shit. So I mean,
Sure. So is her kid. So is her kid.
Well, I
To
mean,
some degree.
I think it's really difficult to hear people talk about how perfect their kids are and then slam on other parents.
Right.
Everybody has had problems. Everybody that's a parent has
Mhm.
gone through things with their kids before. And if they say they haven't, that's not true.
If they think their kid is perfect, then they have a kid who's smarter than them. Period. Their kid is smarter.
I get what you're saying.
That's it.
Well, my
that's more
kids are
common, I
smarter
think,
than
these
me.
days, actually.
My kids are
Yeah.
smarter than me.
Yeah. My kid's way
Educated
smarter than me.
opinion, if you followed or covered true crime in any capacity, you can't sit back and deny that it hasn't been for entertainment purposes at some point. That goes for all of us.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, and I agree with that, but entertainment of like watching a documentary versus watching a reality TV show.
Mhm.
Like that's
It
the difference there.
Yeah, I relax my brain with New York Times crossword puzzles and researching things for cases. So everybody just has a different way they look at it. So entertainment, yes, I definitely would fall into that. But like entertainment is sitting down on the couch with my husband and watching a movie for me, and that's very
Sure.
much not what this is for me.
Mm-mm.
But I mean, I just want to talk about trials and cases with intelligent people who can help me see other perspectives and learn.
Absolutely.
That's
Right.
really what I want to do. I can't stand the drama stuff.
Okay,
I
so that's
can't.
cognitive dissonance when you feel
Well, it's
discomfort,
just
when you think
noise.
it's you, when you think you might be a smidget part in what we're talking about. I don't think anybody on this panel negates the fact that at one point we made a mistake on how
Sure.
we came about
Oh yeah, I
a
learned from that.
case. I've learned
Yeah.
from them too, exactly.
Yeah,
So
we're
Yeah.
human
no one
beings.
is innocent of this, okay? But there are
And some might
levels.
argue that I'm even paying penance for things that I feel like I could have handled a lot better and done differently. Just by speaking so loudly about this issue. But I mean, we all make mistakes. The point is you learn from it. It's easy to get caught up in the, I mean, that happened to me with the true crime genre. I just started following true crime cases. And then somewhere along the way, I started to forget that these were real people. And then as soon as I checked myself, I was like, oh my God, like this is really dangerous. This is really bad. And oh my God, so many fucking people are doing this. You know, like
I'm with you.
it's scary,
Mhm.
man. You know?
I got sent that clip about Bullhorn Betty where she created an entire narrative where Chris Proudfoot hated Sebastian based on it's Seth's rebuttal to the court document. There was no mention at all of the first part of that, what Katie alleged. Like, it's just missing so much context. That's why last night when we covered the Kansas moms missing, that there are clips of court documents out there, but we're not going to address those until we can get our hands on the full thing so that we can bring you the full context of it. And that's kind of what, Betty did here. She's giving you a tiny little snippet of the document and then building an entire narrative, an entire theory and story off of that tiny little piece.
It's
And guess what?
so
When she's
funny.
wrong, which is a lot, she's going to say, that's all I
Always.
had to work with, guys. It's not my fault. You know? Yeah, it is, ma'am.
But see, my point is like, why even discuss it? If that's all you have, just set that piece aside. There's a lot of other things to talk about, right? Just set that piece aside. The little clippets that we have from some of the court docs in this other case, yeah, they'd be hella interesting to talk about. But without being able to even fully understand it ourselves, we wouldn't be doing our due diligence giving it to you. You know what I mean? Like, if we can't give you the full context, we don't know what you're going to do with that. So it's just very disheartening seeing and hearing all of these narratives run. Is that you, Heels?
Hey,
Look at this catfish up here.
I know. Look at me.
I
It's
told
an
that
old picture,
earlier.
just so everybody knows.
I know. I told that earlier when I don't know if you were in here, but I said I was not making fun of what someone said about Heels.
Yeah, I didn't even
She
put it
knows that
together.
I don't think she's a catfish, and
Yeah.
so it was weird.
So did you hear JLR's bowling shoes theory?
No, please fill me in.
Yeah.
What?
Well, so he put them on and snuck them into the car, and she got mad and apparently dumped him on the side of the road.
Wait,
USA.
say
USA.
US.
Say that
USA.
again. He's saying that Katie snuck them
It's
into the
just
car?
one of his
No,
many.
that Sebastian snuck the shoes out of the
Oh,
Yeah.
bowling alley.
oh,
And
thank
he,
you.
yeah. and he goes, shoes, shoes, shoes. Yeah.
I probably have
Wow.
done that super
One of
high when I
many.
was younger. Like, I don't see why anybody would get mad at that, though.
Well, kill
Well,
him and throw him out on the side of the
Well,
road.
So are you saying though that he snuck the shoes and that's why there's no scent of them? Is that his
No,
theory?
no, just that she got mad because he took the shoes. Yeah. As a clip.
Wow.
But I mean, that's just one of many.
Wow.
What's
Oh,
something
well,
else?
what
He's
was
one
he
of the
doing at?
worst.
What was he doing that night where he was pointing at the hamburger meat?
God knows.
I can't remember what that was, but
Mine and
He's
Jenny's
always pointing at
favorite.
something.
Yes, mine and Jenny's favorite is he is in Idaho, and he was talking about, you remember the knife dropped down into the grate in the road, whatever they
Yes.
are, and
Yes.
he's standing over it. He's just, like, crouched down, standing over
he
the
looks like he was
grate.
gonna poop on it. Yeah. It was
Uh,
funny.
It's so funny, but not in
And
the right way.
well, and the time.
he had a booger one night too. Remember that? Like, he had the booger the whole time. I was like, does he
I
know?
thought you
Oh
said
yeah.
hooker, Jenny. I thought you said hooker. I was like,
Oh,
That's
oh
what I
no.
thought you said.
Me
I thought you said
too.
hooker too.
I was like, what?
No, a booger in his
Yeah,
nose
booger.
Well,
the whole time. Oh,
did you
sorry.
see my video from this morning? That whole thing with the gun and the guy that
Yes, I did
did you? He
actually.
knew him the whole time.
So, okay, I want to play this from Chris and Katie, and then I'll play your video because
Oh, I'm
that.
not. No, that's not why I said
No,
it. I'm
but it
just
was
saying.
so good though. So here, I want people to hear this because it's what we're talking about. Hopefully, you don't strike. We're not dissing you in this one, Chris.
This guy.
So please don't. I know, but listen to the parents here. Listen to Christy and Steve. So.
Simple as bank accounts or college courses, when she was coming, when she was going, what car she owned. You just got to straighten that stuff out because, I mean, it's their real lives, and people kind of talk about like it's like a movie character.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, this is real, and what you're saying is not accurate.
These tunnels in the house and whatnot. I mean, it's just like, oh my gosh, this is just insane. Just insane. And so many people, believe this and start, and and that has to do with the gag order. I think the conspiracies and all the theories and the corruptment and all this. It doesn't help things. We want the truth out.
Yeah.
We want the truth ourselves, and so we're constantly trying to get it.
So we know the gag doesn't permit the truth. We know it permits rumors and lies and conspiracies. So I still don't understand why you would ever want to hide the truth. What court case wants to hide the truth?
Yeah, no, that is a great question. In fact, obviously.
But they're going to go on more. But they're at the beginning. Yeah, nobody wants the truth more than the families. Absolutely. But they're not. This is their real life. They're not fake. It's not a video game. It's just wild that people are continuing to run with that like they are. Yeah, they're not characters. They're people straight from a family of a victim. They are
And
not
they come to this
characters.
platform
Dude, and
to
going
get help
through
with that.
Going through, for most people, an unimaginable experience. You cannot imagine what they're going through.
Right, but there are
Where you
3 other
are.
parents going through the same thing, and they understand they have to wait.
And on this heels, I agree with you 100%. That is the one thing that I would criticize the Gonsalves family on is it's arguable that they are not considering the other 3 parents and reading the room.
Yeah,
The
not
other 3
necessarily.
participants.
But McDonough could have helped, and I hope he did, right then by explaining to them why they're not putting the truth out.
Mm-hmm. And I get what you're saying.
I
And
mean, I
do
feel bad for them, but they just have to wait.
But the main point of playing that though is that they're real people. Don't
Yeah.
desensitize yourself to the point that you forget what truly matters. And I feel like that's where we are. I don't know if it's as a genre or if it's as a society as a whole, but we've desensitized ourselves to the point that people have forgotten what truly matters in these cases.
I don't
And
think
it's
it's
been going.
I don't think it's as a society. I think most people who don't follow true crime already have the common sense of leave these people alone, let the authorities handle it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand what your obsession is with this.
But look back at history. Look at public lynchings. I mean, there are some sick people that like to watch this kind of crap. If you go back, like Blair was saying, he was riding his what kind of tricycle back in the 80s? Big
Big
Wheel.
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 Well, that was, I think, maybe 5 years before Tawana Brawley. That was kind of my first memory. There were, I think, 6 cops. Was there 1 or more in that one? But it was
I don't know that.
ruining families. I mean, it was horrible. This girl was, and the news was all over it, and they were going with it. And then you find out it's not true. Then there were Duke Lacrosse, all those kids, their names ruined, and people love it. That's why Nancy Grace is where she is, because
Yeah.
of the viewers that watch it and eat it up. And then she's like, oh gosh, I got that wrong.
Right. I was watching, I love documentaries. If you can't tell, I was watching that documentary on Scott
Peterson.
Peterson, yeah, and where, Nancy Grace goes on and on and on about the stuff outside the driveway, and I think they interviewed some people about it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that was real." Come to find out, not even true. Not even true. So there's and do you ever come back and hear them, retract it or apologize?
No,
Never.
never. And that's why I'm so on any case. And I know that everybody looks at my blog and, oh, that's the only thing she's ever covered. It's by far not. But it drives me insane to see people being accused. And now with not now with the internet, but 20 years ago with the internet, now it's forever. Now you're putting their names out there. Any job they try to get, anyone they date, it's going to be on the internet, and you can't take it back.
I'm going to bring something up that you said, Hills, and I know this is weird. I know this, but the lynching thing was supposed to be a deterrent to do what the person was being lynched for. It was supposed to deter the public from behaving in the way. And this should be, on a very lesser severe scale, what
It's not.
should happen to people who misbehave on the internet. We should hold them accountable is what I'm getting at.
Right. But
and expose them for how they're doing it, why they're doing it, and all of that stuff. Because really,
I know, and look at the audience. And the audience, you would think that, and they are, the chatters are sitting there going, oh my God, that's awful. Oh my God. And then they go to the next one talking about it, and the next one just, oh, that's so horrible. It's not really doing what, we would like for it to do.
And it's like
not
this
deterring
weird,
them.
And it's like this weird bloodthirst for mixed with this delusion that they're doing something to help victims.
That's true.
So it's like, oh my God, so we have to hold somebody accountable. I want it to be this person because the statistics always say that it's the closest person to the victim. B, that the
wait, you forgot Occam's razor. Occam's razor.
Well,
right.
that is usually
right.
I mean, so what? But the statistics, you can't base something. I mean, the court of law doesn't work on statistics. You know what I mean? Like, you can't sit here and just be like, well,
they're always
outliers. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant is the parent of a child who went missing, and well, the statistics dictate that it's usually the parent. You know what I mean? Like, that's not going to fly. But for some reason, this is good enough for the court of public opinion, even though the justice system is designed to protect people's rights.
It's
and everyone's
You're supposed to be guilty or innocent until we're proven guilty, but
right. And there's a reason for that.
The complete opposite of that.
There's a reason for that. It's because it's unethical, and it's really, really dangerous to accuse somebody of a crime that they didn't commit.
It is
very dangerous.
It is. And now we have the first time Betty and JLR, Heels on the Ground. I had never seen anyone do what they do or did until then. Usually we were sitting in a chat room talking about it, sussing it out. It's kind of like a puzzle, but not like that. Like contacting everybody on Facebook. JLR does it all the time. I don't think Betty does, but Nonsense has brought out more people that are doing it. I mean,
yeah, she has drawn on.
I think
Go ahead, babe.
I think the Proudfoots left their home, and it was a month before they did, because of the people around them.
That's what I was thinking.
Driving by their house, yeah.
And why is this surprising? Like, when I see people go, Proudfoots disappeared. Well, good.
JLR is
Good
lurking.
for them. Good for them. Right. You've got JLR out there stalking them. I don't blame them. I hope that they disappeared and got out of the public eye.
No, he's following them there. He's right there. Showing everybody where they went.
Yeah, he was. And
it doesn't make them look guilty. It means that they want peace.
Well, you know, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say they all the lie when they say that they lie. Oh, the Proudfoots have been caught in lies. The lies so far that they talk about is them not wanting to give out information about the security and locks of their home.
Right.
Right. Who would want to do that? Who would want to?
Well, not only that, it's the evidence.
lie
There's a
detector.
chain of custody. These people are out there walking all over everything, just willy-nilly. They're picking up. When I heard, because I'd heard about the glasses, right, for like a week. Then last night, someone said they were found under their car.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, that was a plant.
They weren't. I mean, according to Seth said that his people found them over near the Bower Box.
Oh, I just heard they were under, who was it? Judy Ron, maybe? One of them that I trust said that they had been found under the van.
That's not what Seth said.
Is that what Seth said? Oh, no, it's not.
No, it was found near where the Bower Sox live. That's what he said. Yeah, that is straight up what he said. I don't know where but they weren't his.
Remember the water bottle from Gabby Pachito? Yeah.
The first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
You mentioned the glasses. The first thing that came to mind was Olivia planting that water bottle.
Yeah. And 3 weeks ago, JLR was driving down 40 talking about that gas station, saying, oh, well, what if they had stopped here? 3 weeks later, he gets a tip. Then everybody starts talking about that gas station. I mean,
yeah, and it becomes the main focus when we don't even know if it meant anything at all to law.
Well, the cops would know because they have way more resources than we do.
But then I heard him say that like he had went there and asked, and law enforcement had never came there. So you ask a clerk that works. How do you know? How do they know? Maybe
they did that in the Summer Balls case.
It's just so wild.
And then
they went in the wrong stores. They went in the wrong stores in Summer Wells, and then the person that was working there goes, "Well, I wasn't here that day, but yeah Summer Wells was in here."
And titled the live as if it was a credible source. It was such bullshit.
Yeah, and then he showed the waitress's name from the Roadhouse.
I can tell you this. I don't believe one source that has emerged in the Summer Wells case. I don't believe any of them to be credible. Not one.
No.
Well, but one good thing came out of Summer Wells.
If you say Fred,
I'm going to.
Aw, that's sweet.
But the love of Fred and Ziggy. That's
Fred and Ziggy.
That's what I'm out. Yeah.
But
so there you go.
I do want to say here, so Nonsense said that I'm not doubting myself, but always want to make sure I'm not making it worse for the victims by bringing attention to it. I agree, because you do start to feel like that. Like, is it worth, highlighting this thing that is bad because it feels like, are you adding more harm to it? So I completely understand that feeling. And I think anyone that has ever called out anyone, which everyone up here has, I know of, and several people in the chat has, you feel that exact same way. Like, is it worth it, or am I adding harm?
No, it's not worth it.
And it's not. I agree, but
Deets knows this is why I haven't really been live in a year.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Because of summers, I was afraid that we were, Adrian too, we were afraid that we were hurting. So we stopped.
Yeah, no, you can.
Do you know
really
how
does
bad
it
it is?
good. It's like,
Can you imagine? I actually had to tell a parent of a missing child that they were no longer welcome on my channel anymore because I felt that them going on YouTube channels was doing more harm to their case than good.
That was
Like,
a good thing you did.
I can't believe that it got to that point.
Oh my gosh.
That's insane. Never thought I'd ever see the day where I actually told the parent of a missing child that I'm cutting you off from from having a voice on my platform. I never thought.
Well, I mean, there are times when creators should control, like when Pascal had, was it Seth? Was Seth?
Yes.
Right.
And
Yes. Oh my
he
goodness.
should have cut it off.
Which time? Which time?
Agreed.
Well, all the time.
Well, I don't know. I only heard one. I couldn't keep listening, but
Yeah.
But one thing did come out
No, but
that
there's 3,000 people in chat. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
right. I rest my case.
And that's
Or
what it-
That's
rehashing the
why
very traumatic questions of
it
how are you
draws crowd.
feeling?
Everybody in there is
feeling-
going, oh my God. And they keep watching and they watch the next night and they're hoping for more. But I will say, he said something about, he admitted that Sebastian had a problem and that he was seeking help. I don't know what the problem was. I'm not insinuating, but when your child goes missing, it shouldn't always be, oh, he was a great kid and he never did anything wrong. Not for me or you, but I hope, they were truthful with investigators because, that could help maybe not put so much pressure on certain people. There was a girl missing when I was on Web Sleuth years ago, and the mother kept insisting she was a good girl. She was like 25, never did drugs. And so people were looking for her online, trying to find her, but all her friends kept saying she did meth. And the mother kept saying, Trisha was banning people that would accuse her. Guess where they found her? What is the place in LA where all the homeless people are?
Oh, Skid Row?
She was on Skid Row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so no one would have found her there if they went by the mother,
Mm-hmm.
but she was fine. I mean, but that's where she was. Had she been more honest.
With missing children, I think it's extremely important that you hear the good and the bad.
And the bad,
especially
yes.
when you're dealing with autism, is what people need to know the behavior of the child in case they encounter them. It's not. I think that the Proudfoots, I didn't find anything wrong with the things that they said. A lot of the creators out here will say they were making fun of him, they were laughing at him, all this kind of stuff. They were laughing at memories of
Mm-hmm.
their
But
child. I
it
mean,
was
that
so beautiful listening to it. They weren't,
it was.
and it was no different than what Seth has said, and that's what frustrates me so much is
I
seeing
know.
the creators pit these people against each other because they'll say, oh, they made fun of the way Sebastian danced. And it's like, no, they didn't. They talked about how their son was a goofy dancer.
Yeah.
If I tell you Marshall's a goofy dancer, I'm not making fun of my son. He knows he's a good, well, but
Yeah,
you know
they're
what I
just
mean. He
hanging
knows
on to
that. But they
every
like are
syllable.
nitpicking that when
Yeah.
Seth has said, he joked and made a joke saying that, he did, Sebastian did the tug of war, even though he's not strong enough and couldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. How come people aren't picking that apart? It's
Yeah,
like they
he
have
said they pulled him around like
chosen.
a rag doll.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, they're
that's
not
tone
just
deaf. Viewers
not
are
just
so
that.
tone deaf.
wild.
The second that I hear a creator with Seth on their panel start asking him questions about the Proudfoots, I'm like, fuck you, I'm done with you. Like,
Pascal.
I don't even
And
want to
that's
hear
what they
anything.
go to. That's
And
what they go
Pascal
to, though.
absolutely did that, and I was bummed out when
Oh, he
Pascal.
couldn't
I
wait.
was like,
He was
He could not
it
wait.
really bummed me out, man, because I
Yeah.
like
He was
Pascal. I like him a lot.
salivating, and it was so Nanya
Right.
mentioned that up here too. Where'd it go? She said one of the best live chats I've been on recently was the day Nonsense went live during the Seth interview on Pascal, where privacy was violated, and it was violated, and it was horrific. And in my opinion, chat was cathartic to realize others felt the same way, and I agree. It was so nice to at least have a voice.
Pascal should have stopped him. You know,
when you
anytime
see when you see
Don Wells
freestyle
went on drunk, the creator should have stopped him.
And I've
Agreed.
always given Dolly props for that when
I think Blair did.
and Blair and Dolly both, but like when
No,
Dolly
I think
started,
he stopped him. Did Dolly? Yeah, Dolly did too.
Dolly
That's right.
did
Yeah, that's right.
when he was peeing on his panel, he took him
Oh,
right down. And I mean,
for
some
sure.
creators wouldn't have though. They would have just let that happen because they know it would have been
A
clipped.
creator.
But then he went live with Candace.
Hold on. A
MGL would have
creator.
milked that for
Oh, yeah.
months.
Oh,
MGL
There
would
was
have
a
milked that for months.
There was a creator that did allow it. He took a dump
Oh my God.
while
Oh,
reading a
yeah.
poem someone else wrote.
I don't think
And
they're around anymore though.
blitzed,
So
He was
blitzed
reading
out of
a
his
poem.
mind.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
a poem that allegedly Prayer Garden said she wrote it for him.
Oh,
And they
she's
were
horrible.
reading it
I
as
don't,
if they wrote it.
I don't know what
Oh my
creator that one
God.
was, but I'm not surprised.
But see, that's why I don't think Don, especially, had anything to. Why would he keep doing this? It's like he wants so much. He doesn't care about the embarrassment, what people say, obviously. He just keeps talking about it. If you're guilty, I think you might go a couple of months and then go, let's get out of here.
Yeah, right. I don't think he's guilty at all. I think he just is a fucking dumb
She'd
guy.
want.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what and again, he's too dumb, in my opinion, to pull off this
Oh,
perfect
yeah.
crime. You know,
Well,
like
my question to you guys and to everyone in chat is: do we know of a suspect who was later found guilty that went around on a social media blitz like we see these parents doing?
say
No.
that again. I'm
Cash
sorry.
Garden case.
Cash
Okay,
Turner.
so besides Letitia, do you
I
know
was
of
going to say
any
Letitia. Yeah.
other like guilty individual that went on a social media blitz to clear their name?
Oh,
Not
besides
so much.
Letitia, I can't think of one right now.
Not
I
like
have a
this.
few, but mostly the ones that do that are interviewed on the news, and they
Right.
don't go to social media
Well,
because they know better.
Yeah, and
I mean-
Letitia was big in Facebook, but I don't think she was on YouTube too much.
No,
was
she didn't. She didn't go on any YouTubes. All she did was go on that news media. She did the news with her back turned, and she was all over Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
eventually dropped off of Facebook. I think when she finally
Oh.
went to Florida, she got off Facebook.
Darlie did a good bit, but social media wasn't really a thing. But she was
Who?
on Darlie Routier.
I don't know who that is.
Did Casey Anthony? I'm trying to remember. I
Well,
don't
there
think.
was no social media really at the time. I mean, what
Yeah,
was there?
with Casey
MySpace?
Anthony? Yeah, there was.
What was there? MySpace? With
Yeah, but
Casey
she-
Well, we had Web Sleuths. I mean, it was huge.
They had her in jail though,
Okay.
so she really didn't get to go on
We
the
had
medias.
we had Facebook.
And
Yeah.
Jose, he was out there, but
Hmm.
you expect that from an attorney, I guess.
Well, so I was thinking of that. I saw Amber Wright also said Leilani, but Leilani wasn't big on
I never
social
saw
media.
her
Her mom was.
Her mom
but
was.
not. But
No, yeah, it was.
But her mom was
mostly,
not guilty.
Right. Grandma was doing most of the talking on social media, but she didn't. Well, Michael Long doesn't count.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Like-
it's apples and oranges.
But yeah, I don't think Don would just keep going. Now he's with White Boy Ray. Jim Terry was on there tonight.
What?
Yeah, it was awful. Awful.
So Nonsense asked, people want to question things without full-on accusing family. Do they have a right to question publicly what they are seeing or hearing? We're not in charge. I get that, but she just wants to know your opinion. So basically, we have questions. A lot of us do. I have questions myself. Should we publicly voice those questions? Because now we can see what some of these things have led to and how extreme they are. I think you should. I think that it's just the manner in which you go about
I
it.
think cold cases are absolutely. But when it's not even 2 months old, I think people should back off. And I see the parents' point of view because the cops aren't telling them either. Because they don't know for sure they're not involved. So when we do what these people are doing, you could screw up evidence.
Totally.
Yeah.
And if
Oh,
you,
they don't care. They don't
but
care. And none of these people seem to understand how even a court of law works.
but they
You know what I
will.
mean?
They
Like,
will
you
when
look
they
at
get drug in for tampering with witnesses. Remember the guy JLR interviewed on the boat or in the jacuzzi or whatever he was doing,
no.
drinking
Oh
beer?
yeah, yeah. In
What
my
case was that?
monkey,
Monkey
on.
Bone.
A
Yeah,
monkey
if that guy
bone?
turns out to be like a suspect they bring in and charge, JLR is
Sure.
probably going to have to turn over some of his electronics.
They did a
Right.
press conference that it was 4 people, and he was
Yeah,
one
that
of
were
the 4
suspects. Yeah,
people.
but they haven't brought anybody in yet.
Uh-uh.
But yeah, there will be consequences. This has like been going on only 2 years, 2 or 3 years. They just haven't caught up with it yet.
Did I say the wrong name? Sorry. I meant Nanya. My bad.
Can't see the chat.
Let the rumors fly nonsense. I heard a rumor today actually about nonsense. Hang on. It was sent to me. Let me put you on blast here. Nonsense. It was your favorite friend, Brittany J, said it about you. Britt said, well, the Contessa says, she said that she knows she was kicked off of Facebook for bullying. You're a big old Facebook
Oh
bully.
my God.
Nonsense.
Yeah, people can say anything.
Yep, they can. But then we've talked about the goalpost moving, right? And how the goalpost is constantly moving. It's moving
Yes.
in drama, it's moving in true crime. It's wild because right now they are picking apart the Proudfoots for taking a week to do an interview. And we've seen people, kind of do that a little bit in Summers, not so much. Well, more so in Summers.
No,
And
yeah.
then you have people
Candace took
who,
a while.
she took a while. She took, like, what was it, a month? Do you know, Jenny, off the top of your head, how long she took?
And
It was
Candace's
just
mom too.
Candace was just 2 weeks. Dawn was
Candace
like
was 2
3
weeks.
It
days.
was Candace's mom that I'm thinking of. It was
And
grandma.
the
Jeez.
reason I always
Yeah.
think of this comparison is because everybody loves Brandy Neal and they support her, and I do as well. But she took an extremely long time before she did a public interview. I think her speaking on Twitter in December of 21 was the first time she spoke out publicly. And
131 days. That's
and
right.
so people making these comparisons, it's like, when did that become the hard and fast rule? Because the goalpost is constantly moving. It was too far for Candace, but it's not too far for Brandy, and now a week is
Yeah,
too
it's
far for
becoming
Katie,
ridiculous.
and it's wild.
Well,
It's
look,
6
let me tell you
weeks.
something. I saw Candace trashing Katie Proudfoot in a chat. I was like, "Are you freaking
Are you
kidding me
kidding me?
right now?
What?
After
Come
everything that you've been
on.
through?"
Candace
Wait.
was?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
sure was.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
let's be fair
Wow.
though. Brandy was kind of throwing shade at Don Wells, questioning
I
him
mean, but why
on a
doesn't that
panel.
surprise me? Why doesn't that surprise me? I mean, because think about it. You have Candace doing that. I mean, maybe Candace is desperate to get the attention off of her, but she's addicted to YouTube at this point because it's already been almost 3 years. I mean, who knows what her reasoning is, but nothing that Candace really does makes a lot of sense. Neither Dawn either.
And
So I'm just not surprised at this point, which is messed up that I'm not surprised by.
Okay, so can I real quick? The only reason I brought up Jim Terry is I think White Boy is because he's close with Don and Candace, that he's going to get him to work for Don and Candace. I didn't want to forget to say that.
And I just wanted to clarify with the interview thing. I'm not saying that it's wrong for any of those 3 parents that I mentioned. We don't know what they're going through. They can take as long as they need to before they speak publicly, in my opinion. I think it's insane to hold this some crazy standard of what it should be. Who the hell are we to decide that? And so that's my
Yeah.
point. It's
And that's
nothing
my
against
point
any of
too.
those parents.
Whether it be Brandy, whether it be this person, whether it be
Mhm.
that, it doesn't matter. They can still have an opinion on another case. Now, yeah, You have your
Yeah,
own
but
to worry
Candace knows
about.
how it feels.
But
Yeah,
You
she's
should.
just had this horrible things done to her. For it's still being done for nearly 3 years,
well, maybe
and
it
then
just felt
she
nice to have an
immediately.
opinion of her own. Maybe
It
she
doesn't.
just felt like it was
I'm
hers
not
to
going to
have.
excuse her. I'm not going to excuse her. I'm
One
sorry.
of
I
the
understand what you're
diff-
saying, but that's not okay.
No,
oh,
look.
no,
I know how
excuse
you
me.
feel.
I know.
But one of the differences between Candace and Dawn and Katie and what's her husband's name?
Chris.
Chris
Yeah.
is money. They have money.
You
Candace and
think that's
Dawn.
the difference?
Well, because they know that Candace and Dawn aren't going to sue them. It doesn't matter what they do or say. They're not going to sue them. Well, they
Well, I
wouldn't do
don't
anything
think that's
anyway.
slowing anyone down pertaining to Chris and Katie. People are still going wild with rumors and speculation.
Right, but you notice
Yeah,
there's
it's arguably worse.
but one person isn't. I mean, he's saying things and kind of hinting, but always clarifies, I'm not saying. Well, I think he did say they were. I mean, he said Don was a P word, that he's the prime suspect in the case. But I just think they're going to get sued. One of these days, they're going to have to, pay the consequences. I hope. I hope. And Betty, she's offering to buy their RV when they go to jail.
Betty, you can't
With
afford
what?
their
With
I do
what?
not
Yeah.
know.
These people are acting like they're living in Jody Sue
She's a
Brown's
clown.
RV. No, this is a very nice fifth wheel. Like you could see it from the Google Earth, and then when JLR's out stocking them, it's a very nice fifth wheel.
Yeah, remember she offered for Leilani's mother too to buy their RV. When you go to jail, I'll take your RV.
Oh, Smiley was saying she would take the puppies from Katie the other day.
Those parents just, I don't know, they don't scream guilty to me, but I'm not really, it's not my job for either one of them.
I don't think any of them, of the three parents, scream guilty or suspect or anything. I think I love that Jenny and I started watching them in chronological order. I really did love that. I know we've gotten away from it because it's just become madness, but we do need to get back to it. But what that allowed us to see was in real time, going in chronological order, where this shift happened, where they went from supporting each other, and maybe not in the sense that we think of. They weren't a unified front, but they weren't trashing each other. None of them were. Chris and Katie weren't trashing Seth. In fact, a lot of the things that Chris kind of sidestepped has now came out. He sidestepped it because he didn't want to talk bad about Seth. And Seth just kind of ignored questions about them and went around them as well. But then that one day Seth goes on that Terry Lynn's panel. That interview did it for me because then it was an instant shift. It was hate
Right,
towards
but didn't Chris
It's
say something on Facebook, which is what made him go off?
not about
No.
Seth. No.
Oh, because I thought Seth said Chris told him, blah, 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 if you do this, I'm going to out you for something else.
Well, that's what Seth
No.
says, but it's never been anywhere. So what I think happened, and this is just my opinion, is so Seth leaked out a little bit more and a little bit more. And some of the things that I hear him saying now is because I have heard creators say those things, and they have now become a part of his vocabulary, and he's regurgitating what he has heard creators say. Like, oh yeah, bedwetting can be a sign of SA. When he specifically talked about that incident with the pull-up
Bedwetting
and
is a
all
sign
of
of
that.
a lot of things.
Exactly, but when he talked about that, he didn't bring that in there way back in the beginning. So his verbiage is changing and shifting as more is being fed to him, and that again is just my opinion. And I think people talked to him about Chris and that situation, and it amped it up because he came on all hot and heavy on that Court TV interview. Was it Court TV or Nancy Grace? Either one. When he leaked it out about what Chris supposedly threatened him with and put all that out there. I
Yeah.
think someone fed that hate from Chris to him because
Sure.
We hadn't
I
heard from
mean,
them for weeks.
well, think about it. Let's just say that you're trying to feed off the drama of this situation, right? What
Mhm.
you've got is a gold mine when you've got a missing kid and then you've got a divorced set of parents with a step parent involved. You're just that's an easy way to stir shit up. You can absolutely manipulate that in order to possibly get one to talk trash about the other. There's always the fishing that goes on with these creators that do this.
Yeah.
And when as soon as you see this start to happen, that's when I'm like, oh, look at this asshole. Like, dude, why are you asking him
Well,
about that? How does that find Sebastian?
and
You
then they
know,
bring
like,
Nina in. And you know who was in New Mexico? I'm sorry to keep bringing them up, but I might be obsessed. 3 weeks
Are
ago,
you at Mary? I've always wanted to ask.
I
Are
am
you
Mary in the woods waiting on,
I'm kidding. I know she's
sexy.
not, y'all.
Um, he was in New Mexico talking about the divorce papers and Nina.
Mhm.
And then the interview comes up. That was so wrong to me. Mainly
Yeah.
because that the little girl involved.
It was a
Again,
lot.
his,
Yeah,
yeah,
a lot
his
going on.
name will now be out there. Everybody says it.
So, did you have you guys heard the whole Chris was tearing down the posters
Yes.
and somebody had it on video?
Yeah. Nobody
Okay.
has it on video.
No, they don't. But it
yeah,
was
because it probably
the
didn't happen.
it
Right.
was Seth's mother telling that to a YouTuber who was
Right.
clearly filming.
Right. That guy, CJ or
Mhm.
CT or something like that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he did take down the ones that were from the Westboro Church wannabe guy.
He
Like
wasn't even
repent.
there.
No, yeah, they were
He's not
Oh,
even in
okay.
town.
Well, that's the only one I thought it could be.
Mhm.
And businesses will take them down.
And sometimes they
They
do.
do.
Businesses
I
will
don't
take
understand
or
that yet.
or
Well,
on
because if they
if
let them do that, there'd be 100 of them up there.
right, and sometimes they take them off electrical poles because if volunteers just put them on an electrical pole, not knowing you're
With a
not supposed to
stapler.
put yeah, you're not supposed to put stuff on them, so they
Mhm.
might come back and take them down. But it doesn't mean that it's Chris and Katie. It's wild.
No.
No, and everybody, all the searchers are getting followed. First, we think it's Seth getting followed, and then when he finally says something about it, his searchers are telling him that they're getting
Right.
followed.
And it's
Mhm.
And then
on
we
that
find out
damn
who the
Facebook.
searchers are. The searchers are that there's really good ones out there. I don't mean that, but like Terry Lynn and Justin from TikTok, YouTubers are his searchers. YouTubers who've been spreading misinformation. I don't
Yeah,
know about Justin so much. I just didn't like the way he was leading Seth down that path that night at all.
well, and he's told us he has 4 PIs, and I'm pretty sure they are all, social media PIs, so that is very
Oh, wow.
scary in my opinion, but Duchess
I just
says,
hate it for him.
I know, I hate it for him, exactly. I tried to get them to unite on the first stream, but it didn't happen. Seth didn't wanna join, and he was welcome and invited both times. And,
Oh, wow.
Sama, good to see you again, by the way, love. She says, divorced parents sometimes can be so vengeful. So putting them
Yep.
on with only one side is very wrong. And I agree.
Right.
That's what's happening here. A lot of creators, Pascal, for perfect example, not taking into account that these are exes. So they're not going to be
He doesn't
extremely
care.
favorable
Right.
to each other,
No, but see, I think they're counting on that though. That's my point. Is they're counting on them having a bias and and they're counting on that inevitable contempt that even to some small degree that divorced couple's going to have one against the other, and they're planning on they want to feed that, they want to amplify that contempt somehow, they want to bring that contempt out of that parent because it causes more drama.
Mhm.
So as soon as you get people pointing fingers at each other, oh well, you didn't, because that's what they're really hoping for, is that the dad, well, he wasn't with me, so they're responsible, and that the mom did this, and then they're hoping that this old school stuff comes out, and then it turns into an old Jerry Springer episode, and it's pathetic, really, and and people don't seem to have a high standard, and I'm sorry if you're feeding this and you're interested in this, you don't care about finding Sebastian. I don't care what you say,
I agree.
because Sebastian is lost in all of this, and none of it helps find him. None of it.
Right.
You guys worrying about what's going on between the Proudfoots and Seth, and I mean, it's ridiculous, and it
some
does
of the
not
people
help find
pushing
Sebastian.
it, allegedly innocent. Y'all know who Jules, I think, was her name before. Jules something. You know who I'm talking about?
I got it wrong. I said Jules of Trade, but that's not who it was. It was Jules
Of
Jules
thought.
of Thought.
Right.
Oh God, is
she
she still
lost her
around?
mind. Why?
Whoa, that
still
was a very
around?
strong reaction. Like, I don't know.
No.
Oh
I
my
don't know who
God.
it is. Yeah.
She
Jules of-
lost her mind. Like,
She lost her mind years ago.
oh, well, see, I didn't know that. I started
Yeah.
following her like 9 months ago or whatever. And then
yeah.
she was normal. And then one day,
No, she has a drinking
I
problem.
tuned.
Like, she
Well,
has
I
a
don't
serious
know.
Right. So what happens is when she relapses and starts drinking real heavily, then she starts acting a total fool. And this
Well, I
happens.
don't know,
like,
but
it happens
she
with every
was.
case. This happened with the Watts case, but you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
I don't see. I don't know
that-
anything about her. I know I watched her like 7 or
she's
8
a
months
whack
ago,
job.
then a couple of times. She's a psychologist, right?
She says she is. She's a
Okay,
whack
well,
job.
she's going on about what a fine man JLR is and how much he's and running through the woods looking for missing children and migrants and
She's just drunk.
on and then the Chris and
Let's
Katie.
not say that. I don't know if she's a drinker or not. So
Well, I don't know,
do.
but something
I do. I wouldn't say it if I didn't.
something
know it.
happened.
I don't know who she is. I
But
truly
it
don't. I
even going after Chris and Katie, like heavy going after them, which shocked me. It just shocked me. I mean, Chris especially, just what a horrible man he is, and I bet your truck is big because of your whatever. Like,
Yeah, that lady's a nut.
yeah, it's shocking. So I had to just not go there because.
Did she have a lot of people in her chat? Because I thought that she.
Well, she was getting more now. That's the
She
thing
was-
is before
Oh
she
my
didn't have that many. And
She
now
was-
I'm telling you, it pays. If we all put up a salacious title tomorrow, I'll bet you
Yeah, I see her
they
point.
would come.
I see her point.
Oh yeah, they would absolutely.
Yeah,
that
that's
was my whole point of this. If I put in breaking news, a toothpick was found at the pond, it would go wild. Or if I accused one of the parents, any of them, it just even
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know about the
even if I
toothpick.
say like, oh my gosh, Seth did this in my title, it would just be flooded.
Yeah.
People
Burden of proof, who averages about 50 people in her chat, which is a crime.
It is.
But burden of proof, if she were to just all of a sudden just create a thumbnail with a title trashing the Proudfoots and did a live stream trashing the Proudfoots, she would like gain 1,000 subscribers like that. Guaranteed.
Well, but I
Guaranteed.
would go to it because I would say she has a reason for that. Because I know how she is.
Well, no. Well, I was stating, I was trying to make the point, meaning like if she decided to just go to the dark side and change
Right.
her ethics, you know what I mean, and just shift her, be like, I'm sick and tired of not getting any views. I'm just going to go ahead and play the game, and then do what Dolly Vision's doing. Then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought he had changed.
That's all it would take. That's all it would take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really until the
come on,
pregnant
we're talking about Dolly
picture.
here.
She would never.
He
She's
hadn't
a
changed
tier
or
one.
skipped a beat so far. I don't see how that could be.
Well, I mean, there was like 20 minutes between. I mean, there was a short period of time where he was doing true crime. Like he and PJ would sit there, and now, yeah.
He took
Lost
a
his
little
fucking mind.
he was making fun of Glare and the Karen Reed case and stuff, but he wasn't,
Okay, that was funny. I'm sorry.
but now you're right though, he's turned into like a
Yeah,
mean
now he's just
JLR, like especially with his thumbnails and titles and all that. And
the only reason he was targeting me with the Karen Reed thing was because he was hoping to get Turtle Boy's attention. So it would draw more views to his channel.
He was opposing
all he
Glare
was doing.
for that.
But whatever it
Right.
was, it
Yeah.
wasn't putting a pregnant or saying a missing child was pregnant on his
No.
thumbnail. I mean, that was the
Dolly's always looking
beginning.
for the grift. He's always looking for the grift, no matter what.
Yeah, well, that's too bad because, and he's got $3,000 in his chat now.
Right. And the more, and you watch him, like the more insane the title of his live is, the more views he gets, the more insane the titles of his lives get.
Well, do
So
you know
just
what I think it
watch
is?
him. It's crazy.
Right now, I think it is the live call-in. People are
Yeah. Oh,
loving
God.
and
Yeah.
addicted to the call-in shows. On
Do
no
you
matter
think
who's doing it. Yeah, they are
they say,
loving those things.
do you think they checked the pool?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I know, right?
I don't know. We should call in a tip.
Do you think they followed the scent that they talked about in the
Oh, and did you hear that though? I
dispatch?
keep hearing there was no scent around the house, but then I heard the dispatch call today,
Mhm.
and there was his scent from the house to the, what is it called? The
The pond, the retaining pond. So
yeah,
we have heard
retaining.
it go back and forth, and so I don't know. So
See, I didn't hear that, and I put it out. I don't hear that at all.
well, they're
It's on
the dog tracked a scent to the
Narkid.
retaining to the retaining pond. But we've heard so first Seth and Chris and Katie all said no, there was no scent, and Seth was saying that as well. And then I don't remember. Someone said that there was a scent. I can't remember. Maybe it was when the dispatch came out. Now Seth has changed to saying there is. And then law enforcement said, or not law enforcement, it was the dog guy. Jenny, do you remember who he was? With the
dog guy?
the big screen, the search and rescue coordinator that had the big screen with all the information in that interview we watched. Like it showed us the map of where they
EMA.
searched.
The EMA guy?
Yeah, he said there was no scent. And then now Seth is
Ken
saying that
Widener.
there is
But
one.
there could have been
I
a
don't
reason.
know. I don't know.
But there could have been a reason why the parents were saying no, because again, evidence. Like the cops don't necessarily want the perpetrator to know what they
Sure.
know.
Right. But he also wasn't there a leaked call recently where Chris
Yeah,
is
well,
talking about it actually happening and the police taking him here, there, and everywhere, no one else
Yeah.
that
was
happened to?
Nart.
That's
Nart
exactly
Heinrich.
what I was waiting on when I released that audio. I was waiting to see who would say what
The
because
dispatch?
that is telling.
That dispatch
And
was
he did it.
released weeks ago. I heard that weeks ago.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you thought it was new. I was like, oh no.
No.
Well,
I
she
put that out
released it.
weeks
Yeah,
ago.
Eve
I
put it
was
out.
the one that released it originally. The
Gotcha.
full
Okay.
potato.
She
But
put
I
them both
knew
together.
I knew that once somebody changed their story about the scent tracking and all that, that is who you need to be listening to if that ever comes out. And I wasn't actually betting on Chris, but it just so happened to be that way.
Oh, Chris said it because I heard it on, well, I didn't hear the scent, but the guy from United Navy, the United Cajun Navy said,
UNT or
we're
UCN?
going to just, what?
I said UNC, and I said, oh no,
Oh, I know it's
UCN.
easier.
Not
He
the
said, we're
University of
just
North
going
Carolina.
we're not going to have searchers on, he said this on Nancy Grace, we're just going to go like search around the retention pond with law enforcement. And when he said that, I thought they must have something over there. But I didn't hear about the footprints. I mean, that was baffling me.
I actually got it wrong. So at first, Chris and Katie said there weren't, but Seth was saying there were because remember he said it stopped in the middle. So I did get it wrong. He did say they stopped the scent stopped in the middle of the road. Then he changed to there was no scent. Now he's back to there is a scent, and
that was from a lot of different things.
It is kind of so I don't know what the answer to that.
But I mean, even if you watch CSI or any of those, we all know they keep something back because you have a lot of people that confess or give false tips or whatever. So they keep something back that only that person would know. That's just one reason.
Possible.
You know what I mean? It's
Or
just,
it could have been a false scent. Like maybe they did tell him in the beginning, yeah, we followed this scent here, but then maybe that was unfounded. Nothing
they
came of it.
drained the
It was a
pond.
flaw. I don't know.
Yeah,
they
Yeah.
did.
that's
Right.
what
They
they
didn't
would
find him
do.
there at the end of the day, or no evidence.
Right. They drained
So
the pond.
Exactly.
Do y'all
They
have
did
any
that with
idea?
Zodiac, and they tried to do that with Richard Ramirez as well, like with the shoe
Yeah.
print. They didn't release to the public the shoe print. They wanted to catch him
Yeah.
by not releasing that information.
Do you know
But Chris
how
said
many?
he knew from the beginning what the dispatch said. And I had a feeling Chris was either listening or helped facilitate that direction.
Well,
That's what
once they drained the pond, I don't think it mattered, right?
I don't think it does. But
Well, right.
but why does it matter to Chris to keep that track there? Because
Can we? Sorry, finish your sentence.
But at least we know there were prints. I mean, to think there weren't any at
we don't
all
know
is
whose
weird.
prints those are. They never say
Not
whose
prints,
print.
I mean,
That could be
scent.
somebody random.
What? They're following his scent. How could it be random?
When was that actually officially ever said?
Didn't you put out the dispatch? Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. They were.
They never
sniffing.
said that they followed his scent.
They
to
followed
here.
the dog. Yeah, the
Well, why would
dog
they
had
follow
a
a different scent?
I don't know. Yeah, what would the dog be following? It would be Sebastian's scent, I would think. But
No, it was actually, if you listen to Chris Leak's call with, what was it, CJ? He tells us exactly what that information until he said he knew from the beginning. So what I'm getting at, because we're not going to know until trial, okay? We're not going to know the full details anyway. It doesn't really matter.
Ever.
I don't trust any of that shit.
No, right. It doesn't
I don't
really
take any of
matter.
that shit as fact. Yeah.
The same dude that was tracking Sebastian allegedly thought a mannequin was a live human being. It was a mannequin by a pond and thought that was him. Like, the guy was a little jumped to conclusions. Okay.
I see what you're saying. I haven't heard that audio yet, but I will listen to it.
What I'm trying to say is that Chris is confirming all of these things that about the scent and all that stuff from the audio, and he said he knew that from the jump. Yeah, he knew that from the jump.
But you
Why
have the
would you
audio,
know?
right?
Yeah, it's out on my channel.
Okay, I'll go listen to it.
I'll grab
He
that.
said, Chris said law enforcement showed him. So why would you
Showed
say
him
something like that?
places.
Showed him places.
And then explained in the construction area where the new subdivision was being built, the road that goes behind that goes into their neighborhood, Victoria Place. He was very detailed about what he heard. And I didn't put out every single point of that. So he knew. He was listening.
Maybe
Not
Sebastian.
just to mine, but
he said law enforcement got him in the vehicle and took him.
And he also said nobody else did that with law enforcement, just him.
Yeah.
Are we thinking he's lying?
I mean, that's a weird flex, bro, but okay. Like it makes me wonder why he's saying that.
Well, I mean, I don't know anything about autistic children. I don't have any. I don't know anyone that does. But would he be maybe had seen the construction going on and maybe wanted to go check it out and
anything's possible.
kind of walk over there?
I
that
was
night?
just going to say that. I mean, that anything's possible. There's no way to tell what. I mean,
well, Chris hinted at that early on, that he liked the, what do you call it, the big crane and all that kind of stuff. But this is the interesting thing, though. He wasn't doing an interview. He was talking to search divers to tell them where to search.
Oh, the narked guy?
Yeah.
Or that's who I heard talking about it.
Yeah, that is, his name is EJ.
EJ?
No, it was the narc diver guy, not CJ.
Narc diver's not.
Oh, is that not his name?
No. Well,
Oh,
it
okay,
might
I'm
be
sorry.
it might be his name, but there is a content creator named CJ as well that a lot of people talk about. So
Oh, okay. Well,
I
narc diver is who I'm speaking on of the recorded call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm comparing that to what he's saying to my released audio because he's talking about what I released.
Now, where did you get? Do you have a source? Is that what you're going to tell me? Where
Sorry,
where
say
did
what?
you get the dispatch? Okay.
What's your
It's out there. Anybody can get it.
But don't you think if the parents did something, if Katie did something, wouldn't she like bust a window or, usually there's a cover up
Yeah, or
or
say, yeah,
staging.
he's run off before, or
Well,
yeah,
at
their
least
sheep is
unlock the door.
missing. Yeah,
Per the
I mean,
dispatch, there's been none.
Yeah,
No
like
calls.
they're like these intelligent people are just going to come up with the most unbelievable story of all time. I
They
don't
went
know.
out through
He
the
just disappeared.
ceiling.
You know what I mean? Like,
well,
Yeah, because there's no cover up.
right? Like, there's nothing.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what happened, but
It
that's
could
one of the
be, it
things
could not be.
That's one of the things Sweetie Pilo said in her thing, but
Mhm.
she used it in a weird way. She goes, "They're just boxing themselves in with these stories," and I was like,
What story?
No,
"Boxing themselves
you're
in."
boxing them in.
Self-deflection there, huh?
You're boxing them in by twisting their stories to mean something nefarious, which is very easy to do with anybody's shit.
Yeah,
You know
we
what I
can do it
mean?
with
Like,
anyone's story.
with anyone, with any story, you could take it and you could twist it to mean whatever you want.
And
Every
people
time.
just pick apart every word,
Yep.
every
Well,
syllable.
that's what I was saying. Like saying they were lying because of the security stuff. Saying that they were lying because she didn't want to say where she worked. Dang, I wouldn't want to say where I worked
No,
either.
ma'am.
Big
Nope.
facts.
And
Right.
Right.
beyond
Like,
that, then the lie
you're
detector. They say they lie about the lie detector. They asked Chris if they took a lie detector or something like that, and he said yes, and it passed. He didn't say I passed, she passed. He just said pass. And so I get that too, because once you know he hasn't taken one, then it's a whole other story that's not focused on Sebastian. So whether it's right or not that he lied about it, it doesn't mean that he did something to Sebastian
oh
because
shit.
he said he didn't.
Here we go.
What
What?
happened?
Pack a lunch, folks. We're gonna be here a while.
Is
What
that
happened?
Oh,
Dr.
hellfire.
Oh,
I've already made another pot of coffee.
I sent you
Uh-oh.
an email. Read it out loud for the class. Shaking my head. I thought you all didn't support going. Oh, none of us went real life on you, ma'am. So
Oh my
nobody
God, it's
did.
a
In fact,
publicly available video.
I made I put a banner up when that clip got to the portion where your name was shown, and I didn't technically
Yeah,
have to do that
right.
because it is a public video, but I absolutely did. So no, nobody went real life on you. Playing
Nobody
that
went real
biased
life,
clip
bro.
is truly reprehensible.
Bias?
Apologize and fix.
How is that biased?
Wow.
How is
We
that biased?
we played that man's video. How is it biased? You
Yeah, we
had
saw you put your
He's
hands on him. We saw you
he's
pointing at him and calling him
even
a racist.
You had people on your side until they watched more and more of the video, and then they
The
Yep.
handing him
I
money.
even defended you.
it used to
Mhm.
be funny, Melissa. You're breaking my heart. She called her Melissa McCarthy.
I thought the
Thank
same
God for
thing.
Pearl.
I
Oh,
kept that to
Pearl.
myself, and oh my god, I should have. I actually thought Melissa McCarthy too.
Mm.
I just didn't
Kathy,
want to be a dick.
nothing real life happens. Nothing real life happens.
Yep.
Okay, so let me read your email. Oh gosh.
Are we
Oh
supposed
my
to be the
god.
class in
You
this
guys are the
scenario?
We are
class.
the class.
We're the
Listen
class?
up.
Okay.
Listen
Send
up,
me to the
class.
principal because I'm already going to mess up.
Let me
Oh
let me
god.
We're in
put on
detention
my
over here.
teacher voice.
I got
ISS.
more coffee.
Why get your
Bubber's
coffee.
asleep. We're good to go.
Gonna need another pib, y'all. Okay.
Starting the coffee. I'm starting the coffee.
Guess I'll eat some chocolate.
There you go. Everybody has their thing.
I
Why
can't.
are y'all putting out false info on what happened at my protest?
Oh, hell. Okay.
So then says this is the issue. You put out BS without knowing the full facts, and playing voices clipped up video was a crock. So here's what happened. First of all, I stated publicly when they came into my chat and started talking about it, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so I didn't put out any BS. Apparently, this stuff's already been out there multiple places. Multiple places. Hang on one second. Earth's back here.
Exactly, Pearl.
Is that you, Earth?
I'm back.
Okay, just making sure. All right, so then she says, I organized a large protest with a permit years ago. We stated that. Okay, so we didn't put out BS there. It was going fine. Then that man came into our permitted space with a huge bullhorn. We all saw that and watched that.
And
He be-
acknowledged it.
He began screaming into it, and we could no longer hear anything. That's your interpretation of what
He
happened.
didn't scream.
Wait,
I-
the USA drowned everything out.
Yeah,
so that
sure
wasn't
did.
him, right?
That's
Yeah.
true.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
That's true.
I was the protest organizer, so I went up to him to find out what was going on. We saw that, and people have different opinions on that. Some on your side, some not on your side. I touched his arm once gently, trying to get his attention, and asked him nicely if
No,
you
you
please
pulled at his
speak
That's
with
not what
me.
happened.
You pulled at his arm, trying to get the bullhorn away from his mouth. You saw it.
Wait, you what? You said you touched his arm.
I touched his
Lightly.
arm
Oh.
once gently,
Gently.
trying to get his attention, and asked him nicely if he'd please speak with me.
Get the fuck out of here.
I most certainly did not
I mean,
grab or pull
You
his
act like we didn't
arm.
hear the audio. What are you
So
talking about?
I don't appreciate you lying. I don't appreciate you lying, she says to me.
I don't appreciate you lying.
Yeah.
Freak snake.
Why are you lying?
Freak
Oh.
snake.
He
Yeah.
pulled his arm up. So he pulled his arm up. I could see he was citing scripture and holding that sign, but screaming, so I was confused. He didn't
He
change
was
his
not
tone the
screaming.
whole time. He did have
He
a
never
bullhorn, which
screamed.
was louder, but
He got a little bit more boisterous.
Oh, I
I would
never seen
too.
him screaming.
No.
Never-
When bullhorn screams through a bullhorn, that's screaming, okay? That is
Yeah.
screaming.
yeah, she claimed I went real life. Absolutely did not
Oh,
happen.
that thing is on YouTube. That's not going real life. If it's on YouTube, it's on YouTube. It's public. Thank you. This is a
And
public
that's fair
platform.
use.
Oh, I'm not reading your email the way you want me to read it. That's the problem. Now,
Oh, she's gonna handle this
listen,
another way.
wait a second.
Oh
He
my
is
God.
officially a troll. She's a
Wait a
troll. It's
Stop.
official.
This
That
is
is not trolling,
exactly-
honey. That's not
This
trolling.
was exactly everyone's point in that video, is that you try to take control of a situation. You come in here and demand I read your email. I'm willing to do that. I'm reading the email. Now you're not satisfied with the way I am reading it. Do you hear yourself? This is wild. Okay.
She said, I'm not
And you
taking that
found it
drama
by-
bait. Nobody's
you found
begging
it
you.
by-
Nobody wants you to take anything, but you're the one who sent the 4-paragraph email and then came in demanding it be read. And then you said that, no, I did not find it by voices doxing you.
Oh
Are
my
you freaking
God.
kidding me?
I suggest you go back about 2.5
wild.
hours into the stream. Duh.
You are wild.
So now hold on. She comes in here and she's lying, right? So she'll
Yeah.
go do a live. She'll cry, not be able to get her medication or something tomorrow.
and blame that
again.
on me falsely.
Blame it on you.
Mhm.
But what has happened here is she came into a live where we've all just watched this. She's lying multiple times about multiple things, and people are outraged that she has the nerve to even act like we didn't see what we just saw.
Mhm.
And we're going to be mean people. I say people because Claire's up here instead of girls. Mean people. And we're all attacking her. That's what this will turn into. And it gets old, man.
It does. It
old.
gets really old. And nonsense is right. You're uniting and reuniting people with one accusation after another. This is insane. Nobody went real life on you, and nobody lied on you either. Let me finish. Where was I at? He was screaming into the bullhorn and ignored me, so I walked away. Wait, I skipped this thing. Hang on. I
Yeah, make
offered
sure
to-
you don't
I'm
skip
sorry,
any
I
of these.
gotta
I
go.
know.
I gotta mute because I'm dying
Yeah.
over here.
I offered to let him have a chance to speak and figured out what was going on and even offered him our mic. He was screaming into the bullhorn and ignored me, so I walked away. I went inside and reported him to law enforcement. I had nothing to do with anything else. They made him leave because that's the law here. You can't do that in a permitted protest. A permit reserves that specific location for that time frame for your group alone and the right to remove anyone who crashes your protest. That's why we got one in anticipation of any counter protest, which we didn't get, just that guy. He did not have a permit, nor would he have been given one as it was already reserved for us. He tried claiming later that he was assaulted and that we were all racist, but that was ridiculous and went absolutely nowhere. By the way, no one here called you racist, and neither did Voices. We went back and listened to the or read the transcript. Nobody called you racist in this situation, by the way. So I don't know why you keep.
We all even
Oh.
collectively acknowledge the fact that you never indicated any racism at all in the
Yep.
video.
Yeah. And this is the interesting thing too, is that the only person that called someone else a racist, other than him generally talking about a completely different situation, by the way, if you don't know that, Crime Sleuth, and he wasn't talking to you people.
Yeah.
None of you seem to get that. Like
Well, they
goofy
said
ass
he had a
people.
sign out there
But-
for a month or something.
Yeah, he was out there for quite a while.
He
But
went there every Wednesday for a long time.
but beyond that, you pointed at his chest and said, "You're the racist." You said that.
Yeah,
The
you did.
only
said it.
person, the only person in this entire scenario, Sleuthen, who accused somebody falsely of racism was you.
Yeah.
Literally.
All right.
This
You were
is what
literally
she-
the only person who did.
Nanya, this is what she has done to my lives, and then later goes and claims that it happens a completely different way. But this is now the third time that has happened, where we have been talking about something else for almost 3 hours now.
Something that's actually important.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a Donna Serafina and assume that this will be
read
on.
it. Yeah.
This will be on the second channel that she created recently. My
This
psychic
is an
abilities are
incredibly
strong.
productive. This was an incredibly productive conversation, and then you just come back in here and make it about you.
Well, not just productive, but important.
Yeah.
She doesn't care that we were talking about a missing child's case.
But she's an advocate, though, you know.
Just
of course, she's an advocate.
Just demands.
Cares about the missing kids.
I still
Not
have one
herself.
more whole paragraph, y'all. One more whole paragraph.
Oh my goodness.
Law enforcement.
Welcome back, educate.
What?
Oh, I was saying, welcome back, educated. She said, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So law enforcement was around all that day, and it was all recorded, not an out of context short clip he tried passing off, but the whole thing. Nobody even got a phone call about it because they already knew what happened. His claims were meritless. I know this is an effort to intimidate me and further harass me and to try to push me into doxing. Nobody wants you to dox yourself. Stop it. She says, stop lying about me. You do realize that by putting that out, now people are going to go look it up and find out my name and location. So thanks for doxing me. This is being recorded. This is being recorded. I don't care who has the video up. You are going real life, which is not cool. What is
Hold.
wrong with me?
Can
with
I
you?
say something, please? But Sleuthen, I'm getting real sick of your bullshit about this whole doxing thing. Let me tell you something. I found a stream a year ago. A year ago of you on panel. Correct me if I'm wrong. Who was the person, or might I say persons, you accused of doxing you? Would her name or names be Queen Bee and Captain Napkin?
Yeah, she's always accusing people of doxing her, and I don't know if anyone ever has doxed her.
No, they never did.
This is
You are fascinating. Like
You are.
Does anybody
Seriously.
study? It's like
does anybody care? Enough?
No.
Like, does anybody even care to dox? I mean, that doesn't even make sense.
We're against the whole fucking doxing thing, but you're trying to pin us as fucking doxers. Make that make sense, dummy.
She says she has a whole folder on me. A whole folder on me.
Yeah,
trying to scare me. But she's mad that I mentioned I found her probate.
She has a dossier on
Come
you.
on now.
But then
I
claims-
couldn't.
Go ahead,
867. I couldn't read it because I'm not subscribed to that newspaper you sent me. But go ahead. Earth.
But it's like, I mean, she claims she has all this stuff on Eve, and then she says, "Oh, I live 8 hours away from her. I might just visit with my family." I mean,
Yeah,
what does
sitting
that
on
tell
a
you?
panel with AB after he doxed me and my family. Really?
Yeah.
Ma'am, sit down all the way.
Yeah.
All the way.
Now you want to claim people are doxing you? Get out of here with that crap, okay? You've been
Absolutely did not
exposed
dox
so
her.
much.
Well, Deets covered up the name.
Absolutely did. And I even like went ahead and looked for it because someone mentioned it might be in there and made sure Jenny stopped before that. So this is insane.
But see, you're risking losing your own channel because you're falsely striking folks around here. But hey, you do you.
What do you
Because
wait? I
everybody
have
wins.
I have
But
a
you can't. It's
question.
not her video.
What are
She
you
can't even-
going to? What are you going to report me for? Oh my gosh, this woman played a public video that some other man put up that doesn't show me in a favorable light. Like, what are you reporting there? I truly don't get it.
Yeah, if you're
It doesn't
going to
make
do a
any sense.
protest, you risk the chance that you're going to be on the news, honey. And then you gave them your name. So I don't.
Well, I do have a question for her that when she went away with her hands on her hips to go call the cops, what did they tell her? Because when she came back, she told everybody else she moved. So I think the cops told you exactly what the mayor said, which is that is a public space. And the only thing that a permit does is get you the gates for the road.
Don't hate me, but it was dispatch audio that proved that.
Blair, stop. You're making me laugh. Blair, stop it.
No, fuck that, man. Listen, dude, this lady's fucking nuts, dude. I don't care. Listen to me, dude. This lady is out of her fucking mind. Okay, like let's just cut the fat, cut the bullshit. This woman is stating things that, and this is habitual. This is habitual. This is like the third or fourth time that I've been on this panel where she is stating things that are polar differently than the data that we reviewed. We saw the evidence, and she's going, this is what happened. And you're like, what? No. And then she accuses people of doxing her who are defending her against being doxed. It's insane. This lady's nuts. I don't give a shit. Call me insensitive. I don't give a fuck. She's nuts. Sorry. Like, this is consistent.
She's going to report
behavior.
you now. I don't know to who, but
I mean, I'm sitting here thinking of something really funny right now. I mean, she says she's going to report you, but for what? A video that's not you, or that's not yours. So she would have to go to the guy that owns the video, and what are you going to do, Crime City? Are you going to email him and ask him, can I use your video to report somebody? Is that what you're going to do? I mean, come on.
This is exactly what I was telling you guys when we watched the video. I said she's exactly the same person in real life that she is here. Exactly who I thought. She can't have control over a situation, so she's going to try to force it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this trying to. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to strike you. You doxed me. I'm going to cry. I'm going to blame you for my medical issues. I'm going to blame. Come on.
And
just own up to it or get off the
internet. On top of that, Gavel, how many threats did you make just a few days ago during your live stream? That 4-hour live stream. How many threats did you make?
Oh my gosh.
God, I've lost count after like 7. Mm-hmm. That's 4.5 hours. I mean, you think the threats are going to work in your favor with the lawsuits? Girl.
I've never seen a level of self-oblivion on this platform. I've never seen it to this level. Like,
what were you guys talking about when she changed the picture the other night?
She's
trying to remember.
Absolutely oblivious to herself.
Remember, she changed Sebastian's picture on the.
Oh, the flyer. Yeah. She tried to say that others had done it first, and I think actually, and again, this was just something we weren't ever even going to discuss. Was it Jenny that went back, or maybe Melissa, and found that the time didn't line up? Yeah.
She said she saw it on Terry Lynn's, and the time didn't line up.
Time didn't line up.
Regardless, you're acting like you were the first one to do it. So you're lying like in both arenas. You're acting like, oh, I came up with this, and I'm just going to go ahead and change the picture now with TBI. And it said called them, and they laughed because there's nothing wrong.
But what were y'all talking about that night?
We were talking about actually, so the video's down because of the peen bomb, and I've never went back and fixed it. But we were actually talking about Sebastian's case, and then Eve came in and
The call.
showed us the call.
The call. Yeah, with Todd Terrell.
Mhm.
I'm a real problem, apparently. With
Which is
just
no big deal. I was like, well, we were talking about Sebastian, but
Oh no, yeah, it wasn't a bad thing.
she
I thought it
didn't.
was something else.
She
no,
didn't
no.
come up
Actually,
until
somebody in the comment section said something, and I
There
was
were
like, "There's
text
a
messages.
video that explains this."
Maybe I'm thinking of a different day where y'all had text messages that
Oh,
had been
with the freak
made
stick?
up.
I don't remember. It was Melissa and
That's right.
Sonia were in here. I don't even remember what we were originally talking about.
She
At
had
the time.
manufactured some text messages, I thought.
Yes. Well, no, she didn't manufacture those text messages. It was the emails between Sonia and her.
Yeah, and
And
so Sonia was showing them because of, she was being lied about.
She
And so
an
she goes,
Idaho
okay,
4 dad.
yeah, and here's the whole thing.
Yeah.
And so she put it up, and Crime Sleuthen was saying that people were sharing her private email. It's not hers. It was Sonia's email that was sent to her. It's not a private
Stop it,
email.
Pearl.
Stop, Pearl. Stop it. Pearl's
Pearl
too
always
much.
makes me laugh, man.
She's making a ketamine infusion.
I need a ketamine infusion. Jesus.
I'm just
I
saying
do
she's always
too.
doing
I don't
something.
even know what it was.
Yeah,
Well,
I always hear something going on.
The next day, she was supposed to go for that. And she was saying, "Oh, I'm not going to be able to do it because my blood pressure is so high." I mean, like, why did you get on in this situation, right? If you knew that that was going to cause a problem like that, and how do you know what your blood pressure will be tomorrow, right? You don't. And so, that whole day, the next day, through the day, she was on other people's panels spinning her version of things. So when did she go to the doctor? To get a blood.
Well, not to mention
I
the
mean, I
accident.
don't care, but I did
her
notice
husband's
that.
friend got an accident. Now she can't come and ask what's wrong because of us.
Yeah,
That's
don't
great.
they
Like
say
everything is
drop
somebody else's
everything.
fault, including things that aren't
Oh,
real.
me and
that
Jenny
didn't
both
happen.
will.
It's crazy. She'll find things to blame somebody for
Yeah.
that didn't even happen. It's insane, dude. Like, I'm telling you, dude, there's no other. I mean, she's
If
nuts.
any of my family or friends needed me for anything, I'm not going to be sitting on a live crying about my own issues that I created and blaming everybody else for it. I'm going to be with my family member or friend that needs me. So that's on her.
So here it is, the one that Heels was talking about. I talked about Upchurch for a long time, over, and it was planned to talk about Upchurch and then Brat Norton because she had just went on Melissa's panel the night before. So talked about Upchurch for almost 2 hours, and then I played. Let's see here.
Lana. She's probably printing out
This
395
video
cease and desist.
here from Sonia, and it was her thoughts on Melissa Jade and Brat Norton part 1. And she also had made a video about Crime Sleuthen, and we played that, and then she came in and it just escalated from there. And that's how the messages got put out, or the emails, because she was calling Sonia a liar. And so Sonia forwarded them to MJ to prove she wasn't.
And did that have to do with Steve Kinsavas?
Yeah,
don't know.
kind of. I like by
Oh, okay.
proxy because it was about Sonia. So here, let me explain this. Crime Sleuthen was saying it tried to debunk the Brat and Steve messages, and then we debunked her debunking, and it really upset her. And she kept pointing to Sonia. She was telling people, go watch Sonia's videos, go watch her videos. Well, Sonia herself says the messages are real, so we were kind of like, why are you saying they're not real when you're pointing people to this individual who says they are real? And then one of the things that happened is she actually tried to put a wedge between Melissa Jade and Sonya, and she went in there and said she's teaming up with Brat and she's doing this and that, and it became very wild. And she said, Sleuthen said, no, you're lying. And so Sonya was like, here, let me show you the emails to prove it. And so she wanted her emails shared.
Then she called Sonya a freak snake.
A freak snake. Yeah, she called her a freak snake.
A what?
A freak.
A freak snake.
And what exactly is that?
Oh, come on, you poo-poo head. A freak snake.
She said that
Snakes in the
Sonya
grass.
was a freak snake, yeah.
Blair, you never heard of freaks in the grass?
Freaks on the plane.
I've heard of
Yeah,
snakes,
snakes
on
on
a
the
plane.
plane, snakes in the
Belly.
grass.
I've heard of snakes on a plane, snake in the grass, but freaks.
Okay, put them together.
Snakes.
Yeah, people always misunderstand.
Never
what
mind.
doxing is
He's
here.
never going to get it. Never mind. We'll explain later.
Pearl says this has upset me so much that I can't stand.
Pearl. Oh my God.
I'm done. I'm so done.
Yeah, with Pearl.
Pearl, ma'am, have a seat.
I love
I love you,
so
Pearl.
much. I
Is that
love
you,
Pearl?
Now I'll never be able to say sit down as a joke.
Pearl.
Sit all the way down.
Is that you, Wee?
No pee-pee. No pee-pee. I promise.
No pee-pee.
Hey, Wee.
Hey, Wee.
Hey, Wee.
Hey everybody! I know you have been listening and getting increasingly frustrated, not at you guys, but at some of this craziness. No, of course not. Don't be daft. Come on, now.
We never thought
can't.
that.
Oh my God, I can't.
It's time
You
for
can't
a bit of a wee bit of a come to Jesus moment. Look, there's a lot of us in here that maybe don't get on at other times, but sometimes it's important to just have a bit of a straight talk. Crime Sleuthen has made herself become closer to another creator, Purple Phoenix, and my personal opinions aside, Purple is close with Brandy Neal. Now, considering that there are people in the chat who vigorously defend what has happened to Brandy in the past with other people, having Crime Sleuthen brought into that seems like a bit of a dicey issue, to say the least. And now she is safely ensconced in that group with Purple supporting her 100%, even after she has been told by her own chat some of the crazy stuff that has happened over years, not just the past few weeks.
Yeah, and I see the comments and I know what you're saying. And you're right.
I feel like I'm just watching this about to happen again. What is it going to take?
Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't. But I just don't understand the continual lies, the continual coming in and distracting and saying, I'm not going to let you drama bait me, but you're the one who's bringing in the drama and the distractions over and over, lady.
Every time.
Wild.
You guys have not. You know what it takes to get deets to this point of frustration.
A lot.
I know.
A lot.
It's
My
really
kids don't
fun.
even get me this frustrated. Or her coming in and be like, I sent you I'm like, not another email, Lord.
Especially when Dee's dropped the F-bomb, your eyeballs drop to your desk.
I've never seen anybody drain their credibility in front of me so thoroughly. Like, it's dry.
Welcome to Crime Sleuthen 101, Blair.
Right. We're on the
Gone.
AP class. Welcome.
I'm telling you, more untruths come out of her mouth than truths.
I just don't understand.
It should be a case study
why
at this
Crazy.
point.
Never seen anything like it.
No kidding.
I've seen something very similar to this.
It's exhausting,
She's
though.
It's like a 10-year-old that is
energy suck.
incorrigible.
I mean, it goes back to BHB and what's her name? Voices, the other one, Cher. Remember that? That's been like 2 years ago.
A
She
phone
had
call.
That's what's crazy.
a phone call. Yeah.
So
Give me,
actually,
give me
you
the
know,
choice to be stuck in a
Which I
room.
have.
Give me the choice to be stuck in a room between for like 10 hours between BHB and crime sleuthing, and I'm taking BHB like that in a second. That's insane.
Yeah,
That is
definitely.
wild.
I mean, you're not
I don't even
10
have to
hours
think about
later,
that. Yeah.
I do it standing on my head.
What
Are you gonna
about
play? Are you gonna play it, Deeds?
I might, because like here's the thing, people like she's like, oh, you're targeting and harassing me. Like, you don't even know half the crap. So much crap I've been sent that I don't even look at, I don't show, don't address. But I was sent the one of her on shares. Is that what you're talking about, Jenny?
The one where she was talking to Betty, the call.
Oh, I don't have that.
I
don't
do.
think. But here's the, I guess this is where she goes on shares. Someone had
Oh.
sent it to me.
Yeah, see, I have
Oh,
the
that.
hey, crime sleuthing. Remember, I've told you plenty of times. I will put out the phone call, the full version, the 9-minute version of the BHB and your recorded phone call that you happily gave to somebody. I told
Well,
you I would.
now I doubt the BHB call because we've seen what she does to phone calls, to
I
audio.
don't even know what this
Oh,
is.
This was
and we
recorded that night, and it was given that same night right away to another
and she
creator.
was proud of it and was proud of
Mhm.
it afterwards too. And
Oh,
considering
wow.
that there has been a subtext of what happens with calls in the chat, that's why I brought that up, because it's ironic some of the correlations that are going on here, and apparently crime sleuthing just waltzes right in and nobody sees anything.
I
Nobody
say play it.
notices.
I
What?
say play it. As long as it doesn't dox anybody, I say play it.
I don't think it does. So Nunya wants to know, Glare, BHB or JLR? Which one you choosing?
Oh, stuck in a room for 10 hours?
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, that's a
that's
tough
a hard one. Yeah.
Probably BHB because yeah, like I don't know if I could go that long without like getting physical against JLR. Like I don't know if I could like go that long.
Oh my gosh.
Not even lie. That guy just like he that's his thing. Like he wants to drive you to the point to hitting him so that he can play victim once you
See,
do it.
I don't think he'd be like that in private,
his-
in person. I really don't think that he would be the troll and the persona that he puts out there. I think he would
No,
be a completely
no.
different guy. And I think he'd be scared.
Yeah, he would be in the corner sucking his thumb, rocking back and forth.
Glare,
He was scared
Glare,
of Benny with a freaking
I
piece
don't
of wood.
think.
He
Glare,
would
don't
definitely
No,
be
I
scared of
think
Glare.
that he trolls just to troll, like no
Mhm.
matter what. Like it's a involuntary thing, like to just naturally find the troll in anything. That's
Like a
that's
Yeah.
just
switch.
it.
It's a
Glare,
switch.
don't be offended. I think you could both turn this whole thing around. Picture the scene. You've got yourself, you've got JLR. Cue Olivia Newton-John. Let's get physical. Out of that comes
No,
amazing,
stop.
amazing
We stop.
choreography.
We stop.
I would be focused on
USA.
Olivia Newton-John. I love
USA.
Olivia.
USA.
I love Olivia Newton-John. I would just focus on her lyrics and just drown him out.
I mean, Pearl, you're not wrong. It kind of is a superpower. She says, imagine the incredible gift crime sleuthing has that she never reflects on her own behavior and cringes. She feels no shame, and that is kind of a superpower.
Yeah.
I think it's a handicap. I think
No.
it's
Well, obviously.
yeah. Clearly a
It is
handicap.
for
It's not a
her, but
superpower at all.
It handicaps everybody around her.
Thank you, Nunya. Okay, I really don't even know what's in here. So
Okay.
let's see what's on this one. I wonder if we can do an LG. Had this. I see Nunya dropped her link. Thank you.
If they're not making it. So
Okay.
all right, thank you for letting me come up.
Thanks,
Nice
Dee.
talking to you guys.
You too.
Hey, Cher.
Hey, Fueled.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing. How about you?
Who is that in the picture?
Yeah. That's okay, though. It's good.
Well,
If
you're
I can
doing
help
it.
with any rumors
that
or
her?
at least
Yeah.
help
Yeah.
people try
Yeah,
and
that's
see the
her.
fuller picture, at least ones that care.
Exactly.
Yeah. With a coffee cup.
Now, when is a different story.
I don't know.
Eve,
I said what I said.
It's kind of off topic. Does anybody know how Miss Christine is? How she's doing? Is she doing okay? Anybody know any info on that?
I've been
I
keeping up
haven't seen
with
anything.
her content, but not on a. I don't know her on a personal level, and
Yeah.
she's still got a lot of fight in her, and she's doing all of the things, and
Good.
yeah, she's definitely doing the most to handle this. The path of treatment that she is on is particularly brutal.
Very intense.
So if you have whatever deity you pray to, whatever good vibes you
Well
think you have,
wishes.
put
Yep.
them out. Put them out.
Yes, Miss Christine is fighting breast cancer, a very aggressive form. I don't know what stage. I don't know that stuff, but definitely, like we said, any thoughts, prayers, good vibes, whatever you choose, send them her way.
Then that's all that matters.
Well, it's kind of like the last lady just said. I heard about this rumor, heard about bathtub. Some creators, I think I saw at least one who actually put that in the title of their video.
Yeah, that's
That
kind of
was the
why
point.
last minute when I'm like,
That's where
okay,
they're getting that from.
yeah, I want to be. I want to be more careful now. I don't want to be the reason that there's more lies or rumors going around on
Exactly.
this family or people.
Believe me, I know. And it's like you can explain yourself all you want, but it doesn't matter. People don't
Yeah, I've
listen.
done it a million times just today, and half the people don't get it, and that's okay. But fuck, the other half are giving me a legit migraine.
Exactly. Okay, so I have a few questions. I don't know if you have
I love how
answers,
Cher's
or
so
if you
concerned
are you
about
like
that.
texting with her now, or
I didn't even catch it.
I love how she's so concerned about, spreading a bad narrative about a family. It's precious. It's precious.
I'm always talking to her.
okay. Because I mean, as I've told you before, I'm a grandmother, like in the exact same situation.
Yeah.
And
can I ask, are you collabing with anyone or working with any other creators?
No.
Bullhorn Betty?
Nope.
Okay.
No, of course not. I can have they're already on me in chat. You know how it is, right? People, they feel threatened, or especially if you've spoken out against them for lies and slander, they're not going to like you, and they're going to cause trouble for you. But I'm not here for that. I'm not here for them. Okay, I don't want drama. I'm here to speak to you.
That's really familiar.
Okay. So yes, I follow Betty. Yes, I love Betty. Yes, I love Olivia. Just like any friend, I speak openly and frankly with them. Very frank. We do with each other, and it's a great friendship. It's a blooming friendship. Just met him a couple months ago. I've only been on YouTube for a couple months, so 2 or 3 months now, maybe.
Yeah.
And
it was
we're all
blooming
free to
something.
like who we like, and be friends with who we like. This isn't middle school or high school, so some people really need to just grow up and stay in their own lane, right?
Yeah,
Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. Just focus on your own channel and your own life, and leave other people alone.
Can I say, I'm sorry. I know you're just being a dick right now, like in a funny way, and that's. Yeah, that's your thing. It makes me smile. I'm not trying to be an asshole. No, but that's funny. I mean,
this
why
is
not?
a blast from the
Yeah, I mean,
past.
and I mean, I've heard so many people talking crap about the girl who did this, who brought you on. Like, why not? I would have you on in a heartbeat. I would have the grandma on in a heartbeat. I would have anybody on, because if we're not doing this right here, if you're not willing to do this and speak to all parties involved in a respectful, curious manner, wanting to get to the truth and the facts of the situation, then you shouldn't be in this genre. You need to go over to Karama or something.
All right. So what would your question be?
Sorry,
wow.
This doesn't age well.
This is awesome.
I have this clipped. I'm ready to put this shit out.
That needs to be on a 24-hour loop. Just that little section.
What?
I can do that.
What a tangled web we weave.
Boy.
Goodness gracious. Hey, Robin. Hope you're well.
Sorry.
Okay. So my first question is, when exactly did she obtain guardianship? Like, was it this year? Was it recent?
I have to. I.
Do you know? Okay.
Yeah, I have to.
This year.
Yeah, but it was okay. Yeah, but we can't say the reason.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it was. What month was it?
I'm not sure of the month, but it was this year.
Why do I want to say March for some reason? I will double check
Cute
on
cotton
that.
candy.
But yes, you are right.
Did
This
she,
year.
did she like do it on her own, or did she have an attorney? Because I know with guardianship you can do it either way.
I'm not sure on that one.
I know I've answered that
'Cause
before.
I did all of mine on my own.
Yeah, I believe that
And-
it was done. Actually, no, not I believe. Billy told me, and I don't know if I shared that in a text. I have to go back through like 2 weeks of nonstop texting.
Now, does it actually say? Because I can show you.
She was on her own. Well, Billy told me that it was not like ever a court ordered deal of why that happened. It was
Yeah, I understand.
in-house situation.
Okay, so is it? Does it? But is it through the court as far as does it actually do paperwork? You know, where can I show you mine? Can I put mine on the screen? I redacted it.
No, because I don't have to answer that when everyone has already seen that the court.
Share, can I talk? Can I
Yeah,
talk,
please?
please?
Oh
Yeah.
my.
Field, shut the fuck up a minute.
Whoa,
Look,
whoa,
I'm,
What? I was starting to wonder, like, what
This just
the?
took a hard left turn.
What
Like
is
I was
the
like,
point of this?
Just
event?
wait.
I'm
what
just
just
gonna tell you,
happened?
that's classic cotton candy boobs too. I didn't know
Heck
it was gonna
yeah.
go that way, but yeah.
Oh, yep.
Oh wow.
What just
She was
happened?
like,
Like-
let me just tell you, shut the up.
It gets
Okay.
juicy.
It sure
Say it
does.
again.
What
Say
did
that
she
again.
say that triggered her so bad?
She does
was
not
just
like
asking-
her. She does
she
not
was
like
just
her.
asking questions.
Okay, she just got sick of listening to her bullshit. Okay.
Yes.
Well, she's pushing Cher for information on Billy Joe, and Cher keeps telling her like, I don't know, I don't want to say, I can't say, and she just keeps, well, can I put this up on the screen? And it's documents of from the kids getting guardianship,
From CPS.
and Cher's like,
document.
no, you
Oh,
can't.
this is about the Quentin Simon thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Wow, this is a while back.
Which is
Okay.
when that leaked call happened. Earth
Mhm.
says she has it.
Give me 10 minutes. Let me screen record it.
Let me
Give me 10 minutes.
Thank you, Earth.
I have to answer that when everyone has already seen that the court.
Share, can I
papers-
talk? Can I
Yeah,
talk,
please.
please?
Yeah.
Field, shut the fuck up a minute.
No,
Look,
no, 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 no,
I'm-
no,
no,
no, no, no,
yeah,
no,
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 Cher,
Cher.
don't trust her. I'm telling you.
I've had
She's
a
been
lot.
kicked
Yes.
off every channel. She's just getting information and
I
running
heard
and telling
that.
everybody else.
I know.
Don't
What are
trust
you
this girl.
talking
I'm telling you.
about?
Shut up! I ain't talking to you, bitch.
Damn.
Around, I watch everybody. You've been kicked off every fucking channel you've been on, and you're not going to do this to my sister.
Okay.
You hear me?
I love you. I
I'm
love you.
sorry,
Calm down.
Cher.
I know. I
but
love you.
She's not going to do this to you.
I love you. Oh my gosh.
Lovely.
No, I have to say though.
I saw that coming.
No, I do. I let me say
He
this.
saw that
I
coming.
love you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love you.
That went from 0 to 102
I
seconds.
have to say that. Fuck. I don't think you guys see her react like that much. So, but if I'm being fair, I asked, listen, I'm not gonna fault her for that. And the reason I'm not gonna fault her for that is because that is one of my best friends, my sister by heart, and I know why that happened. She's right.
She's just watching out for you, Sarah.
She
that's
lied.
all.
She lied to me right now on panel, and I wasn't gonna say that. And also she has been kicked off of many panels because
So I did catch that at the beginning. She asked if she was talking to other creators, specifically Bullhorn Betty, and Sleuth told her no. And we all know that that's not true. She was talking to Betty. I don't know if they knew it at the time. Well, Cher did, but
Wait, but didn't she just say that she was friends? That they were friends because they're all adults or whatever?
she
Or did I
said
misunderstand?
so she said
She
that
loves them.
what's it matter? You can talk to whoever you want. We're all adults. It's not junior high. But she did lie to Cher when she said you're not, asked if you were talking to Betty, and she said
Collaborating. She literally said collaborating. Yeah.
But she said she was friends with her though, didn't she?
She can't talk to him.
She was
Unless
playing
she
loves them.
off working with Betty. She was playing.
Let's hear it
with his
again.
friend.
Yeah, how about we go back? We'll hear that.
I mean, I'll
Friendship is
suffer through.
blooming.
Okay, let's see here.
All right, thank you for letting me come up.
I mean,
Thank
I might
you.
have misunderstood.
you too.
I might have too.
Blooming
Hey,
friendship.
Cher.
Hey, Fueled.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing. How about
You're
you?
doing. You're busy.
Yeah. That's okay though. It's good.
Well, you're
If I can
doing
help with any rumors or at least
Yeah.
help people try and see the fuller picture, at least ones that care.
Exactly.
then that's all that matters.
Well, it's
Hang
kind of like
on.
the
We're
last
gonna
lady
hear
just
this,
said.
Sleuthing.
You know, heard about this rumor, heard about bathtub. Some creators, I think I saw at least one who actually put that in the title of their video.
Yeah, that's
That
kind of
was the
why
title.
last minute when I'm like,
That's where they're
okay,
getting that from.
yeah, I want to be. I want to be more careful now. I don't want to be the reason that there's more lies or rumors going around on
Exactly.
this family or people.
Believe me, I know. And it's like you can explain yourself all you want, but it doesn't matter. People don't
Yeah, I've
listen.
done it a million times just today, and half
Yeah.
the people don't get it, and that's okay. But fuck, the other half are giving me a legit migraine.
Exactly. Okay, so I have a few questions. I don't know if you have answers or if you are you like texting with her now or
I'm always talking to her.
Okay. Because I mean, as I've told you before, I'm a grandmother like in the exact same situation.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Can I
was
ask,
this
are you collabing with anyone or working with any?
Huh?
Was this before she recorded BHB and share?
I don't know. She's in the backstage, and I will let you come up. I just wanted to hear this part first.
Okay.
So wait 1 second though. So she, I don't understand. So how does she have a recording of Cher and BHB?
She doesn't. She
She
has
doesn't.
a recording of her and BHB.
Ah, okay.
That she edited
Okay.
and put out. So that's
Yeah.
Because did not
She
edit it.
redacted her own parts of the conversation out. So whenever this whole thing came up
Okay, that's
about
what it was.
No way.
Right.
Oh
whenever
my god, dude.
whenever
That's
this
what it
whole thing happened recently about a call, that was exactly our concern because we've been here before. We know how this went before. But she tried to pull a whole bait and switch again.
Oh, okay.
How many
So I just
befores was
wanted
this? 6 now?
I just want to hear and see what that specific question we were looking for about if she was talking or not. And then I will add Earth
Yeah, that
and
is-
Crime Sleuthing up. 1 second.
Other creators?
No.
Bullhorn Betty?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Collabing with
Like in the exact same situation.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Can I
Yeah,
ask, are you collabing with anyone or working with any other creators?
No.
Bullhorn Betty?
Nope.
Okay.
No, of course not. I can have
Are you working with any other creators?
Ah,
No.
right.
Like
But,
Bullhorn Betty?
I
No.
think we were
Okay.
both right because I
Nah,
think she
coming
said
back.
that they're friends. Hold on.
yeah, she said
Maybe I'm wrong.
collabing and working with and no to all of
Okay.
those.
Everyone play nice. Earth
Oh,
and
man.
Sleuthin, is that you?
God damn it.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to mute.
Good idea. I only say good idea because I know how Earth is. So
Good eye. Good eye.
what can we do for you, ma'am?
Okay, so I had gone up there because of the reports that I had already seen where BJ was claiming that she had legal guardianship of the children. Remember that?
Yes, it's been a while, so you're testing my memory on this, but she was. How
She
was
did
she
have legal
worded?
guardianship
She
of the
was
children, then, didn't
She
she?
did
claiming.
not, Glare.
Okay.
And I
I
have the court
do.
document right in front of me right now.
I don't
That
think
was
that
why I
matters.
went up there.
Oh no!
that
She
is-
was.
that
Okay,
was
no,
what
you're right.
mattered.
I'm confused. I know that she filed for custody of Quentin. I know that.
No, she
But-
never filed for custody of Quentin.
I'm 99% sure that she did.
You're 99% wrong.
I don't remember, honestly.
but hold
I
on,
just
can
I
I-
have all of the court records right in front of me.
Okay.
I'll look
Can
it
I just
up.
ask a question real quick? Does this matter?
Let's kind
It
of
matters to the context of what you played, the clip.
well, what we were
Okay.
hearing was Cher asking you if you were working with BHB, and
Yeah,
you
that wasn't.
lied and said no.
I wasn't working with her. Just because I knew her didn't mean I was working with her. She was
Well-
like a brand new friend. That was it.
Wait.
I had only talked with her a couple of times at that point.
When did you start recording her then?
It was after this. And I know Earth is like salivating to release phone calls. Honey, they're all on my channel. The one that the clip.
She's not
version,
salivating. Please stop with that
I'm
mess.
just gonna put them all out. They're already out. They're still on my channel. They're public.
That's fine.
I
Okay,
don't
so
give
what
a
happened
shit.
with that? I don't care. I'm just saying you're acting like you've got some big thing. You have nothing.
It's not a
on
big
my
thing.
channel.
It's
What
not a
you
big thing.
have, Earth, is the first little clip. Okay. I had
And
emailed.
I don't care.
Savage had asked me for a specific couple of sentences by Bullhorn Betty.
So you're
I
so
got
okay.
into the
Let me
phone
get
calls.
I'd be
Wait,
very
I got into
careful,
the
Creme
phone calls
Susan.
and
I'd be very careful about
hang on.
putting out that misinformation about her because I will.
I
ask
have
her.
the email still. I
Hang
have the email still.
Yeah,
Okay.
say
I'm not
that all
lying about
over
it.
again. Say
Hang
that one more
on.
time.
Let
I
her
had gone back
explain.
and recorded just those portions of the phone calls to show her what I was talking about. I asked her. That's why they were so choppy, because I wasn't trying to splice or edit anything. I was trying to show her a couple of sentences in the phone calls. I sent it to her. She had agreed to not put that out. It wasn't ever intended to be like put out. It was just for her.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, just keep my name out of it. If you do ever release this, take me out of that, because I don't want to be connected to this. Well, she got excited and went live with it within just a few minutes of my email.
Wait, pause.
Whatever.
I know that's
But
not
you
true.
recorded
That
it.
is true. I have the emails in the. Go back and look at her live. She immediately scheduled a live after
Can
getting
I
that email.
can I
from
tell
me
you
with the phone calls?
Let me tell you what I know.
Why are you trying to talk about things you don't know about?
Because I do know, if you give me a second to explain, because Savage tagged a ton of us, myself included, in a community post warning us that she was going to have a video out later that evening. It was like 5 or 6 hours after her community post before she went live, and she encouraged everyone to clip it. So I do know that because I was tagged in it. I clipped it, and I
And I was
played that.
in that stream.
You're
I was in that
wrong.
stream.
She was talking about something else in the community post.
Okay.
Crime
No, she
sleuthing.
I was
wasn't.
talking with her in email
Crime
back and forth
sleuthing,
about
please
this.
listen. Please listen. I'm asking you to please be very careful right now.
I'm not
Savage,
worried about it.
listen.
I didn't say anything wrong. I
Listen.
didn't do
You're
anything.
never
Stop
worried about it.
talking and listen. Savage is not somebody you want to play with here.
I'm not trying to play with anybody. I'm trying to correct the misinformation that I'm hearing on this live.
She will correct you if you have lied about
I don't have any. I
anything you
didn't
have
give a
just
crap
said.
that she did it. I was like, fine, great, it's out there, okay.
Oh, Jesus.
But the problem was that people were listening to that little clip and they were going, "Oh God, this is spliced and edited, blah blah blah," right? And I'm like, "Oh shit, no, I didn't edit anything. It was just supposed to be for her." So then I struck up a live and I sat there and I played every bit of every single phone call. Just to be clear, from start to finish, all of our phone calls, because I was not going to be accused of splicing anything. That was not what it was for. It was
Why
just
were
for
you-
her ears, you know.
Why were you recording her?
I didn't even know that. Go back and watch my live. I explained in the live that I didn't even
I'm
know
just
at the
asking you right
time.
now.
Can I finish my sentence? I did not even
Why
know at the
record her,
time.
though?
Can you shut up? I'm trying to answer.
Don't talk to him like that.
I can talk to whoever I want.
It's fine. I just like an answer.
I was trying to answer. You cut me off.
Okay, please
Oh,
continue.
heaven forbid.
I was not even aware at the time that I was recording her calls, because I had gotten a recording app for another reason, a legal reason having to do with my family stuff.
Please don't share that.
It was recording all of my calls. I didn't know it was recording all of my calls until one day I got an alert, like a storage warning alert on my phone. I'm like, what the heck is this? So I go in there and it's all my calls. And this was after I had already ditched Betty after the Quentin Simon protest thing went crazy. And then I'm like, well, okay. She had lied to me in those phone calls.
I'm sorry,
She had
pause
lied
for a
to me
second.
and said, I'm not
pause for a
done
second.
talking. You can wait just a moment.
Pause for a second.
but you're
No. There's something
No,
that
then I'm
can't
just
be
gonna go,
overlooked
because if
here.
I'm about to be a whole cotton candy. Nobody
No,
cares.
hold
Nobody
on.
cares. I'm about to
I
be a
gotta
whole
point out
cotton
the
candy
fact.
right now. It's so
You're saying-
ridiculous.
You're saying that you didn't splice up these phone calls, that it constantly recorded, but you said before that the phone call stopped recording and then recorded again, stopped. You recorded certain parts of the phone call. Now you're saying that you had an app. Now you're saying that you had an app that just constantly recorded all your phone calls, and you just magically.
You seriously clean your ears out, because that's not what I said.
Let me help you,
That's
Clara.
totally what you just said.
That's not what I
Clara,
said.
let me help you. Let me help you. Crime sleuthing struggles between the definition of the word edited and what is splicing and what is
Reality?
cutting. She struggles with that. She seems to get slippery around those technicalities. She wants to say that she has removed certain parts but not edited. It's a bit the Amber Heard of it all.
That's not accurate either.
We have been here before, crime sleuthing. We're not re-arguing the whole thing. Just say
then pay
what you
attention
did.
to my words, because I'm telling you exactly what happened. It's all
I
in
was
my
here.
life. It's all
I
on
I
my
think the
channel.
issue is we probably don't believe you. But
USA.
here's the
I don't care.
USA.
By the way, before I forget, let
I
me
think
just
the
say
thing
one
that's
more thing.
confusing is so you didn't know that you recorded this phone call, right? It was just a happenstance by this app, right? But when you got upset, you decided to take said recorded phone call and put it out on the internet, but you didn't mean to record it in the first place.
Right.
And then you sent little parts of the phone call to people.
And then
didn't expect for them, but
so
didn't want them to play it, but then they did play it, and it was okay to play it.
No, that's
but then
not
you
what
just said that you put the video on your channel. The whole phone call is out there on your channel. Like, how do you continue to
That's not what
you?
happened.
But
You're
you
not
said yourself
listening.
multiple times. I don't
You
need
are
to
not
listen.
listening.
Honestly, there's nothing you're about to say that's going to be like revealing or
You're just not
any
listening.
sense
That's
of
the
reality at
The
this
end
point.
result is you released it, right? And you removed your
You're not
voice.
listening to
Your
No,
yourself.
that is not accurate. You guys seriously have no comprehension skills whatsoever.
I don't think anybody on this panel has comprehension skill issues at this point in time. But I think there may be some people on the panel who have some, I don't know what you want to call it, like they're not able to touch reality very often. You continue to like
What is
literally,
that playing in the
this
background?
stream was 3 hours,
What?
had nothing to do with you. And you came in, demanded the deets, read your email. Then when she reads the email, you're like, I can't believe you're reading the email like that, because
You want me to
wanted
read
to
it
look a certain
differently.
way.
Blah. Seriously,
No,
you're not
blah,
listening
blah, blah.
to.
You
I
constantly
came up
wanted
here
to be
to
all
clear
about
up
you.
and answer
It's
questions.
not about
I'm
you.
always
They
happy to
reviewed
do
a
that.
video.
But you're.
Did you
That's
even
not
take
why
the
it's
What's
time?
wrong
Crime
with you,
sleuthing, did you
Nanya?
even
What
take
is
the
wrong with
time
you?
to watch the
Everybody,
stream?
hold on.
Yeah.
What was
You're
the
just
reasoning for it?
rambling, Nanya.
What
You're
was the
literally
reasoning?
rambling.
I'm not. I honestly, then I'm just playing your role right now. Then
No, well, whatever.
You're
not
do
listening
that,
to the
crime
words that
sleuthing.
I
No,
said.
you're doing it again. You wait till
Well, hold
other
on.
people are starting to talk, then you start to talk, then you keep going. Your mouth
I
doesn't
keep
stop.
trying to
You
get
do
my
not
words
listen.
out, and you're
You
talking
do
over
not let
me.
people finish. You refuse
I'm
to let
trying
people
to. I'm
finish.
not.
You
Oh my
refuse to
God, you guys are
listen.
ridiculous.
Okay.
Listen,
So
it will
If you
help
guys would
you.
just shut up and let me talk,
It
that'd be
will
great.
help you.
I don't care. I'm trying.
You
I'm not
talk
here to
over
listen. I'm here to
everybody.
share.
Let people talk for
I'm
once.
not
Okay.
here to
My
Okay.
goodness.
Okay, pause.
People,
You guys have
please.
been sitting
Hey,
here
You're like
hey,
the
lying.
Energizer
hey,
Bunny.
Dean
I
has
You
the
will,
have to
floor.
speak your
I
Dean
will
has
mouth.
the floor.
drop all of you mother truckers. Stop. I'm gonna give you your what does Constance call it? Your 2 minutes, your 3 minutes, however long you need. Please do not interrupt her. Let her get out what she needs to say, and then we can address it. All right. Go ahead, Sleuthen.
Everything could actually be resolved if there was a back and forth, adult, mature, reasonable conversation. But when I'm never scared to get up on a panel with a bunch of other people. I don't care who you are. I'll answer your questions. But if you can't listen, then I'm just not interested. I came up here and the first words out of my mouth were trying to redirect back to facts on the case, and why I had gotten up on that panel was because BJ was lying. She lied to the police. She lied to the court. She made all kinds of lies, and on YouTube, claiming that she had legal guardianship, and she did not. I have the court documents right in front of me. I wanted to, and I got them later after this panel appearance. Okay. I didn't know for sure what the truth was on the matter. I could tell by things that she was saying because I have legal guardianship of mine, and I made that public years ago. I knew something wasn't right. And I wanted to get, just get to the truth of the matter. That's all I was there for. That's it.
Okay, so do you
Now, that one
understand?
lady had been lying about me.
Okay, that's irrelevant. Let Deets speak.
What I'm saying is, we
It's
appreciate
relevant if you're playing a clip from 2.5 years
Let
ago.
Deets speak.
We appreciate your feedback, your critique, your information. That's not what we were listening for. We heard the portion there where you were saying that you weren't collabing with Bullhorn Betty, and it later comes out that you were. That's what we were focused on, not the other stuff about Quentin Simon and
That's
his
not
grandma and all
freaking
that.
true. She asked me the question, are you collabing with anybody? No. Is it Bullhorn Betty? No, that is absolutely true. I had just met her. I did not know her very well at that point. I was actually collabing with Olivia on some videos that we were doing. Had nothing to do with Betty. I had no, and as you heard me tell her on the panel, this is a new friendship, a blooming friendship. I had just met her.
I did hear that, right?
Yes, you did. So
own
why would she
reasons.
ask you that if there wasn't something already there? And I have a second part to this question. Why
That's a
would
great
she ask
question.
you that
The
if
girl that
it
got up
was?
there.
I have a second part. Hang on. So why would she ask you that if there wasn't already a relationship between you and Bullhorn Betty? And how long after this was the audio leaked?
Because the lady that jumped up there on panel, the cotton candy person, she had lied to her and said in the back chat, I guess, or wherever, no, she's working with Betty. She's going to go back and tell her what. I don't know what she was telling her, but she was not telling her the truth, obviously, because I was absolutely not working with Betty. As far as the date, what was the second question?
How long
The date of
after
the leak
that
of the phone
audio
calls?
was?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's on my channel.
We'll floof it.
I don't know. It was like in October. That's all I can pretty much tell you. I think it was in October. The date of the protest, the night that they played the baby crying thing, I had begged Betty not to do that. Or Olivia, actually. I had begged Olivia, please, guys, don't do anything stupid. That's just, it's going way too far. Don't do that.
How did you know
people
about
have
that?
lost babies. You don't know who's going to hear that.
How would
Olivia
you
bragged to me
know?
that they were going to do that.
Olivia
I just
was.
answered the question.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, she was
You were
bragging to
communicating.
me. She was bragging
Oh,
to
okay.
me that they were going to do that. And I'm like, no, please don't. Please
Because
don't.
Betty
And they did
said
it anyway.
Olivia didn't do it.
So let me get this straight. So
Yeah, that's
basically
not
what you were
true.
doing
That's
was
not true.
you were discussing what to do and what not to do in regards to the case, but you weren't collabing. Isn't that collabing?
No, that's not collabing. We were just we were talking
No?
on Messenger.
Okay.
Can I ask what is
They
collabing
had
to you?
invited me to come down. Collabing is like sharing information on a case, compiling information, and putting out some sort of content, whether it be a live or a video or something. I wasn't doing
They
anything like
invited
that.
you
I
to
was
come
just talking
down?
with them while they were
Wow.
down there.
But you
Yeah,
guys
they
didn't share
invited me to come with them, and
information?
I was like, I wish I could come because as you clearly can see, I can do a protest. I know how to do a protest in a way that's effective, that's not going to go in and cause a bunch of crap.
we
And
saw
I
that.
had told
Yeah, very
both
true.
Olivia and Betty, look,
Can you
I
repeat
told
what
them,
did
you
what did
guys should
Olivia
be.
tell you?
Wow.
I'm sorry, I missed the part. Can you tell me what Olivia told you again?
Well, you can rewind then. I'm moving on. I
can't
told
rewind
them,
if
you
I'm
guys
on
need to
panel
be
on my phone.
protesting at. Well,
But that
sorry.
was sharing
I told
information
them
with
you
you,
can
right?
go back. You can go and protest at the police department. I told them, please go protest somewhere where it's going to be heard, not in a residential area. That's not going to do anything. It's not going to get any results. but they didn't
Ooh,
listen to
look
Daddy
over
yet.
there, not over
a
And
here.
it
plan to
wasn't until the
protest
night that
about a
they did.
case.
What?
You discussed a plan to protest about a case?
No, they were inviting me down. I was telling them about my experience. That
But there
I
was
had
no
a lot of
collaboration.
community
But there
involvement
was no
experience.
collaboration.
There was no collaboration. They were telling me what they were doing. Yeah, they were just telling me what they were doing. They weren't asking my opinion, and I was telling
But
my
you were
opinion
giving them
back.
your
But you
opinion.
were
I was like,
giving
"That's
it.
not
You were
a good
giving your
idea."
opinion. You said you were giving
Yeah,
your
we were
opinion
just
on
talking
multiple
about it.
things already.
Okay, so that kind of sounds like
Yeah,
collabing
they
because
they
they're
didn't
telling you all
listen.
the things that you're doing. You're telling them how
I
to do
didn't
it the right
contribute to anything that
way.
they did. I was telling
Well,
them,
no one
"No,
said
don't
you
do this."
contributed it, but you were still communicating. That's the point, though. You guys were
Yes, and
communicating and
I
had a
hated what they were
relationship.
telling me that they were doing. I had my friendship was really
So
with Olivia. I barely
so
knew
much so
Betty.
that you continued
Olivia wanted
to
me to
collab
come.
with them?
You know, we were friends. We were working. No,
I mean, I get where she's
Olivia
coming
wanted
from.
me to
Listen,
come.
I brewed coffee and I poured it in my cup and then I ingested the coffee, but I'm not drinking coffee. I totally get what you're saying. Totally. So please go on.
That makes perfect sense.
Robin said you
I
asked to
wanted
go.
to go. I did want to go, but I didn't know
Yeah,
what
see,
they were
that's how
planning
I
to
remember it
do.
when you were on
It's not
Savages.
anything. It's not anything like what I would have ever. I would have walked away. I would have never participated in the stuff that they were doing ever.
I am curious.
all wrong,
This
but-
this seems like a couple of times now where you
Well-
recorded your phone calls with people. Is that like, do people know when they get on the phone with you that you record phone calls, or is that something that you'll just, randomly have happen?
Okay. I recorded a phone interview. That call is not
We
edited
saw
or
you
spliced in any way.
protesting.
And as I've said before, if
Hold on, that wasn't an interview. He did not know
yeah,
you
I
were recording.
protested.
No.
I
I
protested
got to
for
hear the
constitutional
That's
rights.
crazy.
I got to
What?
hear her answer to this
Yeah,
question.
there's just
So you
people
recorded a
cutting me
phone
off.
interview
It's
and then
just,
go on.
you know.
Yeah. No, you're right. You recorded a phone interview.
Again,
then
I
go
keep
on.
hearing people say that it was like spliced and whatever. It's not. Anybody who is an audio expert, I will send the entire thing to you and you'll see. I would never edit or splice a phone call. That didn't happen.
Didn't you already
I'm
play it
talking
on
about
That's
what
not
was
the
taught.
question. The question is, are you in the habit of recording phone calls without people's knowledge?
No.
See how you
That was a
kinda
phone
ruined
interview. That's the only reason that I recorded it. And yeah, he
Okay,
did know.
so but
Did Betty know?
what about the app that just recorded without your knowledge? When does that come in?
That was it was about a month before I had started talking to Betty, and it was recording my calls, but I thought that I would have to like turn it on to record phone calls. I just installed the app. It started recording all my phone calls. I just didn't know it until later. Then once
Okay, so
I
you
got that
recorded
alert
Betty
on my
without her
phone, that it was,
you recorded Betty without both your knowledge.
oh my
You didn't know
God.
that you were recording
You didn't
Betty.
neither.
You didn't
Yeah, I
listen,
didn't know either,
Claire.
but keep in
You did
mind,
not put. You need to put on your listening ears, Claire.
I'm in the state of
Mhm.
Oklahoma, so it doesn't matter.
Well,
Wherever
no.
Why are you
Well,
telling
you're at
people
has
what
nothing
state?
to do
What?
with it.
Hey,
It's my
why?
Well, I
my
mean,
Why are you
obviously
telling
doesn't
people?
matter.
that's a soft
Did
dox,
you know
but
that you were
I don't
recording
want
Betty
you to
or
claim
not?
that Dietz has doxed you
Hold,
again.
hold, please. Hold,
No.
please.
Did you
No-
know that you were recording Betty or not?
I've answered that like 5 times, and I said it's all on my channel, the full explanation. I don't need to go into that again.
It's a yes or no question.
What?
Did you
Well, tell
were
me.
you aware of the fact that you were recording
I already
Betty?
answered you here 3 times, Will. Seriously, clean your
Well,
ears
hold on.
out.
Can you tell me what it's titled, Crime Sleuthing, so I can get the answers that we're asking?
I'm very
Thank you,
confused.
Jenny.
It's gonna be
What's the
one of my
video
first
called?
lives. Just go to the lives and go to the oldest ones. I don't freaking know. It's one of my first lives.
Okay.
It should be very clear in the title.
Dude,
So
I know
hang
all the
on.
live streams and the clips that I've made. I know all the names to them.
Exactly nonsense.
So
Exactly.
anyway,
Real
the
quick. No,
clipped
I have a
one, the
question.
one,
No, I have a question real quick. Nunya, what date was that share video we were just playing? Did you say November 22nd?
No, I didn't. I don't know the date. I just know it's November of 2022.
So it's
22,
November.
yeah.
It's November of 22. And on October 12th of 22, you had a Facebook, I think it's Facebook post that said that you're feeling nerdy with Bullhorn Betty and Olivia. We are getting things done like nobody else can, right, ladies?
Oh.
Yeah, you know what I
Well,
was
that
referring
sounds
to?
like
We
a
were working on the.
collaboration
That
a
sounds-
month before
it
that.
kind of
Can
sounds like
I
collabing.
answer the question?
Well, it
There
wasn't a
wasn't a,
question.
there wasn't a
What's
question there.
There wasn't
so-
a question to answer.
Well, that's. It deserves a response. What is the date that I went on the panel that you saw a while ago? What was the date of that?
That was in November of
November.
2022. So essentially,
All I
anywhere
know
from
is as
2
of,
weeks
I'm not
to
sure about the
4
date.
weeks after you posted that
This
post.
is exactly what y'all do. This right here is exactly what y'all
Prove
do.
you wrong.
You're not
Point
doing
out
this
the
to try
facts.
to resolve
Point out the
anything.
facts
No,
with
you're
receipts.
not.
With
No,
right.
you're here. You're here to bully and bullshit. You're not here for any truth
Oh
of
my
anything.
God, here we go.
It
That
is
is
true.
very
Crime
apparent.
sleuthing. What
We
is
just
the
showed
truth?
the
We literally,
Dude,
like, it doesn't make sense. That's not bullying. I'm not me. I'm not a bully.
What
You're
date-
trying
what
to make
date was that
a
post?
collaboration that wasn't there.
You're literally saying we are
You're trying
getting
to-
things done like
What date was
nobody
that
else
post?
can. October 12th. October 12th of
Before.
2022.
We
Yes,
are
the
getting
Why
panel.
don't you,
things
smarty
done.
pants, ask me what that was about?
I don't need to. You're sitting here saying you weren't collabing with the woman when you are telling when you're out there bragging
wasn't
publicly that you're
collaborating
getting
getting
shit
things
done.
I
It's
was
a
We are
collab.
getting things
collabing.
done. That is a
I was
collaboration.
not
You were absolutely
collaborating with
collaborating
Bullhorn
with them, and
Betty.
you absolutely lied to
I
share.
was
And that's
not.
why Cotton Candy came in that
And you're
hot
lying now.
on that panel because you absolutely lied. And that was almost 2 years ago. What? That's a year and a half. Let's see. November,
Just
December,
because
January,
I
February,
tagged
March,
her?
April.
Are you
A
serious?
year
Just
and
because
5
I
months ago,
tagged
and you're
her.
still up to the same
It's
tricks.
because of what you said, Sleuthing.
Oh my God. No, if you want truth, you need full context. You guys are working with, just like
What
the
is-
clip
what
that you played from
context is
Voices was
missing?
not actually what happened. She's the one who edited the hell out of that clip. I was there. I know what happened. What you played that she
Out of what
created
clip are you
was
talking about?
false. The
What are you
BS one that
talking
y'all
about?
played
Edited what
from
clip?
Voices. Voices.
we didn't
Are
even-
you
Oh,
deaf?
so we're talking about your collaboration, and you're like, hold on, let me mix this salad up with some good dressing and put my word salad over here.
You are
Back on this protest video that
ridiculous.
we haven't even
Feels
got
like
to
you're
yet?
one to talk.
What?
That's not
Why don't
Heels.
you keep slamming me in back chat?
That's
I
not.
can
Heels
see
hasn't
back
even said
chat.
anything.
She's not.
Heels hasn't
slamming
even
you.
I'm
said
reading
anything.
back
What are you
chat.
talking about?
I will slam you to your face. Why would I do
Okay,
that?
no, let's put out the facts yet again. In the back
Okay,
chat, Heels just said she's something else.
Yeah.
she did
it's
do
not
that,
a
yeah.
Wow,
You're
what
right,
a
Heels.
slam, Heels.
Yeah. Okay, so you remember
Okay.
what
Not a
you went
slam.
through?
Like,
You remember
are
what
you
you went
kidding me?
through. You
Because
have no room to talk.
crime
Have
sleuthing,
you
when you
ever
can't
opened up
tell
your
the
blog
truth about
publicly again?
something that we can all see, it's really hard to believe you about anything else. That is a
Yeah.
really simple thing that you
No,
just
I'm
misrepresented.
just pointing
Real
out.
simple.
I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy here.
Hypocrisy.
out the
That's a big word
hypocrisy.
for you.
Where's the
Where's the
where?
hypocrisy?
Can you point it out a
That's a
little
big
bit
word
better?
for
I
you.
can't see it.
I've never put out autopsy pics. Who here on the panel has? Raise your
Oh,
hand.
here we
Heels.
go.
Okay,
Here we go.
well, first of all,
You gotta throw that
And
out.
I'm racist, and
but
autopsy
here's
pics.
the thing, though. Here's the thing,
This
though.
is
Like,
what
So
you
we
do.
said it.
You
There's
deflect.
crime
here's
proven.
the thing, though.
Accused of
It
being
says.
But
racist,
you know
not
the funny
me.
part about that, though, crime sleuthing is Heels has barely even said anything on this panel.
Barely.
I said something else.
So you want to come for her? You want to come for
Yeah.
her right now because your ass is doing some
Over
stuff and got caught
over
up.
something completely
because she's
unrelated.
talking smack.
I mean,
Oh
to
my
me,
God.
at this
Say
point,
yes
I'm
to
just
me
waiting for the
instead of
whole the
talking in
Blair
that
ruined my
chat.
first live stream
Talking
to come
smack.
up.
She said you're
for
something
fuck's
else.
sake.
That's not
Over
really
that?
talking. You came up here calling people shit. Like, come on. That's not talking smack.
Okay, real
No,
quick. I
y'all,
have
come
just
on,
one thing.
because this is the
Can I
game that you
please,
play.
Oh, go ahead,
please,
Jenny.
This is
please?
just. I keep trying to get in the
Please.
sentence, and you are the one who keeps talking
Gavel
over
is
me.
got the floor. Please
I
hush.
haven't said
Go ahead.
anything. What are you talking about? I keep interrupting you, idiot. All right. So over on your channel, I
Yeah,
have
I'm
gone
an idiot.
all the way up through there. There's nothing that looks like a call. I've looked through every single one of them. Can you please tell me what it's called? You keep telling us to go watch your video.
Okay, hang on. Well,
please.
All right. Well, I did go back a long time ago, and because those things were, way in the past, and I wanted to let things go, I might have privatized them.
Okay.
Will, are you serious right now? Why would you laugh at that?
Can you make them public?
Why would
Do you mind doing that?
Well,
What is wrong with it? Do you know how people? I am looking.
I mean,
as
it's
I'm
just
talking,
it's interesting that you're
but
like everybody
there's
should just go
nothing
watch
wrong
it
with
for themselves. You're missing the
And
context. But
and
the
now
videos
that
are
you-
on private, so nobody would be able to watch it. Like,
Right.
I haven't
And you're
exactly.
asking me
Exactly.
why
Telling
I'm
people
that's
to
laughing?
go
kind
look
of
for the videos,
contradictory.
but they're not there. That
You're
makes
asking
perfect
me why
sense.
I'm laughing? That's exactly why I'm laughing.
Well,
What was just
thank
explained
you
to
for
you.
bringing it to my attention that it may have been unlisted a long time ago. I'm gonna go fix it. Hold on.
Thank you. I want to know. I mean, I want the truth. I want to know what the truth is. So I'm not like
Yeah, no problem.
picking. I want to
Is
know.
it the full live or the?
I mean,
Yeah, I
holy
used
crap,
to have
Halsey, that's all we want is the dang
several
truth.
videos. I'm trying to answer a question. I used to have several videos up here
Oh.
where I was calling Laura
Don't
out
need
and
it.
stuff, and I just went back and hid a bunch of crap because it's just old.
Okay, but you're going to release them now, right?
So here
Yeah,
is
man. I didn't know that's what you're supposed to do. I got it, man. I got like
this one's
5 years
October.
worth of old videos to
The
fucking
screenshot was
private.
taken on October 12th, 2022. And you have your name on your title a lot. You've had that. So I didn't, but absolutely removed your last name. Feeling nerdy with Bullhorn Betty and Olivia. We are getting things done like nobody else can. Right, ladies? This one, October 10th, Bullhorn Betty
Oh.
states, I've been working hard and burning the midnight oil with
not
Olivia
the
and
midnight
Debbie.
oil.
Been working for almost 3
shit.
hours. I'm exhausted but excited.
But
And
not
that's why you should go
collaborating.
back and listen.
That's not
The
collabing.
live,
But
Not
not
collabing.
collaborating. They just
the
burn the
live is
midnight
public.
oil.
Hey,
I got the
Gab, I'd
definition
like
of
to speak.
collaborating up right
They
now. I can just read it to you.
Oh, Earth, can you please read it?
I
I would
would
love to
like.
know what the
I
dictionary
would
says
know.
about
I'm trying.
collaborating,
Can I
please.
answer the good
No, there's
onion
no.
now?
Earth
No,
is
Earth
reading.
is
Nobody asked the
reading.
question. We're
Earth
going
is
to read the
reading.
definition.
There was no question there.
There was no
no
question.
Then I'm just
Not a
gonna put this shit back to private. Then y'all can fuck off. I don't care.
Girl,
I
okay.
mean, we don't.
You
I don't
brought
I was
it
mind
up.
trying to
fucking
talk
off.
to Gavel, but it's
Earth,
whatever. You guys can
girl,
believe whatever you
don't
want.
play gavel like that. Don't play her like
Don't
that.
even talk to my girl like
I'm
that. I'm telling
done.
you
You
right
guys
now.
are just.
I'll flip out right
You
now.
guys are
Earth,
too immature to have a conversation.
Really?
Like
that's
Oh,
this.
exactly what
immature?
it
You're
is.
going
You're
around
right,
I will
lying,
Tracy.
handle
false
this
striking
another way.
people,
Then.
saying
Hold
people
on.
are being
No,
racist.
no false
Earth,
strikes
Earth,
here.
can
But
you
I'm gonna
read the
Oh yeah,
remove my
whatever.
strike
Okay.
on
Then
D.
why are you
Okay.
up here?
My
Earth,
previous strike. Hey,
Oh my
Deets.
Earth, can you
Deets, can I
please
speak
read
to you
the
for a moment?
definition, please?
No, can
I'd be
I'm
interested
gonna
in
say
hearing
something to
the
Deets
actual
since I'm on my
definition.
way out.
When someone
Deets, I'm just
quiet
gonna go
down.
back and redo my strike that I did before because I took that off as a sign, like an
All
all
right.
right.
Oh,
You
Gotta
you're
read the strike.
but I'm
reporting
not
that. I'm
being
reporting.
given any
To every
opportunity
clip
here.
channel and
Do
every
what you
creator
gotta
that is
you're
in this
up.
chat, if you could
You're
rewind a
now
couple of
over
seconds when you
3.
get to this part and
You
clip
do
that for us
realize
so it
that
can be
I am
included with
over.
this
You're
counter
over 3
strike.
now.
I
You're
don't
over
have
3
any
strikes now.
No,
strikes.
you
Just
I
can
for
don't have
also
me.
be
any
reported
strikes,
too
No,
because
no,
you're on
Susan.
a live stream
no.
admitting
That's
that you
what
are going
people
to do
do,
it.
though. That's what people do, though. They
Oh,
wait until somebody
Idiot.
has 3 that they can file.
Oh,
And
you're
now,
gonna put 3 strikes on me and shut my channel down.
is Audacity in here?
All right, crime. You said it. You said
I
it.
mean,
You do
you
what you
just
gotta
said it
do.
out
You said it right
loud.
Wow.
here.
There.
Just know when your channel goes down for these,
I
for
have
what you
come
Yeah.
up
just said,
here.
don't cry
I have
foul.
come up here.
Yep, don't cry.
I mean,
Don't
she
Earth,
cry.
will.
you
Don't
seriously, you're
even fucking
ridiculous.
cry.
You're not helping any kind of situation at all.
Who?
You're not helping your situation.
You're not helping your own situation.
Why are y'all
Listen.
continuing to push me then? Why?
You just
Nobody
I'm
brought
trying
you
to
up.
come and answer questions,
This
but
is what
none
doesn't
of you
make
guys
sense.
have
You
No,
just did a
we have
whole
maturity level at all.
apology
None of
video
you.
saying
for
you were
you.
going to take some time to reflect on your own actions and your own ways that you got caught up into things.
And while
You
I
literally
was
just put
gone,
that
it
video
took
out
24
less than
hours
5
for it
days
to
ago,
start back
something
up.
like that. And now here
24
you are
hours.
doing the same exact thing that you've
24
done
hours.
before.
I mean, she still
Y'all
played
gave me
victim by the end
24
of the
hours.
post. You couldn't even get through the
Here's
apology without playing
here's the
victim.
problem. You keep saying you all.
That's-
There's not like this giant group of people who are
Oh yeah, there
collabing
is.
together.
You have quite a
to-
little hate
what are
club
you
here, and it's just
talking
stupid.
about? These are definitely individual people that have issues with the things that you are going out there and spreading around. Do you not
Then
see
why don't
that?
you control your panel, Deets?
Why don't you mind your business on that? This is hers.
There. How about
thank
that?
you. Thank you,
I
Jesus.
controlled
Bye.
it.
Oh.
Handled it just fine. Thanks, Sluthin.
There you
Nice
go.
one.
Louise.
Like any of us have
She's
control
so
over
rude.
each other.
Heck, I
can't even get mad.
swear.
Bless her
And you're the
heart.
worst protester ever. How about that?
I
Wow.
mean, I don't know. Betty's worse.
Thank you,
Oh,
Robin.
Tomato, tomato.
She does
Well,
not
honestly,
like
they're in a collaboration, the Glur.
right.
well,
She probably
Betty's
is
more
learning.
out there.
It's she doesn't like being debunked in real time, and that's the
No, she
problem. We're
doesn't.
right there,
And,
show
and
you.
yet it happens all
She
the time.
just said to Cher, "I'm not collabing with Betty.
She said, I'm not
Yeah.
working too.
Not working
She said,
with
are
you."
you working? That literally says working. But here's my thing.
It
Why would she
literally
not
says
put it
working.
out there? Why would she not put that video back out there if it cleared up the whatever we're misunderstanding? She acted like it was a punishment that she wasn't putting it back out. I don't. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to see exactly what was done.
Well, that's
And
the
I'll be
thing. She
fair
can't
about
put
it,
it
but
out, Jenny, because unfortunately, if she puts it out, then people will see even more of the truth and, more of the lies that she's already done. So that's why
No,
she
that was
can't put it out.
great. Yeah, though, and then she put it all on private again. She was like, and that was like as punishment. Like, oh well,
yeah.
now you guys will never know. Like, no, I mean, like if you're trying
I
to
mean, we
prove your
feel like we
point,
already know.
we do
You're the one
already
that would have
know.
benefited from it being public. I mean,
Right.
if what you're saying is true.
It
So
just
I'm
I
gonna
don't.
sleep okay about it.
It's so frustrating for her to come at me constantly and say, control your panel, when everyone up here was talking calmly and concisely until you come up and you instantly start with the instigating. Am I the only one that sees that? She instantly starts in with the poking here and there, the sly little jabs, and I even
She was
pause
going after heels.
everybody. I even
Yeah, I
pause
could share that.
everybody to give you time to
I couldn't
speak, and
care
it's not good enough for you. It's the same thing that you did on that protest. You want to micromanage everything, and you can't micromanage other people's thoughts and opinions.
Right.
She
But
typed in stop in all caps. That's what I was talking about earlier too. I mean, it's just being proven again.
All
She
that
doesn't.
does is prove what Deets just said is her
Yeah.
typing stop in all caps. In the
She
chat.
doesn't have control, and so she
Right.
tries to
Yeah.
force the control. You
Right.
can't give somebody 3 strikes, by the way.
Oh,
It has to be by 3 different channels.
Deets, did you retract her name on that Facebook post, or
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
so her name was out there already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All
So
right.
nobody doxed her.
Yes, I
That's
retracted
not
her
doxing
name.
anyway. Knowing
No, but
somebody's
I'm saying her,
name.
Betty was saying her name. So
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
That's
because
how
they were burning the midnight oil together.
But that's not a collab.
But
But
they're
they
not
were not
collaborating.
collaborating.
Or
And they were
working
discussing
together.
the case and what they were doing out there and invited her to come along, but they were not collaborating for
there
the
is
record.
no way that happened.
Thank you, yep.
Betty
have-
is very controlling with who goes out there.
Well,
Oh,
we're
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
get
yeah,
the full
for sure.
context of a lot of things, because
Yeah, Betty was definitely controlling that entire situation. She was definitely
I
the
am
running
very
point on
curious.
that protest.
What are
I
you
am
curious?
very curious if anybody believes
that there was a mysterious app that got downloaded and
Yeah.
recorded every phone call and
No.
just so happened to catch that phone call?
Oh, that
Not
was
for one.
immediately bullshit. Yeah, that was
Guys, it was a
immediately.
coinky dink like all of the others.
So she had to put them all out there to prove what? Why did she have to put the phone calls out?
I'm
I
not
don't
for
know what she
sure.
said.
She
We'd
claimed
have to
Savage
rewind.
did it. She said that she told Savage about it. Savage wanted a couple clips as proof, and then she told Savage not to play it, and then Savage went live immediately and claimed I misremembered the tags I was a part of, and it was Savage that put it out. So then she had to go live and put it all out there in the full context because Savage had
I
only
don't
put
remember
clips
that.
out.
No,
I
because
don't remember.
I was in that stream that night.
Yep, so was I. And how did she think that was going to work? A conversation that had only happened between herself and Betty, that she was going to give that information to a third party. The third party was going to know about it, and yet somehow she wouldn't be connected to it. What? How would that even be possible?
Is it the same app that she did the UNC recording recently?
Possibly.
I'm still stuck on the app that records every conversation that she had for months without her knowledge.
You don't
That's not
get
a
to
thing.
you don't get to dictate what grown adults talk about. Just the same way I don't get to dictate that you go live and accuse me and Melissa Jade of affecting your health and that it's our fault you're not going to get something. You don't get to dictate that about others, ma'am. What do you not understand about that? Seriously, it's mind-blowing the audacity that you have. It's this
And you
it,
don't
it
get to
blows me
say-
away. Blows
and
me
you-
away.
Yeah, and you don't get to say that Voices called you a racist on someone else's panel a couple nights ago when she never called you a racist, because you forget I was up there and you made a community post that night and you went live for like 39 minutes. You forget about that. Short-term memory loss, because
like Groundhog Day.
I remember that. I do.
It is like Groundhog Day. You're
Oh,
right.
there that little comment. Oh,
Oh, girl.
Oh my God,
I
please.
cannot.
Oh my God.
I cannot.
I love it. This is why I'm here, is because this is fucking I can't get enough of
No.
It's like watching Wild Kingdom, like watching some wild animal in their natural habitat doing crazy shit that I can't explain, and I'm just like, Mother Nature doing its thing.
That's what
You
this
know,
is
I
missing.
have no
That's what we're missing. A David
Right.
Attenborough narration, and then we would have the full shebang. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Yep.
See what I did there?
Nobody was talking about you, Sleuthin. We were 3 hours past any topic of you, and you come in, stir up all of this stuff, and then have the audacity to claim victim, to go and cry like, oh, they didn't let me talk, even though everyone gave you ample opportunity to do so.
I'm muted.
Dude,
You blow
Steve-
my
Steve
mind.
is-
You blow my
Steve's-
mind.
Pete's is like Steve Irwin talking about.
Look, now watch when I bring up these receipts right here. Watch how she reacts. She really hates that. She can't stand it. Look. Watch when I bring up this receipt. Watch
She's a
that. Watch the
piranha.
reaction.
Watch that freak snake.
So, Shay sent me this. This is the live from the clip that we were playing. It was not in November. It was October 23rd. Still 10 to 12 days after those messages that we just showed, where you are clearly working or collabing. You're burning the midnight fucking oil at least. So, I mean, you're doing something with
So the
Bullhorn
midnight
Betty.
oil was already burnt before
was
she
burnt.
said, I barely know these people. I just met him yesterday. And I'm paraphrasing.
We're just barely texting. That's not collabing. Which, Earth, please read what a collab is.
Oh, how about if I just pull it up?
I
'Cause I got it right
I
here.
need a pib. I need a pib,
Go get your
Sleuthid.
pib
Way
real
to
quick.
go.
Go get your pib real quick. Go get it real quick because you'll need it. Hey, Crime Sleuth, you might want to take notes, honey. Go grab your pen and notepad. Well, actually, no, it's probably right in front of you. Never mind. There you go. This is what a collaboration is. It's collaboration. It's still the same thing.
We can't see it because Dietz has the
I know.
screen up of
I got you.
about to burn in the midnight oil. So
Oh,
hang on.
I know. I'm just letting her know that collaboration, all the same thing.
And what's the
I have a
definition?
confession.
I mean, she literally said working with. Are you working with? She literally said that the second time. And she said, no.
Oh.
No.
Oh, but we're supposed to cease and desist.
Oh, and
I'm sorry. I can't get over it.
One other thing too that I picked up, and this is one of the things that JSB does. When you don't have an answer and you know you're backed into a corner, it's the blah blah blah, etc. Whatever.
I mean,
Every
it's
time.
it's like being in like a shark cage in the ocean. Like to me, because it's like I never get to be this close to crazy where it's safe and I don't have to worry about what they're gonna do. You know what I mean? So like I like being this close to crazy because it's fascinating. I can't wait to see what they're gonna do next.
It's like the
You know what
people
I
who
mean?
go on the safari tours just to see the
Totally.
tigers, but they're safe in the car. So like because you're safe in the car, it's totally
Just
okay.
don't roll down the window.
That's
for
why I
God's
come
sake.
on these. That's why I stay on these Deets on the Streets crime sleuthing panels because I'm like, so
Just so y'all know, because there was so much time that I couldn't hear anything or say anything for like a really long period of time there. Go back later and just watch Claire's face when he's not talking. He's just sitting back listening. Just watch.
Oh my
It's
God.
awesome.
it's fascinating. I'm telling you, I'm like my mind is
You are all
constantly
into it.
blown.
I just
Everything that
can't.
she says is like, what, dude? What? Really? Like you just said that you have an app that records phone calls involuntarily right after you said that you deliberately like recorded her phone call without and you didn't edit it, but it cut off at certain places and then started recording it. What?
Wait a minute, Glare, you smell that? Glare, you smell that? That's bullshit.
No.
That's what you smell. You smell bullshit.
But the craziest part to me though is like she legit, like she really seems like she believes it.
Oh,
she does.
And
That's what I'm
she
saying.
truly
She does,
believes that
dude.
like if
She
only
does.
she could show you the context in air
put her on-
quotes, then you would understand how you're completely seeing it wrong, even
If-
though your eyes are showing you
My
exactly what it
theory,
is.
and I
But the
swear by this
context-
theory, my theory is that if you put her on a lie detector, she'd pass.
Oh
Yeah.
because she
I
fully
believe that.
She believes this shit, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
Telling
I
you.
again, the same with the other person I was talking about as well. I think she believes a lot
stuff
of
she
the
says.
crap.
So she couldn't get through the lie detector test. She would be asking the administrator too many questions,
Be like,
and they would
wait,
say,
let
"Fuck
me.
it."
But first, let me ask you this. But first, let me ask you this. Like, come on. Oh,
No,
Shay,
it
thank
would
you,
be
love.
like,
Let me explain. You're not
is
understanding.
your name Crime Sleuthin? And it'd be like, well,
I'm trying to
actually-
answer you.
Actually, my name is Crime Sleuthin, but it's not Crime Sleuthing, it's Crime Sleuthin. And if you look on YouTube, then it's this, but then it's TikTok.
First, let me say, shut up, Heels. Let me just say, are the questions that you're going to ask me, are these questions in reference to all of the work that I've done with protests? Because I'm really good at that and I can answer those questions really well.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
you done ticked Heels off. She kicked herself out.
Oh,
So
I didn't mean it.
obviously, a collaboration means the process of two or more people or organizations working together to complete a task or achieve a goal.
Oh.
Like burning the midnight oil, perhaps?
Yeah, working on hard, like what
or
is it? What was the other one?
Getting things done like nobody else can. Sounds like a collab to me.
Yeah.
It sure does.
I sincerely
No,
thought that
no,
to be
it's
a
a-
romantic
It's a
setting.
blooming
And
friendship.
Here we
Yes,
have
it
the
is.
timestamp so we can hear from the actual live on
Hold-
October 23rd.
Can I just read one comment, Deets? It says, if she failed the lie detector test, it would be because the test was out of context.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's
Crime
so
Sleuthing,
true.
what Deets just said, write that down in your notepad, okay? Write that down.
Can I give us a special appeal for some prayers? Because if Savage finds a single receipt where Crime Sleuthing has suggested something different to what was said on panel, I pray for your soul, Crime Sleuthing. I really do. God help you,
So
girl.
do I. So do I.
Heels yeeted herself. that was
I pray
so
for you too.
asinine. That was so asinine. We're talking about one of you want to say that we are taking things out of context and we don't comprehend. I clearly comprehend how you deflect. I mean, it's plain as fucking day that we're off on something else and you're like, yeah, Heels, you want to talk about crime scene? Like,
right. When she
girl, come on.
totally bringing up anything that, I mean, Heels didn't even come at her.
No,
I mean, she did take a jab backstage. She did,
but all it says is she's something else. That's it. 3 words.
Right.
She's something else. It's not like an attack or anything like that.
But what I'm saying is, right, it was a clear deflection to like bring up something that was completely off the subject. Like I sat here and I took jabs at Heels in the air before she even showed up in the chat. And then she showed up on panel and we were able to be adults and have a conversation because we shared the same opinions on certain things. That's what adults can do. She constantly fails at this. And I mean, like, pathologically fails at this.
Will, you just don't understand.
Also, if you want us to have the context, then don't private it.
And
Actually,
Right.
I would like to answer that.
Okay, no. Is that it? Just the pause after?
Yep. Yep. I would like to answer that. Nobody asked me a question, but I would like to answer that.
I'm trying to answer your question. Dean goes, nobody asked a question. Well, I get to respond.
If all you guys would just shut the fuck up and let me talk.
Listen, Lit
Because
Liquor. Listen.
You
Shut the hell up, Will. I'm
Yeah.
trying to talk.
This is just so wild.
And
Here we are.
I am curious.
See, this is your problem. None of you understand anything.
Crime
Right.
Sleuthing, you say that Deets has no comprehension. Girl, you sit up on a panel with a woman who can't stay awake for more than 5 minutes on a panel in the morning, has no comprehension, okay? So who are you to talk about comprehension? Get out of here, please.
Yeah,
Sit
Kathy, there was
down.
no question pending at all. All right, let's hear it one more time.
And they may be looking at him as well, but because he's in a different state, I'm telling you right now, North Carolina is not a state to go and get anybody. So North Carolina is not. It's just not courts in the county that she's on probation at. And I like digging. I really don't. I don't like going back into people's personal lives like that. Unless it had some. Can you answer one question, please? And then I'll get down. I promise.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll try.
What is this bathtub rumor going on? I've never heard nothing
It's
about
not.
it.
It's just a theory Billy discussed. That's it. Again, I explained that. I have a lot of for.
All right, I got you. All right, because like last night it came out, or in your live last night it came out.
It says I have a theory.
So that's why I was asking.
Gave him a bath, possibly, and says bring closure to this. Yes, I do.
So it's all about money down here. They're not going to spend the money if they're not making it. So,
okay.
All right. Thank you for letting me come up.
Thanks,
Pleasure
Vicky.
talking to you guys.
You too.
Hey, Cher.
Hey, Fueled.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing. How about
You're
you?
doing. You're busy.
Yeah. That's okay though. That's good.
Yeah.
If I can help with any rumors or at least help
Busy,
people
busy,
try and
not
see the full picture,
collaborating.
at least ones that care,
Exactly.
then that's all that matters.
Well, it's kind of like the like the last lady just said. I heard about this rumor, heard about bathtub. Some creators, I think I saw at least one who actually put that in the title of their video.
Yeah, that's
That
kind of
was the
why last minute when I'm like,
that's where
okay,
they're getting that from.
yeah, I want to be I want to be more careful now. I don't want to be the reason that there's more lies or rumors going around on this
Exactly.
family or people.
Believe me, I know. And it's like you can explain yourself all you want, but it doesn't matter. People don't
Yeah,
listen
I've
to
done
you.
it a million times just today, and half the
Yeah.
people don't get it, and that's okay. But fuck, the other half are giving me a legit migraine.
Exactly. Okay, so
Yeah.
I have a few questions. I don't know if you have answers or if you are you like texting with her now or
I'm always talking to her.
okay. Because I mean, as I've told you before,
Hey,
I'm a
pause for
grandmother
a
like in the
second.
exact same situation.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah.
And
Pause for a second. She's clearly like I'm fascinated by this because like I feel like I'm hearing her talk initial conversation talking to a victim voice, and then she starts recording shit. You know what I mean? Like she starts off, oh look, oh, you know, and she sounds so professional and she sounds so put together and everything, and then now like as soon as her bullshit like catches up to her, she falls apart. It's and hearing this voice after already knowing what she is really like is really fascinating to me. Sorry, I just had to point that out.
You know what it sounded like to me, honestly? So she's like, are you talking to her right now? And she's like, yeah, I talk to her all the time. It was almost like she wanted to say, can I have her phone number? Like it's like she held back some words and then went on to her next question.
Yeah, this is just so
wild,
man.
Oh man, I was sent another
Oh,
picture, and it says, "My girl Bullhorn Betty is out there making a difference. I pray so hard for them to find Quentin," which is great. Love you, Bullhorn Betty. Keep strong. You've got this. Wow. But they
Is
weren't
that
collabing.
is that her troll account in the chat? That be careful.
I have no idea.
What does it say?
Give me a break. You're all full of shit. The fact that you're listening to everyone.
Yeah.
Nah, no.
Wake the fuck up.
Oh
God.
God. The GAWD gives it away.
Good
God.
Oh my God.
I mean, I've never seen anybody actually defend her, to be honest. If I haven't been around all this time, I've never seen anybody.
She has some
does,
faithful,
yeah.
They normally come in after she's come in and told her lies, but they also don't, we're not listening to every clip of her, just for the record. Yeah.
We
So
can. I'm not sleepy at all. And if Beats has to go to
I'm a
sleep, we
little
can
sleepy.
carry
I
it
just
somewhere
got
else.
another pib. We're good to go. No,
All
let's
right.
do this.
She ain't got no job. She ain't got nothing to do tomorrow. She's good.
Is tomorrow? No, tomorrow's not Friday. Well, I guess technically tomorrow is Friday.
Tomorrow's Thursday.
Technically, it is.
Today is Thursday already for those of us.
Oh, well, for you.
Yeah. But I'm in between projects, so I actually don't have. Well, I've
You
got a
don't
meeting
have
in the middle of the
crap to
day,
do.
so
Ooh.
I got plenty to do. I just don't have a lot I have to do. There's a difference.
So let's hear the question again. Now it happens 2 times, I do believe, and you wanted to. That's the part that was so frustrating. You're like, you're not understanding. This was what it was about, and I have the proof of it. Girl, we weren't focused on that portion. That's what you're not understanding.
Right.
Nobody
didn't
was
care about
paying
that.
attention to the old
Nobody gave a shit.
We're listening to these words.
Can I
No,
ask, are you collabing with anyone or working with any other creators?
No.
Bullhorn Betty?
Hang on, let me slow it down to normal.
Oh, or working with.
Working.
Yeah, that's why I kept telling. Yeah, man, I need to talk louder. I'm gonna bust up in
You
conversations
do.
now.
You
See,
need to
y'all
be
done-
like that cotton candy energy, Jenny.
y'all changed me. Do you know that your overlay is still up?
Yeah, I want people to,
Okay.
read that while they're listening to this.
Yeah. I caught what you were doing there.
There's more lies or rumors going around on
Exactly.
this family or people.
Believe me, I know. And it's like you can explain
Heels
yourself
is
all you
making a
want,
great
but it doesn't
point.
matter.
Heels is making a great point. Like Cher wouldn't be asking the question unless there was already a thing that she was working with Bullhorn Betty. Like there was a reason why Cher asked the question. Because
I asked, yeah. I asked that to her, but I guess I didn't give her enough time to respond afterwards.
Yeah, I've done it a million times
blah.
just today, and half the
Yeah.
people don't get it, and that's okay. But fuck, the other half are giving me a legit migraine.
Exactly. Okay, so I have a few questions. I don't know if you have answers or if you are you like texting with her now or
I'm always talking to her.
okay. I mean, as I've told you before, I'm a grandmother like in the exact same situation.
Yeah.
as you. And
Okay.
Can I ask, are you collabing with anyone or working with any other creators?
No.
Bullhorn Betty?
Nope.
Nope.
Man.
And what's
the lie detector determined that was still the truth because she believes her lies.
And she came in here and said, that's because Cotton Candy Boobs came up in the back chat and asked it. It still doesn't negate that you lied.
Right? She literally said that Cotton Candy lied about her.
Mhm.
And it's like, no, we heard what you said. What? She can't understand that we hear the words that she is saying, the words that have a very common meaning. We all get that general vibe, and yet somehow we're all wrong and only she is right. How?
If only
Never
she
trust
just
a force note
realized-
ever.
If only she would just realize that she is just like barely like treading and keeping her breath above a soup, that she's like submerged in a soup of her own lies, and she's just trying to breathe, and she doesn't realize it. Like, it would be so much easier on her if she just realizes and was like, you know what? Okay, this is fucking.
So
This
let me
is
just
no way to be.
She wants the smoke because she has said that Cotton Candy lied and that Savage lied.
Everyone lied, but her. Everyone.
Oh, that is
Everyone lied except for her.
Right.
But the other thing to me is like, honestly, like I feel like it's almost like a social experiment a little bit because she has sleuthing in her name, right? But then purposely tells lies to people who are amazing freaking sleuths and come with receipts. And then she's like, you guys are just bullies because you keep showing the receipts of my lies.
You can't control your panel.
And you
Dude,
can't
like-
control your panel, damn it, Deets. Dance in these motherfucking streets. It's your fault.
No, and at this point, for Dietz, it's involuntary. It's like this, like it took her seconds to pull
not
up those
on-
community posts.
What?
It took her seconds to pull up those community posts. At this point, Dietz doesn't even have to think about proving her wrong.
Let me just.
It just happens.
I think Deez doesn't care enough to
No,
have
not really.
those on
People
tap.
they're sending them in. As soon as the lie comes out of her mouth, people are sending the rebuttal and the proof. Like
Oh my
instantly.
goodness.
That's wild, dude.
Yep. I mean, messages after. That's why my phone's like right down here because message after message comes in with the proof. Jenny's right. I don't give two shits. But if you're lying straight to our face, you're like, her whole the whole reason this started tonight was she said that we were lying on her with the video that we played. All we did was watch the public video and add our own commentary to it. And people actually agreed with her in a lot of instances of that video. Where was the lies from us in that situation? Where?
I think she's under the impression that we played Voice's video with whatever Voice's commentary.
I think she is. I don't know if she went and watched that. We played that guy's video.
Yeah, so if you got a problem,
So
crime
is
system,
she
go
another
talk to the guy.
person? Well, wait, is she another person who, like, somebody sends her a message and is like, they're lying about you on that panel over there, and she just runs to the panel and just starts, why are you guys lying about me again? Like, does she even
don't
go
know.
and watch it?
I don't know, Nunya, because she's usually already there.
I guess.
Oh, well.
She didn't know she was collabing until she heard the recording, which she didn't believe until she saw the screenshot of the Facebook photo.
Yep. So see there, you liars. You freaking liars.
Right.
Yeah, come on, Deets.
Freaking
Cease and
mean people.
desist with the slander.
You
Come
just don't
on.
understand. You don't
Yeah,
understand.
I'm interested to see what's this clip of. Can't wait.
Yeah,
That's
she
a totally
claims.
different area.
Cease and desist the slander right now.
Yes, come on. I'm pulling it up right now.
Let me
Can it be
remind
slander if it's
you.
true?
Let me
Unbelievable,
remind
dude.
you of what she said about Savage. She said that her and Savage were emailing, and Savage wanted her to send some clippets of the call as proof, and so she emailed them to Savage, and she said, "Don't show these to anyone. They were supposed to be for Savage's eyes only." That was her claim. And then she said that Savage went live immediately and showed it and put it out there. And it wasn't her that clipped out her voice or anything like that. And so then she had to go live and put out the full proof. That's what she claimed.
Yeah, and Savage did it in 5 minutes.
Oh, but that's okay.
Right.
I
As soon
already
as
messaged
soon as
Savage.
she got the email, she went live about it.
Yep, that's okay. I've already DM'd Savage.
And I remember being tagged. Like I said, I remember Savage tagged me. I'm sure she tagged Heel Shade, like all the clip channels at the time in a community post and said and I even remember the video I made for it, but I deleted it when I got demonetized. And so we all showed up and several of us clipped it, but it was like hours after she tagged us in the community post. And that was my whole point. She's like, no, that didn't happen. Like, okay, I don't remember that part of history that I lived through, but okay.
I mean, I remember seeing the post because you're like, oh, this is going to be something.
Yeah.
Because
No.
of the way it was worded, it was like, oh.
Yeah, she tagged a lot of the clip channels. Me, I wasn't a clip channel at the time. I didn't become one until September. And I got the notification and I went right over there and she straight up played it. She sure did. But don't worry, Crime Sleuthing. I've already DM'd Savage.
I think I have.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be wild.
Shay's right. She sent me stuff last week. She's like, she didn't even watch this clip. I sent it to her last week and she told me she was taking a break for a few days from stuff. Yep. And I mentioned it tonight. She connected her own receipts on demand quickly. I just, like I said, there's so much stuff that was sent. I don't play it all or even look at it all. So it's wild that she keeps accusing everybody of conspiring against her.
Can you imagine how many more out of context situations there may be out there?
So many. So this is from October 8th, which would have been before
Prior to the midnight oil burning.
Prior to the midnight oil and prior to the share live we just watched. I don't know what it is.
How can we sleep while our beds are burning?
I
was also here for this stream as well with Alicia, Science Girl, and Alicia's pretty good at sniffing out inaccuracies.
She is.
You'll see that. You'll see that.
Chronicles again. Chronicles have got all the clips.
Yeah,
All the
Chronicles
clips.
has the clips.
Oh yeah.
Shady, shady, shady.
That's my girl right there. I love her.
USA. That's all I could think of.
I did it while she was up there. I was just like, USA.
I'm trying very hard not to take that super personally right now.
Oh,
Feel attacked.
sorry,
Feel attacked.
No, you know why we were doing it, right?
No, I do.
Oh, okay. I didn't want you to feel bad. I was like, no.
No. Unlike Crime Sleuthing, I can understand things.
Comprehend.
Context, species.
All right, here we go.
And I see that even some of the people in here have been talking shit about me because of Laura. I know that.
Oh.
So there's people in this chat right here.
Yeah, everybody knows they're aware of what Laura does. Laura's stupid.
But even in this chat, I've seen people talking shit about me because they're on Laura's side. Did you know that?
No, I didn't see that. Who was saying?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But
Who?
Oh.
Yeah.
Names?
Who?
Gosh, where are they?
Oh gosh.
I don't know.
Golly gosh.
Blah blah blah.
Because I mean, people are entitled to their opinion. I'm just like,
Oh
whatever.
yeah. Well, people are gonna have an opinion. That's YouTube.
She
for
did
you. Like, people
whatever.
are
Exactly.
sometimes
But-
against me in my own chat. Welcome to
Yeah.
YouTube.
Right.
But I mean,
I
people are
mean,
getting
how
weird
long
shit
ago was
from people
this?
here,
Like, yes, exactly. Welcome
somebody,
to
who was
YouTube.
that? Let me see if I can see a name.
They must have deleted their comment.
Chronicles of the Shady for one
Oh
thing.
yeah, they
calling me out for, because I went over to Bullhorn Betty's just to talk about the collaboration with Olivia. That's all I did.
Oh, with Olivia. Remember, she claims it's with Olivia. So
Not
she
the
went over.
collaboration.
She
Did
went over
y'all-
to Bullhorn Betty's to talk about it.
Did y'all hear when Alicia was trying to pin her down? Who said that? Like, who was saying whatever she was claiming?
Well, like whatever.
She said whatever. I'm telling you, that's a tell. The whatever.
That's why I give that a heads up, because Alicia knows. She knows, and she gave herself away yet again with that exact response of
Well, that gave me anxiety hearing her go, who? I was like, I don't know. I'll find out.
Right? Looking out names from here, there, and everywhere. This man she had
Unreal, man.
Listen to this. So listen to this. This is from, I don't want to redact it. So it's from October 24th, and it's from Debbie, and she tags Bullhorn Betty and Olivia in it. She says, man, when there is important stuff going down and you're the type to be right in the middle of all of it, but you're 2 states away, someone sponsor me a trip to Savannah, Georgia, please. I wish. Didn't she sit up here and say that they asked her to go? And because she was
did.
arguing with
could've.
Robin in the chat. Okay.
They still could have, right?
Yeah, she
That's
just was trying to collect
possible.
the funds to be able to go.
So she also says, those who know me know I can protest louder than anyone. Well, except Bullhorn Betty. But it'd be nice to try, especially on a case like this. Google it and you'll agree. The world should stop until that poor baby is located and brought out of that nasty landfill. And I do agree with that. Could you even eat or drink or sleep if that was your grandchild? Hell no, I couldn't. But
she was
his
against them
without-
protesting in a residential area, even though she wanted
But
her
she could-
audience to fund her going out there, but she was against
because
protesting.
they had been protesting
with
in front
Bullhorn,
of the
right.
house for days and
Well,
over
even
a
though
week at
she
this
would
point.
never, protest like that in front of it, she was going to
No.
be the loudest, except for Bullhorn Betty.
Do you know what that tells? Right.
Weeks at this point, they were
I would love the
protesting outside the
chance
house.
to protest louder than Bullhorn Betty. I'd love the chance to protest louder than Bullhorn Betty. Is what she says here.
I meant if I,
was that the
whatever.
end of it?
No, okay. So she goes into a little bit about the case, and then she says, Leilani and Billy Joe, little Quentin is dead, and according to Leilani, laying out there in that landfill. And look at you two. Stop the obvious gaslighting, shifting blame, deflecting, pseudo media run you're doing on YouTube channels, playing the damn victims yourself. You put shame on humanity. Where the fuck is baby Quentin? What did you do to him? And I understand the outrage there, but my point here is, stay with me. She claimed she didn't want to go. She was going to go down there and show them how to do it right. Remember, she doesn't agree with the protesting in front of the
To go to
house.
the police.
It was going to go to the police. Here, she's asking to do it. They've been protesting in front of the house for a long time at this point.
Right.
Deets, what's the date on that?
October 24th.
Thank you. I'm going to go check
And
something
I
out
have
quick.
to note for the record, I was covering those
What
protests, those so-called protests. I was covering them in real time on my channel.
I was watching.
And I still, at the time, I had no idea who the hell she was. So I still don't know what she's talking about when she says that she knew me from the Sophie Long days. I have no idea what she's
Don't
talking
forget
about.
Deets. Don't forget Deets too. She knew Deets.
I
from
know,
somewhere.
and I don't think I ever mentioned her name once while I was covering the Bullhorn Betty and Quentin Simon stuff.
I did because I clipped
you know what?
Savage's
Honestly,
live.
or honestly, the Glare, you do more like maybe daytime lives, not really late night lives. So she was probably sleeping, and you went to sleep, and she was up burning the midnight oil. That's why.
So on October 23rd, she responds to a message and says, They asked what happened, what's the story. She said a mom, allegedly, they have the text to her mom confessing, killed her 20-month-old son and threw him in a dumpster. They're searching the landfill now. And people are protesting at the house because she hasn't been arrested yet. It's coming any day, any minute, I hope. But right now, I just want them to get that baby out of the trash, which I do agree with. But you're sitting in here telling us that, no, I wanted to go protest at a
Leilani
police
didn't
station or
confess.
a courthouse, and you're saying here where they're protesting.
And Leilani didn't confess. So there's misinformation in there on top of all that other stuff.
Well, they're talking about the text message that had gotten leaked,
Yeah,
but
there
it
was a
wasn't.
leaked
There's
text
no.
message from Billy
Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah. But
Well, that's funny,
Um,
Nanya, because I'm looking at some blurry screenshots of text messages that Crime Sleuthing showed up on my panel back in February of Valentine's Day when me and Eliza tag teamed her.
Of 2024 or 2023?
2022, November 27th.
Interesting.
These she showed these up on my panel. I nailed her right where I wanted her. It was the day that I confused the shit out of my entire chat when I trolled the living crap out of Crime Sleuthing. She was it was a day that she showed some Jennifer Coffindoffer tweets. I think she's a fan. Yeah, I think she's a fan.
Of course she is.
Yeah,
Oh
she's
no,
a fan.
was it the
hair.
flag one?
Of
Yeah.
course
It's the
she's a
hair.
fan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the flag one, I mean, although she wasn't fully right about it, but she did have a semi point about it, but
Well, yeah, the only thing she got wrong about that was the GoFundMe. There
Money.
wasn't there was not a GoFundMe listed. But there was a pay link listed, but she did get everything else right.
But these text messages that she put out November 27th, they're blurry, but it says my baby Quentin's I can't read the rest.
Yeah, that's all about
yeah, that's
that
the
whole
one.
situation.
Yeah, that's the leaked ones.
Mhm.
I do actually think more importantly that we need to find out the date of it for those who are truly sleuths. You will find it. The date that the Glare trolled her on her first live stream.
Oh, I have that.
You have that?
That was great.
Can you send me the
I don't
link to
remember
that? Because
that
I would love
still.
to see it.
I don't know if I have the date. I have the
I
video.
still don't remember it.
I think you were 3 sheets to the wind.
Oh,
I'll
well,
take
I mean,
the video.
well, obviously,
Oh,
I
that is.
mean, yeah, I that's why I don't remember it. Because if I was hanging out with Morbid at the time, then
You
I
were.
was most likely drinking.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Mm-mm-mm. Okay, let's see here.
If they're not even, I mean, I've never seen Chronicles of Shady and Laura's, but
Yeah, I didn't call them a Laura supporter, and so
Yeah.
no, absolutely, I did not say that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't worry about it.
I know I didn't say that people are coming at you that are Laura supporters in this chat. No.
Mm-hmm.
Science Girl, did I say? Somebody said I did say that people.
I
are
didn't
coming
hear anything. I didn't hear anything like that. But
Professionals.
I said
Well, at least
she
I
does.
consider. I'll just put it this way: I consider myself to be an adult
Yeah.
and a professional. And if I go on a panel, as I told Avery, let's use this as an example.
Wait a second.
okay?
Hold on. She said you called her out because you said Betty don't know you, and I said she does. That's what she was saying. Chronicles of Shady is pretty consistent. Like she's not really a hater or a Laura supporter. She just kind of goes where she wants. But what did she say?
I said
Like,
Betty doesn't know me.
how do you know that though? She could be watching you and know you.
Chronicles of the Shady said Betty knows me.
Yeah.
Betty doesn't know me.
But how do you know that?
Oh my
I've only got
god.
like 8 or 10 videos up. I don't think Betty knows me.
I'm sure she knows all of us. Just let's be real. She probably watches everybody. She's a lurker like the rest of them.
I call you a lawyer. I didn't call you a Laura supporter.
Yeah.
Did those words come out of my mouth?
Hey, hon.
Hello. Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
afternoon.
I know, right? We're so used to morning.
Oh,
It's
no.
afternoon.
I know. Well, it's Olivia's fault.
I love
Not a
Chronicles.
dual
Burn.
screen with the collab. What's the date on that?
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
It's on the same video. Like it's on the
I
same
know.
video.
I
I love
know
it.
that when I get a shady clip, it's absolutely going to be
It's gonna be shady.
legit. But like,
Right.
I was
Crime
just waiting.
sleuthing.
Like
I
October
don't know her. She doesn't
7th.
know me. What? No, what?
October 7th.
Hey, hun.
Holy cow.
Oh
What
my
a
God, we all
tangled web we weave.
Yeah.
we've all
Okay,
made
wait,
crime
but you
systems
guys got to
list.
work really hard. How could you spin the context of this?
I don't know, but we did it.
I'm a wait. Right, I'm gonna wait for the chat and see what they say while you
Yeah,
play
you
this.
guys in the
It was the
chat, let
time
us know how
change.
the spin's gonna be.
Yeah, what's the context you're missing here with her up on Betty's
You're
panel?
On
twisting my
October
Damn
words.
it, Deep.
7th.
Shady
Damn it.
doesn't like me. Shady's jealous of me, and that's why she's always putting up videos of me.
Thanks a lot, Deets. You just put us all on crime sleuthing's list.
Well, hey.
I'm
I'm
gonna
getting
strike
my channel's
Chronicle.
getting taken down. I'm not gonna be here tomorrow. So hey, here we go. Let's roll it out. Roll
I'm
it out.
striking
Don't worry,
Chronicles
Deej, you
for
can have my
spreading
panel.
misinformation.
Okay, thanks, Dad.
That's
Yeah.
not what
You
that
know I
is.
got a link for you at all times.
That's not what that is.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's hear what happened.
But I won't let
on
her up on my
October
panel, just
7th.
for the record.
I know.
So
Right.
you can't bring her with you.
Okay. I promise not to. Maybe.
Well, she kept me up until 4.
At least it was you instead of me.
It was awesome though.
On a
Oh,
second.
Lord.
Girl.
But Bullhorn doesn't know
Girl.
me.
Let's
Bullhorn
hear it
doesn't know
again.
me.
I don't know her.
Wait,
We're not
so
working together. We're not collabing.
it was
Boom.
literally the day before, wasn't it?
October 7th.
7th with yeah.
So the clips that I put up, the overlays were the 10th and the 12th, and she's on shares on October 22nd, claiming that no, she's not working with her, not collabing with her.
Nah, not
Hey,
at all.
hon.
Hello, good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
afternoon.
I know, right? We're so used to morning that we forget it's afternoon.
I know. Well, it's Olivia's fault. She kept me up until 4.
At least it was you instead of me.
It was awesome though. She showed me how she did her overlay. It was quite fascinating.
It was. Yeah, we walked through it this morning together as all right, fueled by coffee. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you on up.
October 6th.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Oh, God.
In the flesh.
Talking about this.
Hey,
Yes. I was just on with Olivia.
we don't
Oh
do
my
that here,
God,
So
y'all.
tell us what you think about all this. What's your opinion?
Come on, Deets.
You know, what do you
Stop
think?
it. You're sucking the fun out
It's
of
just
everything.
so weird that exactly
Okay.
2 months to the date.
I'll be
Suddenly
good.
there's this new footage, that supposedly is going to just.
What?
Oh yes, it was definitely an accident. You can't see anything, but yes, let's just push this accident narrative. And now there's these locals.
It was an accident.
It's just come on. I don't know. Accident narrative, and now there's.
And one of these lives, she was on the whole show. So how does Betty not know her? Oh, Shady was on to you back then.
Wow.
Oh god, this is new. Okay, but still, she must have
Like a year and a
reloaded
half
it. Oh,
ago.
October 8th. October 8th is
No,
when this
like
was
a year and a half ago.
originally loaded. Holy
Really, crime sleuthing.
cow!
Really.
So you girl.
These locals come forward.
Absolutely.
It's just come on. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced. Understand is she asked for our help, right? We answered her call. So many people answered her call, and then she told us to just shut up and go away. Fuck off.
F off. Yeah, F off.
Yeah.
God forbid.
Yeah, and I can't understand if you can accept your daughter with such class, what happened, and be purely at peace with it, and want this. How could you be so rude and disrespectful to so many people that literally stopped what they were doing?
That don't give
to
zero
try to help you?
fucks.
And your only response is basically a middle
Wow.
finger to everybody on YouTube. I mean, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
photo.
I took offense to it. And then people were beating up on Bullhorn Betty saying, I don't have a reason to have feelings myself, that this woman is just I'm sorry. I've met a lot of people in this industry. I have met a lot of people, even prior to this, I've met a lot of people that have lost loved ones in their life. And I have never in my life met somebody that's so disrespectful, lashing out and stuff like that. That happens, it does happen here and there. And I thought that's what it was when she made that one post that she took down. And then saw the error of her ways. But normal people don't act like that to other people that are
So I know she's talking about Kylie's mom here, but like everything she's saying, she's talking about crime sleuthing. Like, oh, yeah.
But not only that though. Here's the thing. I just want to know, crime sleuthing, How come when Betty was talking, you didn't constantly interrupt her and talk over her, but you do that to us?
And there's
Because she was using Bullhorn Betty to build her own channel that she had yet to really start.
There's
That's
only
all
an
she was
audio
doing.
delay when she is on my panel. That is the only time I have heard her audio delay. That's what she claimed it was an audio delay.
And she clearly did
Oh.
not have one because she was answering people immediately.
Yeah.
Right.
Notice that. I have to check all my DVDs.
This is shocking.
I think I need one of Pearl's dictionaries. I'm gonna hit my head with it. I've got a massive headache. Thank you, Crime Sleuth.
I think that's where that whole narrative spinning comes from, because really this goes back hundreds of years at this point. If you all follow the train of thought, what is happening here is because we now know that crime sleuthing is not at all at fault for any of the things that,
right.
Just like Amber Heard, she struggles with the definitions of normal words. The dictionaries are actually to blame for all of this. They have been misleading us the entire time.
We need to blame Webster, whoever he is.
Right?
I do think it is probably his fault.
I think so. Collins, damn you. I mean, there's a whole lot there. I think it's a conspiracy. I think she was on to something earlier. She just, yep.
That's
And
right.
Pearl is at the head of that because she eats dictionaries. You see how this all works out?
It all comes full circle. I see it.
Is that why they use so many big words?
I think,
I have
yeah.
to Google constantly reading Pearl's comments.
You don't.
I
You
just
need
don't
to
have
eat
that.
dictionaries like Pearl, and then we can understand her jokes better.
That's what that I'm definitely going to start that tomorrow.
Okay, there's only like 10 seconds left.
You're going to be friends with the people that might be responsible for what caused all these people to come help you, but you're going to be pissed off, not at them, but at us. Right. I remember.
Wow.
Wow, girlfriend. It just blows me away when you think that it can't get any wilder.
I mean, hell,
Here it happens.
I mean, she was in a chat one day. She said, she told somebody you need a list, and that means a list of people that she's got on her. So I guess we just made that list.
Wonder Woman figured it out.
She did right there. She said, I got it, everyone. Crime Sleuthin' did not lie. She was fueled by coffee and true crime, not crime sleuthing. So that's the issue.
Yeah. She didn't lie because
It
he
was
wasn't
fueled by coffee that was working with
Right.
Bullhorn Betty, not crime sleuthing.
Yes.
There you go.
That's
You
why.
nailed it. You nailed
Good
it.
job, Wonder Woman. We
Very
needed
good
you
job.
here for that.
But the most relevant is about the coffee type. What kind of coffee was she drinking? Changes
Decaf.
everything.
Probably freaking decaf.
Definitely not decaf.
No, I was saying because,
Bailey's and cream.
the implication is that, she's drinking coffee and working and doing all this stuff, it's probably decaf.
I did. So
Maybe she's got the Letitia defense, the dissociative identity disorder. And
I don't want to be accused of playing all the clips, but I do have the Bullhorn Betty audio. If you guys want me to play it, I can.
Totally.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
No, Shay, I'm not.
So this is from Earth.
Well, I can tell you right now, she probably slipped some of that Bailey's and cream in her coffee in the mornings, all morning.
I hope not.
This is from Earth.
Eliza said it has to be espresso.
Crime Sleeping from Mars.
DHB call 1 year ago.
Yeah, I had to hey, Crime Sleuthing, don't even accuse me of editing shit. The only thing I did was turn the volume up because it was really low. That's all I did. It's all right there.
About the case for the girl. So I just wanted to make sure that they knew that she had a pro bono attorney.
So Tiffany was the one that Kimberly's the one that was banging on the windows, right? Not
Her
Tiffany.
name was Tiffany.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We have another Tiffany out here that I've been talking to that came up on the screen to tell about Brian Delaney. But
Okay.
the thin little girl her name was Tiffany as well.
Okay. Hey, there's a girl there that's protesting.
Did that get edited out?
I don't know.
Oh, so she didn't edit anything. Okay. I'd
No,
rather you release it.
And I'm pissed off
Look at that.
Dolly. I just told Dolly.
Earth,
Did
should I share? I did.
Wait, what just happened?
Hang on.
That was
Let
from
me
a year
pause it.
ago.
Sorry. So Earth, did you realize that the?
Yeah, it was from a year ago.
Okay, has this been released? Like,
It was.
has
It
this
was
been
already.
put
It
out?
was released for a while. She put a lot of her stuff on private because of a little strike war that was going on.
Okay, so let me make sure there's no.
Strike war. Look how stupid that sounds.
Okay, it's not a full number. I wanted to make sure.
She literally said, I'd rather you put it out.
Hang on.
What the heck?
So.
And that she didn't care.
So she sent so Savage sends her email. She says she's resending it now. Let me know after you listen. Okay, thank you. Or if I can release it, I'd rather you release. So who's saying that though? I don't know who's on what side. Let me listen. It must be.
I can't believe there's
Crime
almost 500
sleuthing.
people in here right now.
I'm sorry. I'm just going through this. I want to make sure there's no like personal information in here.
Yeah. I saw it and I was like, oh my God.
It's like a car wreck. You can't look away. You have to be
Yeah.
to witness it and then be traumatized.
Because you just know that, like, you're about to learn yet another thing that has
That's what I'm
happened.
saying, man.
Yeah.
Like, how can you resist being this close to crazy? You know, like it's too tempting. Like I'm fixated on it right now. Because the truth is like I honestly like the interactions with like Melissa Jade and all this. None of that stuff
Claire,
interests
you
me at
don't want
all.
to. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole messing with crime sleuth, and she might be upset. She
And
might
it's
get
not
upset
even
with you.
like it's not. Yeah, it's not. I'm not trying to be like that I don't give a shit like about anybody's feelings about anything. What I'm saying is it's just not anything that interests me. It's her constant lying and thinking that we are not hearing her lie
Delusions of
and be proven
grandeur.
right. Yeah, right. I can't take my eyes off of it. I cannot be. I can't resist being this close to it. It's too fascinating.
All right,
Let me
here we
say,
go.
I can't.
Yeah, go ahead, Jenny.
No, go ahead. Your face made me like really want to see this. So I was like, I can't wait because I can see Deeze's face.
Yeah. So, I mean, I obviously don't know who the messages are between, but it does look like they're between Savage and Crime Sleuthing. But maybe they're not. Do you know who are they
Ooh-wee.
between? Earth?
No.
You don't know? Okay. It says she's resending it now. Let me know after you listen. Okay, thank you. Or if I can release it. I'd rather you release it. Haha. So I don't know who those conversations are with.
There, I closed my thing down, and I'm pissed off at Dolly. I just told Dolly I'm picking up the phone for her anymore.
Pause.
Last night he had Michael on his.
If you go back just a couple of seconds, just before that little bit you read out dates, there's Savage's email address is
Yes.
just at the top of that thread. So it and it says that, my email is blah blah blah, and it gives Savage's email. So it would certainly imply it's Savage and
Yep, right there.
someone. Just above that, there's another, but we obviously don't see who
Hang on
that
one
belongs to.
second. Because I did see that there's somebody's. Yeah, I don't want to show that. There's somebody's kiddo there.
Who's the Savage person? Is that someone who's left YouTube or is still current?
She's still
No,
current.
still current.
She's still current.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually listened to her stream the other day.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening,
Hi,
America.
Tony.
Hey, Tony, how's it going?
Tony.
Someone says, girl, I've got something even bigger. Hee. I don't see it in email. And then Savage. She's recent. Yeah.
there. So I closed my thing down, and I'm pissed off at Dolly. I just told Dolly I'm picking up the phone for him anymore. Last night he had Michael on his channel, the brother of Leilani. And I called him and he hung up the phone, and he allowed his panel to ask them questions. And I fucking started texting him like, this is fucking bullshit. I'm fucking here, and you're not letting me go up. They knew I couldn't get on panel because my internet sucks. And he totally. And then when I did call, he made me feel like I was an inconvenience. So I called him this morning. I just texted him a text this morning and said, fuck you. Like, you don't treat me like that. I'm literally out here. I spent half my money on him, but he went live. He, took all the entire live, and I stepped back and allowed him because I'm not that type of YouTuber.
Yeah.
There's only so much I'm willing to take. And he crossed the line last night, and I told him that, that was professionally, that he dogged me professionally when he did that. And
Wasn't he out there with her?
He figured out his own rights. And
Well,
He
What's
was,
she
but
talking about?
They were funking at that point, right?
Not that they were collabing.
Funking like they had funking like they had funk with each other. Like problems with each other.
beefing. They were beefing.
Yeah,
at
they
that
were
point.
beefing.
There
Sorry,
was a few days where they were off. Yeah.
I really thought you meant something else. No,
I'm sorry.
I really did.
Funking like they had beef with each other. Jeez.
Like, y'all are killing me here tonight. Jeez. I can't control this panel. I tell you what.
Sorry. I would never.
Come on, though. Do you really want to control this panel? Come on.
Yeah, a little. Some instances I absolutely do. Oh my goodness.
It's the fun kind of chaos.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Deep
That's
control the
brilliant.
panel.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, there was the rumors of the two of them, but
Yeah, I think
there was
rumors.
Yeah, it was just rumors. It's just rumors.
Well, we know they're rumors now because he was already with
PJ, right?
Yeah, but who was snoring in the background when she was live?
Wait,
When he was live?
I have a question. So this is a recording of a phone call. This is the one that allegedly the app happened to catch.
Apparently.
In air quotes.
Yeah,
Yes,
this
ma'am.
isn't the one that Savage put out, had Crime Sleuthen's audio clipped out. And she claimed that Savage clipped it out. I don't know.
Okay.
That's
I mean,
her
it doesn't
claim.
matter, but okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Oh, we'll see. Find out what she says. Be right back.
The Rogue,
They're lying.
like the elusive recording, the Rogue recording it.
And she went on live with Cher from Voices Behind the Wall.
Yeah,
and
Cher, don't worry about Cher. I know people are getting, this is between me and you. Cher is playing her. That's why you don't see me upset with what Cher's saying about me.
okay, cool.
That was a big thing.
Jesus, dude.
But don't tell Billy Joe that.
No,
don't tell anybody that. It's gonna pop up.
No worries. No worries. I'll act like I didn't know you're. Hey.
I'll act like I didn't know you.
And the grandma was like, "No, you weren't supposed to," But she was showing him anyway. I think, now I understand because if she's kind of playing her, then that would make sense. So she did show a couple of things she shouldn't have.
And actually, after this is all over with, Dolly and I will be going on her panel.
Cool.
So that's why I'm just staying away from it because I don't like lying to my audience.
Right.
And so all I'm saying to people is, right now I just can't even talk to Cher.
Wow.
We're on totally opposite sides. And,
I don't
That's all I
care.
can say because I just don't like lying.
This is a blast from the past, I tell you.
No, and the crazy thing that I can't get out of my mind listening to this is I'm listening to the like idiots like collaborating with stupidity over a missing child.
Yes.
Like, this is what's insane is there's a missing child in the middle of all of that fucking stupidity that is straight up nonsense between children who are legally of age.
What Callie said, for fuck's
crazy.
sake, like, this is a game to them.
Right.
Like a
It
chess
is.
game.
Right.
And honestly, this is perfect. So thank you for bringing this part up, Sleuthen, because this ties into what we were talking about before you interrupted us,
Right.
which is how insane it gets in these cases, how wild they get, out of control, etc. And this right here proves that to them, it truly is like a reality TV show that they can control and manipulate behind the scenes, like
And
a video
that's
game
them
that they're a
doing
part of, when it's these people's real lives.
And this is a phone call, a recorded phone call of them exactly doing that. What you just said, Deep.
It's also why I came up here in the first place, because it's exactly that. It's exactly that I am worried about. And Callie, I'm speaking to you right now because I know exactly how close you are to Brandy. This is what I have been worried about. I have reached out to Purple. We have tried to explain to her, and she will not listen to us, and that's fine. But please, I beg you, explain to her, because this is a hazard.
It is.
She is.
You're like a hazmat.
How many
You're like
cases?
hazmat.
How many cases has Crime Sleuth uncovered since this?
Well, I've got something interesting after we get through this. Okay.
Hey, I want to ask a question. You know, what sort of person records all their phone calls with people? It's so underhanded. It's completely underhanded. And if one of my friends, if I knew one of my friends was recording my phone conversations with them, they'd no longer be a friend because I couldn't trust them anymore.
Right. Well, according to her, she
It's an
had
automatic
the phone app.
recording app, which we've heard that before from, what is it, Ziggy, that has an automatic recording app she claimed on her phone.
Jesus Christ.
But at least she says, Ziggy.
Like, what app
Ziggy-
is this? What app is it? I want to download it and test it myself. What app is
Yeah,
this?
so what? Everything's recorded. So then you go through it all and you bring it up and you put it on your channel. I mean,
Right.
it's not helping anyone.
No,
What's
you're
the
right.
point of recording it?
You're right, Tony.
How many cases has this type of stuff happened with?
That's what I mean.
Meaning
It's
doing questionable crap and lying. I've counted at least 4. I have. That's a great question, Shay.
Oh, it's way higher.
You think?
Yep. I think I got 5 a couple of days ago, and that was just off the top of my head.
You've
That was
got the
just what I
Idaho
could
case. You
name.
got Quentin
What she had done.
Simon. You've got. I mean,
Callie Rodney, Summer
Sebastian
Wells,
Rogers,
Sebastian
Kylie
Rogers.
Rodney, Summer Wells,
Michael
right?
Vaughn.
Yeah, my dealing with her goes
Unreal.
back to Quentin Simon.
Yeah, Monkey.
So mine goes back actually 2.5, to be honest, because the only reason why I say 2.5 is because I don't cover true crime. I'm DC, so I just call out the bullshit in true crime too. But Michael Monkey Vaughn, I don't cover him. But when Eve was getting doxed and harassed, yeah, I kind of looked into Michael a little bit.
I almost covered Michael Vaughn. I never did either, and I almost did. And honestly, the reason why I never did was because the drama had already been rampant on that
Summer
case,
Wells.
and I was like, all right, I'm not going to do this case
And
anymore.
see, that's why I covered it. So that's
Gabby,
exactly
Gabby
why
Petito.
I did.
Yeah.
Gabby
Because I
Petito.
wanted to try to not stifle Michael's case and the information there because of the bullshit that was going on. I failed, obviously, but I am glad that I covered it. I don't regret it at all because people now know some of the case.
Oh.
Right, and I think that Brandy not collaborating, but Brandy being close to Chris McDonough kind of turned me off too. And I'm not saying anything against her. I'm just saying that me covering the case probably might cause some sort of distress with her because I'm not going to hold back how I feel about Chris McDonough. So I think that played a factor into my decision as to not covering it.
Oh, you would have been pretty heated. Well, we'll say that. I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah. So I just didn't want to. I just thought it would better not to even touch it.
What's wrong with Chris McDonough?
Oh God! Don't even get me started, man. It's too late.
I'm trying to get you started. What's wrong with
That is a
We don't have
huge
another
rabbit
6
hole,
hours.
dude. That's a huge rabbit hole.
Is that another one?
Mhm.
YouTube true crime. It's the gift that
In my
keeps giving.
opinion, it is.
Okay, so there's 2 more too. Cash Gernon and the Cow City Boys. So that's like what, 8?
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
Collaborating is the word of the day for sure. All right,
I
let's
mean,
hear some more of this before I'm just blown away. And then there's some more audio that Shady sent me.
I
Right.
can't get
And so all I'm
Ice Ice
saying
Baby
to
out of my
people is,
head, by the
right
way.
now I just can't even talk to Cher because of this. We're on totally opposite sides, and that's all I can say because I don't like lying.
Exactly.
I feel like I'm old enough that I don't really give a damn what anybody says. I don't need to fucking lie to nobody.
Exactly.
If you don't like what I do, F you.
Well, apparently the son left Dolly's panel for just a little while, and then he came back, and then he said he's been talking to Billy Joel, and he said some more stuff.
What did he say? I went off. I got so fed up.
I
with
wasn't
Dolly.
watching his. I never watched his. I knew that he was on there, but I didn't watch any of his stuff.
I don't know why there's pauses.
It's because
She
of the
edited
method.
herself out.
No, it's the
it is
Rogue
the
app
Rogue.
that does whatever it wants and records whenever it
It's the
wants.
Rogue app. It's the Rogue app.
It has selective
He
recording.
fucked up. I mean, he just lost a friend. I mean,
What?
Lost a friend. He just fucked up. I mean, he just lost a friend. I mean,
he fucked up.
Yeah.
Um.
Well, Dolly just fucked up. I mean, he just lost a friend. I mean, I wouldn't say lost a friend.
Well.
Petty to lose a friend, but he definitely upset me so much that that I told him, no, this ain't gonna work for me. Like this is the second time. Now this is not even the second time. This is like the third. Oh, sorry guys.
And Crime Sleuth is salivating over this tea. She loves this shit.
This is like the third or fourth time he's done shit like this to me, and I'm like, I keep.
But I thought I was
pride. It's like,
salivating.
at what point am I gonna wait until I address the issue? I can't wait until it's too long.
Yep.
So
You
I
should
went ahead
do-
and addressed the issue this morning.
You should do. The only time that I can ever address anything with my husband, if he's done something that's really pissed me off, is because I'm way shorter than him, right? So I wait until he's in an undressed state, like just sitting on the edge of the bed in his underwear getting dressed,
Mhm.
And that's when I do it. I go up to him and I get right in his face. If he's sitting down in an undressed state, they are very vulnerable in that position.
Oh my God.
Jesus
This
Christ,
is the
crime
creepiest
sleuth.
shit I've ever fucking heard in my life, dude.
Oh,
you going to
what
hell?
What the
manipulation?
fuck?
That is seriously manipulative.
Whenever
I
this came
mean,
out the
It's
first time,
deliberately manipulative too. It's deliberately manipulative. Listen to
How
that
does
shit.
one find that out? Like, how do they go and search how to get someone at their most vulnerable state? Like, how did she get that information?
well, evidently she does because she has tried and tested this method and is now recommending it to other people as a plan of action.
I mean,
That's what she's
right.
doing.
Like, that's insane. Like, I wait till he's in an undressed state because he's most vulnerable. What?
Baby Blue, we have no idea.
Dude, if that was a
think
man
it's
saying that about a woman, could you imagine?
It would
If a
be
man was saying that shit about a woman?
it would definitely be received a lot differently. Yeah.
Right.
I have other
The
things on my
things that they say on
mind.
this platform, like they threaten to do this, that, and the other thing to people. It's completely sexual bias, in my opinion.
This is weird.
What
Lucky
I'm
guy
hearing
case.
is just fucked up. There's no other way to put it. It's just
And
fucked
so
up.
I don't think I had heard the full versions. I'd only heard what was on Savage's. So she voluntarily put this out?
Yeah, to prove this was her putting this out to prove Savage wrong, and it was like, what? That's not how this is going. Again, flashbacks, and yet here we are repeating the same thing all over again.
Yeah.
So this context ain't changing nothing for me.
Nope.
No.
Not at all.
No.
It's making it
kinda
worse.
Making it worse. Yeah.
I don't like what I'm hearing at all.
Oh, Melissa, you missed sleuthing on panel. Where were you, girl?
She fell asleep.
You can't fall asleep on a stream night. She's like, I gotta live, I gotta work and do all the things. Oh my goodness, what a night.
Girl, you missed it.
The response to the call coming out didn't Betty and Cher both say they were tested her?
I don't remember. You
Or
guys are
one of them said
testing
they
my
were?
memory.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly because I didn't only watch like my friends' stuff on Quentin. I didn't like follow it
Mhm.
because of all this, right? But
Yeah.
it seems like Betty said that she was testing her.
I feel like that was the response, but again, I'm not 100%
Yeah,
sure.
I can't remember exactly.
So
She never
I'm
proves what she
still,
thinks
hold
she is
on, I'm still
proving.
stuck on this. So
Mm-hmm.
Betty says that Dolly, she didn't lose a friend in Dolly, but you know, she's angry at what Dolly did, and of course, you know, Sleuthen, she relates. She goes, yeah, yeah. So that's why I wait till because my husband's way bigger than me, and I wait till he's in a undressed state.
Mm-hmm.
When he's, I catch him at his most vulnerable. Wait, what?
Right.
Like
The
she has a
subcontext
way
being
of
the
cutting the
subcontext.
conversation to a hard left turn, like taking a hard left turn with the conversation every time.
I
It's
truly
really
felt
crazy.
back then that she was trying to elicit a response from Betty that would
Right.
be
That makes
incriminating
sense.
at the time. And I'm no Betty fan, but I really felt that from that analogy that she gave. I was like, that's kind of weird, this whole example of your
She
behavior.
knew she was recording Betty, and she
Mm-hmm.
was trying to entrap Betty into saying something
Yep.
incriminating in regards to Betty and Dolly's relationship.
That is my belief. Yeah.
That
So she
makes
has
sense.
no loyalty whatsoever to anybody but herself.
Right.
That is a
She's an
fact.
asshole.
Not even
Yeah.
to the not even to the
Yeah.
victims.
Oh yeah, Crime Sleuthen's an asshole. Like I have come to that
And that's what I
conclusion.
seriously worry about when it comes to people that she talks to, even on here, that she records them. I worry about them because what if she's going to use them for something different?
No,
Right.
Mag, I don't think no, she's not saying that. She's just telling you how to take advantage of your husband's vulnerable state to get what you want. It's a manipulation thing. It's not
How
a
to
If my
manipulate? I
husband's in
can't.
his boxers that are around me, but I have other things in my mind, not manipulation in that way. Jesus
Well,
Christ, Crime Sleuthing.
I have
night,
never
yeah.
it has never crossed my mind ever to try to manipulate my husband.
No.
Ever.
That's wild. That is wild.
I mean, Jesus, dude.
Yes, that's what I
That
just I
shit
worry
was
about.
really fucked up, man. Like that was not okay at all. I'm
Right?
still
This needs to
like,
be a
what?
documentary. The Mind of Crime Sleuthing.
I worry about
swear
families.
this is a case study.
I
I
worry
mean, if
about
she was up here, she'd be like, you guys see, you're twisting and you're taking this out of context. What are we taking out of context? And, you know, like, because you know she's not going to be up here being like, yeah, that's right. But, like, what would we be taking
Yeah,
out of
what other
context?
context can we derive from that? Seriously.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Does that make it okay, Pearl?
Oh my
Just
God,
mean
Pearl.
girls. We're all mean girls.
Recording
Yeah.
Bighorn Betty is not going to help anyone with anything.
No, I agree. I agree. All right, let's see.
And you don't even have
You
to.
have his
Like,
name.
Betty's an idiot. Like, all you have to do is
Yeah,
stream.
and
Oh, what?
It's like all you have to do is stream Betty. You don't have to record her. Like,
Wow.
I agree.
Pearl,
He's right.
stand up, girl.
You've been covering Betty for 2 years.
Right. It's so easy. Like I could literally just click on a random Betty stream and make content out of it.
Mm-hmm. She's so
Doesn't
easy.
matter. Doesn't matter what it's about. Doesn't matter what she's talking about. I can absolutely just easily click on a Betty stream and make content out of it if I just want to go live just to hang out with my chat.
I think that could be done with a crime sleuthing live as well.
At this point, for sure. Yeah. At this point, it almost seems like it's too easy.
I don't know
Yeah.
if it's
Like,
a live or just like I feel like she's trolling us all. I'm starting to feel
It's
like
a bad troll, I
No,
tell you that much.
Oh
no,
my
because it's not doing any. I mean, it's not doing anything except making us just go.
what? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, but not in the sense that like, because I thought that about another creator for a minute there, like, and I was, are they for real? Are they really? And then I could tell that they really were. And then I'm at a loss sometimes when it comes to, and I don't even want to mention that creator's name. I'm just saying, like, I'm totally at ground zero. I am at scratch when it comes to trying to understand what a creator's mind is going through when they make decisions like this.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I don't think it's possible to to even try to get inside of some
There's no
people's minds.
pattern,
I don't
right?
even know who you're
Yeah.
talking about, but like there are just some minds out there. It's like I don't even want to try to get into that mind, and I'm starting to think this is one of them.
It's like a young child reads a crime book, then they decide that they're a crime detective, and then they start a channel, but they're actually an adult.
Well, with her, it's way more because we're talking about somebody who clearly cannot talk for longer than, I'm going to say, 2 minutes to be nice, without telling a lie. I mean, that's the pattern that I've seen with Crime Sleuthin is she cannot talk without telling a lie. The only difference is before you knew she was a liar, it didn't seem like that because you had no reason to think she was lying until she gave you reason to think she was lying. And then it's like, wait a minute, okay, what else is she lying about? And then once you start doing that, you realize everything that she says is a lie, like almost everything.
You want to know what I'm amazed about? Like she keeps pointing these fingers at these specific creators, with myself included, calling us all mean girls. The people sending me stuff are not connected. Like, and they're from different communities. They've had different interactions with her, all these things. And they have these little pieces of information. So when she hops up here today, or like last night, or whatever you want to call it, and tells a lie, someone completely random sends me a clip disproving it. So it's not like it's, the same people she's having issues with. It's so many people, is my point. Like it's so many different
This is a
people.
pattern with like I've followed her for a while. I've been on a panel with her for a while. She seemed quite nice. She's defended me. Is discussing allegation against me. She defended me against that because she talked on chat things with me before, and I had nothing against her. I wouldn't say I quite like her. This is the internet, so people exaggerate their emotions for people on the internet. But I liked her. She was okay. She was always nice to me. But I've seen a lot of things lately where I'm like, whoa, it's just off the wall.
And it's never ending.
And she posted on her thing a long time ago when she had that problem with Jules. She had the life with Cara, and she posted a thing on her community post. And I hardly ever look at community posts, and somehow it popped into my stream. And she was asking, what should I do about this, blah blah blah. And I'd said, post a 1-minute explanation of what's going on and move on. And then she went on to an 8-hour hit job on that some sleazebag channel attacking Jules. And that really turned the tide for me on her. But since then, I've seen so many crazy things come out that I find it hard to. I can't defend her. I think she's a lady who unfortunately needs to step away from YouTube because she's like so many who, when they start getting exposed and they start doubling down and telling more lies, they get more exposed, and then all of a sudden everyone's the bad guy except for them. And at that point, they really need to find the common denominator and step back.
Well, I don't even know that she needs to step back so much so as just stop lying and trying to twist things. That would be a huge benefit in your favor.
What disturbs me is that there's one person's personality that she reminds me of more than anybody else's. And what's disturbing about it is that it's Letitia Stout. She reminds me of Letitia Stout. Like, I mean, I'm not saying she's capable of murder, What I'm
No.
saying is that the pattern of behavior when you watch the Letitia Stout trial, it's the same vibe. You know, someone who doesn't take any accountability. You're listening to her talk. You're listening to her blame the world. You're listening to her lie and tell another lie on top of that lie and that lie. And you're listening to the phone calls between Al and her. And Al is cornering her against her. You know what I mean? Cornering her with her own
So
lies.
you're
And
making the comparison of the twisting and the manipulating that happens.
totally,
Not,
totally,
yeah,
totally.
nothing else.
But the delusion as well. The delusion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where it becomes disturbing, is because of how dangerous someone being that delusional is. What are they actually capable of? You know what I mean? Like, that's what's
I
disturbing.
agree.
Is how could she's this delusional and this she lacks this level of self-awareness to, or lacks self-awareness to this level, to where it's absolutely destructive. You know, I mean, this can't be healthy. This can't be healthy for her to go through life where all it takes is just a matter of time for every person that she interacts with to realize that she is completely and totally full of shit and full of red flags. You know what I mean?
Like, where's the end of the road? Is there
Right,
one?
right. And that is a scary thought.
Yeah.
I think there's room for people to have maybe 9,000 to 10,000 subs who are spouting complete conspiracies, attacking victims, attacking the families of victims. There is an element out there, and 1.5 billion people who watch YouTube in English, who will go for that, and that's where they're at. There's a few creators that make my skin crawl, and yet they've got 6,000 people and they get 1,000 views, or maybe they've got 6,000 people get 100 views, but they are disgusting human beings. But obviously, some people like them because they're more disgusting than they are, or they're on the same level. That's all I can put it down to.
I think in a lot of cases, it's almost as if you get a creator that comes along, and then when you have someone who is just like I said before, it seems bloodthirsty for oh my God, somebody's got to pay, and then you have a creator will, in a way, validate that subscriber's feelings. And so these people who all have this pitchfork, lynch mob mentality, this creator coming along and saying the things that they want to hear validates them, and then they flock to it. It's not like Dolly's an intelligent guy who makes sense and is insightful. He's just giving these people what they want. He's just giving them what they want. He's
the space.
He's throwing meat to the wolves.
To make have the call-ins and have the conversations and to throw the speculation and conspiracies out there.
Right.
Yeah, the space.
You've also got the people who have made bad choices in life, who have been persecuted in their opinion for that. They might have served prison terms or whatever, and their thing is the anti-law enforcement. So whoever's accused is innocent, and law enforcement are the corrupt people in this situation, and there are conspiracies around it, and that's because of their poor choices in life. They haven't grown out of that. They haven't advanced past it.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, guys, I am getting tired, so let's get through this one because I'm actually getting sleepy.
Yeah.
That's when I do it. I go up to him and I get right in his face. If he's sitting down in an undressed state, they are very vulnerable in that position. Even the toughest men, you can practically kick their ass in that position.
Even Betty that I lost.
It's the only time I can ever win an argument. I've learned.
Funny.
It
Oh my God, there's so much gold here. I'm going to die.
Is it
Can't wait to check into my fucking room. Once I'm in the other room, I'm
Betty's blowing
in
that
the other
off.
room,
She's
you know,
even
like the other room
uncomfortable.
we're in until the 26th.
I would love to see crime sleep
Yeah.
I'm in the
somewhere
other
in the
room.
deep sector.
Once I'm in the other room, I'm
She
in the other
managed to
room,
creep
you know,
Betty
like the
out.
other room we're in until the 26th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when I had to, because I came up early. Okay, this is not working.
Yeah, it was quite a long interview. She was on there for a long, long time. And she was there for a long, long time. Now, can I tell Cher that I know what's going on? No.
That's why I told you it's complete utter confidence.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm telling somebody it will leak and she will get nervous.
Gotcha. No worries.
Yeah.
She'll get nervous.
God, listen to these conniving assholes. And one of them doesn't even know they're being recorded. And oh my God,
That's
both
what's
of them are
mind-blowing
just
about it.
so, yeah. Oh, and there's a missing kid, and there right now
worries.
there are people with hazmat suits on digging in the garbage looking for this little baby while these people are trashing them, trying to like discredit them for doing so. It's
She
oh
doesn't
my
care.
God.
She doesn't care. She was okay with them being down there asking what that baby looked like in the field. Constantine was okay with that. She didn't care.
Oh my
So what
God,
made
it's
her
so
flip?
gross.
Was it the way
Yeah,
they
that's what
protested?
I was just thinking that same thing. Even what made her turn her back on Bullhorn Betty? What was and Olivia? Like, what was the issue there?
Because they probably got together and went that crime sleuth, and there's something off about her. And then they blew her off.
Booted her
I
out.
mean, what
They-
else happened?
They slipped it together on their own. Is that
Right.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. I guarantee you that the two of them were like, there's something off about her, man. She just gives me the willies. I don't know what
You
to
got
tell
to
you.
give.
Well, after that call, I don't blame them.
Right. I mean, Betty was clearly off put by what happened there. They were completely engaged in conversation. As soon as Crime Sleuthin went there about her husband being in the state of undress and being the most vulnerable, Betty signed off. Betty
Miss
tuned
Robin
out.
coming in
That
with
was
the
done.
tea because Betty wouldn't ask her supporters to pay for Crime Sleuthin's trip.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
That'll do it. That'll do
course.
it.
That makes sense.
And why would Betty do that? Betty's
Allegedly,
trying to
in
grift
Miss
for herself.
Robin's opinion, before we're accused of putting out misinformation.
Right, and Crime Sleuthin said earlier that Olivia had told her, had gloated about it, about the plan to
Yes.
play the baby noises at the protest.
Mhm.
And that seems like an unusual situation for people who aren't closely working together. That seems like that seems like something
Yeah,
you
like-
would share with somebody you really trust, right?
Right.
Yeah, it
but I
sounds
thought
like
Betty
Betty
didn't
was
even know. Betty
Betty
just
was
said she didn't
still a
know.
little hurt over the breakup of Heels on the Ground, and then Betty's in the midst of trying to put together a new team here, and Crime Sleuthin seems a little desperate to want to be a part of it, and it's off-putting to Betty.
Yep,
that's what it seems like.
Yep,
this is what it's like. You know, we had cartoons when we grew up. Now we watch JLR and Bighorn Betty.
We watched the adult versions. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Robin said, I want to see proof that BHB said she was going to play baby crying audio. That's what, like, where's that? Just put that out if Olivia and Betty told her that.
Right.
I mean, those are some big allegations. All right.
Remember, I worked in healthcare for many, many years. I know when I'm told don't repeat this, it.
Oh my goodness. Where is nonsense? Paging nonsense. Isn't nonsense the one building
Nonsense
her
went to
resume?
bed.
I know she did. She's smart. But remember, nonsense is building Crime Sleuthin's resume. I think it was hers. But now we have healthcare worker for many, many years, a graphic designer for many, many years, and worked in a law office for many, many years. Like, just so much here, so much.
I
But
mean,
I actually, another clip I got, so she was going around saying that she worked in graphic design for many, many years. A clip that someone did send me, I'm not going to dig it up right now, was her on Queen Bee's panel, and she tells Queen and Cappy that she just started learning how to edit videos. It
Yep.
was like 2 years old.
The paint screenshots say that's a lie, and I'm just going to leave that there.
Mm-hmm.
Locks in my brain. This is something I cannot repeat. So never worry about that with me.
Repeat that because it'll fuck up everything. And if anybody got wind of it, it would jeopardize her ability to find out information. This is the same strategy she used for.
Why are you telling this idiot?
Yeah.
You there? Are you there?
Yep.
Okay, I dropped the phone. This is the same strategy she used for Don Wells.
Oh, cool.
So if anybody's like, oh,
Cool.
I'm like,
Cool.
yeah, just look at Don Wells.
Cool.
Well, the way I'm approaching it is I'm approaching it with her.
Why are you bringing Don Wells into it?
Oh, that's clipped out. I'm approaching it. Nothing. Dead air.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
Yeah. And I only said, I went to sleep at, I think, 2. And I got up at 7.
You know what?
So.
We'll make them spend money. We'll make them spend money living in hotels like they're making me spend money living in hotels.
All right.
Wow.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Oh,
That's the way I've always thought.
I'm starting to hate that saying.
Keep spelling that.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna get his. He's gonna learn. He's gonna learn. He's just come to realization now because he doesn't realize that you mess with me, you're gonna go through a punishment. If you survive the punishment and you're not a dick to me afterwards, then we'll be friends again.
Give him the silent treatment.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Total fucking silent treatment.
Listen to these spiteful assholes, dude. Jesus Christ. Shit makes me want to need a shower.
Well, they'll get it as soon as I say I'm an independent. This is the Bullhorn Betty channel. If you support this channel, this is the one that's out here. I'll do it delicately where people aren't realizing that there's a rift, but I'll do it enough that he knows that I'm pissed.
I don't blame you.
She was pissed. Okay.
Ugh,
Wow. Oh, so wait, real quick before we go, I was sent this audio and I found it very, very interesting because it does show a pattern of behavior here. So I wish Granny was here. I'm definitely going to have to grab this timestamp to show
I
Granny.
was
So
hoping
remember,
you were going to play this and not leave us hanging because I was like, I want to hear what the thing is.
Oh, yeah.
You
I
were
forgot
all
to post
excited
that
about
new-
the
yeah.
thing.
so Shady sent me 2 clips. Hang on, I gotta unplug my. No, I don't have to unplug my headphones. You can stay
Hey,
here.
wait.
Okay.
How do you think
Um,
Crime Sleuthing would handle being in the beef sector for a couple days, pulling this shit?
You said that. What's the beef sector?
You don't want to know.
It's a long story.
I don't.
It's
I
a
feel
long
like I'm
story.
not built for the beef sector, whatever it is.
No, few
No.
people are. We're not all meant to be everywhere and for good reason.
For good reason. Okay. So she was over on Granny's, remember, with the
Oh, yeah.
United Cajun Navy audio, and she did this whole ridiculous thing over there about emailing JLR and then Granny reaching out to JLR because she didn't want to play the full audio because she said her and the Todd Terrell from the United Cajun Navy were trash talking JLR. Well, the audio she ends up putting out proves that's a lie. He barely mentioned JLR, but you did do a lot of talking. But anyway, that was a whole fiasco over there. Let's listen to this. And this is from, I don't know when, hang on. I think Shady, did she tell me when it was? So it's from November 8th of 22.
Deets, can I interrupt for a second?
Please do.
I just want to say to anyone out there, this is a very important message. Bighorn Betty's OnlyFans page blew up my Chromebook. So be careful.
Tony. You kill me, Tony. Thank you for that tip for everyone. Disclaimer, Bullhorn Betty does not have an OnlyFans page. All right. Here, this is from November 8th of 22.
Behave,
And
Clara. Behave.
it looks like Crime Sleuthin is on Alicia's panel.
You know, you guys, I'm new to YouTube. I had no idea who JLR was. Somebody had to literally tell me his whole
JLR threatened to sue me. JLR sent me a cease and desist, a warning letter, because I was talking about him for only 2 minutes, and he threatened to sue me.
Well, I Googled him, and he's like the most litigious
He
person.
sent me an email threatening to sue me and sent me the paperwork.
Betty threatened to sue me over these recorded phone calls, and I'm like, you know what? You bring it on. Bring it on. I'm in the state of Oklahoma. We can record whatever we want.
I didn't even say
though I
anything.
didn't even know I was
Molly
doing it.
used
I know
his
that I'm
name.
covered legally.
This is what Molly did.
Okay, there's another clip. So, boy, that threatening Oklahoma stuff. Okay, here's one more.
Okay, I do think you're coming up.
Because I enjoy your channel.
Oh,
and
thank you.
I always have.
Thank you.
I always
I'll go
have.
take a look at your channel.
I don't want to bring any drama to you. I mean, I would rather unsubscribe and leave you alone than cause you any drama.
Fucking God.
Because I'm not about that. And you guys in chat who hear me, please hear my voice when I tell you,
oh Lord,
I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart for ever being in a friendship of any form with Betty Bullhorn. I'm really, really sorry. I didn't know. Now I know better. I didn't know. I was new to YouTube. I'm learning as I go. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. So I'm sorry if anybody thinks that that's not good enough. I'm really sorry. So y'all have a good night.
You too, honey. Don't get upset about it. Don't worry about it. It's all right.
Don't worry, it's fake.
Okay. I do.
Alicia being all sweet. I love that.
She definitely patted herself on the back after
So
that.
she was
Definitely.
talking about JLR
Alicia
back
being all
then.
full
That
of
was
shit,
in
she was.
22. Like, come on, Sleuthin. But then also the apology, that fake crying.
Hey, I'm gonna hop down so you can go,
Yep.
but I'll listen to the rest of
Yeah.
it. Love you
I'm
guys.
going to
same
bed.
way.
I'm
Me
going to bed.
too.
Thanks for having me,
Good night.
Deets, and nice
Thank you
talking
all
to you
for
guys.
coming up. I totally appreciate it. What a
I
wild
had a
ride it
blast.
was.
Yeah, it was a good night.
We went
Thank
all
you.
over.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks, Claire.
night,
Thank
night,
you.
everybody. Thanks, Dee.
Bye, Wee. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Deets.
Thanks, Earth.
Good
Tony,
night, honey.
Tony, do I need to kick you? Or are you still up here?
Oh, sorry, darling, you're going to sleep. Okay, yeah, good night. Good night, America. Good night, everybody. It's been a great day. What a magnificent day. YouTube True Crime has solved another case today. I can't remember the name of it, but they've just made a breakthrough. I mean, we can't thank them enough. They're 80% criminal element who can't get a job. They're experts in crime, so they start a true crime channel and have no morals, and they're disgusting. And I want to say good night to them too. And
Good
everyone
night
else.
to them too.
Thank you, Dee. Good night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Nicole. Bye-bye.
Good night, Tony. Thank you, love. Oh, look at these bags. Now I need to turn on that filter that we found earlier. Deets and persists. I do want to say thank you because a bunch of this stuff came in. Tia became a member earlier in the night. Thank you, Tia. Ozzy Trisha said, thank you for the super chat. She said, I got this on the TV and I was sitting outside when she said that and we made the same face. Tony sent $2. The Big Bappa. What is that? Nicole member for 4 months. Thank you, Nicole. Big Al was willing to donate $100 to the charity of my choice if I kicked her. Thank you for the memberships 8675309. Miss Robin, I kind of love that this lady has brought this it was an interesting panel. We had we had Heels and Glare up here. Earlier in the night, we had Voices and Granny on the same panel. It is completely possible for people to be civil to one another, and then Crime Sleuthing crashes in and just kind of blows that all out of the water, doesn't she? Kathy Ford, this is just wrong. Yeah, she's falsely struck Voices, and apparently she's gonna take my channel down. So we'll see what happens there. Shay with her memberships, and then Gifted 20. Thank you, Shay. Deeds proof. Oh, Cash, I can always count on you. Thank you, guys. My husband will be getting up for work in about 15 minutes. So I can't believe it's 3:15. Holy cow. I'm not Big Papa. Good night, Tony. Good night, Burden. Thank you, love. Thank you, country. Thank you guys all for being here and sitting through that. Like I said, it was a wild ride. We went from Ziggy and Fred, Ben Hill love. It's happening. It's real. And we discussed a lot about Sebastian's case. That was pretty intense. And there are actually real quick. Let's see. I don't have it up. Okay, I'm gonna share it on my community tab. Spudler has a really great video that I keep meaning to share. And oh no, here it is. I do have it. Let me share this real quick before we go because I think everybody should see it. And I'm going to drop the link. It's only 2 minutes, so hang with me for 2 more minutes. How do you evaluate a true crime creator?
Hey guys, happy Sunday everybody. It's raining outside. I'm sitting in the Spud Hut and I've taken a break from editing my new Ghost series. And whilst I was making a cup of tea, I did realise that there's quite a lot on my mind about really the quality of the content being shared with the true crime community at this time and the way some creators are reporting on some of these cases. I've been trying to formulate in my mind exactly what it is that these bad creators, or the ones that we don't necessarily like quite so much, actually do. And as any self-respecting Spudler does, I made a list. And this list took the form of a set of questions that I asked myself, most of them subconsciously, to evaluate whether a true crime channel is a good one or one of those ones that's not so good. So I jotted down a very quick personal list of the things that I use to value a good as opposed to a bad true crime creator, and I thought I'd share it with you and ask you for your comments. I'd love to know if there's anything there you think I might have missed, and obviously if you don't agree with something that I've got on the list, please let me know. I am aware this is my own very personal list and it may not be really that fair, or maybe my expectations are too high, but equally so, there are some general things that I think we all agree to when it comes to good quality true crime reporting, and I really would love to hear your thoughts. After I finish my ghost story, I am going to cover a true crime case which is considered an active case and is about to go to court. So this would really help me to make sure that I do it the right way, ensuring that how I cover the case doesn't do any harm to anybody, is accurate, balanced and rational, as well as being respectful of the privacy of those involved. Well, I guess I've just given myself the top level things that are important to me with creation of content for true crime. So 5 minutes of focused thinking and I've already learnt something about myself. Anyway, if there are any creators out there who want to use this list to kick off a discussion with their community and find out exactly where things are going wrong, not necessarily with their own channel, but within the genre generally, please feel free to do so. And if you tag me on those videos, I'll be able to watch them later, and that way I'll get to know what other people think. Anyway, thanks for watching. I know it's short, but so am I, according to my husband. Well, I suppose he is 6'2", so I guess I'll let him off. But I guess it also proves that we all see the world from a very different perspective, as well as
That's right.
altitude, according to him. Anyway, thanks for watching. Please remember to hit all those lovely buttons for me. I'll see you in chat, and I'll also enjoy reading your comments. Sometime, somewhere, somehow.
So I dropped the link. I'm going to drop it again. And I do think that we definitely need to do that maybe on the next live because I think that it is a great video from Spudler. We love Spudler. But I think it would start a very great conversation. So hop over there before you go to bed and dream of all things sleuthing, not the creator sleuthing in general, but before you go to bed, hop over there and leave her a comment, y'all. Hit the like too. Tony, I can't with you. Yes, and her series on Robert is really, really good. She does some really great stuff. BHB's OnlyFans cost me 4 Chromebooks. I'm still trying. Oh, Tony. But thank you, everybody. Thank you to the mods who are always amazing, always on top of things, as well as the panel guests that hopped up, and all of those that sent information and make it possible to do the real-time debunking. I truly appreciate that, guys. More than you know. I got a little frog in my throat. So, I'm sure it's gonna be a crazy day. It's Thursday. I'm sure the streets were wild last night. I'll see y'all on the next one. Love, love. All right, Bird, now go listen to that. Love ya.